Ch144 Events. Cashin stepped into Regulus's study and stopped short. Everyone was already seated. Nobody looked thrilled. Matching frowns. That was never a good sign. He raised a brow. Who died? And don't all raise your hands at once. Aunt Viola didn't even glance up from her whiskey glass. Just rolled her eyes and swirled her drink. It was Armand who answered. Sirius Black escaped from prison. Cashin blinked. That a punchline, or are we being serious? Regulus's jaw clicked faintly. The prophet confirmed it. Early this morning. Cashin dropped into the nearest chair. That's impressive. The one bloke who actually deserved the cell gets out, and meanwhile, I still can't get a ministry signature for a library expansion. Lucian folded his arms. This can't be luck. Azkaban's never had a breakout. Ever. Someone helped him. Armand's brows pulled in. You think he had help inside Azkaban? Lucian shrugged. Or outside. Either way, he's not wandering into the North Sea on sheer rage and a wandless prayer. Cashin looked around the room, then raised an eyebrow. And why are we caring now? The room stared at him. Regulus answered. We're making moves to take over Black Heritage. Lucius is pressing from his side, Lucian continued, before Cashin could utter anything to infuriate him. He's trying to force a transfer, heirship from Sirius to his brat. If he pulls it off, all the Black Vaults fall into Malfoy hands. He's positioned better than any of us. Narcissa's a Black by birth. Direct line. Cygnus's daughter. That gives Draco a blood right we can't override. We're cousins, not heirs. He glanced toward Magnus, who sighed, deeply, if Sirius dies without a will, and make no mistake, the ministry will happily lose any document that complicates their narrative, the estate defaults to the closest living kin. That's Narcissa. Which means Draco. Clean transfer. No contest. Vaults, property, titles, ancestral holdings, everything. Malfoy's been greasing the goblins for years. The Gringotts registry doesn't care what your last name is. And Narcissa has black blood. That's all Lucius needs. But it's not just about vaults. Regulus scoffed, if he's behind Sirius's escape, and I think he is, then he's not just trying to control inheritance. He's cutting out the only person who could dispute the Malfoy claim. If Sirius dies on the run, a fugitive, the Wizengamot won't blink. And if Draco's installed as heir, that's not just fortune. That's legitimacy. He kept going. The Malfoys were closer to Voldemort than we ever were. More public. More loyal. When the war was at its height, they didn't hedge bets, they sponsored them with everything. The Rosiers played both ends, funded the rise, then buried the bodies. We distanced. Lucius didn't. If he's pulled Sirius then he's playing a deeper game. Because Sirius isn't just a criminal. He's a symbol. The last living Black heir. A former friend to Potter's father. Godfather to the boy himself. And downfall of Potter's. The kind of name that still matters in certain corners. Cashin hummed, why would he push this far? We didn't even have a shot to begin with. Great Aunt Druella doesn't carry black blood. Just the name. Viola scoffed. We had other levers. Influence, contracts, half a dozen oaths tied to the estate. Enough to keep us in the room. But if Sirius names Draco, or dies before he can name anyone. She knocked back the last of her whiskey. All that's pissed down the drain. Cashin drummed his fingers on the armrest, expression dry. Right. Because nothing says subtle political cool like handing your ferret-faced son the key to the House of Black. Viola let out a short laugh. That ferret-faced son has a name stamped on more invitations than you've got completed newts, darling. Lucian's brow twitched. The boy's an idiot, but he's a pure-blood idiot. And the Wizengamot loves a clean name. Magnus tapped his cane against the floor. The sound was soft, but it cut through the murmuring. More than that, he said. That's 2 extra votes in the Wizengamot. Cashin's brow furrowed. The sacred 28 families each held 2 votes. Council members got 1. Order of Merlin holders had a sliding scale, depending on which class they'd managed to kiss or kill their way into. But Malfoy getting the black seat? That wasn't just a vault shuffle. That was power consolidation. 2 fresh votes. Unchallenged. Regulus gave a nod. He's consolidating. Votes, gold, bloodlines. He's gearing for a push. He wouldn't bother with Sirius if he wasn't. Lucian leaned forward, arms on his knees. What about the Weasleys? He asked. We could cover their seat levy. Offer financial assistance. Enough to put Arthur back in the room. Cashin is close to their sons. Ophelia sighed through her nose, barely looking up from the rim of her glass. Arthur hasn't paid his seat dues in over 20 years. No levy, no votes. You can't resurrect a corpse with pocket change. But, if we sway them politically, even without the seats, it's still useful. Magnus shook his head, you won't get them. They're stuck to Dumbledore like cursed ink. And Molly D rather gnaw her own arm off than owe this family a galleon. No one argued. There wasn't much to argue. Cashin muttered, so we're counting out allies before we've even asked. Viola looked over, lifting one brow. We're being realistic. Cashin shrugged, not particularly fussed. Realistic sounds a lot like lazy. Lucius already owns too much of the board, Regulus said, eyes fixed on the hearth. If he gets this, we lose more than money. No one corrected him. Because he wasn't wrong. Armand squinted at him. Lucius's coffers got a lot heavier in France. Since you convinced brother to pull out of the French market, you basically handed him the keys. Regulus's stare cut across the room like a thrown dagger. Armand. That was all it took. Armand's mouth clamped shut, jaw twitching. Cashin reached into his coat, pulled a folded sheaf of parchment, and tossed it onto the table. As short-sighted as ever, uncle. No one moved. He gestured lazily. Go on. Have a look. Before you burst a vein. Viola was the first to reach for it. Her brows lifted as she flicked through the top pages, expression tightening by the second. She handed it off without a word. Lucian scanned the contents, then let out a sharp breath through his nose. You're joking. Cashin chuckled. Not even a little. Regulus took the papers next, flicked through them, and went still. One by one, they read through the numbers. Quiet at first, just a shuffle of parchment and the occasional swears under breaths. Then Magnus let out a grunt, jaw slack. That's. Cashin grinned, sprawled across the armchair like he'd just won a bet nobody else knew was happening. You're welcome. Regulus didn't look up from the second page. How much more can you shift? Should we pull other branches? Magnus asked, voice chirpy again, suddenly all business. Diversify outside the aisles. Cashin shook his head. No. Spread too far, too fast, and someone will start sniffing. This is already flirting with a spotlight. Keep it lean. Reroute the returns back through existing channels. You're saying stall expansion. Lucian said, not hiding the doubt in his voice. When we're ahead. I'm saying don't get cocky and drown in your own reflection, Cashin replied. Keep your neck above water. He didn't add that 93 was going to be slower. He'd keep that to himself. No need to hand them a forecast with their biscuits. Regulus looked at him with something dangerously close to pride. Cashin nearly grimaced. It landed sideways in his gut like drinking salt water by mistake. Well done, son. Cashin plastered a smile on and gave a jaunty thumbs up. Like he was some overachieving toddler who'd drawn a nice dragon. The room didn't love that. Especially not Lucian, who immediately straightened like someone had lit a match under his chair. Father, Lucian said, tone crisp, I say we take tender for next year's event. That got a few nods, one cough, and an approving noise from Armand. Cashin lifted a brow. Event. Regulus leaned forward. The cup. Cashin blinked. The Quidditch World Cup. Lucian gave him a look. What other bloody cup would we be bidding for, Cassie? Cashin felt revolted the moment he heard the nickname. He hated when Lucian called him Cassie. He hadn't used it since their school years. He'd picked it up from that bastard, but after graduation, when that bastard took the fast track to Azkaban and then to death, Lucian stopped using it too. Hearing it now made Cashin realize Lucian's gaze on him. Clearly, Lucian wasn't happy with him lately. Dunno. Could have been the Rosier family annual self-congratulation gala. Or the Dark Artifacts bake-off. We've got options. Regulus ignored him. It's being hosted in Britain next year. The ministry's opening tenders for primary sponsors. Hospitality, security, international accommodation, that sort of thing. Magnus tapped the table. It's already political. Minister's office wants to show Britain can host without incident. Smoothly, cleanly. Post-war, stable hands. Cashin whistled low. So naturally, you all thought, yes, let's add us to the mix. Lucian nodded. Exactly. We've got the gold. Infrastructure. Ties in the Department of Magical Games. Cashin didn't comment. The way Lucian sat up straighter, eyes flicking toward Regulus every few seconds, he was trying to earn points. Probably thought getting the cup contract would plant his name deeper into the family crest. Not that subtlety had ever been Lucian's strong suit. Regulus saw it too. His face didn't twitch, but he gave a nod. Clearly he was pleased with the sibling rivalry. Lucian was getting too comfortable lately. All right, he said. Make sure you do it properly. Lucian beamed. Yes, father. Cashin resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He could already hear the smug retelling at the next gathering. Father entrusted me with the entire cup initiative. Said I was the only one with the finesse for international diplomacy. Utter bollocks, but Lucian did love a mirror. He had a feeling something was off about the cup. A faint itch at the back of his head, something from the past life, maybe. But every time he tried to pin it down, it slipped sideways. Just fog and static. Probably nothing. He stood, brushing his coat down with one hand. Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got actual things to do. Regulus nodded, looking at the papers Cashin dropped earlier. Eyes shining. Lucian opened his mouth, probably to say something smug, but Cashin was already halfway to the door. Behind him, the conversation started up again. Low voices. Paper rustling. Pipe smoke curling into the stale air. CH-145 foam. Cashin and Baths Haida walked the streets of Diagon Alley hand in hand, weaving past shoppers and stalls with the kind of ease that came from years of dodging both curses and over-enthusiastic street vendors. The late summer air clung to their clothes. One of the Goblin Run booths had set up a discount charm scroll bin, which was currently smoking. Nobody seemed that fussed about it though. People were passing by, some holding ice cream, others cages of their new pets. Cashin side-eyed it. How long before someone explodes? Bath's Haida didn't glance over. 3 scrolls ago. Cashin chuckled as he dodged a witch in peacock robes, and steered them toward the narrow path between Flourish and Blots and the new cafe that insisted on serving butterbeer with cinnamon foam. She squinted up at the chalkboard menu. Why is everything foamed now? Can't people drink things like adults? I think it's an allergy, he said. To dignity. They grabbed a table tucked near the front window. One of the legs was shorter than the others and kept clicking against the floor like a metronome trying to pick a fight. Cashin folded a napkin under it, absolutely wasn't going to be driven mad by a wobbly table. Not again. A moment passed while they sipped from mismatched mugs and watched a third-year argue with her textbook with fangs, outside. Bath's Haida broke the silence first. When's the hearing? Week after next. He blew on his drink. Magical Creatures Committee. Official reinstatement. New wand, paperwork, job reclassification. She rested her chin on her hand. And Fudge gets a medal for doing the bare minimum while Hagrid gets grilled by people who still flinch when he ducks through a door. Bathshida's mouth twitched. You'll go with him. Cashin gave her a look. Nah. He's gonna be all right. She hummed. You really think they'll approve full reinstatement? Not out of kindness. But the press is watching now. And the prophet's already warming up a puff piece. Misjudged giant wins right to education or some such rot. Bath's Haida didn't say anything. Just looked out the window. Cashin followed her gaze. Kids ran past, new robes flapping wildly as parents tried not to lose their temper before the school year even began. He tapped his fingers on the tabletop. Do you remember your first trip to Diagon? Yeah, she said, eyes still on the crowd. My mum cried. Not in the sentimental way. Someone stepped on her foot. Cashin snorted. I had ink on my shirt and thought every cauldron shop was a front for dark magic. Well, that part's not wrong. Perinel's written. They've almost completed the footpath, she said, taking another slow sip. Cashin hummed thoughtfully. We should visit next year. She arched a brow. I thought you hated Australia. Cashin grimaced. Hate is a strong word. I'd say. Prefer not to set foot anywhere near. But, well, met. We survived Creatures of Darkness. I think we can handle the rest of Muggle lethality just fine. She chuckled and glanced away. Still strange. He turned to her, curious. What is? She exhaled, straightening in her seat. That you can see memories of the past, and that they somehow brush against reality. But at the same time, they don't, since you're not tied into the causal threads. And then there's the fact you have a memory that never fades. Cashin gave her a deadpan look. You could have just said I'm weird. Her expression softened as she reached for his hand. Baby, you are. He huffed, which only made her laugh harder. Her gaze drifted then, catching on at the bookstore across the street. First Voldemort, and now these new messes. Can we ever rest? Cashin shook his head slowly, then nodded as though convincing himself. Next year, we're doing nothing. Only vacation. She shot him a look that clearly meant you and I both know that's impossible. But she didn't say it aloud. Instead, after a beat, she tilted her head and asked, You think we did enough? Cashin didn't answer right away. A cart went by with a squeaky wheel and a pile of charmed fireworks balanced far too confidently on top. An old wizard was seated on top, smoking from his pipe, dressed in old gowns all in grey. He sighed, slow. No. But we did what we could, he added. Bath's Haida watched him over the rim of her cup. That diary was clever. We underestimated how subtle it could be. He nodded, leaning back in his chair. Just as Bath's Haida opened her mouth again, 3 heads popped into view over the flower boxes outside the window. Hello, professors, Tracy said, all sunshine and confidence. Daphne gave a polite nod. Pansy looked mildly bored but smiled too wide. Cashin blinked. Ah. The unholy trinity. I was starting to worry, thought maybe you'd matured over the summer. That got a giggle out of them. Pansy rolled her eyes and pushed the cafe door open. Here for a breather? Cashin asked as they made their way over after ordering their drinks. Tracy flopped into the seat beside him without hesitation, already tugging Pansy down with her. Daphne dragged a chair from the table next. We wanted to try the new foamy butterbeer, Tracy said. Cashin pointed at the cups that had just arrived. And? Verdict. It's amazing, Pansy said after taking a sip. She'd finished half the mug in one big gulp, so that spoke louder. Bath's Haida leaned forward a little. Does it actually taste different, or are we all just dazzled by the froth? Cinnamon, Tracy said. And something else. Bit like nutmeg, but fancier. Daphne shrugged. It's fine. Better than what they serve in the Great Hall. Pansy lifted her mug. Everything's better than what they serve in the Great Hall. Cashin sipped his own drink. Don't let elves hear that. Tracy tilted her head. Is it true you're taking on dueling club again this year? He gave her a dry look. Was that meant to sound like a threat? No, she said quickly, I just mean, last year was good. High praise, he said. Especially from someone who submitted an essay on magical ethics written entirely in rhyming couplets. Tracy grinned. You gave it an O. I was feeling generous. All 3 laughed. Bath's Haida smirked into her cup. You do know you're encouraging them, right? Cashin raised his brows. They don't need encouragement. Daphne took a slow sip of her drink, then asked, "You think this year'll be quiet?" Pansy snorted. "Doubt it. With Black on the loose? We're lucky the place isn't wrapped in chains." Tracy leaned in, frowning. "Mum says the ministry's sending Dementors. To Hogwarts. And Hogsmeade." Pansy stirred the foam in her mug with the end of her straw. "Father says the ministry's just posturing. They don't actually expect to catch him." Cashin leaned back, one arm thrown over the chair. "No. But if they look busy enough, no one asks why he slipped out in the first place." Bath's Haida didn't look away from the window. "You think they'll put Dementors on the train?" "Wouldn't put it past them," he said. "It's hard to misplace a horde of dark-robed nightmares if they're lined up like ticket inspectors." Pansy looked over at him, expression pinched. "Are they really that bad?" Cashin tilted his head. "Imagine your worst memory. Then imagine it's all you can remember. Now picture something feeding off that, like a leech with a taste for despair. That's a Dementor." Tracy made a face and pushed her cup aside. Pansy didn't speak again. Daphne smoothed a hand down her skirt. "Do we get taught to defend against them?" Cashin nodded. "Patroness is the only known defense. But it's not a beginner's charm. Third years can't cast it. It's normally OWL level, at the earliest." Daphne eyed him. "Can you cast it?" He tilted his head. "Sort of. Depends on the day. My corporal form's temperamental." Tracy squinted. "What's a corporeal form?" Bath's Haida took over. "Patroness charm, in early stages, creates a shield of light. A projection. It repels Dementors, but only temporarily. Think of it like throwing up a wall just long enough to run." Tracy looked doubtful. "And the advanced version? That one takes shape." "An actual creature," Bath's Haida said. "Something unique to the caster. That's the full corporeal form. Far stronger. More stable." Daphne leaned forward. "What decides the form?" Cashin scratched the side of his nose. "Some say it's personality. Others think it's your happiest memory, bottled up and shaken until something pops out. Personally, I think it's just magic being nosy." Tracy tilted her head. "So it's different for everyone." "Supposed to be," Cashin said, reaching for the napkin again as the table wobbled. "Although if yours ends up being a fruit bat or something, don't let that discourage you. I've seen worse." Bath's Haida made a face. "Worse than a fruit bat?" Cashin nodded, eyes on his mug. "Bezels is a goose." Tracy blinked. "What, really?" "Full honk and waddle," he said. "Chased a boggart clean through the East Wing when we were students. Nearly trampled Filch. Left feathers everywhere." Pansy snorted. Daphne tried to hide her smile behind her cup. "That's tragic," Tracy said, deadpan. "Heroic," Cashin said. The boggart didn't know what hit it. Daphne glanced between them. "What's yours?" Cashin paused, then gave the world's most unhelpful shrug. "It doesn't like to show up unless I'm actually dying. Bit shy." Pansy squinted. "Is that normal?" "No," Bath's Haida said. "Yes," Cashin said, at the same time. She gave him a sideways look. Tracy looked at her. "What about yours, Professor Babbling?" "It's a kestrel." Pansy blinked. "That's a kind of hawk, right?" "A small falcon," Bath's Haida said. "Fast. Very fast. Most people miss them completely." Neither of them said it, but hers had shifted lately. And that she had another now. Not that she wanted to talk about it. Before they could press more, they heard commotion outside. A knot of students was clustering in front of quality Quidditch supplies, pressing to the window like the display might start breathing. They slid out of their seats and wandered toward the door after bidding girls goodbye. Cashin had barely stepped over the threshold before two streaks of red barreled into view from opposite sides, nearly colliding in front of him. "Professor R. Fred. Look at that. George. That is a firebolt." They pointed together at the centerpiece of the display window. It didn't look like any broom Cashin had seen before. Sleek, all polished ash and burnished gold, clean lines. Probably had been drawn by someone who hated imperfections. He'd seen swords with less menace. "That's not a broom. That's a midlife crisis with bristles." Fred bounced on the balls of his feet. 0 to 150 in 10 seconds, 7 if there's tailwind. And stabilization runes along the shaft and the footrests actually adjust mid-flight. George added. The price tag sat smugly beneath it, daring someone to argue. Even Cashin winced. Bath's Haida raised an eyebrow. "You could buy a small flat for that." "Or a dragon," Cashin said. "Not a legal one, but still." Fred elbowed George. "Do you reckon Wood's already crying?" "Would explain the tremor in the alley," George said. More students gathered, faces pressed to the glass. The firebolt gleamed, perfectly centered, like it was seconds from taking off on its own. Bath's Haida peered over the crowd. "Do you think they'll approve this for school games?" Cashin scoffed. "Only if McGonagall gets to ride it first." Fred grinned. "That'd be a sight." George mimed a swoop. 10 galleons says she could outfly Flint blindfolded. "I'm not betting against McGonagall," Cashin said. "That woman's spine is made of dragon bone." The rest of the Weasleys came striding down the alley in one half-chaotic pack. Harry, Hermione, and Neville swept along somewhere in the tide. Ginny had a sherbet lemon in her mouth and a quill stuck behind one ear. Arthur broke off first, beaming as he spotted Cashin. Professor Rosier. I never got to thank you for sending Ronald's wand back last year. That was, really, very kind. Cashin waved it off. Hardly. Ignoring it would have been the crime. Arthur laughed politely, a hand patting at his coat like he'd lost his glasses again. He looked faintly out of breath already. Harry had barely glanced at them. His eyes were glued to the firebolt in the window, jaw slack, neck craned. He was weighing whether emptying his vault was worth it or not. Cashin sighed, already feeling the coming avalanche of broom-related whining. He saw Percy at the edge of the crowd, who was standing taller than usual with his nose slightly up like the air around him had suddenly improved. Let me guess, Cashin said, head boy. Percy didn't answer so much as expand. His chest puffed, smugness inflating him. Cashin turned before the boy could brag about it. You might want to pull your friend away before he tries to marry that broom, he said, tipping his head toward Harry, who hadn't blinked in a full minute. Hermione looked over, sighed, and tugged Harry's sleeve. You're staring too much. It's staring back, Harry muttered. It's a broom. It's art. Neville gave it a cautious glance. Bit sharp looking, isn't it? They left not long after the crowd started thickening, too many elbows and shrieking first years for Cashin's taste. Back at their flat, the late sun threw amber light across the floorboards. Cashin barely got past the editorial, some overly excited drivel about international cooperation and the cup, when soft slipper steps padded in from the hall. Bathsheba didn't stop walking. She climbed straight onto the sofa, flopped across his legs like a cat who'd claimed the warmest spot in the flat, and announced, new defense professors decided. Cashin didn't look up. He said around a yawn. Who is it? She grinned into his shirt. Remus Lupin. The paper hit the floor. Seriously. She snorted, rolling onto her back so she could see his face. Seriously. He groaned. That was appalling. You walked into it. He deadpanned, let his head thunk back. Why does it feel like it's going to be a bloody reunion? Bathsheba grinned against his chest. Oh, it will be. I wonder what Snape will do. Cashin tipped his head back with a sigh. Throw a tantrum. Brew something acidic. Maybe glare Lupin into a coma. She tilted her head like she was picturing it. He'll probably try to get him sacked by Halloween. Quicker if he finds out they've put him on the same floor. Cashin snorted. They haven't. They have, she grinned. Cashin sighed. Dumbledore likes chaos more than most warlords. She rolled off him, snatching the discarded newspaper. Merlin. Is Lupin even up for it? Last I heard, he was living out of a suitcase and tutoring to get by. Better than Lockhart, Cashin said. Though so's a dead turnip. Bathsheba schemed the article, then tossed it back onto the floor. Out of all four, I liked Lupin best. Thoughtful. Quiet. Didn't try to impress anyone. Cashin scratched his jaw, not bothering to hide the yawn behind it. True. Potter was a dick. Black was Dicker. Pettigrew, haven't got much of an opinion. He squinted slightly, like the name had a tail that hadn't quite finished wagging. Why does that sound familiar? He muttered. Pettigrew, there's no other famous one, right? Bathsheba shook her head, still flicking through the paper without looking up. Not that I know of. She shifted against him after a silence, nose tucked into his ribs. You think Sirius will come for Potter? He shook his head. Family thinks it's something else. His fingers twitched against the back of the sofa. But you know I can't speak about it. She didn't press. Just nodded. There were limits to what he could say. Not because he didn't want to, but because he literally couldn't. The Rosier Manor had rules. Wards that didn't just protect from intrusion but locked certain knowledge in. Anything discussed within its walls was sealed to the speaker unless given permission or standing. It was how the family kept secrets so tightly. Why Regulus and the others didn't hold back when he was in the room. They knew he couldn't repeat it. Not even if he tried. It didn't block all information though. Regulus could decide what could and could not slip out of Wards. Cashin nudged the door open with his elbow and stepped into the staff room, one brow already half raised. Did Warren finally quit, or has he just melted into that chair for good? He asked, eyes landing on an unfamiliar witch tucked in beside Sprout. Bathsheba didn't answer, she was already making a beeline for Aurora and Septima, her mug in one hand and something suspiciously biscuit-shaped in the other. Cashin. Hagrid waved him over, beaming bright. Look. I'm a professor. Cashin dropped into the chair beside him with a smirk. Well then. Congrats are in order, Professor Hagrid. Hagrid flushed pink right up to the tips of his ears, trying to hide the grin down his beard, failing. McGonagall looked up from her notes with all the weariness of someone who'd been preparing for this exact chaos since sunrise. Everyone, meet Professor Charity Burbage. She'll be taking Muggle studies this year. Cashin raised a hand in greeting. The new witch, blonde, pleasant-looking, nodded back with a small smile. Cashin Rosier, he said, gesturing at himself. History of Magic. Lovely to meet you. McGonagall cleared her throat, already moving on before anyone had time to derail the conversation. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, will be arriving with the Hogwarts Express. Snape made a noise that sounded halfway between a scoff and a cough, very loud. Cashin didn't bother turning. Bless you, Severus. Snape glared, sitting back in his chair like he'd swallowed something unpleasant and was letting the world suffer with him. As you're all aware, McGonagall continued, Sirius Black has escaped Azkaban. The Ministry has decided to place Dementors to patrol the school grounds in Hogsmeade for the safety of the students. Flitwick shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Pomona frowned. That's not exactly reassuring. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. The Ministry believes the threat justifies their presence. Snape smirked, one corner of his mouth lifting. He'd thought something unpleasant and wanted to share. And we have a professor who cannot even cast a Patronus. Very assuring. Cashin didn't look up from the biscuit he was breaking in half. Finally lost the last scrap of happiness. Severus? Should I send condolences to your shampoo? A few quiet snickers bubbled around the room. Aurora covered hers with a cough, and even Sybil looked mildly pleased. Snape squinted at him. I simply think, with Dementors on the grounds, someone who can't defend himself is hardly qualified to protect others. Cashin didn't rise to it. He just shrugged, popped the biscuit in his mouth, and chewed with the slow smugness of someone entirely unbothered. I'll be fine. Got a strong girlfriend. She does the defending. I supervise. That earned him an eye roll from Baths Haida, who didn't bother looking up from her tea. Snape narrowed his eyes. Aren't you ashamed? Cashin shrugged. Not in the slightest. She's the muscle, I'm the left brain, and together we pass for one whole adult. Works brilliantly. Charity gave a soft laugh under her breath. Septima muttered, honestly, better than most marriages. Snape didn't respond. But his look spoke a lot. Mostly curses. McGonagall tapped the folder in front of her. Enough bickering. If you're quite finished arguing over who's doomed and who's dating someone competent, we do have lesson plans to finalize. Cashin raised a hand. I'll have mine in by Friday. Your letter said that last week. I meant this Friday. That night, when the students filtered into the Great Hall for the welcome feast, the mood was grim. They walked slower. Talked less. Even the ones who usually treated sorting like a spectator sport looked half ready to turn back to the train. Up at the staff table, Cashin scanned the crowd with his chin resting on one hand, eyes flicking from face to face. A man in a patched cloak stepped in from the side door and made his way up to the table. He slid into the empty seat beside Flitwick. Hello everyone, he said with a polite smile. Flitwick looked over and lit up. Remus. Glad to see you again. Did something happen to the train? Remus nodded, tired. Dementor stopped it. Tried to search the train. He glanced down the table, then across the hall. They attacked Potter. Several heads turned. Minerva stiffened. Cashin's brow crept up. Brilliant start to the year. Snape let out a short breath through his nose, might have been a scoff, might have been a laugh he strangled before it escaped. Minerva leaned forward. He's unharmed. He's fine, Remus said. Passed out. Recovered before we reached Hogsmeade. Baths Haida set down her fork. They're already overstepping. McGonagall left not long after. First years trickled in a few minutes later, herding behind her in various states of terror. He caught a few names as they were called out. Another Greengrass. Dumbledore stood once the last kid had scampered off the stool. Usual beginning of year spiel followed, welcome back, tuck in, don't die in the forest, Filch has added something new to the list of forbidden items, probably happiness. Then came the new bit. Due to recent events, Dementors will be stationed at the entrances to the school and surrounding areas for the foreseeable future. That silenced the chatter like someone had jammed a silencing ward over the tables. Every single student turned to stare at Harry. Cashin didn't blame them. The boy looked like he wanted to crawl under the table and vanish entirely. Shoulders hunched, neck disappearing into his collar. He looked absolutely knackered. Not that passing out on the Hogwarts Express made for a heroic first-day anecdote. He scanned the hall again. 3 tables over, Malfoy was already at it, sniggering behind his hand, elbowing Crabbe, nudging Goyle. Cashin caught at least 3 separate jabs about Harry needing nappies or smelling a Dementor and fainting like a damsel in a horror serial. He sighed into his goblet. Why did that boy get louder every year? It was like someone had cursed his volume control. Baths Haida leaned in slightly. You're grimacing. Only on the inside, Cashin said. Outside I'm a picture of patience. She didn't reply, just slid the bowl of roast potatoes closer to him. Potatoes. Cashin lit up. He then turned to her. Do you think it's too late to declare a sabbatical? Yes, she said. And also no one would believe you. Fair point. After the feast, the castle settled, benches scraped, candles guttered, the noise of 1,000 students mixed into an ugly symphony. Cashin slipped out a side door to get air and walked until the chatter fell away. He felt them before he saw them. For a second, his instincts flared, thinking a crawler followed him but feeling was, weaker. A lot weaker. Not the same but still felt similar. 2 hooded shapes at the gate. Lovely, he said to no one. Welcome committee. Footsteps behind, Baths Haida arrived, finally. She slipped a warm hand into his sleeve, warding off some of the cold. Tea, she said, passing already. Always. Next morning, after breakfast, Cashin stood in front of the third-year Gryffindors and Slytherins, adjusting the chalk on the edge of his desk with one thumb. A few students were still shuffling into their seats, robes half-buttoned, hair damp from a rushed wash, and at least 2 were trying to whisper an entire summer recap under their breath. He gave it about 3 seconds before snapping the chalk in half to establish dominance. The room went quiet. Brilliant. Now that you all remember you've got ears, let's get on with it. He was about to launch into the day's topic when Malfoy piped up. Sir, he said, all wide-eyed innocence, checking if Potter heard him. Can we learn about Dementors? I'm curious where they come from. Cashin gave him a long look. Not annoyed, more like he was weighing whether it was worth the breath. Sure. Let's all take a merry little stroll through the history of despair. A few quills scratched hurriedly into place. Cashin flicked his wand toward the board. White chalk jumped up and scrawled Dementors, origins, theory, and why they're terrible company at parties. Long version or short? Dean raised a tentative hand. Short. Cashin squinted at the back row. Cowards. You know there's no short in history. A collective groan rippled through the class. He snickered. Dementors is a love story. That earned him a full gasp from at least 6 students. Malfoy made a noise. Pansy let out a strangled giggle. Cashin just grinned and flicked his wand. The lights went out. Shadows crept up the walls. At the center of the classroom, light shimmered into an illusion, unfurling in the shape of a countryside village. Thatched roofs, crooked fences, the occasional goat looking judgmental. The sound of chickens clucking drifted in faintly, followed by laughter and the clink of pots. A girl knelt by a well, scrubbing something. Her sleeves were rolled up, hair pinned messily, face flushed from sun and effort. Cashin gestured at her. This is Eliana. Her voice floated through the air, nothing fancy, just her calling for her mum, asking if they were out of soap again. A few students blinked. Daphne leaned forward, eyes narrowing slightly. The girl straightened. Across the lane, a young man, shirt half unbuttoned, wand tucked behind one ear, was chopping wood in no particular rush. He looked up. Their eyes met. And this young, dashing lad, Cashin said, is Elias. Someone near the front let out a hum, and Tracy whispered something that sounded suspiciously like wait a second. Hermione leaned forward, eyebrows already at high alert. That looks like. She turned sharply. Aren't those professors babbling and Rosier? A few students snickered. Cashin didn't blink. Coincidence, he said flatly. Must have been a handsome century. In the illusion, Eliana handed Elias a bucket. Their fingers brushed. Neither moved away. The classroom was dead quiet. Somewhere near the back, someone whispered something about scandal. Cashin ignored it. Eliana and Elias were from a mountain village, half magic, half mud, whole lot of goats. Life was small. Predictable. They were happy with that. The illusion shifted. Same village, different day. Eliana was laughing at something Elias said as she handed him a broom handle longer than she was tall. Until a dark wizard named Rochidian decided he fancied himself a bride. The air cooled. The scene flickered to grey. A dark-robed figure stood outside the village, surrounded by things that looked like Dementors. He sent a letter. Flowery nonsense. Promised power, gold, a bloody keep. Eliana said no. Her family backed her. The torches dimmed further. The dark figure raised one hand. So he sent his friends instead. The scene twisted. Smoke poured from the edges of the illusion as the village screamed to life. A few villagers cast protective charms. A handful even managed a patroness, flickering and frail. But there were too many of them. Dementors didn't care about loyalty. Or family. Or love. Cashin's voice didn't change. They wanted warmth. And this village had a lot of it. People fell. Memories bled out of them like spilled ink. Children collapsed mid-run. Whole lines of defense flickered and died because no one had the strength to hope. The room was still. Even Malfoy had shut up. Then Elias stepped forward. Cashin froze the illusion mid-battle, smoke paused mid-whirl, villagers half collapsed, Elias reaching out with his wand, and turned back to the classroom. A few students blinked like they'd just been yanked out of a dream. Tracy looked personally offended. Dean muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, "You're joking." No one laughed. Cashin, however, felt zero guilt. Right. Believe it or not, if you grow up in the mountains, you either learn this charm or you don't last the winter. But until that point, he said, flicking his wand to brighten the torches again, the patroness was more myth than method. People used it against dark creatures, something passed down in scraps. Picture the light, feel something good, hope for the best. Something to ward off the evil spirits. He leaned a hip against the desk, scanning the class. No structured spell. No theory. No proper wand work. Bit like giving someone a bow and arrow and telling them to hit a dragon. He tapped the board with the end of his wand. Anyone here know how to cast one? Hands shot up, Daphne, Tracy, Pansy. Cashin waved them off. Nope. Told you before. Doesn't count. The girls groaned in unison. Pansy flopped sideways over her desk dramatically. Cashin turned away from the theatrics. Anyone else? Neville hesitantly raised his hand. Cashin pointed at him. Go on, Longbottom. Neville shifted in his seat. You need to think of a happy moment. One really strong memory. Cashin nodded. Correct. He stepped away from the desk, crossing to the front of the class again. That's the start, yes. Patroness is fueled by memory. Not just any memory. The right one. Has to be warm enough to stand up against the cold that sucks out everything else. He glanced across the rows. Most students were watching now. Cashin pointed at the frozen illusion hanging in the air. Now the thing is, he said, when something that ugly's trying to suck the soul out of you, it's really bloody hard to focus on your happy place. Shocking, I know. A few students gave weak laughs. Most just nodded. Right. But that's the point. Life doesn't pause and give you time to meditate when it kicks you in the teeth. It just keeps going. So you either drown in misery, or you latch onto the one thing that doesn't hurt. He motioned to Elias, wand raised mid-spell in the illusion, frozen in that breath between action and disaster. Elias was losing everything. Friends, family, the only home he'd ever known. And in the middle of all that, he thought of Eliana. Her laugh. The way she looked at him like he wasn't just some lad with a crooked wand and goat dung on his boots. He raised his wand. And that was everything to him. The lights flickered, and the illusion snapped back into motion. Elias braced his feet, wand gripped tight. Then. Light. A sharp burst of light leapt from Elias's wand. A mouse, tiny and silver, shot out of the wand's tip, tail streaming behind it like a whip of light. It sprinted straight across the burning illusion village, weaving between the houses and dodging falling embers. Then it turned, teeth bared, and launched itself at the first Dementor. The shriek it tore from the creature made two students flinch in their seats. Pale, skeletal limbs flailed as the light slammed into its face. Another Dementor reeled back, trailing dark mist like torn fabric. The patroness darted again. The shadows didn't so much retreat as flee. Within seconds, the patroness had cleared a space around Elias. The other villagers, still collapsed or barely standing, blinked against the sudden warmth pushing back the cold. One or two started to move again. Cashin let the illusion run for a few seconds more, then gave his wand a flick. The scene froze. The mouse stood mid-bound, tail curled in mid-air, jaws wide. He turned back to the class. Elias didn't come from some noble house. He didn't study advanced defense theory. He wasn't even particularly powerful. He pointed at the frozen patroness. But he loved her. And that was enough. No one moved. Cashin sighed and leaned back against the desk, crossing his arms. And before anyone asks, yes, it was the first confirmed corporeal patroness in recorded history. And yes, the officials ignored it for another 60 years because they didn't like the mouse. Pansy raised her hand halfway. Seriously? He nodded. True story. Too small, apparently. Not flashy enough. Someone actually wrote a paper calling it undignified animal symbolism. Dean muttered, bet that guy couldn't cast one himself. Cashin smirked. He couldn't. His own notes admitted it. That got a few snorts. Neville raised a tentative hand. What happened to Elias and Eliana? Cashin shrugged. Lived. Married. Built a new house further up the mountain. 5 kids. One of them became a charm right. The others mostly raised goats. Pansy blinked. That's it. What were you expecting? Tragic death? Bit of Shakespearean misery. She opened her mouth, paused, and then gave a small nod. I mean, maybe. Cashin gestured at the frozen scene again. Not every hero dies. Some of them get old and grumpy and yell at chickens. Bulstrode raised a hand. Sir, if Petronuses are tied to memory, do they ever change? His eyes slid to her. They can. If you change enough, the patroness usually follows. Ron frowned. What does that mean? He tilted his head. Think of it like a reflection. If you've been through a storm and come out the other side with different bones, the mirror's not going to show the same face. Daphne looked thoughtful. So, if your form changes, does that mean your memory changed too? Not always, Cashin said. Sometimes the memory stays the same. You just see it differently. The class was quiet again. Behind him, the mouse patroness still hovered in mid-leap. A tiny, furious spark of light in a village otherwise scorched and dark. Cashin tapped his wand once more. The illusion dissolved into mist, fading like breath on glass. The torches flared back to life, returning the room to its usual warm glow and chipped stone. He glanced at the clock. Still a few minutes left. Right, he said. I'll talk about Azkaban and why Dementors are parked there like moody seagulls later. For now. He waved a hand vaguely, like he could physically fling the next words away. This is going to sound like the hippiest thing I've ever said, and I've said some real rot. He paused, pulled a face, but the only way to fight darkness is love. That got a full body shudder out of him. He shook his hands like he'd touched something sticky. God, that was awful. A ripple of laughter passed through the room. Someone near the middle actually applauded. He ignored them. But it works. Annoyingly. He turned, started writing on the board again. This time in blocky letters. Homework, 3 feet on your happiest memory. A few groans. Pansy immediately dropped her head on the desk with a muffled, why are you like this? You lot keep asking that like it's going to change anything, Cashin replied. He underlined the words with a sharp flick. Write them out in excruciating detail. No vague nonsense. I want smells, sounds, feelings. Not we had cake, but what kind of cake, and why it mattered. Think about what happiness actually feels like. Why that moment stuck. He glanced over the class again. Tracy had already pulled a roll of parchment onto her lap. Hermione looked like she was ready to draft a thesis. Ron was half asleep with his eyes open. Bonus points if you can define happiness, Cashin said. Not a dictionary quote. Yours. What it is. What it means to you. He leaned against the edge of the desk, arms folding lazily. And then you save that memory. Bottle it. Keep it tucked somewhere in the back of your sleeve. Because one day, maybe not next week, maybe not this year, but someday, something might try to take it from you. He paused. And when that happens, I want you to have something sharp enough to stab it in the face. The bell rang. Chairs scraped. Bags shuffled. He waved a hand vaguely at the lot of them. Off you go. Try not to die before next lesson. Pansy passed him on the way out and muttered, if mine turns out to be a goose, I'm quitting school. Cashin didn't look up. Not before I mount it to the classroom. Announcement. Disclaimer, I am not a smart man, and I probably lost a few more brain cells writing this chapter. So if those of you who are obviously smarter than me spot any flaws in the logic, please do let me know. Thanks, and have fun. Bath's Haida yanked Cashin into his own office by the sleeve, slammed the door with her foot, and spun on him. All right, she said. You need to hear this before I start doubting my own brain. Cashin blinked. Is this about the fire whiskey? Because I warned you. No. Shut up. She crossed to the nearest armchair and dropped into it with more force than necessary. He raised an eyebrow. Proceed, then, Professor Babbling. I saw Hermione Granger today, she said urgently, fingers doing the thing she did when she was worried. First time she sprinted past like her robes were on fire. Second time? Nothing. No sign of her. He tilted his head. You do work in a school, darling. They tend to appear randomly. In the same place. Same corridor. Same bloody patch of sun on the floor. Same hour. Now that got his attention. You sure? She gave him a flat stare. I'm not in the habit of inventing Gryffindors. He scratched his jaw, pacing a little. 2 versions, same place, same time. Exactly. Granger in one, not in the other. Correct. He stopped pacing. That is wild. Yeah, love. That's what I'm saying. She eyed him warily. So I'm cracking. That's always option 1. She hurled a cushion at his head. He ducked, laughing, a breathy wee he. That escaped him before he could stop it. Bath's Haida paused mid-glare. Were you a dog in another life? Still grinning, he shook his head. No, I was human still. She narrowed her eyes, squinting at him as if trying to stare through the crack to see if he was telling the truth. He only chuckled harder. Anyway. Without her running past, it wasn't even a memory, she went on. Just, blank. Like the corridor didn't matter at all. But then she barrels through, and suddenly it's stuck in my head. Cashin hummed. That does sound like a crack. Either your mind or reality. Twice, Cass. She came flying out of the charms wing, robes everywhere, books half out of her bag, hair like a cursed thistle. He chuckled. Classic Granger. How can I have 2 versions of that moment? Cashin frowned so deep his eyebrows nearly kissed. That alone made her stomach dip. Let's first make sure what you remember is not artificial. She shook her head. No. This isn't a dream I convinced myself was real. These are stacked. 2 clean copies. He leaned back, studying her. Like a palimpsest. She blinked. Exactly. Both written in, both legible. I just don't know which ink dried first. That's not normal. Correct, Cashin said, dry. Gold star for the professor. She didn't react. Only claimed his mug of tea, sipping without any shame. So we're dealing with fractured realities now. Fantastic. Can't wait to scribble that into the lesson planner. Monday, Dementors. Tuesday, alternate timelines. He flopped sideways, head in her lap with a theatrical sigh. She raised the mug to save the tea, obviously not to prevent him from scalding himself. Mummy, he muttered pitifully, eyes shut, are you finally losing it? She thumped him lightly on the temple. Ow, he grunted, cracking one eye open. Abuse. Her hand slid into his hair, fingers threading through like she couldn't decide whether to soothe or scalp him. It is how I love. Still ow. Her hands stilled. She let out a long breath. Then there's only one explanation. Cashin shifted his head against her thigh. Here we go. Do terrify me. Her mouth tightened. Time Turner. He blinked. Come again. Time Turner. Cashin stared. No. Yab. She raised an eyebrow. It fits. He sat up, dragging a hand down his face. That's a restricted artifact. Level 4. Ministry clearance. You'd have better luck sneaking a dragon egg into the cast all right, go on. If I'm remembering both versions of a timeline, that's the only thing that makes sense. Cashin shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. With time turners you don't get a first and second version. There's only ever the one that always happened. No one remembers an earlier draft because there never was one. That's the whole point. I know. Her voice dropped. I shouldn't remember both. I only lived one of them while Granger lived both. Cashin's eyes slid toward her. No. Technically, you both lived once. Bathsheba frowned. That doesn't make sense. He flicked his wand. A fine golden line appeared, floating in the air. This is time. Past to future, one-way street. She watched the line unspool. You walk this line once, he said. Live an event, remember it, move on. Linear, clean. The line split under his wand, one strand curling backward before rejoining the first. Now toss in a time turner. Say Granger spins back a couple hours. Bathsheba leaned closer. Right. That loop, that's her. To her, time flows straight. 1359, 1400 hours, turn, then 11:00 and 1 second. She lives that hour once, continuously. Just placed earlier. She stared at the glowing stitch. Then a version without her shouldn't exist. Correct, he said gently. Not as history. Your memory is perfect, not prophetic. If you have two tracks, one isn't a second past, it's a blind spot you filled wrong. Or a vantage point without her in it. It is not a memory gone wrong. Bathsheba's jaw set. Same moment, down to the minute details. Perception can be exact and still incomplete, Cashin said as little dots appeared, tiny Bathsheba's walking along the line. See? You only walked once through that hour. The event didn't fork. Maybe your noticing did. She folded her arms. So there was never a corridor without Hermione. Not for anyone inside the hour, he said. From 11 to 12, the building contained two of her. The loop was always sewn in. If you remember nothing, that's a gap in your perception, not reality's occupancy. That's maddening. Welcome to doing time arithmetics before tea. The version where she runs past you, that's not an after effect. That's how it always happened. She didn't change anything. She was always meant to be there. He flicked the wand again, another stick Hermione appeared, shadowing the first. She tapped the mug against her knee. Tell it straight. Cashin tapped the loop mid-air. The only way you'd remember her not being there is if, for a blink, time didn't have two of her. Bathsheba's fingers tightened. Meaning? He sighed. Meaning you're remembering a version where she didn't use the time turner. She stared at him. That's not how it works. Nope. He tossed his wand onto the armrest. Logically? No. Magically? Also no. But you're remembering it. If this were ordinary memory bias, we'd stop here. But you remember identical minute details in both versions, enough that I have to consider a real inconsistency. She squinted at the line. And if one isn't real? Then it begs the question, he said, meeting her eyes, where the hell did it come from? Bathsheba's lips thinned. If I can recall two histories, what stops me recalling 3? Or 10? Her voice had gone raw. What happens when the fabric frays further than a corridor? What happens when a classroom doesn't agree on the spell it cast, or a healer doesn't agree on whether they saved a patient? Cashin rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing. That is really a nice question. So far, it seems the phenomenon is isolated by proximity and time fractions. We are certain it's tied to Miss Granger. And if you're correct about the time turner. His tone dropped lower, then that means someone near you needs to alter the timeline for you to feel it. Bathsheba's breath hitched. So I would have memories of what if any time someone close to me tampers with time. He nodded slowly. That is actually quite a good skill. Dangerous, but good. If the unspeakables learned of it, they would force you to work for them. Go as far as experimenting on you. Bathsheba deadpanned. I am not a test rat. And stop salivating. Cashin smirked, wiping his mouth with the back of his arm. I'm just saying. You're practically a time police. He leaned back with a glint in his eye. My hot girlfriend is now a temporal law keeper. Temporal. She echoed, arching a brow. Darling, you make me sound like an experiment gone wrong. Or gone right, he countered, grinning. Just think of it. Everyone else stumbles through one thread of history while you're straddling two. You're living proof the fabric phrase. She rolled her eyes, but her hand clenched around her mug. If I'm the proof, then maybe the fray isn't in the fabric. Maybe it's in me. Cashin's smile faltered just a fraction. Silence settled. Both staring at the line in contemplation. Finally, Bathsheba said, you sound far too calm about this. Cashin gave a crooked smile. I'm not calm. I'm categorizing. It's either magic, or physics. Neither are relaxing. Her brows rose. Physics. Muggle science, he said, scratching his scalp. They've got a whole branch devoted to the way reality behaves when it can't decide on a single answer. Quantum mechanics. Delightfully cracked. Sounds magical. It is magical. He gestured at the golden loop. In their model, particles can exist in two states at once. Two positions, two velocities, two realities, all smeared together until someone looks. They call it superposition. You don't get one answer until it's measured. Bathsheba's eyes narrowed. Are you saying I measured wrong? I'm saying, he replied, maybe you experienced both. Like the corridor was a particle and your brain caught two states at once, Granger present, Granger absent. Both versions collapsed into memory instead of one. She gave him a look. That's absurd. He spread his hands. So is a lion turning invisible under a cloak. Or a quill that writes on its own. Absurdity is our business. She sank back, muttering, muggle nonsense. Maybe, he said, tone light but eyes sharp. But useful nonsense. Because it offers a framework, if you remember both, it's not proof you're broken. It's proof you brushed against the kind of physics that gives even their cleverest professors headaches. That's not comforting, she said. It wasn't meant to be. Cashin grinned suddenly. Look on the bright side. If you keep this up, you'll be the most terrifying proctor Hogwarts ever had. Imagine telling a fifth year, don't even think about cheating, I'll remember both the version where you did and the one where you didn't. Baths Haida snorted despite herself, then froze as the thought curdled. Cass, what if I start remembering things that never could have happened? Not just 2 Grangers, but 2 wars. 2 deaths. His grin dimmed, but he didn't look away. Then we'll need stronger tea. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then he snorted. God save me. I should have gone into accounting. She glared, you suck at arithmancy. The gold line still glowed above the table, loop shining like a snare. Baths Haida stared at it, shivering despite herself. Since Bathsheda's brain had nearly melted trying to wrap itself around Hermione-induced time splits and Cashin wasn't willing to sacrifice the last of his single-digit brain cell count to the altar of theoretical time mishaps, they left the castle for some air. The garden was quiet this time of late afternoon. Most students were still drifting between lunch and classes. They turned a corner by the greenhouses and paused. Hagrid was in the paddock. He stood near the fence, arms waving as he introduced the class to a large, sulky-looking hippogriff that was eyeing a cabbage with deep suspicion. The creature didn't appear thrilled to be involved in anything educational. Baths Haida hesitated. Wanna say hi? Cashin held up a hand. He hasn't noticed us yet. Let's not ruin the magic. They stepped behind one of the broader trees. Not hiding exactly, just staying out of sight line. No one needed the awkward pause of oh look, your colleagues are silently judging your lesson from the shrubbery. Cashin leaned one shoulder against the trunk, arms folded. First class. 3rd years. And a hippogriff. Baths Haida rubbed her temples. He's really asking for it. I only met one in 6th year, he said, watching the feathers fluff. It wasn't a good experience. Your fault, probably. Unlikely. I'm very charming. They fell quiet as the students approached in a nervous line. Some were gawking. Others kept their eyes firmly away from the hippogriff's talons. Potter stepped up. Well, failed to step back. Cashin tilted his head. Oh look. He's bowing. The hippogriff shifted, wings twitching, then returned the bow. Cashin raised a brow. Oh, that worked. They watched the boy climb up, slightly awkward, and then, just like that, the creature launched into the air. The class shrieked. The hippogriff banked low over the trees, wings outstretched, and Potter held on like a terrified squirrel with a Gryffindor scarf. Cashin whistled. Well, there goes liability. The hippogriff looped once more, then touched down with a crunch of grass and a spray of dirt. Potter slid off, knees wobbly but triumphant. The other kids burst into excited chatter. Cashin was impressed. The boy really had a talent for flying. No matter what he rode. I'll say this. Kids got nerve. Baths Haida made a face. Or no sense of self-preservation. Same thing. Hagrid was beaming like someone had handed him a pub. He clapped Potter on the back, nearly knocked him over, then waved up the next student. Think the board knows he's doing this? Baths Haida asked. Oh, definitely not, Cashin said. If they did, half of them would have passed out from clutching their pearls. Baths Haida hummed. Should we intervene? Cashin tilted his head. Not unless he tries to feed it a student. Just as they were about to leave, Cashin caught a flash of pale hair and a spine full of self-importance heading across the paddock. Malfoy, of course, chin high, spine stiff, and strutting toward the hippogriff as if expecting a curtsy. Cashin sighed. Brilliant. Here comes Lord Confidence. Baths Haida glanced back, already wincing. That won't go well. Malfoy stopped just short of the beast, giving it a once-over. You're not really that dangerous, are you, you big brute? Cashin's eyes narrowed. That tone never ended well. He had scars to prove it. Then, like he'd heard something behind him, Malfoy stilled. His head turned slightly, brow furrowed, trying to locate the sound that wasn't there. He took one step back. Another. Whatever bravado he'd walked in with had leaked out through his shoes. Cashin gave it a beat. Then turned away. Baths Haida followed, glancing sideways. What did you tell him? He half smiled. That I made the same mistake years ago and nearly lost an arm. She snorted. Did you? He looked at her. Oh yeah. But unlike Lucius, when I cried to Daddy, Regulus said it was my fault. Not the school's. Baths Haida blinked. You cried. Briefly, Cashin said. Then I bled on the staircase and passed out. She tilted her head. Is that why you've got that little scar on your... Nope. Different incident. That one was a cursed sword. He gestured vaguely to his left arm. Unsheathed it. Sword didn't approve. Bathsheda's brows drew together. You know, most children played gobs tones. Rode toy brooms. Maybe had a traumatic chess set or two. Cashin gave a lazy shrug. Some kids had nannies. I had trapdoors and a brother with more hexes than hugs. She stared at him for a beat, then muttered, remind me to never complain about my mum again. They turned back toward the castle. Behind them, Malfoy was still sulking, arm cradled, probably imagining how stupid his mistake would have been. Hagrid fussed. The hippogriff looked smug. Kids these days, Cashin muttered. Old man, Baths Haida said without looking at him. Absolutely, he agreed. And I intend to grumble about it all year. The two of them were sprawled on the stone bench near the courtyard, Cashin's legs kicked out, Baths Haida reading over something with a half-broken biscuit balanced on her knee. A cool breeze pulled at her hair. Harry spotted them first. Professor R, he called out as they crossed the grass. Cashin nodded at them. How many of you took ancient runes? All four hands went up. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville. Cashin grinned, not bothering to hide it. Good children. Baths Haida sipped her tea, apparently ignoring them, though the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth said otherwise. Ron shifted on his feet. It's mental hard though. Cashin gave them a lazy thumbs up. You'll manage. Professor Babbling's an excellent teacher. Baths Haida let out a theatrical huff, muttering, flattery won't save you later. Neville still looked unsure. Fair enough, they hadn't actually taken a class yet. For all they knew, excellent teacher could mean throws runes at you when bored. Ron nodded. Fred and George love it. Spent the whole summer mastering this one rune. Swore it'd make the greatest prank in Hogwarts history. Baths Haida froze, hand stilled in the air. Her voice dropped. Tell me it wasn't Fihuthras binding. Ron blinked. What? She set the biscuit down and stood, already heading toward him. Tell me it wasn't Fihuthras binding, Weasley. Ron took an actual step back. I think it was. Maybe. Damn it. Baths Haida swore under her breath. Something short, sharp, and not fit for polite conversation. She shot a look at Cashin, accusatory and full of dramatic betrayal. This is your fault, Rosier. Your fault. She stalked off, muttering something about experimental sigils and unstable combustion. Cashin grinned. Love you too, darling. Harry looked between them, eyebrows pinched. What's Fihuthras binding? Cashin waved a hand, still half grinning. You ever glue a knife to a ceiling fan and call it art? Hermione paled. They wouldn't. Cashin shrugged. Those two? Absolutely. Neville looked vaguely haunted, hands twitching like he was debating whether to go check the walls for runes. Why aren't you worried? Cashin stretched his legs out in front of him. Baths Haida can handle them. That seemed to reassure no one. Anyway. First Hogsmeade weekend's coming up, yet? You lot excited? They all perked up. Harry nodded. I was actually worried I couldn't get the permit signed, but my uncle did. Cashin hummed, mildly impressed. Was there a bribe involved or just trickery? Harry gave a small grin. He thought I'd be out more, no time to write to them. Ah. Motivated by peace and quiet. Classic guardianing. He pointed lazily toward Neville. You got yours. Neville nodded. Gran was reluctant. Thought it'd be dangerous. But she signed it. Hermione turned to Cashin. Are there any bookshops? Cashin tilted his head, counting off on his fingers. 2. One sells general magical texts. The other's got second-hand tomes and a deeply suspicious cat. Mind the third shelf, it's cursed. Her eyes lit up. On the other hand, Ron's darkened. Neville grew maced. Shouldn't mention cats, Professor. Cashin blinked. Bit sudden, Longbottom. You allergic or traumatized? Ron shot a pointed glare at Hermione, voice sharp. He's talking about your bloody cat. Cashin's eyebrow lifted. Is this going somewhere useful, or are we just blaming each other for fur-related trauma? Hermione huffed. Ronald thinks Crookshanks ate his rat. Ron crossed his arms. He has a name. His jaw tensed. He didn't just vanish, all right? I woke up, and Scabbers was gone. No sign. Just a few orange hairs on the bed. Hermione rolled her eyes. You don't even know it was Crookshanks. There could be dozens of explanations. He's been stalking him since we got back, Ron snapped. Every night. On the end of my bed. Watching. Neville shifted like he regretted opening his mouth in the first place. Hermione squared her shoulders. Crookshanks is intelligent. He doesn't just attack things. Right, Ron said. He writes letters too, does he? Hermione folded her arms. Scabbers was old. He'd been ill for ages. He might have just wandered off. Ron's face twisted. He wasn't some decrepit stray. He was fine till your monster started stalking him. Cashin groaned and dropped his head back against the bench. Pet crimes. Brilliant. Above my pay grade. File a complaint with McGonagall. Or maybe Hagrid, if you want a speech about how they're just expressing their feelings. Ron muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like, hope Crookshanks chokes on him. Harry, wisely, kept his mouth shut. Neville glanced toward the castle, considering faking a sprained ankle to escape. Hermione straightened her bag, jaw tight. He'll turn up. Ron didn't reply. Cashin pushed off the bench with a stretch. Right. I'm going to go find Baths Haida before she starts enchanting biscuits again. Why would she enchant? Cashin raised a hand. Just, don't eat a biscuit if you find it unexpectedly. Ron blinked. Wait, why? Neville looked horrified. Hermione tilted her head. She doesn't actually enchant them, right? Right. Cashin opened the door after 2 short knocks and found Harry and Neville standing outside, looking like they'd just wandered in from 2 entirely different disasters. He leaned against the frame. What happened to the rest of your gang? Get caught in a turf war with the elves? Harry scratched at his nose. We didn't come together. Just ran into each other here. Cashin glanced between them. He stepped aside. Well, get in then. They filed in without saying anything else. Neither looked injured. Just weirdly quiet. Harry headed for the nearest chair, dropped into it unsure what to do with his limbs. Neville hovered awkwardly until Cashin nudged a stool toward him with his foot. The silence stretched, all creaky floorboards and unsaid things. Then Neville cleared his throat. Today in defense, he started, Professor Lupin showed us boggets. Cashin winced. Lovely. Nothing quite like unpacking your deepest fear in front of 30 other hormonal 13-year-olds. Lupin's really got a flair for trauma-based learning. Neville ducked his head. Yet. Bit embarrassing. Mine turned into Gran. Cashin blinked. Not the worst fear he'd heard, but it gave him pause. He knew Neville adored his Gran, even if the woman could flatten a Dementor with a glare. Neville was scared of her, yes, but that sort of affection didn't usually translate into boggart-level terror. Unless. Neville sat up a bit straighter. It's not her, really. Not exactly. He glanced up, quiet but clear. I think, it's what she thinks of me. Or what I think she thinks. Like, if I disappoint her. Or don't turn out how she hoped. Cashin gave the boy a nod. All right. That's some self-awareness you're packing there, Longbottom. You sure you're 13? Neville gave a tiny smile. Sometimes I feel older. Yet. That'll happen when your worst nightmare's familial expectations instead of the usual death, fire, and snake with too many teeth. Cashin turned toward Harry. And you? Harry didn't answer right away. His gaze flicked to everywhere but him. Then he said, quiet, Dementor. That'll do it. Harry rubbed a hand over the side of his neck. It wasn't just the shape. I could hear something. Screaming. My mum, I think. Neville looked over, startled. Harry kept his eyes fixed on the floor. It's like, everything else disappears, and that's all that's left. Just her voice, and it's awful. I don't even remember her, but somehow. He broke off. Cashin didn't interrupt. Then Harry looked up. Why does it do that? Cashin got up and filled the kettle, wand tapped against the side before it started heating. He reached for the mugs without looking, set 2 on the counter, and added cocoa to each. His own tea went into a third. So. He said, sliding the mugs across the table toward them. Normally, we'd have this chat one-on-one, Potter. Makes it easier. People open up more when they're not sitting next to someone who's just heard about their emotional collapse. But you too. He tilted his head. You're not all that different. Harry and Neville glanced at each other, then backed down. Neville traced the edge of his mug with a finger. Harry stared into the steam. They'd been hanging around more lately, library corners, shared mutterings over essays, but Harry realized, with a small jab of guilt, that he didn't actually know Neville all that well. He made a quiet note to fix that. Later. Cashin took a slow sip, then set his cup on the desk. Right. First thing, let's get this out of the way. I don't get it. Both of them blinked. I don't, he repeated. I haven't lived it. Haven't stood where you did. Haven't felt half of what you feel. So I won't give you some overpolished adult talk pretending I understand. Neither spoke, but both sat straighter. Grateful for honesty. Potter. A Dementor's not just a nasty floating cloak with bad breath. It's a creature made of rot. Born from it. Doesn't kill you, just rips the good stuff out till there's nothing left worth stealing. And it does that by pulling up every memory it can scrape from the underside of your ribs. Doesn't care if you've buried it. Doesn't even care if you remember it. Harry swallowed hard. Cashin looked at him. That's not your fault. You don't get to choose what surfaces. You didn't invite it in. Neville sat a little straighter, watching him intensely. Cashin turned to him. Same goes for you. Your Gran might scare the trousers off the ministry, but what you're afraid of, that you'll fall short, that she'll be disappointed, that's a real fear. And it's not petty. It's not small. Neville blinked, fingers curling tighter around the mug. You know what I saw when I faced one. They both looked up. He sipped his tea. Me. Sitting in a room, alone. Nothing left. Not a sound, not a soul, just me, my mask cracked and the slow realization that I'd made it that way. The room held still. He glanced over. So yet. We all get different horrors. Doesn't mean yours are any less real. Or less painful. Neville looked away, but this time it wasn't with shame. Just thought. Harry cleared his throat. So, how do you stop it? Cashin tilted his head. You don't. Harry blinked. Neville looked vaguely betrayed. Cashin shook his head, chuckling. You're both clever. I said Dementors feed on positive emotions, yet? Hope, joy, all the nice, shiny things. So why do you think they drag up your worst memory, not the happiest ones? Neville's brow furrowed, lips twitching. Harry's eyes stayed down. Then Neville said, because, they're trying to smother the good stuff. Cashin pointed at him. Close. Harry frowned. Bad call's good. Cashin gave him a nod, tipping his cup. Almost. Without contrast, you don't get happy or sad. Just, beige. If you've lived a rotten life, even lukewarm soup feels like celebration. Dementors don't pull your good memories, Cashin said. Because if they did, your brain would lock them up tight. Shut the door. Block it out. Harry's grip on the mug tightened. But they go the other way, Cashin went on. They drag out the worst. The part of you that still flinches. So what happens? Your brain scrambles. Tries to fight back. Tries to drag something, anything, up that's still warm. Neville blinked slowly. To balance it. That's the whole game. Call up your worst, let you panic your way to something bright, and then, bam, they feed on that instead. Neville grimaced. That's awful. Cashin shrugged. Well, they're not known for table manners. Harry's fingers clenched harder. So the screaming, that wasn't even what they were after. No, Cashin said. It's bait. They hook your fear to dig up your best. Then drain it. Both boys sat in silence. Cashin blew out a breath. As I said. You don't stop fear. Fear's not your enemy. It's the reason you lot didn't run headfirst into a Hungarian horntail at age 6. It's a warning bell. Humanity's most ancient perk. Bit like an internal howler, shouts when something's about to eat you, crush you, or embarrass you in front of your peers. Neville gave a nod. Cashin's gaze flicked between them. Both of you are Gryffindors. House of bravery and questionable decisions. Harry snorted. Neville cracked a reluctant smile. There's no courage without fear, Cashin said. That's not me being nice. I really mean it. Courage isn't walking through fire without flinching. That's just stupidity. Courage is knowing it might burn and walking anyway. Harry leaned back a little, the tight set of his shoulders easing. Neville was watching the table now, not the floor. Cashin tapped the edge of his cup. You're allowed to be scared. Doesn't make you weak. Makes you aware. That's a bloody strength, if you use it right. Harry looked up. Professor, could you teach me the Patronus? Neville's head turned sharp. He looked almost startled, then nodded quickly. I'd like to learn too. If that's all right. Cashin tilted his head. You lot are barely past Boggots. Bit ahead of the curriculum, aren't we? Harry didn't flinch. I just, what the Dementor did, what I heard. Cashin gave a slow blink. Also, wouldn't it make more sense to ask Lupin? Harry frowned. I don't know what to feel about him, Professor. He is complicated. Cashin offered, already turning back toward the kettle. A bit grey round the edges? Looks like he hasn't slept since he was 9. Harry gave a tight shrug. He's kind. I don't mean he's a bad person. Just. Cashin sighed, it seemed, boy still carried some resentment. I'll tell you this, he said, after a pause. Remus Lupin is the sort of man who'd let himself burn if it meant someone else stayed warm. Harry looked away. And yet, he should have come to see you. Should have written. But people are good at guilt, Potter. Better at it than grief. Harry's jaw twitched. Then maybe he should say that. Maybe, Cashin agreed. Then, eventually, he nodded. Fine. But I need to ask him. It's his class anyway. And I'll need his Boggot. He hesitated. Don't want to kidnap a Dementor. Neville nearly choked. Can you? No. Cashin snorted. Probably. Neville still looked vaguely horrified. Harry shook his head, muttering, that'd be the worst thing to go missing. Oh no, the soul suckers on holiday, last seen near the Hufflepuff kitchens. Cashin smirked, raising his mug. Now that's the sort of headline I'd frame. They sat for a moment. Then Cashin clapped his hands. All right, out. Homework, corridors, teen angst. Go be children. Neville stood, half reluctantly. Thanks, Professor. Cashin gave him a thumbs up. Tell your gran she's terrifying. I do, Neville said. Doesn't help. Harry lingered at the door. You think I can really learn it? The Patronus. Cashin looked over at him. I think if you couldn't, I wouldn't bother wasting my Sunday afternoons. That seemed to settle something. Harry gave a small nod, then turned and left. Cashin shoved open the classroom door with his hip, juggling a pile of scrolls and a cup of tea. Inside, the usual suspects were already in their seats, or near enough to count. Gryffindors and Slytherins, 5th years, a dangerous blend of chaos and ambition. Fred and George had taken over the back row, obviously. Lee Jordan perched sideways in his chair. Angelina, Alicia, and Kenneth had claimed front row. Miles Bletchley had his elbows on the desk. Adrian Pusey and Warrington looked half asleep. All right, troublemakers, he said, stepping in and letting the door swing shut behind him. How was the summer? Everyone survive? Lee Jordan grinned wide. Surprised us too, sir. Barely, said George, almost got eaten by a sphinx. Fred snickered. He tried to pull its tail. George threw up his hands. Only because you dared me. Cashin paused mid-step, set his tea on the desk with a thunk, and gave them both a long, unimpressed look. Right. Egypt. Sphinx? And your brilliant idea was to yank its tail. What did you think would happen? Offer you a riddle and a biscuit? George shrugged, grinning wide. We had an escape plan. Did you? Cashin asked. Please tell me it wasn't run faster than Fred. Oi. You were going to abandon me. Fred kicked the leg of George's chair. Mine was climb faster than George. He's got heavier feet. That's muscle, George muttered. Cashin rubbed his forehead. You lot are either brave, reckless, or both. I can't decide which is worse. Angelina leaned forward, already grinning. We were in Ghana for a bit. Grandmom sighed. Spent a week at an enclave near the Volta. Her hand waved like she was swatting away smoke. There's a whole lot more wandless magic over there. Ah, old relative visits. Good old times. Cashin turned to the Slytherin side, dragging his eyes across the row. And you lot? Managed to survive your travels without setting yourselves alight. Cassius Warrington smirked without looking up. Didn't see the need to run off chasing ancient death traps, sir. Miles. Cashin asked. Bletchley didn't even blink. Stayed home. And what a thrilling tale that must be, Cashin deadpanned. You, the couch, and a stack of Quidditch Monthly. Riveting. I like the crossword, Miles muttered. Cashin didn't push. They weren't exactly the oversharing type, and to be fair, that might have been a mercy. His eyes landed on Kenneth Towler, who was staring at the blackboard, all serious. Kenneth. Kenneth blinked, clearly yanked from whatever heroic mental battle he was having with the blackboard. Oh. Summer was good, sir, he said, sitting up straighter. Went to Wales. Helped my uncle mend a roof. Fell off it once chasing a cute cat. Only a little. Landed in a hedge. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Was the hedge all right? Kenneth looked genuinely puzzled for a second. Think so? It was spiky. Glad to hear it survived the ordeal, Cashin nodded solemnly, like this was critical information. Well done, Towler. First near-death experience of the term goes to Gryffindor. 5 points. Kenneth went pink, but he smiled. Fred leaned over from the back row. Professor R, what's the record for most ridiculous injury before breakfast? Cashin grinned. I'll take the biscuit on that one, but do your own research. The twins lit up like someone had handed them a map to secret tunnels. They were already plotting who to ask by the time he turned to the board. He flicked his wand, chalk snapping into motion. Reparo, he wrote in neat block letters. Now, he said, tapping the word, let's talk about one of the most underappreciated spells in this whole bloody curriculum. Should be taught first year, not buried somewhere between OWL stress and hormonal disaster. Alicia's quill twitched over her parchment. Already writing. Cashin carried on. Reparo isn't flashy. Doesn't make anything explode. No sparks, no big dramatic wand movements. Which is probably why it gets shafted till later. But I'd argue, loudly and with visual aids, if necessary, it's one of the most important spells ever devised. Lee raised a hand, mock serious. Because it saves your furniture budget. Because, Cashin said, pointing at him, it tells us 2 things most spells don't. First, intent matters. You can't just shout Reparo at a smashed vase and expect it to stitch itself back together if you're thinking about breakfast. You have to mean it. Picture what it was. Remember the structure. That's how it knows what to do. Of course magic's got a way to pull things back together. Bit magical, that. Items have history. Yeah, shocking, I know. Fred raised a brow like he was expecting him to admit he was joking. Cashin started to pace behind his desk. You cast Reparo, and it doesn't just guess what something should be, it remembers. The spell pulls on the object's previous magical state. Doesn't matter if it's a shattered plate or a smashed column, if it had a form and a function, magic can recall it. He pointed his wand at a cracked teacup on the corner of his desk. A hairline fracture ran down one side. Reparo. The crack vanished with a soft tick, like something slotting into place. Cashin leaned against the desk, crossing one ankle over the other and gesturing lazily at the teacup. Now, he said, who can tell me why it returned to how it was a day before the crack and not all the way back to sand? Alicia raised her hand. Because Reparo restores the object, not undoes its entire existence. Cashin chuckled, that is in the name, good job. Now, does it reverse time or just fix things? He didn't wait for a hand. Just grinned, strolled to the door. This is my favorite part, he said. Children, go nuts. Destroy the classroom. Fred and George shot upright so fast, 2 chairs nearly went flying. Cashin was 90% sure they'd trained for this day since infancy. Unfortunately for them, Alicia caught Fred by the collar before he got further than 2 steps, and Angelina dragged George back down by his sleeve. Destroy? Lee asked, clearly not sure if it was a joke or a trap. Cashin nodded. Go on. Wreck it. Don't maim each other, but other than that, knock yourselves out. Lee still hesitated, then caught sight of the Weasley twins and seemed to accept that if anyone was about to take this too far, it wasn't going to be him. Fred was already unbuttoning his sleeves like this was a dueling match. You're serious? Always, Cashin said. Except when I'm not. Angelina glanced over her shoulder. And the point of this is? Cashin nodded. Go on. Smash it. Shred it. Drop a desk on your foot, I don't care. They hesitated, Just a breath, then Fred flung a chair into the air. Kenneth yelped and ducked. The chair missed him by a half a room and clattered against the far wall. Cashin watched it all unfold with the content detachment of a zookeeper who's finally let the chimps into the gift shop. George summoned a stack of empty scrolls just to scatter them again. A blackboard shattered. Someone tried to climb the curtains. A cushion exploded into feathers. Cashin folded his arms, perfectly calm as the din swelled around him. For those of you wondering, he said, over the chaos, this is what happens when the ministry funds education. Anarchy and educational violence. Watching them a little longer, until Fred tripped over a stool, and George collapsed dramatically onto a pile of parchment like a knight fallen in battle, Cashin finally lifted his wand. The room began stitching itself back together. Chairs floated upright. Desks snapped into line. Scrolls rolled themselves back smugly. The blackboard reassembled with a grunt of chalk dust, and the cushions deflated, huffed, and tucked themselves neatly back into their corners. Even the feathers vanished. Cashin gave a nod. Right. Classroom intact. Sanity debatable. Fred, flat on the floor and wheezing, pointed a thumb at George. He broke the chalkboard. You kicked it first, George gasped. Cashin ignored the bickering. Fun's over, he said, flicking his wand to lock every desk to the floor. If you break anything now, it's your kneecaps. A few snorts. One very quiet fair. Once the groans and mutters had quieted down, he pushed off the door and walked the board. As I was saying before, does it rewind time? No. Despite the dramatic floating bits slotting back together, it's not time magic. If it was, none of you would be able to cast it. What it actually does is read the history of the thing and stitch it back to what it knows. Your intent fills the gaps. Reparo pulls from the object's magical memory. And yes, everything has one. You smash a plate, you can mend it. He added, pointing at things around him. He took a slow sip of his tea. Now, when was it first used? Anyone hazard a guess? Lee Jordan's hand shot up. Merlin era. Cashin smirked. No, but thanks for playing. That was the century people thought ghosts were a fun parlor trick. Reparo's older. Much older. Cashin tapped the chalk again. We've been over this, every spell, no matter how shiny or flashy it looks now, started with someone having a need. So odds are, some poor sod dropped a plate, heard their mum coming, and accidentally rewrote the laws of physics out of sheer fear of getting their arse kicked. Fred raised a hand. So you're saying Reparo exists because of domestic terror? I'm saying necessity beats theory 9 times out of 10, Cashin replied. You don't invent Oxio because you're clever. You've heard the pair of smuggler brothers last year. Lee grinned. Egypt's great inventors. Exactly. Intent and memory. That's how it works. You think about what it was, what it's meant to be, and the magic does the rest. Angelina raised a hand without looking up from her notes. What happens if you get the memory wrong? Cashin nodded like he'd been waiting for it. Then you get a teacup with the wrong handle, or a chair with 3 legs. Doesn't explode, usually, but you'll feel it's off. Magic has a tolerance for human error, bless it. But not much. George glanced over. So if I picture a broken mug as a goblet, can I upgrade my crockery? Only if the mug agrees, Cashin said. Magic reads what it remembers. If the object's got a strong enough memory, you're not changing it without a fight. A few grins. Kenneth nodded like this was genuinely life-changing information. Cashin straightened up. And that's why Reparo matters. Not just because it fixes your messes, which, yes, it does. But because it teaches you how magic thinks. Memory. Intention. Purpose. That's the backbone of half the spells you'll ever cast. He flicked his wand at the blackboard. The word Reparo vanished, replaced by 2 more, magical memory. Objects remember, he said. Places too. Spells leave echoes. Ever wonder why some rooms feel off, even if they look fine? Why you get chills near certain portraits or libraries? Kenneth looked mildly alarmed. Cashin pointed at him. Don't worry. It's mostly harmless. Mostly. Just don't try casting Reparo on something cursed. It'll remember the wrong bits. Fred snorted. Bet that's how we get haunted kettles. Or possessed hat racks, George added. Cashin let them spiral a bit before holding up a hand. Right. Homework. Groans rippled across the room. Oh, don't look like that, he said. You've just had the most interactive lesson in the school and didn't lose a limb. You're welcome. He gestured toward the far wall, where a box sat beside the door. There's a pile of junk in that crate. Find something broken. Don't ask where I got them. Restore it. Write down what it looked like before, what it became, and what went wrong, if anything. 2 feet. Due Thursday. Angelina raised a brow. And if nothing goes wrong? Lie, Cashin said. Make it sound impressive. If you tell me it was perfect, I'm giving you detention for being boring. The bell rang. Desks scraped. The twins bolted first, followed by Lee, who tried to nick a feather cushion on the way out. Cashin didn't stop him. He'd be back when it exploded into glitter. Alicia passed with a polite nod. Angelina offered a grin. Kenneth lingered, clearly hoping to ask something, then seemed to forget what it was and wandered out after the twins. Cashin took his tea, now lukewarm, and leaned against the desk. Reparo, he muttered again, mostly to himself. Someone should have cast it on the bloody educational system. Hermione woke up on September 19th with a grin already stretching across her face. She shoved her blanket back, scrambled upright, and leaned over the side of her bed to reach. The box was exactly where she'd anticipated, tucked near her midnight light read. She dragged the box out, heart thudding in that stupid way it always did on birthdays. Not because she expected anything dramatic, but still, part of her brain never quite ruled it out. First thing on top, Ron's. He'd stuffed a sugar quill and a frog card inside a balled-up sock. The card was Godric Gryffindor. She laughed. Beneath it, a paper-wrapped bundle with a slightly crushed bow, Neville's, clearly. She peeled it open carefully. Inside, a pressed daisy in resin and a handwritten card. From my mum's garden. She liked daisies too. The handwriting was uneven, but the spell that had preserved the flower was solid. She touched the edge of the resin, oddly moved. Harry had left a box marked "Do not open until breakfast," which of course made her open it immediately. A music box. Simple wood, carved clean, with a softly ticking tune when she twisted the knob. It played something close to a lullaby, something familiar. She wasn't sure how he'd known, but it sounded exactly like the tune her mum used to hum when she couldn't sleep. There was no note. Hermione sat there a long moment, box turning slowly in her hand. She set it aside gently, then reached for the last two at the bottom of the pile. One, plain parchment, sealed with McGonagall's wax crest. The other, black as ink, marked with silver. Cash-ins. She opened McGonagall's first. A folded square of parchment, neat handwriting as precise as always. Miss Granger. Happy birthday. I believe this year's reading list is slightly less unbearable. Do not prove me wrong. You will find an extra credit essay enclosed. Please ignore it until tomorrow. Hermione grinned and tucked it into her nightstand. Then she opened Cash-ins. Inside, a folded square of parchment and something harder. She tipped the envelope and caught a flat stone as it slid into her palm. Smooth, polished. Edged with tiny script along the edge. She turned it over. A rune she didn't recognize, shaped more like a question mark than anything she'd seen in class. Hermione squinted at it, then flipped open the note. Miss Granger. I'd write something soppy, but then you'd cry and blame me when your quill ink smudges. So, happy birthday. You are 14 and therefore legally allowed to continue being annoying. The stone is a Sumerian thought marker. It's old. Very, very old. You can't buy these anymore. They were carved by archivists when they wanted to record a line of thought they weren't finished with. Keep it close. Think into it. And if it cracks, don't panic. It just means your idea's too big for one rock. Which is fair. P.S. Do not lick it. It's been inside a tomb. Cr. Hermione laughed, pressing a hand over her face. A tomb. Of course it had. The man probably kept cursed bookmarks and napped on coffins. She turned the stone over again. The rune seemed to shimmer slightly when the light caught it. Like ink suspended in water. She closed her fingers around it and sat still. She tucked it carefully into her pocket. When she stepped into the common room 10 minutes later, Crookshanks was chewing on someone's sock, and Ron was trying to rescue it with a broom handle. She lunged for Crookshanks before he could take another bite out of Ron's sock. She wrestled him off with a muttered, honestly, but before she could launch into the obvious counter-argument, she caught sight of Ron's awkward expression. The frog card. Gryffindor. Sock and all. She swallowed the words and said instead, thanks for the gift. Ron cleared his throat. Happy birthday. That was it, but it worked. Tension vanished. Harry and Neville wandered over a second later, arms half full with books and sleep. Together, they headed for the Great Hall. Breakfast was mostly quiet. A bit of chatter from the Ravenclaw table, someone down the Hufflepuff end debating whether toast counted as a full meal. She finished her plate and leaned back just as a single cupcake popped into existence on top of her empty dish. Vanilla. Sprinkles. One little candle, already lit. She smiled. She loved how thoughtful Hogwarts was. A cupcake at breakfast, another one queued up for lunch, and a full cake waiting after dinner, like the castle itself had memorized her birthday routine. She'd never read about the charm anywhere. Maybe she'd ask Professor Rosier. From her right, Harry leaned in. Are we visiting Professor R tomorrow? Neville nodded, wiping crumbs off his sleeve. Yeah. 13 sharp. Ron let out a noise halfway between a groan and a yawn. I don't know why you lot want to spend your weekend learning an advanced charm. Harry shrugged, poking at his eggs. Better than getting hexed unprepared. Hermione stayed quiet, nibbling toast, but she was tempted. Her schedule was packed. She'd already rewritten her planner 3 times trying to fit everything. Still, a private lesson? From Rosier? That was hard to turn down. She could always drop something. Maybe divination. Ugh. Divination. Watching smoke patterns in a cracked teacup wasn't exactly a cornerstone of magical academia. She was halfway through reorganizing her imaginary timetable again when Ron added, there's also dueling club this evening. Right. That too. Which meant her Saturday was basically shredded unless she started cloning herself. Well, thankfully, Professor McGonagall gave her the right tool. That night, standing in front of Professor Rosier, Hermione felt 3 very conflicting things at once. 1. Annoyance. He always looked like he'd just stepped out of a catalog titled Smug and Proper. 2. She hadn't yet caught him not knowing something. It was infuriating. And 3. Something harder to pin down. Because sometimes, right in the middle of some impossibly sharp explanation, he'd say something utterly ridiculous. Something like don't trust a rune that winks or spellcraft is 90% ego, 10% not catching fire. And the way he said it, like it was common sense, some part of her had the nerve to find it funny. Even charming, in a wildly frustrating, shouldn't he be charming kind of way. Around her, the rest of the students had formed a loose semicircle across the empty classroom. Most looked excited. A few were clearly regretting their life choices. Cashin clapped and the room hushed. All right, grasshoppers. Tonight's menu. Disarming charm basics, clever use cases, and why you're better off using your brain before flinging it at someone's nose. Starting with the incantation, yes, Miss Granger. He said, already turned her way before her hand lifted. Expelliarmus, Hermione said, proud and quick. Correct. He gave a small nod. Also known as the single most overused spell in recorded dueling history. Practical, though. Gets the job done. Let's break this down. You're not trying to yeet the wand into orbit. You're forcing separation. Not destruction. You don't need flair. You need connection. Focus on intent, not noise. He turned, pointed at a Slytherin girl near the front. You. She blinked. Me. Yup. You seem quite the person to attack the poor professor. She did. A little. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Name. Verity. Verity. Lovely. Try to disarm me. Her eyes widened. What, now? Yes, please. Mrs. is quite temperamental and I would rather not be late. A few giggles broke around the room. Verity glanced around in mild panic, then back at Cashin. He tossed his wand lazily from one hand to the other. Come on. You've got this. Aim. Say the thing. Believe in yourself. Verity raised her wand. Expelliarmus. A faint spark fizzed from her wand tip. Cashin's didn't even twitch. He nodded, unfazed. All right. So that was the magical equivalent of politely asking my wand to leave. More laughter. Verity flushed. Cashin stepped closer, smiling to comfort her. What were you trying to do? She shrugged, a bit helpless. Disarm you. No. What were you thinking? What picture was in your head? She frowned. You, without a wand. Cashin tilted his head. Not bad. But not enough. Try again. This time, imagine you're yanking it out of my hand like it doesn't fit there. She raised her wand, a little more solid now. Expelliarmus. Cashin's wand leapt from his hand, spun midair, and clattered to the stone behind him. The class let out a collective ooh. Yes. Hermione hated how good he was. It wasn't fair how he could make a roomful of teenagers think disarming someone was as easy as flicking your wrist and imagining it properly. And worse, how he'd somehow made them believe it. Walking back up to Gryffindor Tower, Harry and Neville were mid-round about how their Expelliarmus actually worked this time, stronger, sharper. Neville kept miming a wand flying from someone's hand. Harry was grinning, telling him how he nearly caught his opponent's mid-air. Hermione bit the inside of her cheek. First year. That's when Professor Rosier had first said it, think. Picture it. Magic doesn't come from waving, it comes from knowing what you want. And still, somehow, hearing him say it again now, watching it actually work. She shook her head. Magic really wasn't fair either. How was the patroness? Ron asked. Harry and Neville both slumped a little. It's hard, Harry muttered. Proper hard. Neville nodded. It's like, trying to hold onto a good memory, and it slips out before the spell finishes. Ron shoved his hands in his pockets, unwrapping something that was probably meant to be food. Sounds miserable. It is, Harry said. Professor R says it gets easier with practice. But it's weird. Makes you feel like you've forgotten how to be happy. Hermione glanced sideways. That tracked, honestly. The idea of forcing joy into a shape just so it could fight a nightmare sounded absurd on paper. Useful, but absurd. Neville nodded. You have to think of something really happy. Not just sort of nice. Proper joy. Ron chewed, thinking that over. So, like, Christmas morning? Or beating Malfoy at Quidditch? Harry gave him a look. Think bigger. I dunno, Ron said, swallowing. Both those things sound pretty brilliant. They turned the corner, and there was the fat lady, halfway through humming something off-key. She squinted at them. Password. Everlasting toffee, Ron said. The portrait swung open. Inside, the common room was warm and bustling. Someone had enchanted the cushions to hop when you sat wrong, a group of second years were shrieking every time they got launched sideways. Hermione veered toward the quietest corner, flopped into the armchair, and let her head thump back. Ron collapsed on the rug. He's mad, you know. Professor Rosier. Neville dropped onto the couch next to him. Definitely. But it works. Hermione decided, somewhere between the cracked teacup and the professor's breathless ramble about mystical inner eyes, that she officially hated divination. Properly, unequivocally hated it. She'd been warned, of course. Don't bother with divination, Professor McGonagall had said. Even Cashin had raised an eyebrow when she mentioned signing up. You're smarter than that, he'd muttered, flipping a page like it physically pained him to acknowledge the subject's existence. She'd ignored them. Obviously. How could she not take every subject? That would be like leaving a riddle half solved. But now, here she was, staring at a tea leaf that looked vaguely like an exploded spider and trying not to throw the entire cup at the wall. Grim, said Professor Trelawney, drifting past like a glittery puff of scented smoke. Very ominous. Hermione stared at the mess in her cup. It looks like a squashed beetle. Oh, but you must see, dear. The long neck, the curved haunches. Trelawney's voice dropped dramatically. It's the Grim. Harry just looked tired. Hermione ground her teeth, then pasted on a polite smile. And that's definitely in my cup, is it? Trelawney blinked at her behind those magnified glasses. Unless you and Mr. Potter have decided to share destinies. Ron choked on his tea. Harry turned an unfortunate shade of pink. It was then she decided divination was nothing more than fiction writing with props. All smoke, glitter, and vague declarations of doom. Pick a shape out of the tea leaves, spin a tale, act dramatic. If the leaves failed you, stare at a wall and murmur something about an early death. Still, she stayed. Of course she did. It wasn't just pride, it was the principle of the thing. She didn't drop subjects. So she held firm. Then came October 16th. Lavender burst into the common room mid-evening, sobbing so hard it sounded like someone had cursed her lungs inside out. Hermione was halfway through reorganizing her arithmancy notes when Lavender threw herself onto the nearest couch and dissolved into noisy grief. Hermione stood, tucking a quill behind her ear. What happened? Lavender hiccuped into her sleeve. Binky, oh. The name meant nothing at first. Hermione crouched beside her. What's Binky? My rabbit, Lavender wailed. He died. He was fine this morning and now he's gone. She broke into a fresh round of sobs. Parvati sat down beside her friend and patting her awkwardly on the shoulder. It was really sudden, she said. Her mum sent a letter. It was killed by a fox. Lavender howled harder. She saw it coming. Lavender wailed. Professor Trelawney saw it. That thing you're dreading, it will happen on the 16th of October, she said. Hermione couldn't wrap her head around it. The rabbit had died, yes. That much was tragic. But Lavender, she said carefully, you weren't dreading Binky dying. Were you? Lavender sniffed loudly. What? You said Professor Trelawney predicted something you were dreading would happen today. But you weren't dreading that Binky would die. You didn't even know anything was wrong with him until the letter came. Lavender blinked at her, face blotchy and mascara streaked. And, Hermione went on, the sentence pushing forward before she could decide if it was wise, even if she had predicted something awful, Binky didn't die today, did he? He died some time earlier, when your mum wrote the letter. Today's just the day you found out. Lavender's expression flickered, hurt, defensive, confused, and for a moment Hermione felt a pinch of guilt. But the logic still stood. From across the room, Ron's voice cut in, louder than it needed to be. Maybe don't, Hermione. She turned. He was sitting on the arm of the opposite chair, arms crossed, face drawn tight in that way he got whenever Crookshanks came up. You don't think other people's pets matter very much. The words landed like a slap. Hermione flinched. That's not true, she said, voice tight. Ron didn't answer. Just looked away, jaw clenched. Lavender sniffled again, quieter now. Parvati handed her a fresh tissue. Hermione pushed herself to her feet. I didn't mean she started, but no one looked at her. She shut her mouth, turned, and walked. Her bag was still by the fire. She grabbed it and headed for the stairs, taking them two at a time. Up in the dorm, the curtains were drawn and the beds were empty. She sat on hers, dropped the bag, and stared at the floor. The logic was still sound. Completely sound. You couldn't dread something you didn't know was coming. You couldn't say a prophecy was right just because it loosely matched the date someone sent a letter. But it didn't matter, did it? Because Lavender was crying. And Ron was furious. And apparently, being right wasn't the point. Hermione pulled the Sumerian Thoughtstone from her pocket and rolled it between her fingers. Cashin rapped twice on the office door and stepped in before the second knock had fully faded. He was carrying a bar of Honeyduke's Dark and a bottle of fire whiskey, because nothing said cheerful reunion like sugar and something strong enough to strip varnish. He had no clue what Lupin actually liked. Didn't matter. Bribes were bribes. Lupin looked up from a half-marked stack of essays with mild surprise. Professor Rosier. Professor Lupin, Cashin returned, holding up them as if he was carrying peace offerings. Come bearing gifts. Chocolate and teeth-melting regrets. Flip a coin. He shut the door with his foot and made for the empty chair. Lupin leaned back, gaze scheming the bottle before drifting up to Cashin's face, not sure if this was an elaborate joke or some kind of trap. Cashin set the chocolate and whiskey on the desk. Could have brought flowers, but figured that'd ruin your brooding reputation. Lupin's mouth twitched. Didn't think I had one. You've got the hair for it, Cashin said, dropping into the opposite chair. You lot had better cheekbones back in the day, though. Still can't tell if it was natural or just the side effect of sharing a dorm with James Potter. That got a proper smirk. Lupin's fingers tapped the desk idly. Didn't expect you to knock. Didn't expect you to be working here, so we're both having a weird year. You're not what I remember. Cashin shrugged. Most people aren't. No, Lupin said, slow. But you especially. Cashin didn't offer an explanation. Instead, he leaned forward, snagged the bottle, and twisted the cap off. Right. You've got the bogot, yet. Lupin blinked. That's why you're here. Well, I'm not here for the decor. Lupin hesitated. You want it for, what, exactly? Cashin waved a hand. Patroness lesson. Potter asked. Longbottom too. I said I'd help, but I need something they can actually cast against. Lupin raised a brow. You're going to simulate a Dementor. Bogot's cheaper. Doesn't come with the soul-sucking side effects. Lupin frowned, but not at the idea, at the name. Harry asked you? Not me. Cashin didn't answer straight away. He poured a slug of whiskey into one mug, ignoring the other. Not visiting your best mate's son for 13 years does that. Lupin's hand twitched against the desk. I was. Cashin lifted a hand. Not really curious. I already told him life's complicated and grief's a bastard. It's him you need to apologize to. Not me. Lupin's mouth pressed flat. His gaze fell to the ground, blank. He's braver than I thought. Cashin went on. The kid's got a Dementor in his nightmares and a target on his back, and he still asked to learn. That's not bravado. That's survival instinct finally catching up with him. He shouldn't have to learn that now. No, Cashin agreed. But here we are. Lupin grabbed the mug and knocked the drink back in one go. Look, I am really sorry. Cashin barked a laugh. I really meant I don't need the apology. Lupin looked away, jaw tight. What we did. What Sirius did, was bastardy. We shouldn't have. Cashin shook his head, leaned back in the chair. I'm not losing sleep over it, trust me. I'm over it. Still a bit curious, though, how the hell did you lot keep finding me? I asked Lucian to check me for tracking charms. 3 times. Nothing. Lupin didn't show anything on his face. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Never did figure that bit out. When Cashin was a first year and Sirius Black a 7th, he made the mistake of calling him a blood traitor dog. Said it loud, too. He hadn't meant it as a joke either. It was the sort of thing the old Cashin, pure blood rosier, robes too clean, nose too high, was expected to say. Didn't end well. Still, he hadn't been particularly bothered at the time. Arrogance was a better shield than sense when you were 11, near squip and stupid. And frankly, the old rosier had plenty of all that. He'd walked away from it with bruises and a detentions record, but barely scratch on his ego. Cashin stood up and bit into a chunk of chocolate. I'll borrow the bogot then. Lupin gave a small grunt. Cashin didn't wait for a goodbye. Just grabbed the old trunk with the rattling latch, tucked it under one arm and made for the door. Bath's Hada watched Cashin stroll in with the trunk tucked under one arm, the chest shaking like something inside had opinions about being carried. He kicked the door shut behind him, dropped the thing beside her chair, and flopped onto the nearby couch. Tell me that's not what I think it is, she said, eyeing the box suspiciously. He popped another bit of Honeyduke's chocolate into his mouth from his pocket. Depends. What do you think it is? Please don't say bogot. Then it's a very aggressive tea set. Bath's Hada muttered something that sounded suspiciously like a swear. Where did you get it? Staff room. Nope. Got it from Lupin. She raised her eyebrows. He just handed it over. Cashin shrugged. Eventually. After the chocolate bribe and mild emotional blackmail. She narrowed her eyes. Mild. By my standards. She hummed, tilting her head. Now you've got me curious. Cashin didn't blink. Not testing it. Bath's Hada stood anyway, the grin already forming. Scared? Terrified, he said. I'm barely competent at ridiculous. Let's not add public humiliation to the list. Lucky for you, I am. She laughed and moved past him, tugging the trunk a little closer with her foot. Can't be that bad. What's it going to show? Deadlines. Cashin sighed, head tipping back against the armrest. If this ends with me being chased around the room by a giant essay, I'm blaming you. She ignored that, crouched by the trunk, and tapped the latch. It clicked. A soft rattle inside. The kind of sound you didn't want under your bed. Cashin shifted upright, arms folded. If it turns into me, that's just offensive. No, she said, straightening. It won't. She raised her wand. The lid creaked open. Smoke leaked out. The thing rose slowly, smoke curling around its limbs like it hadn't decided on a final shape yet. Before it could manage anything more than a flicker of form, the tattoo on Bathshada's forearm flared. Ash slammed into the room like she'd been launched from a cannon, mid-sized, angry, and fully convinced the trunk was picking a fight. The Norwegian Ridgeback tore through the smoke before it could decide if it wanted to be a spider, a corpse, or someone's mother. The bogot shrieked in a brittle, glassy sound, and recoiled. The lid slammed shut on instinct. All right, he said after a pause. So we know it works. Bath's Hada sighed, rubbing the back of her neck as Ash paced a slow circle, tail thumping against a stack of books. Cashin eyed the trunk. Did it even get to pick a form? No. She flexed her hand. He clicked his tongue. Bit rude, really. I think I was looking forward to seeing what your nightmare is. Bathsheba shot him a look. What would it be, you think? Cashin grinned. You crying to life without me. Bathsheba rolled her eyes and stood. Get up. And if it's not you crying to life without me, we're going to have a talk. He stretched one leg out but didn't move otherwise. What if it's really a giant pile of paperwork and student essays? Then we'll burn it. Together. Ash, having settled beside the trunk again, gave a low huff like she'd be fine with that plan. Cashin gave the boggart a few minutes to recover, bit of mercy for the poor thing after Ash's warm greeting, then opened the side of the trunk. A plume of smoke swirled lazily, waiting to become something. It didn't. He tilted his head. Oh, come on. Bathsheba raised a brow. Broken already. It's not broken, he muttered, eyeing the smoke. It's sulking. He kicked the trunk. The boggart puffed up like it wanted to do something, but nothing stuck. Cashin crouched down beside it, wand out, and opened the latch properly this time. Well, go on. I'm not getting any younger. The smoke shivered. Then it gave up, curled back into itself, and dropped back into the trunk with a defeated hiss. Cashin looked at the trunk, then at Bathsheba. What the hell is that supposed to mean? She stepped back from it, brow still drawn. I've never seen one do that. It tried. Started to shift. Then just, gave up. Cashin let the trunk click shut with a small thud. That, he said, dragging the thing over to the corner, was pathetic. Either it's scared of Ash or it's defective. No, I don't think it is. Bathsheba said. It started shifting. Got partway through something. Then stopped. She crouched next to the trunk, knuckles resting on her knee. You sure you've got a fear for it to find? Please, he snorted. I'm British. I've got a spreadsheet. I think it's you, she said. Cashin raised a brow. Bit harsh. I mean, she stood again, brushing soot from her knees. Maybe it's not that it didn't find a fear. Maybe it found too many. Couldn't pick one. He looked back at the trunk. He had fears. Plenty. But it seemed like the creature simply couldn't see them. Probably. You think I overloaded the boggart? She smirked. Wouldn't be the weirdest thing you've broken this week. That, unfortunately, was fair. Cashin's hand was tucked loosely around hers as they strolled through Hogsmeade, weaving past clustered students and a pair of third years arguing over the best place to get sick on sugar. He pointed lazily at a stand selling enchanted scarves that changed color with mood. You need one of those, he said. Could save me hours trying to guess whether you're annoyed at me or just hungry. She squeezed his hand, not looking. You'd burn it within a week. Optimistic of you to give it that long. Then they rounded a corner near Scrivenshafts and very nearly walked into Adrian Fairborn and Clara Hensley, also holding hands, though theirs vanished apart faster than you could say caught. Clara flushed scarlet. Adrian straightened like someone had just handed him a broomstick and told him to recite the school charter. Professors, Adrian said tightly, nodding. Cashin raised a brow. Fairborn. Miss Hensley. Clara gave a small wave. Hello. Nice afternoon for school-sanctioned scandal, Cashin said. Do carry on. Adrian's ears turned red. We were about to inspect the structural integrity of Madame Putafoot's tablecloths. Cashin offered. Romance is a serious academic pursuit. Didn't see anything. Have fun. Adrian opened his mouth, thought better of it, and gave a rigid nod instead. They slipped past without another word. Once they were gone, Bathsheba blew out a laugh. You're evil. He swung their joined hands a little. I'll take that as a compliment. Poor Clara's going to need a cheering charm after that. She's fine. It's Adrian who will be writing a formal apology to his own reflection. They turned down a narrower lane, quieter here, snow crunching beneath their boots. The wind cut round the buildings in brief gusts, tossing a stray flyer off a noticeboard. Bathsheba glanced sideways at him. Did you ever do that? What, get caught snogging behind honeydukes? She gave him a look. He grinned. Only by teachers with worse eyesight. Seriously. He shrugged, casual as ever. I was a major git, but also rich. Swings and roundabouts. Bathsheba snorted. A winning combination. She'd asked similar questions over the years. He was never one for digging into the past, so he didn't press her in return, though every so often she would prod. He didn't really mind, after all, it wasn't him who had done those things. They were nearly at the Three Broomsticks. The smell of butterbeer was getting stronger. Warmth. Fire. Possibly cake. And then. Hello, came a voice from roughly waist height. Cashin stopped just short of stepping on a shoe. Hannah Abbott stood there, pink-nosed, smiling wide. Susan Bones trailed behind her, scarf slightly askew, chewing her bottom lip. Hello, Miss Abbott, Miss Bones. Susan smiled softly, clearly dragged into it and not the mastermind behind the surprise stop. Cashin glanced between them. What's this then? Petition to ban homework? Early Christmas carol strike. Hannah shook her head, bright as anything. We had a question. Daring, he said. You realize I might actually answer. She nodded, undeterred. It's about the club. Cashin squinted. Which part? Hannah sighed, shoulders dipping a little. We were wondering if we could improve on it. Cashin glanced down at her, one brow lifting. Improve how? She glanced at Susan, who looked like she'd rather be anywhere else, but squared up anyway. Well, your classes are brilliant, she said. We always learn something new. But the club's been a bit slow lately. It's always one spell, then we practice, then it turns into free duels. Every week. It's sort of, Sammy. Cashin gave a thoughtful hum. He wasn't surprised. He'd been thinking the same, if he was honest. The club had slipped into being just a hands-on repeat of his classes, great for his own mastery, but not quite the extra layer it was meant to be. He nudged the toe of his boot against a bit of snow. All right, he said. Any suggestions? They both looked at each other, not quite expecting that. He tilted his head. Preset practice drills? Spells in combos? Dummies that hit back? Real criminals smuggled in from Azkaban? Death matches? Shiny prizes? A leaderboard with blood oaths? Hannah giggled. Not the death matches, maybe. Soft lot, he muttered. Susan fiddled with her sleeve. Maybe something that isn't always dueling. Like, magical challenges? Or team things? Where we solve a puzzle with spells, or have to figure something out under pressure. Cashin nodded slowly. Bit like war games. Controlled chaos. Magic under stress. Exactly, Susan said, a little more confident now. He chewed the inside of his cheek. It wasn't a bad idea. Spell work in context. Practical problem solving. Still within safety margins, loosely. All right, he said. You've earned yourselves 5 house points, each, for not wasting my Sunday. And I'll think on it. Maybe change it up next week. Hannah beamed. Really? No, I'm lying to keep you hopeful. Obviously, really. Susan smiled, half hiding it. He pointed at them both. But if one of you ends up stuck inside a magically locked coffin because the challenge goes sideways, I am absolutely telling the prophet it was your idea. They both nodded too fast, still grinning. Cashin grinned back. Better yet, now you're tasked with creating a battle plan. Miss Abbott, Miss Bones, congratulations. You're officially the dueling club's event managers. The girls squealed like he'd just handed them a ministry post. Really? Hannah asked, eyes wide. Cashin nodded once. Really? Now off you go. Go enjoy your weekend before I assign homework. They all but skipped down the lane, scarves flapping, whispering plans already too ambitious for someone with a budget of precisely nothing. Cashin watched them disappear round the corner, then muttered, I've made a mistake, haven't I? Definitely, Baths Haida said, and hooked her fingers into his sleeve. Come on, genius. I need something warm before I catch frostbite listening to you charm your way into child labor. She dragged him toward the 3 broomsticks. Inside, it was the usual chaos. Tables crammed, windows fogged, Rosmerta moving between clusters, busy as usual. Cashin shook the snow from his coat, headed for a small table near the back. Baths Haida slid into the bench opposite. Rosmerta walked over with 2 butterbeers, a plate of chips, and a pile of shortbread wedged between. She slid them onto the table without spilling a drop, smiling brightly. My favorite couple, she said, giving Baths Haida a wink. Cashin took a sip. No tip. Rosmerta made a face. Still cheap. I work at a school, he said, waving his mug like it was explanation enough. Be grateful I'm not paying in stickers. She turned back toward the bar with a swish of her skirts. They sat in the warm fug of the pub, half listening to the chaos around them. A Hufflepuff dropped a flagon too hard 2 tables over. Someone near the window was snogging too loudly. Standard weekend crowd. He popped a chip in his mouth, crunched, then reached across for another. Baths Haida blocked him with her fork. Eating too fast, slow down, or I'm assigning you bedtime patrol. He raised both brows. Kinky. She kicked him under the table. Behave. They finished the chips in mostly peace, save for Cashin occasionally flicking crumbs at the nearby snoggers just to test if they'd notice. They didn't. When the mugs were empty and the plate held only the sad remains of 2 biscuits and a single, slightly scorched chip neither wanted to eat, Cashin stood, brushed the crumbs from his robes, and held out a hand. Shall we go cause a minor administrative nightmare somewhere else? Baths Haida took his hand, lacing her fingers through his as the air suddenly turned colder. That's either a sudden winter or... he said, glancing toward the window. Dementors, she finished. The wind slapped hard as they rushed outside. The village, normally loud and messy on a Saturday, had gone oddly still. Somewhere ahead, over the slope near the shrieking shack, the sky had gone darker. A cluster of them, 5, maybe 6, drifted just above the shack's crooked roofline. A scream split the air. Potter, Neville, Ron, Hermione, clustered near the fence, faces turned up. The twins and Lee Jordan in front of them, wands out but shaking, feet shifting like they weren't sure whether to fight or run. Bathsheda's wand was already up. Her kestrel burst out in a sharp streak of silver, slicing clean through the air and diving straight for the closest Dementor. Creatures shrieked, shriveling back from the patroness as it cut through them. The air snapped colder as they scattered. Cashin already had his wand out. Don't, Baths Haida said, eyes still on the Dementors. He paused. Then nodded. The kestrel of light tore past them again, spinning up and back, pushing the Dementors off the slope. They drifted higher, spines curling, and vanished beyond the trees. Baths Haida huffed. The kids didn't move right away. Harry looked ready to pass out. Hermione was the first to spot them. Professors. Cashin quickly checked them all with a look, then turned to the boy on the ground. Potter, he called. You all right? Harry looked up, pale but steady. Sort of. Neville slumped to the grass, knees finally giving up. Cashin pulled a bar from his coat pocket, half melted, slightly crushed, but still recognizably chocolate, and snapped off chunks with one hand. He handed them out each. They took it in silence. Even the twins, usually the first to crack a joke, didn't say a word. Teeth chattered. Fingers trembled. No one quite met each other's eyes. Hermione stared at hers. Professor Lupin gave us chocolate too. Does it actually help? Cashin tilted his head, eyes flicking to Neville. Mr. Longbottom. Why do we eat chocolate? Neville blinked. To, warm up. Close, Cashin said, but no. He gestured with the rest of the bar. Chocolate makes your brain cough up something called serotonin. It's basically happiness in science form. Tastes better than trauma. Neville chewed his piece a little more thoughtfully. Hermione frowned. But, don't Dementors suck out happiness? Wouldn't chocolate just make it worse? Cashin nodded. Vampires suck your blood too, Miss Granger, but if one had its fangs in your neck, would your first concern be starving vampires or running out of blood? Body needs happiness to function. Hermione opened her mouth, paused, then shut it again. Cashin stuffed the rest of the chocolate bar back into his pocket and turned toward the shack. The hell are they doing that close to a school? He muttered. Baths Haida stepped beside him, wand still in hand. Routine patrol, according to Fudge. He snorted. Right. Because children make such a tempting target when they're minding their own business with a bloody butterbeer. Cashin turned toward the kids, expression flat. All right. What are you doing so far from the village? Nobody rushed to answer. 4 pairs of eyes suddenly discovered the fascinating texture of grass. Harry shuffled his feet. Neville picked at the corner of the chocolate. Ron coughed like that might distract him from the question entirely. No takers? Thought so. Cashin sighed. Then turned to the twins. You two showing them hidden exits now? Fred grinned, George perked up. Professor R, you know them too. Cashin didn't bother replying. He just pointed toward the path. Get up. We're going back. Oh, and Potter. Harry glanced over. Yet. Be ready for the backlash. Harry frowned. What backlash? Cashin gave him a dry look. I'm going to have a very grown-up conversation with Fudge about why soul-sucking prison guards are terrorizing school children on their day off. He'll retaliate by cancelling Hogsmeade weekends. Harry blinked. Seriously. And the whole castle, Cashin went on, will blame you. Harry groaned. Brilliant. Cashin patted his shoulder like he was offering condolences. Welcome to politics. Cashin opened the door and found Fudge already halfway to a meltdown, sweat pooling in his collar, while McGonagall glared like she was seconds from transfiguring him into a dung beetle. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled. It is Sirius Black, Albus, Fudge was saying, pacing short, agitated lines. You know what he's capable of. The Dementors are here to protect the students. McGonagall huffed so loud that ink pots rattled. Protect. She snapped. One nearly kissed a third year this morning. Fudge turned to her with a pained look, seemingly offended that she brought it up. Yes, tragic business, but nothing happened. Because Rosier and Babbling were there, she said. And lucky, at that. Cashin shut the door behind him. I'll pretend I'm not insulted by that. All three turned. Fudge stiffened. Ah, Cashin. Cashin strolled in, pulled the spare chair back from the desk, and dropped into it. Uncle Cornelius. Fudge smiled, probably hoping Cashin to be on his side. You saw it as well, right? Dementors were just checking the perimeter. Cashin nodded, pleasant as anything. Absolutely. McGonagall made a sound, probably lining up a full verbal lashing, but Fudge raised a hand, already sighing in relief. Dumbledore didn't move. He was still watching Cashin. Cashin leaned back, crossed one ankle over the other. If by perimeter you mean Potter's molars? Absolutely. The kiss was just a routine security check. Bit of tongue and trauma for good measure. Fudge blinked. McGonagall sat back, pinching the bridge of her nose. Fudge's face worked through a range of colors before landing somewhere between blotchy and baffled. Now see here, I'm sure the Dementors are under Ministry control, Cashin finished, tone dry as a desert. And I'm sure you've got all sorts of safety protocols for keeping Soul Eaters from snacking on students. Very reassuring. Shall we start the incident report with boy nearly kissed by mistake or oops, Potter still has a soul, are bad. McGonagall finally relaxed, now realizing Cashin was fully on the case. Dumbledore knew since the first absolutely. Fudge flushed deeper. They are there to catch Black, not frighten children. Then perhaps, Cashin said, they should learn the difference between a murderer and a third year. Fudge turned to Dumbledore. Albus, I must insist we not overreact. We need the Dementors, this is a serious threat. And the threat, Cashin cut in, was in Azkaban under their surveillance. Which means either they weren't watching him properly, or he's smarter than all of them combined. And you trust them with children. Fudge's lips pressed into a line. Cashin tilted his head. I'm not suggesting you panic. I'm suggesting you stop pretending the Ministry's plan is working. Dumbledore finally spoke. The presence of Dementors on school grounds is unwise. Fudge turned to him, clearly looking for backup. Surely you don't mean to suggest. I mean exactly that, Dumbledore said, calm as ever. Fudge stepped away from the desk, tugging his coat straight. We have no other choice. McGonagall snapped. Get them off school grounds. I'll speak to them, Fudge said, hanging his head. Cashin raised a brow. In what language? Dementor is? Hope and political admonishing. That earned him a look from all three. Cashin stood. How about this, uncle? Draw a neat little circle, far side of the forest, miles from the walls. Blockade the whole damn country if it helps you sleep, just not near the children. Fudge, already blotchy with stress, nodded like a man clinging to a life raft. Fine. I'll move them to the boundary. That night, Cashin watched from the staff table as Dumbledore stood, cleared his throat, and snuffed what little joy the castle had left. Ironically, very Dementor-esque. All Hogsmeade weekends are suspended until Sirius Black is apprehended. The groan that followed could have cracked the stonework. Across the Great Hall, every face turned in one direction, straight at Harry. Cashin sipped his tea. Not a flicker of sympathy. The twins were already whispering furiously. Ron looked like someone had just stolen his broom. Hermione was chewing her lip and scribbling something into her planner under the table. Likely rearranging her weekend revision schedule in real time. Harry just looked miserable. Dumbledore sat again, with a little schadenfreude in his eyes. Clearly aware he had just lit the match under a castle full of hormonal teenagers. A few Slytherins actually stood up. Sir, one of them called, a hand half raised. Why are we being punished? It's clear the Dementors are going after Potter. Cashin didn't even wait for Dumbledore to frown. You do know they feed on happiness, right? He tilted his head. So what, you lot reckon Potter's the happiest student in the castle, and the rest of you are just wandering around absolutely miserable. A few snorts broke out near the Hufflepuff table. The Slytherin boy sat down again, jaw tight. Cashin gave them a cold smile. And that reason is this, Dementors aren't supposed to be around the bloody castle. His tone dropped a little. Victim blaming's a lazy habit. You don't ask someone what they were wearing after they get hexed in a back alley, and you don't ask what a 13-year-old was doing to attract soul eaters. The laughter dropped off into a hush, just sharp enough to sting. No one argued. Cashin sat back, as if that settled it. Dumbledore gave him a look, he ignored it. McGonagall cleared her throat. Thank you, Professor Rosier. Cashin raised his glass. Always a pleasure to defend common sense. Harry slumped forward like he was trying to disappear into his pudding. Well, at least he was warned beforehand. That night, just as Cashin was setting his wand on the nightstand and contemplating whether he'd earned the right to have some quality time with Baths Haida, a patroness phased through the bedroom wall. A silver cat, tail high and flicking, landed on the floorboards and opened its mouth. Sirius Black attacked the fat lady. Cashin froze half-buttoned, hissed a word that probably wasn't in any respectable textbook, and yanked his trousers back on. Baths Haida was already halfway into her boots, dragging a jumper over her head with one arm while stabbing at her hair with the other. He picked a night. She snapped, fumbling for her wand. Cashin grabbed his coat, didn't bother fastening it. Damn you, Sirius Black. They were out the door in under 10 seconds, weaving through staff corridors. Cashin nearly slipped on a rug, rounding the corner into the main hallway just in time to see Peeves pelting down the other end screaming ripped. Shredded. She's got no face. By the time they reached the portrait hole, the corridor was crammed with students in slippers and dressing gowns, all half asleep and buzzing like someone had dropped a hive in the middle of Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady's frame was still hanging, but the canvas had been torn nearly end to end. Shreds of paint peeling. Dumbledore was halfway through a hushed conference with the nearest painting, sending it lurching off through the canvas network in search of the fat lady, whose current whereabouts were somewhere between missing and desertion. A good number of Gryffindors were stuck outside their common room, half in pajamas, huddled in clumps. Lavender Brown was hiccuping into Parvati's sleeve. Seamus kept squinting at the shredded portrait. Dumbledore turned back to the living. Professor McGonagall, Professor Babbling, please stay with the Gryffindors. The rest of you, search the castle. In pairs. Cashin hummed under his breath. Felt a bit targeted, really. Like being sat apart from your mate in class because someone noticed you passing notes. Absolutely spiteful. He gave Baths Haida a grand wave like they were parting at sea. She rolled her eyes. He turned and saw Lupin. Others were already paired. Cashin took one look, raised a brow. Right. Let's go hunt your ex-best mate then. Lupin didn't flinch, just nodded. Bit tense, but keeping it together. Not that Cashin was expecting him to start blubbering in the hallway or anything, but still. They moved off down the corridor, the crowd of students and staff falling behind. The castle was quieter this far in. Cashin glanced sideways. Any idea where Sirius D go? Lupin was watching the shadows ahead. If I knew that, we wouldn't be having this chat. Cashin nodded. Helpful. They turned down a stairwell. Cashin flicked his wand, sent a glowing thread along the corridor ahead. You reckon he actually tried to get in? Through the portrait hole? He wanted to get to Potter, Lupin asked, biting his lip. They passed a suit of armor that twitched as they walked by. Cashin added with a shrug. He's not an idiot, he said. Reckless, yes. But that's not the move of someone with a plan. That's panic. Lupin frowned. Or anger. Still stupid, Cashin muttered. You don't break into Hogwarts through the front door unless you've lost the plot. They paused at the end of the corridor. Nothing. You think he's losing control? Cashin raised a brow. You tell me. He's your blood-sworn brother in brooding. Lupin didn't rise to it. I think he's desperate, Lupin said. The light from Cashin's wand blinked blue, and the stones lit up with faint smudges, scuffs, hair, something squashed. A trail of chaos, basically. He crouched. Brilliant. Every cat, rat, and vaguely sentient shoelace in this castle dropping their DNA. How exactly am I meant to track one person? He clicked his tongue, switched angles, muttered something under his breath as he looked at the dark hair on the ground. Lupin leaned closer, squinting. What is that? Cashin stood, already turning the wand back to normal. Variation of Lumos. Doesn't matter, can't sort out the trail with this much interference. I might as well try reading tea leaves. Lupin didn't press, though the look lingered. Well, they failed to find anything. Not a trace of Sirius Black beyond the mess he left behind. Bit anticlimactic, really. The fat lady eventually returned, after several hours of sulking across a half-dozen paintings and 2 actual landscapes. She agreed to come back only on the condition that Sir Cadogan, the overcompensating nutter 3 frames over, guard her at all hours. Dumbledore agreed. Probably just to end the argument. With that, Gryffindors were finally allowed back into their tower, most grumbling about the draft and traumatized by Sir Cadogan's poetic door passwords. Fudge, of course, was livid. Positively blotchy with rage. All it took was pulling back the Dementors, barely, for Black to slip in like it was a revolving door. And he had that look, too. That smug, teeth-clenched look that basically screamed "I told you so," without needing to move his mouth. Cashin didn't linger for the rest. He left it to Dumbledore, who probably had an entire speech prepared anyway. Instead, he made for his quarters, Bath's Haida on his heels. He was already unbuttoning his coat as the door clicked shut behind them. Can we continue, my sweet, warm Bath? Bath's Haida pushed him backwards onto the bed before he could finish the sentence. No, she said, tone flat, wand already halfway to the window latch. There is a murderer in the castle. Cashin lay back dramatically, arms splayed, his shirt hung open, one boot halfway off. His bottom lip jutted out. But. No buts, she snapped, turning to secure the window. And don't try pouting. You've lost privilege. He made a pitiful noise, somewhere between a groan and a dying cat. Not even a cuddle. She pulled the curtains tighter. You can cuddle the lesson plans. He flopped onto his side. You're cruel. This is actual emotional abuse. Try sleeping next to a man who talks in dead languages, she muttered. That happened once. Twice. Last time you conjugated one mid-snore. He sighed, flopping flat onto the mattress. Fine. But if I die of suppressed affection, you're explaining it to my ghost. Bath's Haida climbed onto the opposite side of the bed, fully clothed, arms folded. No haunting, she said. You'll just show up in my next lecture and start correcting my ancient Norse again. Cashin closed his eyes, already stealing half the blanket. Damn you, Sirius Black. On Friday, Cashin was cornered halfway through his walk to his class, tea in hand and no intention whatsoever of doing anything noble with his afternoon. Professor Rosier, a word please, Pomona said, smiling far too sweetly for his liking. Cashin raised a finger without slowing. Nope. Both women stopped. No to what? McGonagall asked, one brow already twitching. He waved vaguely at them. Whatever this is. No to all of it. Joint efforts like this never end well for me. Pomona looked amused. We were only going to ask if Professor Lupin is feeling unwell, McGonagall cut in. We were going to ask if you could substitute for him. Cashin stopped walking. Oh. Haha, sorry. Thought you were trying to flog me a fundraising scheme or another bake for Badger's weekend. He scratched the back of his head. You should have opened with that. Pomona smiled. You didn't exactly let us. True, Cashin admitted. My bad. McGonagall squinted at him. So. He dropped the smile. Still no. And walked off before either of them could respond, ignoring whatever curse McGonagall muttered into her scarf. The classroom door creaked open. Cashin stepped in, raking a hand through his hair. All right, lovely headaches. Let's make a pact. If you behave, I won't assign too much essay, and if I behave, I won't explode. Ginny Weasley was up front, already sitting in her usual place. Colin Creevey waved at him the moment he looked up. Cashin waved back, setting his tea down on the desk with a quiet clink. Right then. Who here knows what a general counterspell is? Every hand shot up, bar one Ravenclaw who was halfway through peeling the corner of her parchment. Brilliant. That means you've all got access to one of the most useful bits of magic in your arsenal. He picked up a chalk and scratched finite incantatum across the board in quick, slanted letters. And no, I'm not exaggerating. Not even slightly. He turned back to face them, arms crossed. Why do you reckon I'm calling this an amazing weapon? Colin's hand went straight up like he was gunning for a medal. Cashin pointed without looking. Creevy. It stops spells. More or less. But lots of spells stop other spells. What makes this one stand out? A pause. Colin's hand hovered, unsure if he should take another shot. Ginny raised hers. He nodded at her. It's broad, she said. It works on loads of things at once. Not just one spell. Cashin clicked his tongue. Close. Very close. It's not that it works on everything. It's that it doesn't care what it's cancelling. It just wipes the slate. You ever clean a blackboard with your wand? This is that. But for reality. A few giggles. Luna tilted her head and murmured something about cosmic shock. Right, Cashin continued, striding along the front row, you're in a duel. Someone jinxes your wand arm. Your leg's stuck. There's ink in your eyes. What's the first thing you shout? Finite incantatem, came the answer, scattered and eager. Exactly. Quick reset. One go-to command that levels the field again. Doesn't fix everything, can't undo a curse if the wand core's melted and your hair's on fire, but it gives you a fighting chance. He stopped near the windows, leaned a shoulder against the frame. Thing is, half of you will forget this exists the moment someone hexes your shoes off. You'll panic. You'll flail. You'll scream something ridiculous like Expelliarmus. At a broken ankle. Someone snorted. Luna raised a hand. What happens if you try to Expelliarmus a broken ankle? Cashin considered it. Probably the shoe flies off and hits you in the face. Noted, she said, scribbling that down. Now, Cashin clapped, eyes flicking across the classroom, the history of this spell is as good as the spell itself. And no, I'm still not exaggerating. He gave a little shiver. Forgive me. I don't usually get to teach magic with Mesoamerican roots. Bit of a treat. This spell's older than this castle. Older than wands. Came from a culture that carved magic into stone before the rest of Europe figured out how not to die from damp socks. Colin raised a hand. Cashin didn't stop to explain what an exaggeration was. The Nawa, what your textbooks occasionally lump under Aztec, they had a word for it, Nemitzlacatla, roughly meaning I release you or, less romantically, I undo this tie. Originally used to sever magical bindings. Curses. Hexes. Or, in one very dramatic account, someone's marriage. As the class laughed, Cashin strolled between the desks, one hand tucked into his robe pocket, the other waving in the air. Mesoamericans were absolute menaces with curses, he said, stepping neatly over a sprawled school bag without looking down. And by extension, counter curses. I say by extension, because. He turned to face the room. It's a rule of thumb in magical history. Things get invented when. The class answered in a ragged chorus, needed. Cashin pressed his hand to his chest, mock sniffling. I'm proud of all of you. Touching, really. Yes, needed. He spun on his heel and scrawled a rough diagram on the board, an etched altar, stylized glyphs. Imagine this, you're in a society where curses are used to punish thieves, bind contracts, or, if someone's feeling extra creative, curse the maize harvest of the bloke who stole your goat. You need a way to undo that. Luna raised her hand. What happened to the goat? He grinned. Ascended to heaven and became the lord of the goats. Shared his blessings widely on the way up, benefiting many. Luna's eyes sparkled. He tapped the glyph for Nemitzlacatla, underlining it. These people didn't just shout counterspells and hope for the best. They carved them. Ritualized them. Put effort into scrubbing the magic out. Now, Cashin said, tapping the board with his wand, when this counter curse first turned up, it changed everything. One incantation, and boom, all the leftover bits from whatever curse you'd been hit with? Gone. Side effects? Gone. Sticky magical residue making your teeth hum? Wiped. It was a bloody miracle. He tossed the chalk into its tray, brushing dust from his fingers. We don't know who invented it. Records from the Nawa get a bit patchy around that period. Spanish weren't exactly known for their diligent archiving. Or cultural sensitivity. A few of the students grimaced. Cashin gave them a lazy shrug. Still, whoever figured this one out probably saved more people than any wand-waving war hero we put on cards. One phrase carved into a stone altar, and suddenly the village shaman wasn't getting mobbed by villagers who'd grown 30 years or permanently smelled of fermented cactus. Cashin leaned back against the desk, arms loosely crossed. Thing is, you lot use this spell like a reset button. Fair enough, it mostly is. But originally, this was a last resort. You said those words, it meant you were cutting the cord. Severing magic already rooted deep in your system. Bit risky if the spell holding you together was also the thing you were trying to remove. Most were still scribbling furiously. He shook his head. I rarely say this, but turning that spell into something Latin and wand-friendly was bloody genius. So, props to Madame Althea Roswick. 17th century scholar, bit of a menace, brilliant at hex theory. Died after a duel with a disgruntled cousin. Whole mess over a cursed rocking chair. A few Ravenclaws perked up. Cashin waved a hand. Yes, the chair survived. No, it's not in the school. Stop thinking about stealing it. Roswick reworked the phrasing, took the Nahuatl structure and made it wand-compatible without gutting the intent. Which, by the way, is harder than it sounds. He scrawled her name across the board, under the glyph. Althea Roswick. You want to talk magical evolution? This was the point spell stopped needing bone dust and blood and started needing just breath and will. He turned back to them. Well. Breath, will, and not being a complete muppet. Luna raised her hand. Did she name it? Nope. The Latin was slapped on later by some French academic who thought Nahuatl looked messy on a syllabus. Luna tilted her head. Seems rude. Welcome to magical academia, Cashin said. If it's not in Latin, half the scholars won't read it. Other half will try to hex you for spelling it differently. He leaned back against desk. Point is, this one spell has been polished, pushed, renamed, and recycled for hundreds of years. And you lot get to use it in a duel like it's just another line in the syllabus. He looked at the ceiling for a moment, sighed. Honestly. I envy you. A few of them blinked. Colin raised his hand. Why? Because if someone handed me a spell like this when I was your age, I'd have made far fewer hospital visits. And probably still have the full use of my left eyebrow. Class booed. You're not that old, liar. Cashin made a face. I am old. In soul. And in knee. Get out. 1 foot on how brilliant finite incantatum is, 1 foot on how amazing the person who created it must have been, and 1 foot to thank Althea Roswick profusely. Yes, 3 feet. Figure it out. Someone muttered something about the promise he gave at the beginning. Another asked if having 3 feet improved spell work. Colin waved again. Creevy, Cashin said. Don't bring a camera next lesson. The last spell I'm teaching has backfire potential and I don't want photographic evidence of student incineration. Yes, Professor. The door closed behind the last straggler, leaving Cashin alone with half a blackboard of scrawl, a nearly empty tea mug, and a trace of chalk in his cuff. He stared at the Nahuatl glyph for a moment longer. Strange thing, really, how the world changed around an idea that old. People got on with their lives, cast the same spells in different tongues, and forgot where it started. Just another incantation now. Latin, polished, wand flourished. But it had come from somewhere that bled magic through stone. He wiped the board clean with a flick of his wand. After class, Cashin kicked the door shut behind him, dropped his notes on the desk, and sank onto the edge of the bed, holding the edges for his dear life. And just like that, he opened his eyes in a forest. The trees were tall and straight, bark worn pale with age, not even a trace of magic in their grain. Cashin stood still. Or, was standing. Sort of. It wasn't his body. The body he borrowed moved easily. His staff was fresh, carvings light, not decorative but meant to channel something sharp. Ahead, weaving through the trees with a quieter step, was another man, older. A druid. That one wore plain robes, cloth layered against the cold, frayed at the hem. His staff was smoothed from age, carved at the top with something Cashin couldn't place. He didn't walk fast. Every few steps, he tapped the ground and let the forest answer. A crow croaked somewhere in the canopy. The old druid turned his head slightly, then kept walking. Cashin's druid followed without speaking. A patch of moss shifted under the old druid's staff, curling faintly as if breathing. He crouched, pressed his hand flat against the dirt, and waited. Then, south, he said softly, as he stood again, shifted course, and moved through a hollow of stones so overgrown they barely held their shape. They felt something foul in the air. This magic wasn't laced into the air, it had sunk into the bark. Into the bones. Into whatever lived here long before the first spell was ever carved. Something moved up ahead. Too far to see clearly. A presence, wrong against the rhythm of the woods. The old druid tapped his staff again. The ground answered back with a hum, soft, like breath through reed pipes. Closer, he murmured. Cashin's younger druid body followed his line of sight. A rabbit darted across their path. Stopped. Looked up. The old druid paused. Knelt. You shouldn't be here, he said, soft and kind. You don't belong in this bit. The rabbit twitched its nose, then bolted the other way. Cashin's gaze shifted. His eyes followed the rabbit, but then caught something behind the trees instead. Low to the ground. Edgeless. Like it refused to let the world define it. The old druid saw it too. He turned the staff in his hands, pressed the base into the ground, and waited. Cashin almost had a heart attack in a borrowed body. At first, he thought it was a night crawler. Same low frame, same dragging motion, like it pulled a weight behind it. But then it stepped into view. The creature was red, like someone had scraped the color out of every spectrum and dumped it into a shape. Wherever it moved, the forest turned grey. Moss browned. Leaves crumbled. Even the bark faded. It leached. Not light, like crawlers did, but life. It stepped over a fern and the whole patch died mid-air. The plant didn't just wilt, it gave up. The old druid's brow pulled tight. Cashin's body raised the staff too, by instinct. The voice that came out wasn't his, but it passed through him all the same. It is too strong. The old man nodded grimly. We should at least give it a fatal injury. Cashin wanted to argue. What fatal injury? Look at it. The thing bled famine. But the old druid was already moving. Staff to the earth, dull light crackled outwards. The red thing hissed. No mouth, no eyes, yet the sound scraped the bones. Its color writhed as it moved, draining moss and stone underfoot to ash grey. The air stank of rot and iron. Vines began to twist from the branches above and the roots below, reaching for the red shape in a slow crawl. As they neared, they withered. Bark blackened. Leaves curled. Sap hissed into steam. They touched its edge and turned to ash before they even latched on. The old druid clicked his tongue. Stubborn. He drove his staff into the soil again, harder this time. Bark cracked like dry kindling. The ground rippled. A dozen thorn roots burst up like spears, jagged and fast. The red thing shifted. It flowed sideways, that color dragging like wet paint. Half the roots missed. The rest hit, and dissolved like they'd dropped into acid. The old druid growled, low in his throat. Then his spine cracked. Shoulders hunched. Bones moved wrong under her skin. His form twisted down, arms lengthening, face narrowing. A wolf now. Black, lean, bristling. Thorns in his fur, teeth bared. He darted through the undergrowth without grace. Grace gone, leaving only the speed, force, and rage. The red thing lunged at him. It opened like a cloak being flung wide, the red edge sweeping low across the brush. The wolf barely pulled back. The tips of the underbrush withered behind him, curling like they'd aged a decade in seconds. He twisted again mid-run, back legs digging in, then stretched. Fur shortened. Upright again. Robe settling. The old man slammed the staff into the earth. Moss bloomed in a ring around him. The red thing stopped. It couldn't cross. The moss didn't wither. Cashin didn't know if that was luck or some deeper rule of nature, but the circle held. The old druid raised his staff again. This time, he pointed past the red thing. Wind snapped sideways. Birds burst from the canopy in a panic, scattering into the sky. The red creature flinched. Cashin's druid body didn't wait. His robes pulled wide, and then... bones snapped, feathers burst. Wings. He was shifting too now, an eagle, black-feathered, catching what little light filtered through the trees. He soared above the tree line. From up here, the red shape looked worse. A wound. Spreading. Killing everything it touched. Cashin dove. Talons raked across its back, tearing through that shifting red like slicing oil. The creature shrieked, louder this time. It lashed back. A ripple of red burst upward. Cashin's wing caught the edge. Feathers withered to grey dust mid-flight. He dropped, streaked through a branch, and crashed into the ground hard enough to rattle every rib, changing back. The body he was in groaned. One arm was bleeding. The other clenched the staff like it was the only thing keeping him tethered. The red creature came on, dragging ruin behind it. Cashin's druid stabbed the staff again. Roots burst up, sharper, thicker, thorned. They speared from below, punching toward the red shape. It twisted, part of it tearing loose. That piece melted into rot, but the rest kept coming. The wolf attacked again. Claws dragged across the red, smoke hissing off fur. The paw sizzled. The wolf yelped, skidded out, collapsed back into robes. Skin blistered. Breath shallow. Cashin could feel the cost of every strike. This wasn't a fair fight. Still, he got up. Raised the staff again. His hand shook. The voice didn't. Now. The ground split. Behind the red thing, a spear of wood tore upward. Thick as a tree trunk. It rammed through the red mass, lifting it off the ground before slamming it back down, pinning it. It screamed. The old wolf druid was already limping closer. Staff pressed to the shaft of the spear. He whispered something. Cashin didn't recognize the words. But the spear shuddered, and then split. Dozens, no, hundreds, of branches unfurled. Piercing. Wrapping. Clawing. Wherever they touched, they blackened. But more kept coming. Coiling like roots starved for something to bind. The red thing thrashed. The forest groaned. But the vines didn't stop. The old druid staggered. One last push. Then slumped against the wood, breath catching. He looked up at the sky. Smiled. Good enough. He exhaled. And went still. The forest moved again. Moss surged green. Roots coiled around the red thing and the bodies of the druids. The red shrieked one final time as the earth swallowed them. And then, silence. Cashin blinked. He was back in his room. Sitting on the edge of his bed. His hands were shaking. His breath was short. And the vision had burned itself somewhere deep. The interface blinked open in front of his eyes. Sylvanema. Temporarily grants sentience and motion to wooden material, carvings, trees, constructs, by sharing a breath of the caster's life force, power scales with complexity, but overuse risks awakening hostile forest spirits. Cashin frowned. Ancient variant of Expelliarmus. He muttered. Didn't make sense. It wasn't unarming, was it? He stared past the words still hovering in front of him. He'd felt it coming for days now, a pressure behind the teeth, like a sneeze of magic waiting to go off. Especially after the dueling club session, something had been nudging at the edge. And now this? Sylvanema wasn't Expelliarmus. Not by a stretch. This wasn't some flashy disarm, it was breath. Life sharing. A spell that didn't see something out of someone's hand, but instead gave something yours to wood. Trees. Living things. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Right. Because turning a wardrobe into a sentient accomplice is exactly what I needed today. Still, his brain itched with it. The druids. Their magic hadn't been sharp and flashy. It moved like it belonged in things instead of shaping them from the outside. He couldn't stop thinking about the staff slamming into the earth, the moss responding like a pet being called home. Even now, he could still smell it. Green rot, old bark, something older than runes. That was the first time he'd seen a druid in action. And it didn't work like the wand magic taught in schools. They didn't wave or flick or shout spells. The old one barely spoke at all. He walked, he tapped, he listened. Like the magic came from the ground up instead of top down. Cashin rubbed his eyes. His heart was still thumping from the vision, but his mind had already pulled apart half the scene. Their staffs weren't foci, they were anchors. Extensions, not tools. The spells didn't ride on incantations, they rode on intention and breath. No wonder Sylvanema needed life force. He'd just seen it work through blood, bark, and bones. And that wolf and eagle transformations? No wand in sight. Just old bones and older magic. Cashin sighed, slow. Sat forward, elbows on knees. The druids hadn't unarmed the red thing, they'd stripped it of place. Removed it. Wrenched it out of sync with everything around it until even the forest refused to hold it. So maybe that's what this variant did. Not unarm. Unroot. He stared at the spell again. Shared breath. Living wood. Risk of forest spirits waking up cranky. Yet, he muttered, sounds exactly like the kind of spell I'd end up with. He reached for a pen, started scribbling in the margin of an open scroll, notes on druidic casting style, the use of fauna as indicators, shape-shifting mid-combat, and that moment where the moss wouldn't die. That was a threshold. Some kind of ancient line the red thing couldn't cross. A ward? A pact? Something older than wards, maybe. A few weeks slipped by. Quidditch started up again, and for the first time since the boy set foot on a broomstick, nothing tried to murder Potter mid-air. Not even a faint breeze in the wrong direction. No cursed bloodjares. No rogue dementors. No death threats from the sky. He just caught the snitch, clean and quick, and that was it, game over. Kind of insulting, really, after the usual theatrics. The following days blurred together, less murder, more homework. The castle settled into its usual cold weather grumble, drafty halls, charmed scarves, gritted teeth in the mornings. By the time December rolled in, snow had coated everything, and the fireplaces were going full throttle in every common room. McGonagall made her usual rounds with the parchment in hand, asking who was staying for Christmas. The same handful of students put their names down, orphans, wanderers, the stubborn ones who liked the quiet. Cashin didn't bother pretending he'd decide late. That evening, Bath's Haida stepped into his quarters, coat still dusted with snow, scarf half undone. Any plan? She asked, toeing off her boots without any care in the world. Cashin glanced up from his desk, pen still in hand. Survive the month. Possibly commit light arson. She flopped onto the arm of his chair, knocking his elbow. I meant for the holidays. Same answer. She threw herself onto him, caught him square in the ribs, and knocked them both sideways into the bed. His arm curled instinctively, rolling them out of the way of the nearest stack of parchments. The snow clinging to her coat soaked straight through the blanket. Cashin groaned. Brilliant. Now I've got frostbite and soggy sheets. Bath's Haida tucked her face into his shoulder, grinning. Good. I didn't want to sit through another bloody Yule. He sighed through his nose. Lucian will try his best this year. Don't fancy being within 10 miles of it. She didn't ask why. Not that he could speak of it. They lay tangled for a while. Snow melting into the duvet. Warm enough to ignore it for now. Potter stormed out of Lupin's room earlier, she said. I saw him heading up to the astronomy tower. Cashin made a noncommittal sound, thumb brushing her knuckles. If he's not jumping, he muttered, it can wait. She smacked the back of his head with 2 knuckles. Bad Cass. Ow, he muttered, squinting at her. Violence isn't the answer, you know. She poked his chest. Go. He groaned louder this time, flopping back dramatically. Can't I send a patroness and spread warmth and happiness? No. Counter-offer. I bribe a first year to bring him a biscuit and call it pastoral care. Cass. He mumbled something, rolled off the bed, and staggered to his feet like a man marching into battle. Fine, he grumbled. If I freeze to death, I want it noted I died for a student who never once said thank you. She threw his scarf at him. Try not to bully the boy into a lifelong trust issue. No promises, he muttered, wrapping it round his neck. He is 13. Prime age for psychological scarring. Bath's Haida didn't reply. Just kicked him towards the door and shut it behind him before he could start negotiating for biscuits again. Cashin climbed the astronomy tower, huffing at every step. Damn you, Remus Lupin, he muttered, hand tightening around the banister. He spotted the boy the moment he reached the landing, seated on the ledge like some tragic painting. Hair wild from the cold, legs dangling off the stone, shoulders drawn up. Cashin cleared his throat, made a bit of noise on the final steps. Last thing he needed was the kid jumping out of his skin and off the bloody tower. Harry didn't move. Cashin came to a stop just behind him, eyeing the distance between foot and ground. I swear, Potter, if I have to scrape you off the lawn, I'm taking it out of your house points. Harry's voice came slow. I'm not going to jump. Good, Cashin said. I don't fancy paperwork tonight. He stepped up beside him, leaned against the parapet. Cold stone, wind sharper than it had any right to be. The view spread wide, snow, stars, the lake stretched out dark. You come up here to freeze dramatically, or is this brooding doing anything useful? Harry's hands were in his lap, clenched tight. Did you know? Cashin raised an eyebrow. Did I know what? Harry's fists clenched tighter. There was an ugly little pop from his knuckles. Sirius Black, he betrayed my father. Cashin's brows drew together. I did. Told you he was your father's friend. But you should have seen the headmaster if you wanted to know more. Harry's voice tightened. Not that. He glanced sideways, jaw set, knuckles white. They trusted him, he said. He was their secret keeper. Fidelus. Only one who knew where they were hiding. Cashin went still. Harry kept going. They picked him. Him. Said no one else would do. Then he turned around and told Voldemort where they were. Gave him the exact spot. And when it was done, when they were dead, he killed 12 muggles and my dad's friend. Peter Pettigrew. Blew them all up in the street. There was nothing left of Peter but his finger. Harry stared at the snow-laced trees below like he could set them on fire with just a glare. He was supposed to be my godfather. Cashin let out a breath. Harry didn't look at him. He laughed. When they arrested him. That's what Lupin said. Cashin frowned, shaking his head. I knew Black was reckless. Dangerous. But that's not just betrayal. That's handing someone your house keys and watching them burn it down. He was proud of it. Harry added, silent. Cashin's fingers curled against the parapet. Maybe. Or maybe he'd already cracked. Don't excuse him. I'm not. His voice was flat. But even bastards have breaking points. Doesn't make him less guilty. Just harder to predict. Harry's shoulders hunched. He should have died there. Azkaban should have eaten him. Cashin didn't argue. I think about it, Harry said. All the time. What it must have been like. Mum and Dad thinking they were safe. All because of him. Cashin glanced over. That'll drive you mad if you let it. Harry's jaw twitched. You won't find sense in it, Cashin said. There isn't any. People don't always betray you for reasons that make sense. Sometimes they're cowards. Sometimes they're bored. Sometimes they're so wrapped up in their own rage they'd burn the world if it makes them feel taller. Harry looked up, eyes a bit too bright. And what do you know about betrayal? Cashin's mouth twitched. Family's a good tutor in disappointment. The wind scraped across the tower. Harry wiped his face on his sleeve without pretending it was anything else. And now he's coming for me, Harry said, voice low. To finish the job. Cashin dropped onto the ledge beside him, one knee bent, the other foot dangling into nothing. He won't get to you. Harry gave a small shake of the head, as if that was the one lie too many. You don't know that. He got in once. Cashin didn't argue. Couldn't. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out the crumpled paper bag of honeycomb baths Haida had sneakily stuffed into his pocket before kicking him out. He held it out. Harry blinked at it. It's not chocolate, but it crunches, and no one's ever made a life-altering decision while chewing something this sticky, Cashin said. Go on. Sugar might be a dentist's worst nightmare but might buy your brain a minute. Harry took a piece without a word. Bit into it. It cracked loud in the silence. Cashin wanted to say something, anything, but his thoughts were a right mess. Snippets of pub arguments and half-sober debates about Sirius Black being the world's worst godfather surfaced from the depths of his mind. Someone else once called Pettigrew a sniveling rodent. All those pieces, and none of them matched what he knew now. Long ago, he'd figured out things weren't ever as tidy as they looked. Truth twisted. People lied. History cleaned itself up, left the rot underneath. He'd also figured out something else, Potter was always in the center. Every bloody time as the castle's personal chaos magnet. Some nights he'd even wondered, half serious, half sleep-deprived, if he was supposed to be in those books. The books. But that was nonsense. Old Cashin was about as remarkable as a chipped goblet. Couldn't even land a ministry internship, let alone a Hogwarts post. But then again. Lockhart. Harry, he said, not looking at him. You don't need to carry the full weight of the bloody war your parents fought. No one expects you to fix everything. You're 13. Most people your age are still struggling to eat peas without flinging them across the table. Harry didn't laugh. But he didn't look away either. Cashin rubbed a hand across the back of his neck. Look. The world's full of liars. People lie because it's easy, because they're scared, because they want to sleep better at night. But facts don't care what story you tell. They wait. Your parents trusted the wrong man. Maybe the whole order did. But the truth is always messier than the version written down for kids. He turned, meeting Harry's eye. You want the truth? Fine. Go dig. Ask questions. Even if it pisses people off. No, especially then. He dropped the honeycomb bag between them. And while you're at it, maybe don't decide your whole life based on what someone did when you were in nappies. People change. Sometimes for worse. Sometimes, you get to surprise them. He pulled his scarf tighter and stood. I'm freezing my arse off. You coming or do I need to bribe you down with extra credit? Harry didn't move right away. Then he stood slowly, still chewing. They climbed down together. Cashin didn't say much else, he'd said enough. The boy had enough ghosts already. No point handing him more. Still, as they walked the long way back, Cashin couldn't help thinking. Someone, somewhere, was lying. And it wasn't just Sirius Black. After most of the castle cleared out for Christmas, things went quiet. Cashin was trudging through the edge of the forest with Hagrid and a trio of students, boots crunching over frost. Hagrid was hauling a net over one shoulder, half packed with branches and pine sap. Snow clung to his beard like icing. Thank ya for helping with this, Cashin. He gave a wave, stepping over a root that looked suspiciously grabby. Don't mention it. Bath's Haida kicked me out for girls' night. Hagrid chuckled. She got special plans. Something about mulled wine and complaining about my laundry system. Cashin gestured vaguely. Apparently, I fold like a man who's been cursed. Twin Weasleys grinned. What? The amazing professor can't fold? Fred asked, scandalized. George snorted. Shameful, really. Cashin gave them a look that could fold steel. Ginny, wisely, stepped 2 paces away pretending not to know them. If you talk a little longer, Cashin said, flicking snow, I'll fold you both into origami and hang you from the tree. Fred elbowed George. Think he means it? Hope so, George said brightly. We've always wanted to see human swan formation. Cashin sighed. You know, I came out here for a nice, calm, near-death trudge through the woods. Instead, I'm cursed with child hecklers. Hagrid grinned like this was the best entertainment he'd had. Good walking weather though. Cashin shoved his hands in his pockets, scarf tucked up to his chin. For a yeti, maybe. Reaching the clearing where Hagrid had coaxed a rough grove of pine into towering, straight-backed trees, Cashin knelt and pulled a bit of chalk from his coat. He drew a circle, scrawled a few quick runes, then pointed to it without looking up. Get in. Fred raised both hands. You're serious? Cashin looked up. No, I'm Cashin. Get in the circle. George squinted at the lines. Looks a bit like a summoning trap. Good, Cashin said. If something starts chewing on you, you'll know the wards work. He pointed at the circle. I told you when you begged to tag along, you were watching from the safety zone. Not tiptoeing round a binding sigil like you've got a death wish. Fred stepped in, muttering something about authoritarian figures. George followed with a huff. Ginny just walked in without comment, dropped her gloves in her pocket, and stared him down ready for the show. Hagrid grunted, slinging his net down beside the base of the tree. We ready? Sure, Cashin said, giving the sigils one last check. If you mean prepared for controlled magical combustion, then yes, Hagrid, we are living the dream. He flicked his wand again. The runes flared pale blue, and then settled. How are the classes going, by the way? Hagrid's face lit up. Much better, thank ya and Professor babbling for the tips. Shootin' TVE started the year with hippogriffs, though, he added, shaking his head. Could have ended in disaster. Cashin winced. Bold. Suicidal, but bold. Thought it'd be majestic, Hagrid muttered. Majestically gruesome, yet, Cashin said, stick to flobberworms and work your way up to murder birds. Hagrid gave a hearty laugh. Yet. You know how to teach better than I do. Cashin smirked. Don't tell anyone. I am here for the free biscuits in the staff room. Cashin waved his wand at trees, whole ones, thick-trunked and still dripping frost, lifted clean out of the ground without so much as a crunch of roots. They hovered upright in the air, swaying a little, lining up in neat rows above them like very polite, very boring soldiers. Is that it? Fred knocked a knuckle against the edge of the ward. It gave a faint shimmer, solid and unamused. I didn't come out here to watch trees levitate. Where's the noise? The drama? The violently offended badgers? I was promised carnage. Cashin, still wand out and muttering under his breath, didn't even glance up. It's a grove, he said. Hagrid plants new ones every year. The wards keep creatures out so no one gets mauled mid-festivity. What were you expecting, a banshee turf war? Fred huffed, muttering something about false advertising. George leaned on the edge of the circle, eyes on the floating trees. It's a bit too efficient, isn't it? Like watching furniture assembly. Ginny didn't say anything. Her expression said she hadn't expected an axe and wild beasts affair either, but wasn't about to whine over it. Cashin flicked another tree up, held it there. This is Hagrid's idea of sustainable forestry, he said. We're basically in his glorified tree farm. Fred threw his hands up. I want my galleon back. You didn't pay anything, Cashin said with a deadpan. In fact, I'm about 5 minutes from billing you for magical labor. You're robbing us of a proper adventure. Cashin squinted at him. You're 15. Your definition of adventure includes setting things on fire and nearly dying. Fred made a face. Still. Bit of warning next time. I'd have brought snacks. George eyed a floating spruce. Can you at least make one explode? Cashin stared at him. No. Ginny pointed. That one's lopsided. Cashin sighed and waved his wand again. The tree straightened. 2 more floated up to join the row, bumping gently against each other. Behind him, Hagrid returned dragging a trunk the size of a small wardrobe. This one will go in the entrance hall, he said cheerfully, wiping his nose on his sleeve. Fred looked betrayed. You said we could help. I said you could watch, Cashin corrected, which you did. Badly. George raised a hand. Can we at least ride the floating trees back? Ginny had already turned away, tugging her gloves back on. They're not broomsticks, idiots. Cashin nodded at her. Thank you, voice of reason. Fred pouted. You've changed. Cashin shrugged. 4.5 years with you does that. The twins booed as if he'd insulted their collective honor. One of them threw a pine cone. Bounced back from the ward. Hagrid chuckled, already busy planting the next sapling. The man really did operate like a one-man forest department. Cashin flicked a hand, the rune circle dissolved with a soft hiss. Right, he said, back we go. You lot can help with decoration. Fred brightened instantly. Do we get glitter? No, Cashin said. You get tinsel, baubles, and a lecture on safety regulations if you even look at the top of the tree. As they reached the castle, he noticed twins were scheming something. If either of you so much as suggests stringing a mistletoe over Snape's chair, I'm feeding you to the tree. Fred grinned. Define suggest. George elbowed him. Define tree. Cashin sighed. Define why I drink. Professors, except Snape and Dumbledore, and students who remained for the Christmas gathered to help them soon enough. Flitwick was, as ever, floating baubles. Baths Haida, Aurora, Septima, and their new addition to the team, Charity, were stringing garlands between the beams. Baths Haida elbowed Aurora. You left a gap. It's called asymmetry, Aurora muttered. It's called lazy, Septima said from above. Harry and Ron drifted toward the twins, all of them clustering round one tree that already had 3 crooked ribbons and what might have been a sock. Fred was holding a tinsel string. Professor R, he called. How much glitter is too much glitter? Whatever number you're thinking, Cashin said, without turning, have it. After setting the Great Hall for Christmas, Cashin and Baths Haida returned to his quarters, and were knee-deep in a mess of scrolls and a very unfortunate ink spill when Towel popped into existence right in front of them with a loud crack. The elf bowed so low his ears slapped the flagstones. He paused mid-bow, sniffed, and made a sound halfway between a squeak and an exorcism. Master Cashin. Mistress Babbling. Towel chirped, wobbling upright. Begging pardon, but he sniffed loudly, wrinkling his nose. This place is covered in dust and low magic, sir. Very disrespectful. Cashin waved a hand at him. Not now. What is it? Towel puffed out his chest. Master Regulus requests your presence at the Yule. Cashin froze halfway through rolling a scroll. What now? Towel nodded so hard his ears slapped together. He says this time it is important. Cashin groaned. Loud. Full-bodied. The poor elf flinched as if he'd been hit with a weather charm. I swear to every minor household god, Cashin muttered. If it's another family dinner involving bloodline charts and a 4-course guild trip. Towel coughed, unhelpfully. He said urgent, sir. He used the word twice. Baths Haida arched a brow. Twice. Must be serious. Cashin let out a sigh. Brilliant. The ministry's Yule Gala had always been a mess of velvet chairs and even velvetier egos, but this year, someone had clearly gone mad with the budget. Crystal chandeliers floated low enough to decapitate the ambitious, enchanted snow drifted from the ceiling without melting, and everything, walls, tables, plates, gleamed bright. Bathsheba's robe was midnight blue, smooth as ink under candlelight, the fabric catching flashes of silver along the hem and cuffs. A clean line of metal thread runes edged near invisible at the sleeves, the kind that meant something if you knew how to read them. Her hair was pinned back in a twist. Cashin's was plain black. A tailored cut with the inner lining had a slight charcoal sheen when it caught the light. The caller's voice rang out above the soft hum of conversation, Professors Cashin Rosier and Baths Haida babbling of Hogwarts. Polite claps followed, mostly distracted ones. The two moved to the edge of the gathering, not even glancing at where the family was. They'd just reached their table when Baths Haida nudged him. It wasn't the usual sharp jab, she had better manners than that in high events it seemed, to pull his eyes toward the center table. Cashin followed her line of sight. Right at the middle stood Fudge, wearing that painfully forced grin, like someone had told him it looked more ministerial than a real one. Next to him, that bloody toad woman was already mid-hem-hem, nose twitching like she could smell joy and was plotting its murder. Magnus and Regulus stood sharp, that brittle stillness the Rosiers did when they were surrounded by people they didn't want to acknowledge but still wanted to intimidate. The green grass patriarch leaned close to Magnus, murmured something that didn't travel far. The old man gave a low hum, could have meant agreement or please stop breathing near me. Either worked. Lucius was stationed near Fudge dressed to imitate a peacock in mourning, robes immaculate, hair set. His gaze kept flicking to Regulus, like he was waiting for a twitch or a frown, something to read. Around them, the rest of the Sacred 28 hovered like polished vultures, all of them dressed in the exact shade of power and boredom. It was Lucian, trying far too hard to look important, that snagged Cashin's attention, nearly made him groan aloud. The way he was bouncing between clusters of patriarchs like an overeager intern at his first summit, it wasn't right. Lucian didn't bounce. He was law enforcement. Broody. Polished boots and tight-lipped threats. This wasn't him. Should I be worried, Cashin muttered, or is he finally getting into theater? Baths Haida didn't look away. Well, he is trying. Knew I smelled ambition and ode to desperation. His gaze followed the rest, when someone caught his eye. Master G. G was standing in the center of the gathering. Hands tucked behind his back, long silver mustache trailing down. His robe, crimson and black, stitched with gold dragons coiling from shoulder to hem, glimmered under the floating lights. Cashin squinted, tilted his head towards Bathsheba. Yet. I think I know why they summoned us. She rolled her eyes. Rosier family warmth. Can't beat it. Master Ji turned politely from the man who'd been talking at him. Ah. Bathsheba, Cashin. He laughed as he strode toward them, eyebrows bouncing with every step. Either he was genuinely thrilled to see them or he'd just found the perfect excuse to escape diplomatic small talk. Probably both. Cashin snorted. So much for staying under the radar. Bathsheba pinched his palm, pulling him forward. He hissed a curse, but let her drag him up. They crossed the floor together and bowed in tandem. Master Ji. The old man's laugh rolled through the room. Missed you this summer, Ji said. Cashin straightened, grimaced. No worries. Another old relic nearly got us killed. Ji roared at that. I've heard. Great job, by the way. Cashin raised an eyebrow. You have. The old man leaned in, voice dropping conspiratorially. We found monoliths in China too. I invited the Flamels, couldn't make sense of them at all. But they told me what you lot pulled off in Australia. Impressive. Cashin's eyes flicked to Bathsheba. Her lips had thinned. Ji didn't miss it. Turns out the monoliths are spread all over the world. The Flamels are hunting them now, creating new footpaths through all. Sealing what they can. Any escape? Cashin asked, quiet. Ji shook his head. Not that I know of. Cashin sighed in relief, shoulders relaxing. Good. He pointed his chin toward the long table in the center of the ballroom, where half the ministry's upper crust seemed to be loitering overdressed vultures. What's all that about then? Ji waved a hand. They invited us for something. I believe your headmaster will be arriving soon enough. Cashin arched an eyebrow. Oh. Ji only shrugged like he hadn't just dropped a bomb in passing. Every eye in the room had already clocked them the moment Ji stepped forward. Cashin might have been tolerated at these things, Bathsheba respected, but Ji was a living legend. Which meant now they were all very interesting by association. Before they could get into anything serious, 3 shadows broke from the crowd and made their way toward the table. Draco, Theodore, and Blaze, clearly shoved out of the nest by very persuasive parents. Their collars were stiff, their robes too crisp, and they were trying so hard not to stare at Master Ji, they might as well have been holding up signs that said we know exactly who you are and we're pretending we don't. Professors, Blaze greeted first, a little too politely. Draco managed a nod that almost passed for respectful. Evening. Theo gave a sharp, hello, then stared off to the side. Ji gave Cashin a sly look. Ah, so this is where I get to see you in your own element. Cashin rolled his eyes. Yes, behold, indoor lighting, political games, and students pretending they don't want something. Truly, my natural habitat. Bathsheba pressed her lips together, clearly trying not to laugh. The boys stood, not sure whether they were being mocked. Draco cleared his throat. It's quite an event this year. Oh, stunning, Cashin said dryly. Fudge must have personally threatened the decorators. The corner of Draco's mouth twitched. Blaze and Theo were less careful. Cashin sighed. Poor sods. None of this was their fault. He turned slightly. Master Ji, these 3 are Blaze Zabani, Theodore Knott, and Draco Malfoy. Quite capable, for 3rd years. Ji gave them a warm nod, smiling brightly. What a wonderful new generation rising in Britain. Dumbledore is doing good work. The trio bowed, stiff and out of sync. They mumbled something about needing to find their families and wandered off, still half staring at Ji. Cashin had barely taken a sip of his drink when the crowd stirred again. Bathsheba leaned in, whispering. That's Madame Maxime. Headmistress of Beaux Batons. He followed her line of sight. Ah. That was definitely Madame Maxime. The woman beside Dumbledore was a full head taller than him, and Albus Dumbledore was not a short man. Her robes were silver, embroidered so subtly it took the floating light to catch the detail, a school of stylized swans rippling across the hem. Cashin felt mildly underdressed just looking at her. Behind them, the rustle of formal wear turned collective. Dumbledore's arrival always did that. They could hate him, love him, conspire against him, none of it changed the way the air seemed to shift when he stepped into a room. Master Ji stepped back, folding his hands neatly behind him. My friends. I must join the other headmasters for a very long and slightly painful discussion. But don't vanish before saying goodbye. Cashin waved lazily. No promises. Bathsheba offered a polite nod. We won't. Ji gave them a final grin, then disappeared into the diplomatic knot near the northern archway, where the Bulgarian delegation was just trickling in. A short man with sharp cheekbones and a thicker coat than was strictly necessary led the group, Karkaroff, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Followed behind was a boy, shoulders already tense under too much attention. Another headmaster down, Cashin muttered. If we collect 3 more, do we win a prize? Bathsheba turned her glass in her hand. A migraine, probably. Her eyes narrowed. Greece. He nodded. They had met Karkaroff in Greece, though Bathsheba couldn't remember. Not that the memory was a pleasant one. Karkaroff noticed Ji instantly, straightened up, forced something that might have passed as a cordial nod. That's Victor Crumb, Bathsheba murmured, nodding towards the boy lingering a few steps behind Karkaroff, who was already elbowing his way toward the cluster of headmasters. The boy separated from his headmaster, finding an empty table, rising star in Quidditch. He plays for Bulgaria. Cashin hummed. Crumb looked 17 at most. Gangly and grim-faced. Then. Hello, cousin. Selina dropped in beside him with all the subtlety of a cat landing on a full dinner plate. Cashin reached a hand towards her to ruffle her hair, thought better of it when she narrowed her eyes like a hawk spotting movement. He wisely let it fall. Let me guess, he said, the family sent you. I'd ask if it was for my well-being, but that'd require a sense of humor. She ignored him completely, turning instead to Bathsheba with a wide, polished smile. Hello, Professor. How are you doing? Bathsheba smiled, returned the greeting. Cashin stood there, mildly offended. The two of them slipped into quiet gossip, school updates, who got promoted where, which colleague had a nervous breakdown mid-inspection, while Cashin stood 2 feet away, very much not part of the conversation. 10 minutes passed. He timed it. Only then did Selina turn to him. Uncle and grandfather want your connection with Master G to get the World Cup tender. Cashin didn't blink. Of course they do. He'd guessed it the second G walked in. The old man didn't cross oceans for ministry puffery. Galas like this weren't his style. So the question wasn't why he was here. It was how the hell they got him to show. Cashin doubted Magnus had this way. He also doubted G would arrive on Fudge's invitation. Maxime and Karkaroff too. He clicked his tongue. Why are the headmasters here? Selina shrugged like it was nothing. Master Goshawk said something big's coming next year. But they're keeping it quiet. Don't want it spreading early. Regulus looked their way. Cashin had about 3 options: ignore him, pretend blindness, or walk over like the dutiful little heir he'd never managed to be. He glanced at Bathsheba. She nodded. He sighed, laced their fingers, and started across the floor. They made it 5 steps before the toad blocked them. Professors, came that grating little hem-hem, this is a high-class gathering. Reserved for ministry delegates and international headmasters. Cashin shrugged. Perfect. Sounds exactly like where I don't want to be. He moved to go back, but Bathsheba didn't budge. Her hand locked on his like she was anchoring a rogue hippogriff. Where did she get that arm strength? Madam Senior Undersecretary, she started. Umbridge lifted a hand, nose twitching. Please make way. Ah, Madam Bagshot. Cashin turned at the name, just in time to see the woman herself swoop in like a storm front wearing pearls. You didn't disappoint again, Bagshot said, eyes twinkling behind her glasses. It was a great read. Cashin grinned. Yours wasn't bad either. Bit dry on the Battle of Hva Fjord, but I forgive you. She laughed, loud and pleased, then caught sight of Umbridge still standing there like a decorative obstacle. What seems to be the issue? Umbridge hesitated. The meeting. A new voice cut her off. Make way. Everyone turned. Madame Goshawk had arrived. Gown stiff, eyes sharper. The crowd parted for her. Umbridge turned, relief creeping into her expression. Finally, someone with a proper stick up there. Well, Goshawk raised an eyebrow, and tossed her a look. Umbridge blinked. Me. What are you waiting for? Goshawk said, stepping forward. Move. As the words landed, it became clear she didn't mean Cashin. Umbridge shrank sideways, almost tripping over her own hem as she backed away. Explain to me, Goshawk turned to Cashin, giving him a look, how you managed to decipher the Darethek script when a dozen archivists couldn't make sense of it in 40 years. Cashin forced a grin. Oh, you know. Sheer dumb luck. Bagshot let out a noise that sounded suspiciously like a laugh muffled under a sigh. Luck again. Bathsheba crossed her arms. He uses that excuse a lot. Because it works, Cashin said, shrugging. Also keeps expectations low. They started toward the table without another word. No one looked at Umbridge, though her face had gone blotchy enough to match the curtains, and her mouth twitched like she was chewing on an insult she couldn't legally say in front of witnesses. Cashin looked round the table, eyes narrowing as they passed over one stiff-backed figure down the line. Is that Barty Crouch? Bathsheba nodded. Yes. Then she reached over, fingers squeezing his hand. Want me to kick his arse? Cashin smiled faintly, ran a thumb over her knuckles. No. He's dead anyway. When they reached the table, the air changed. Bagshot and Goshawk slipped off toward the front, already angling to greet Fudge and the foreign delegates, slipping back into the smooth rhythm of polite diplomacy. Dumbledore, of course, was already seated, looking far too at ease for someone who'd just stepped into a nest of political snakes. Ah, he said warmly, Bathsheba, Cashin. Didn't expect to see you here. Cashin rolled his eyes and muttered, right, under his breath. He glanced sideways, caught sight of Barty Crouch deep in conversation with Ludo Bagman. He didn't stop. His hand curled slightly, jaw tight. He steered himself away before instinct or spite got the better of him. Instead, he angled toward the other side of the table and found the massive figure of Madame Maxime already seated, towering over the rest of them. Her eyes flicked down as he approached. And who so might be? She asked. Cashin Rosier, Professor of Magical History, Hogwarts. The only department with scrolls older than the school. Bathsheba gave him a look that was half amusement, half warning. And this, Cashin continued smoothly, gesturing beside him, is my beloved, Master of Ancient Runes, Mother of. Bathsheba jabbed him sharply in the ribs. Ahem, she said, smiling tightly. Bathsheba babbling. Also a professor at Hogwarts. Cashin cleared his throat. Right. Also the only person who's ever successfully threatened me with a footnote. A well-cited footnote, she muttered. Deadly accurate, too, Cashin added, under his breath. Madame Maxime smiled, faint and tight. Ah. A rosier. I have heard of your family. And babbling. Apollon also mentioned so too. Bathsheba dipped her head. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Madame Maxime. Cashin just sipped his wine. He'd learned ages ago that whenever someone said a rosier, it meant they were either about to gossip, hex him, or pitch a business deal. Sometimes all three. The conversation barely had time to stretch its legs before Ludo Bagman leaned over and beamed like he was mid-match commentary. Quite the turnout this year, eh? Didn't expect so many headmasters. He grinned at Maxime, then gave a little wave toward Karkaroff, who was very obviously pretending not to see him. Was only told it'd be you and old Igor. Madame Maxime offered a polite nod. Karkaroff didn't bother. Lucius scoffed softly into his own wine. Remarkable timing, he murmured. One might almost think someone had a personal interest in ensuring so many esteemed headmasters were in the country at the same time. Fortunate coincidence, I'm sure. Cashin and Bathsheba looked at each other. No clue what they'd just walked into. Whatever the hell this was shaping up to be, it clearly wasn't the usual Yule schmoozing. A game board where someone had just pulled back the cloth to reveal a second layer underneath. Fudge coughed, his signature let's pretend I know what I'm doing cough, and rose slightly on his seat. Yes, what a splendid gathering indeed, he began, arms spreading. It's a pleasure to host so many of our esteemed foreign guests during the holiday season. Truly, wonderful turnout. Goshawk looked over them, both hands folded in front of her. Given the attendance, she said, perhaps we should address the matter now, while everyone is present. She didn't specify what the matter was, but her tone didn't leave much room for doubt. Barty Crouch was knee-deep in conversation with a tall delegate from the French committee when the latter leaned back, scowling faintly. The event, as I understand it, has long been upheld by three institutions with an enduring balance, he said, folding his hands neatly. I only wonder if a sudden expansion might prove difficult. Accommodations, oversight, the hosting framework, it's no small undertaking. Cashin caught the flick of Crouch's eyes toward Magnus, quick as a flinch, but there. Then it was gone, smoothed into that flat diplomatic smile he usually wore. The purpose of this event, Crouch said, is not competition. It's cooperation. We are no longer dealing with the world of 80 years ago. Port keys, flow corridors, owl tracing, our systems of communication have expanded. The rest of the magical world hasn't stood still. Neither can we. With that, they exchanged a few more lines, small things, all surface-level agreement, half smiles, nods like pieces sliding into place. Then Regulus cleared his throat. And next year, we have another exciting event, he said, eyes drifting across the table. The World Cup will be played in our house. That sparked a flicker through the room. Ludo beamed. Yes. Can't tell you how excited I am. I'm really rooting for our three teams. There was a scattered chuckle. Crouch leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping a rhythm. With its coming to Britain, he said, not quite looking at anyone, there's the question of hosting rights. Who's handling venue oversight? Lucius shifted slightly, his voice cool. The Department of Magical Games and Sports is well equipped. They've already mapped several possible sites. Wiltshire, Snowdonia, parts of Cornwall. All secure. Minimal Muggle interference. Regulus didn't look at him. Safety's not the only factor. No, Lucius agreed, too quickly. But it's the first one discussed. Tradition demands proper ceremony, but that doesn't mean we abandon practical structure. Magnus leaned forward, folding his hands. Structure's only as good as the hands holding it. Lucius smiled like someone had just told a joke about taxes. Which is why the ministry's in charge. You mean the committee, Regulus corrected. Not the ministry. Crouch gave a short nod, as if confirming that for everyone else. Lucius didn't blink. Of course. But it's a ministry-led committee. Magnus gave him a look that didn't carry any warmth. Then it's time the committee decided. Rather than circling the same name. Ludo glanced between them, chewing on the edge of his glass. Well, as long as we don't end up with another Bulgaria 83, fireworks in the tent lines, that Manticore that ate a referee, charming it was, really. Which is why we're looking for discretion, Regulus said, voice smooth. And efficiency. Lucius' hand slid along the stem of his glass. And connections, I imagine. Magnus didn't flinch. Experience. Access to international handlers. Materials. Enchanted infrastructure. Crouch cut in, quick. Who exactly could be providing all that? No one said anything. Magnus gave a smile so thin it was practically a suggestion. Those in trade. Those with long-standing contracts abroad. Lucius' eyes narrowed a hair. Regulus turned to Cashin, voice light as if he were reaching for a change of pace. My son had the chance to see the world recently. Why don't you tell them about the temple you found in China, Cashin? Cashin didn't roll his eyes. Not because he didn't want to, but because every muscle in his face had already gone rigid trying not to. He could feel Bathsheba squeeze his hand under the table, probably to remind him not to say something obscene. Master G gave him a knowing smile. Cashin took a breath. It was a monastery built over a royal tomb. Wards thick enough to make a dragon flinch. Hundreds of layers of protection, most of them inscribed right into the mountain's fault lines. He shrugged. Professor Babbling and I had to head back for term before they broke through. But from what I've heard, when they finally did, the whole thing vanished. A few murmurs. Some brows raised. Master G let out a single, short laugh. It was a great shock. Lucius scoffed quietly. Interesting story. Not sure the relevance to the table. Lucius' gaze swept the table, as he looked straight at Cashin and Bathsheba, then back to the delegates. And forgive me, he said, tone just on the right side of polite, but I'm still unclear on the relevance of two Hogwarts professors in this discussion. With respect, this is a matter of international governance. He didn't even get to finish before the Australian delegate raised a hand. With greater respect, she said dryly, those two professors, alongside the Flamels, averted what would have been an arcane-level disaster last year. We're still studying the monolith aftermath in Melbourne. That cracked it. The Greek delegate leaned forward next. My minister sends his regards. He asked me to personally thank Professor Rosier and Professor Babbling. Same from Ankara, said the Turkish delegate. Goshawk followed smoothly. The binding work was exceptional. You cited the Eisen manuscripts without parroting them. That's rare. You actually understood them. Before Cashin could even blink, they pivoted. And your runic prototype, Goshawk said, now to Bathsheba, the veil layer weave you published last month, it passed trial testing at the Norwegian Reserve. Held up under extreme lay pressure. Remarkable stability for something that subtle, Bagshot added. Frankly, I assumed the ministry would botch implementation, but it held. That was enough to set off a chain reaction. One of the French delegates mentioned having forwarded her paper to their Eastern Institute. Another muttered something about adapting it for ward-dampened corridors. Even Maxime raised her glass. That was your work? We had trouble with similar veils in our Eastern wing. But this, yes, it worked beautifully. The table tilted, just like that. A full sweep of attention now locked on the pair of them, flicking between Cashin and Bathsheba. Even Regulus looked thrown, which was saying something. Magnus just stared between the two of them like someone had swapped out the chessboard mid-game and replaced it with a hand grenade. Neither of them had expected this. They'd brought Cashin along for show. Maybe tug on a few threads, lean into the G connection, let the idea of influence float in the room, but this. Magnus sat back in his chair, steepled his fingers lightly, then glanced down the table. The point stands, he said mildly, that this tournament, however we intend to dress it, isn't just a sporting event. It's going to need a stabilizing hand. A few heads turned. Someone with resources, he went on. Infrastructure. Access to secure international channels. But more than that, someone trusted across multiple departments. He didn't name a single person. But everyone understood what he meant. Fudge looked between Magnus, Cashin, and the foreign delegates, then bobbed his head quickly. Yes. We will discuss this later. Right, Ludo? Rosier's have always been dependable. Ludo, cheeks pink from drink, beamed. Absolutely. I'll arrange a meeting soon. Magnus leaned back, Regulus with him. Both looked like they'd been holding their breath for half an hour. Cashin noticed Crouch also exhaling in relief. The table loosened after that. Conversation drifted back into safer waters, Quidditch scores, minor ministry gossip, the sort of things that kept wine flowing and tempers in check. Soon enough, people were pushing back their chairs, breaking off toward other tables. Some went straight to business, heads together, parchment already out. Others simply collected drinks and wandered into fresh clusters of acquaintances. Bathsheba tilted her glass his way. Well, that could have gone worse. He clinked his wine against hers. That's the Rosier motto, isn't it? The night eased after that. No more daggers at the table, only the low hum of polished voices filling the hall. Cashin and Bathsheba made their escape at last, stepping out into the cold night air. He tugged his cloak tighter, muttered, next year, remind me to fake pneumonia. Bathsheba only smirked, linking her arm through his. Together they walked away from the glow of the ministry's finest, leaving velvet and politics behind. Harry turned up before the Christmas break ended, for another round of patroness training. Cashin just gave him a once-over and raised a brow. Neville's not here. It wouldn't be fair, would it? Harry frowned. How about I train, and you correct my mistakes? Cashin sighed through his nose, trying not to be impressed. Fine. That was really Slytherin of you, by the way. Harry grinned faintly. Sorting Hat said I'd do well in Slytherin, too. Cashin hummed. And you speak Parseltongue. Harry shrugged. Didn't ask for that one. Cashin stood, no one asks for weird magical talents. They just wake up one day and realize they can talk to snakes or knit sentient scarves. Harry snorted. Wand out, Cashin said, rolling his shoulders. Let's see if you're any worse without Neville to guilt you into effort. Harry didn't rise to that. He stepped into position, wand raised. The first try was a puff of light. Second, missed. Third try nothing. A few more attempts and the boy sat down hard, panting as if he'd just sprinted across the pitch. His jumper was clinging damp to his back, wand clutched in his hand. Cashin crouched nearby, not bothering to offer a hand. What's your happy memory? He asked. Harry looked up, caught off guard. What? Cashin gestured vaguely. That thing you're meant to be thinking about when you do this spell. Happy memory. You've got one, right? Or are we firing blanks on pure optimism? Harry glanced down at his wand. I think so. That's promising, Cashin muttered. Right. Listen. I know it's personal. Not asking for a diary entry. But clearly, something's missing. You're managing the mist, so the spell's trying to work, which is more than most can do at your age. But that fuel source of yours. He tapped his temple. Is barely lighting the lantern. Harry frowned. I thought I was doing all right. Cashin snorted. You're doing better than I expected, honestly. But that's not the goal. The goal's not well done, gold star, now die anyway. You're aiming for a proper shield. Harry wiped his forehead on his sleeve. I thought the memory just had to be happy. Happy's a start, Cashin said, standing. But not enough. Needs to mean something. Deep enough to grab onto when everything else is falling apart. Not just once had a good treacle tart. Harry looked at the floor again. It is my family and me. Sitting, laughing, hugging. Cashin dug his nails into his palm. That's not a memory, Potter. Harry looked up, confused. Cashin didn't soften it. It's a mirror trick. Doesn't count. The boy blinked. How do you know that? Cashin rubbed the back of his head. So you. Your first year. Standing in front of the mirror. The shift on Harry's face was fast, sharp little twist of embarrassment and something heavier, dragged up from where he'd been keeping it buried. His voice snapped, what am I supposed to do then? I haven't got one, have I? Cashin crossed the space and dropped a hand to the boy's head, gave it a light ruffle. Course you do, he said. If you didn't, the Dementors wouldn't be chasing you this relentlessly. Harry didn't look convinced. His shoulders had gone stiff again, jaw tight. Cashin let out a slow breath. They're not drawn to you because you're weak. They come because you've got more to take. They smell it, loss, pain, everything knotted up in your bones. But that means there's something worth protecting in there. Something real. Harry stayed quiet. His eyes were fixed somewhere near Cashin's boot. Cashin straightened up. Start small, he said. Doesn't need to be a grand bloody memory. Doesn't have to have violence and fireworks. Just has to be yours. He started walking towards the desk again, then paused halfway. Oh, and don't bother lying to yourself. Magic doesn't like it. Harry gave a tiny nod. Might have been agreement. Might have been exhaustion. Cashin flicked his wand. A flame sparked in the old lantern by the corner. The shadows backed off. Come back tomorrow, he said, not turning around. And bring a memory that happened. Cashin was halfway to the door, coat in hand, when Harry's voice stopped him. Sir. He turned. Harry stood awkwardly by the desk, fingers curling at the hem of his sleeve. I got a broom, Harry said. Today. No note. Just, showed up. It's a firebolt. Cashin raised a brow. And let me guess. You didn't immediately fly it straight into the moon. Harry didn't smile. I haven't touched it. I thought, maybe it's from Black. Cashin looked at him for a beat. Then he stepped back over, set his hand firm on the boy's shoulder. Good, he said, quiet but sure. Bloody good thinking. Harry blinked up at him. I know grown wizards who'd mount that broom before the box hit the floor, Cashin went on. You didn't let the shine blind you. That's rare. He squeezed on Harry's shoulder. I'm proud of you. Harry didn't say anything, but his chin lifted a little. Cashin straightened. Right. I'll take it to McGonagall. She'll run it through every charm breaker and curse sieve we've got. If it sneezes funny, we'll know. He paused at the door, one hand on the frame. And if it's clean, you'll be back in the air before your teammates start a mutiny. Harry nodded. Thank you, sir. Cashin looked at the firebolt sat in his arms like a living thing and handed it over to McGonagall without ceremony. Don't glare at me like that, he said as she raised an eyebrow. He's the one who brought it up. I'm just the broom mule. She didn't argue. Just took it with the sort of care you usually reserve for cursed artifacts. Cashin watched it disappear into her office, then turned and muttered under his breath, if that thing is rigged, Black's either brilliant or dramatic as hell. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Both, probably. When Christmas ended and the students came shuffling back into the castle they found the dueling club had moved. No longer sprawled across the polished drama of the Great Hall, it now occupied a high-ceilinged classroom on the third floor. There were banners. Actual banners. And a platform Cashin had nicked from Flitwick's rehearsal stash. The place looked like someone had tried to host a Hogwarts talent show and forgot to take the stage down. Cashin stood dead center, arms wide. Behind him, Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones flanked him like very nervous assistants who'd only realized what they'd signed up for this morning. He pointed at them. These two, he said, decided dueling club was getting stale. Repetitive. So, as a totally logical punishment, they're now my sidekicks. Possibly also managers. Depends how well today goes. Susan rolled her eyes. Hannah beamed. Cashin clapped. So, girls, what are we doing? Hannah stepped forward. We spent all of Christmas break putting together ways to fix the dueling club. So we've got ideas, loads of them. Cashin leaned on the stage edge. Footwork lanes, Hannah rattled off, counting on her fingers. A proper practice grid so people stop tripping over their own robes. Target dummies that fight back. Simulated dueling runes, like real ones, scaled down, so they react to spell pressure instead of just puffing smoke. Reflection wards, Susan added, holding up a small diagram. So you can train counters and dodge at the same time. And a new scoring system, Hannah said, based on accuracy, not how dramatic your Expelliarmus looks. Cashin gave her a slow blink. You mean to say I can't award points for style anymore? No, both girls said. Dictators, the lot of you. Then pushed off the platform, hands in his pockets. And what exactly am I doing in all this? You're supervising, Susan said, far too quickly. You're not allowed to make the dummies recite riddles anymore, Hannah added, before he could ask. Cashin glanced between them. So I get demoted and banned from dramatic teaching aids. They both nodded. Evil witches. Next few weeks, Cashin dragged in every professor who hadn't learned how to duck fast enough. He got McGonagall to sort the transfiguration blocks. They needed target dummies that didn't kill students in revenge. She did it all without fussing, though she did transfigure one of his diagrams into a toad halfway through, just to make a point. Flitwick handled the charm stabilizers. He practically skipped into the space once he realized someone wanted his help with something complicated. Wards that flexed under impact, illusion patches for dodge work, pressure plates that recorded spell strength, all cobbled together like the world's most overachieving playpen. Sprout claimed a corner by the window and filled it with what she called mildly reactive flora, which in reality meant plants that spat ink or screeched if you aimed a hex too close. One of them tried to eat a practice dummy. She seemed thrilled. Hagrid helped too. Dragged in a few creatures from the forest, not the sort that mauled students, Cashin made that clear, but things with enough quirks to keep students thinking. Bath's Haida, of course, handled the runes. She rewrote half the room's foundations while humming under her breath, adjusted the wards so they'd react to spell strength and trajectory, then edged a stabilizing ring around the center dais that pulsed faintly if someone tried to cheat. She didn't even bother explaining it. By the end of it, the place didn't look like a classroom anymore. There were zones marked for footwork, reaction speed, and resistance training. The back wall had a rotating spell map that flicked through historical duels and let you analyze where they went wrong, Flitwick's idea, naturally. Cashin stood in the doorway one afternoon, mug in hand, watching the runes flicker. Still missing something, he said. Bath's Haida didn't even look up from where she was adjusting the glyph anchors. If you say exploding target dummies, I'm leaving. Can they explode just a little? No. Unimaginative. You already snuck in the one that smokes when you miss by more than a foot. Cashin glanced at the dummy in the far corner, which did in fact wheeze like a dying chimney when hit poorly. It looked as amazing as he thought it would. Then he turned to far wall. Hee. As for the crown jewel, he gazed at the rows of stalls, a smile tugging at his lips. This is going to be delicious. She stood, wiped chalk on her sleeve, and gave him a look. You're going to have to tell Dumbledore we did this eventually. Cashin waved a hand. He'll pretend to disapprove, smile vaguely, and then ask if we can add a section on spells of love and harmony. And you'll say no. I'll pretend I didn't hear him. Cashin drained his tea. Right. Next step, trapdoors. No. Worth a shot. That night, when the students arrived for dueling club, most stopped dead in the doorway. Gone was the echo of the Great Hall, the draft, the drama. This new room looked like someone had raided half the castle's supply closets and decided to build a set for a very niche magical game show. And then there were the professors. McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, Hagrid, and even Aurora, Septima, and Charity loitered near the back, arms folded, watching. Bath's Haida was standing next to Cashin. Welcome to the upgraded dueling club. Right, Hannah said, eventually. So. Susan elbowed her lightly, nodded toward the nearest training lane. A few students wandered over, curiosity stronger than self-preservation. The target dummy lit up as soon as one of them raised a wand, flashed blue, then gold, then hissed when the spell went wide. That caught the rest. Movement rippled through the crowd. Students edged in, spread out, started poking at the different set UPS. The new grid lit under their feet when they shifted stances. A Slytherin pair tried a mirror dodge test and got caught in the feedback ward. One of them yelped, stumbled back, and muttered something that made Professor Vector choke on a laugh. Hannah was already halfway to the back wall, pointing out the new spell mapping chart. Susan followed, weaving through a group trying to figure out the footwork lanes without tripping over their own shoes. A Hufflepuff third year launched straight into the dummy duel module and nearly got flattened. One of the older Slytherins barged in, wand already out, barely glanced at the warning glyphs before casting. The rune flared red. His spell bounced back and cinched his sleeve. Bloody hell, he started, then bit it back when he noticed Cashin watching. Reset. Someone shouted from the far corner. The platform shimmered, reformed itself. More students filtered in from the corridor, dragged by the noise or dragged by friends. Within minutes, the place was a proper mess, wands flashing, dummies jolting, runes buzzing like a beehive. Finally, Cashin murmured, someone breaks their nose in a properly calibrated classroom. When the last of the students had finally trickled out, half of them limping, the other half buzzing, Cashin leaned back against the wall, mug in hand. The place smelled faintly of burnt ozone and whatever ink Sprout's shrieking plants had belched during the chaos. Bath's Haida sidled up beside him. So. No one got maimed. Cashin sipped. Early days. She grinned, then, as if sensing the approaching storm, quietly stepped away. I'll let you handle this one, love. Cashin turned to ask what she meant and saw the glint of half-moon glasses. Traitor, he mouthed at her. She gave a small, serene wave and kept walking. Dumbledore strolled in, quiet as a ghost, hands folded behind his back. He didn't say anything at first, just took the room in like it was a painting, wandering slowly along the edges, gaze lingering on the shimmering rune rings and burn-scored target dummies. His expression was neutral, which was never comforting. Cashin cleared his throat. If this is the part where you start lecturing me, can we skip it? I've got tea that's gone cold and a dozen maintenance charms to run. Dumbledore didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the far end where the mirror dodge test stood dormant, lifted his wand, and cast a lazy hex. The ward shimmered to life. The mirror image dodged right. Dumbledore shifted his wrist. The next spell was slower, curve-angled. The ward adapted. Cashin watched the old man test it twice, 3 times, no haste in his movements. The mirrors responded. A slow smile tugged at Dumbledore's mouth. How about a duel to test the room? Dumbledore turned to the rows of stalls, pointing. And these? He followed Dumbledore's gaze, half-assembled booths, toolkits strewn everywhere, crates with haphazard labels. A few had handwritten signs hanging off them already. Wand buffing station, protective gear rentals, snacksmiths. Most were crooked. Some sparkled. Truth was, he was tired of watching students group up into separate clans, house pride warped into walls. Even with the war gone, the castle still separated with old divisions. Slytherin kept to itself. Gryffindors scoffed at Ravenclaws. Hufflepuffs got overlooked unless someone needed a favor or a biscuit. This was his fix. Not grand speeches or house unity banners. Just work. Shared, stupid, clumsy, messy work. Something where they could build together, sweat together, argue about prices until they forgot why they didn't like each other in the first place. But he didn't say all that. He just gestured at the clutter with a shrug. Going to let them run stalls, Cashin said. Sell things. Craft. Build. Little clubs if they want. Projects. Anything that forces them to work side by side instead of glaring across dinner tables. Dumbledore's brow lifted. You're proposing we allow students to operate businesses. Cashin sipped his tea, grimaced at the cold. Small ones. Call it entrepreneurial learning if it makes you feel better. Dumbledore walked to one of the crates, nudged it open. Half-assembled trinkets and ink-smudged parchments. He turned back, quiet. That treads rather close to student labor. Cashin didn't flinch. It treads close to student initiative. Hogwarts isn't a bazaar. Cashin leaned back against the railing. Neither is it a prison. Look, they already do half the work anyway. They tutor each other. They sneak supplies, mend things behind the professors' backs. He stepped off the dais and crossed the space between them. You want them to grow up, right? Let them earn something for it. Dumbledore was quiet again. Cashin insisted, did you know Tracy Davis makes killer pastries? Like actually killer. Almost poisoned myself trying one, worth it. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled faintly. Hannah Abbott's brilliant with broom care. Not just polishing, real tuning. She's practically been fixing the first year's kit for free. And Penelope Clearwater's got half the school wearing her hex-resistant skin balm already. Dumbledore made a faint, thoughtful noise. Give them the space, Cashin said, quieter now. Let them own something. Let them make mistakes. Argue over signage. Fight over pricing. Learn. Dumbledore looked back at the stands. I don't want this becoming a distraction from their studies. It won't. Dumbledore finally turned to face him fully. His expression was unreadable, except for the tiniest ghost of amusement in his eyes. Very well. But if this becomes a mess, I'll handle it, Cashin said. Dumbledore gave a quiet, resigned sigh. I'll inform Minerva. Cashin saluted him with the empty mug. Brave of you. May I trouble you for a moment more? Oh no, Cashin said. No no no. Whatever it is, it's a no. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. That was never a good sign. I was merely thinking, the old man said mildly, that since you've spent such effort designing a room for magical combat, it would be, what's the phrase? Ah, yes, a shame not to give it a proper spin. Cashin stared. You want to duel me? Unless, of course, you're afraid, Dumbledore added, with such serene innocence it circled all the way back around to being smug. Yes, very much so. Cashin stared. You've seen me duel. I'm not sure you understand how humiliating this is going to be. For me. Just to be clear. Then it shall be an excellent lesson in humility, Dumbledore said, cheerfully. Cashin narrowed his eyes. I'm not entirely convinced you're joking. Dumbledore gave no reply, only walked to the center, his steps light, as if his bones hadn't counted their years in decades. Cashin turned his head toward the doorway. No students. No professors. No witnesses. Escaping wouldn't be humiliating with no witnesses. He looked back at Dumbledore and sighed, loud and theatrical. You're really going to make me do this, aren't you? I insist. I'm going to regret this. Very much. Cashin rolled his shoulders. Fine. But if you knock me on my arse, I'm reprogramming the rune feedback to bark every time you walk through the door. Dumbledore's eyes squinted. A fair wager. They stepped into place, Cassian on the left, Dumbledore on the right. Cassian drew his wand carefully. All right, he said. Ground rules. No maiming, Dumbledore offered. Cassian grinned. Tempting as that was. A low chime started the duel. Cassian moved first, because of course he did, because Dumbledore wouldn't. A flick of his wand sent a streak of red toward the old man's feet, weak but fast, meant to test footing. It never reached. The spell dissolved midair with the grace of smoke brushed aside by wind. Cassian adjusted. He snapped his wand left, then cut right, drawing the glyph of Vitrata, fracture, into the air and sending it toward Dumbledore's left flank. Dumbledore turned one step, lazily, and raised a single warding charm. The spell shattered on impact, fizzled out. Lovely form, Dumbledore said mildly. Cassian's jaw ticked. You're not even trying. I'm giving you room. Cassian launched 3 spells at once. One for speed. One for sharpness. One with a feint baked in, delayed under a counter charm that would only detonate if the first 2 were blocked. Dumbledore parried the first with a twist of his wrist, absorbed the second into a null field, and when the third triggered, his wand moved faster than Cassian could follow. The pulse of energy dissipated with a pop. Oh, come on. Dumbledore tilted his head, watching him. Was that a trap? How cute. Cassian planted his feet. This time, he didn't go for clever. He drew deeper, into the dueling stance Bath's Haida kept trying to break him out of, loose shoulders, anchor heel, wand high. Lightning arced, cracked from his wand in a coiling web that burned in streaks of indigo and gold. The floor runes caught it, mirrored it, carried it across the arena with violent speed. Dumbledore moved. Like he knew exactly how far every spell would reach and had no need to panic. He stepped forward through the lightning field like a man pacing through mist. A single charm, Aerodentia, twisted the air, and the lightning folded around him like ribbon through water. Cassian raised both hands. That's not fair. Life rarely is, Dumbledore replied, and flicked his wand. Cassian braced. He didn't see the spell. Felt pressure. The runes under his feet screamed for a heartbeat, then spat him backward in a whirl of momentum. Cassian hit the barrier. Hard. Dumbledore looked far too smug, brushing a speck of dust from his sleeve as if Cassian hadn't just been bounced off a magical wall. I heard, the old man said, eyes glinting, you have a spell that can darken any environment. You may use it, if you wish. Cassian gritted his teeth. He swung his wand. Lumos Noctis. The room obeyed. It wasn't the shadow creeping in. It was absence. The light just vanished. Candles, rune glow, the faint shimmer of the wards, all snuffed, erased from existence as though the world had never known brightness. Cassian breathed softly, swallowed by the void. Dumbledore stood very still. He turned his head, eyes narrowing, though Cassian couldn't see him now. The sound was thoughtful, almost impressed. Wandless flickers of magic rippled from him. Lumos. Solus Flare. Argentum Lux. Claritas. One after another, spells rolled out of him, wandless, wordless. Light charms layered, bent, twisted, and all devoured by Cassian's spell before they could flare. The air quivered faintly with their death. Better than the Deluminator, Dumbledore murmured. Curious. Cassian crouched low. His wand traced a circle and he whispered, Vox Multorum. Footsteps bloomed. All around. Echoes multiplied and scattered. Dozens of phantom Cassians moved at once, boots clicking against the boards, circling, closing in. Dumbledore's ear twitched. He did not move his feet. Instead, he lifted one hand, palm open, and pushed. A ring of light burst outward from Dumbledore's body, omnidirectional. Normally, light would bloom and chase the edges of a room. Not this time. The darkness devoured it on contact, swallowed the reach of its illumination. But Dumbledore didn't need to see it. He only needed to feel what it touched. The pulse schemed across the floorboards, brushed along the rune-lined platform, rippled through the room, and collided with everything within. He muttered, ah. Fake sound. Clever. He trusted the spell more than he trusted his ear, it seemed. He raised his wand and pointed, precisely, at where Cassian was crouched low against the floorboards. Cassian barely registered the movement. A flick, a breath, and his entire body locked. Totally petrified. Limbs snapped together like iron bars slamming shut. His wand arm slammed tight to his side, jaw clenched by an invisible vice. He toppled backward in the dark, landing hard on the rune circle with a graceless thud. The spell left only his eyes free, rolling wildly, swearing silent profanities that would have had Bath's Haida jabbing his ribs for the next week. The absence held for a beat. Then another. And then, Dumbledore let it go. The old man's wand dipped, and Cassian's body unlocked with a sudden lurch of freedom. He sat up, gasping, flexing his fingers, furious with the indignity. Silence followed. Would you like to yield? The old man said, gleeful. Cassian groaned as he pulled back the Noctis. Then sat up. Dumbledore offered him a hand. Cassian ignored it and pulled himself upright. That was educational, he muttered, brushing dust off his coat. Indeed. Cassian cast a minor diagnostic charm on his shoulder. Bruised. Not broken. You know, he said, voice hoarse, I think I just learned something very important about my own mortality. Dumbledore nodded, as he started to walk out. Good. He stopped, turned to look at Cashin, then, with a shake of his head, he turned toward the door again. Cashin raised a brow. Something you'd like to say? Dumbledore paused. Turned halfway, half-moon glasses catching the rune light. And smiled. Still missing something? Cashin raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore gestured vaguely toward the space where Cashin had been flattened. A cushion. And with that, he left. Cashin strode into the classroom, radiating good spirits. All right, my lovely students, he said, clapping. Today we're talking about the peak of transfiguration. A subject you studied not long ago, if my sources are correct. Anyone want to guess? A few blank stares. Some already looked terrified. Cashin tapped the side of his head. Come on. Bit of magical history. Bit of impossible human ambition. No? I'll help, starts with A, ends with Magus. Tracy raised a hand, more suspicious than curious. Why are you so happy, sir? Because, Miss Davis, Cashin said, it's not every day I get to talk about the origin of spells that go as far back as humanity. Real roots. Pre-wand. Pre-magics. Pre-let's build a school and put murder trees around it. He pointed to the board with his wand and flicked. Today's subject, animagus. Hermione straightened in her seat. Goyle whispered something to Crabbe. Cashin ignored him. Animagus, he repeated, started as a yearning. That's where all good magic comes from, by the way, need, desperation or curiosity. Sometimes all three, usually mixed with poor judgment. He took a few steps forward, wand raised. Now. Yearning for what? He cupped a hand to his ear. Anyone? A few hands went up. Hermione's, obviously. So was Daphne's. Cashin pointed to her. Green grass. To become one with nature, she said immediately. To understand animals on a deeper level. Cashin winced. I'll give that half marks and a polite nod. Close. Philosophically lovely. Historically nonsense. She frowned. Cashin tapped his wand against the desk. Animagus magic originated in ancient human tribes, first recorded in southern Africa, around the early tribal convergence period. These weren't peaceful druid walks through the grass sorts. These were survivalists. Magic wasn't used to become one with nature. It was used to beat the odds of dying in it. He waved his wand. The lights dimmed overhead, and above the center row, illusion magic crackled to life. A clutch of early humans appeared, lean and wide-eyed under an open sky, spears raised, magic raw and reluctant. Now, Cashin said, stepping aside so they could see, evolution is random. It leans toward survival, not brilliance. You've already had my rant on that, I'm sure, but since we didn't have time to dig in properly, remind me. What's the core of evolution? He gestured vaguely with his wand. Hermione's hand shot up. Cashin waited a beat, pretending to survey the rest of the class. He turned slowly. Yes, Goyle. Goyle looked caught. Fire. That's the first useful answer you've ever given me, Cashin said. Sadly, wrong. A few chuckles. Yes, Granger. Rescue us. Adaptation, she said promptly. Correct. Cashin snapped his fingers. The illusion shifted, zooming in on a gangly young hunter crouched beside a carcass of a magical beast. Adaptation. Not perfection. Not divine planning. Not magical destiny. Trial. Error. Ugly as it gets. If something works, nature doesn't fix it. Which is why an old man groans every time when he sits down, you're hearing the sound of bad knees from a few million years ago. A groan or two came from the back. He smirked. Exactly. Now. Humans? We evolved different to anything else running about on four legs. Some beasts got speed. Some poison. Claws, wings, the lot. We didn't. Our trick was this. He tapped his temple. Brains. We made tools. Spears. We worked in groups. That let us bring down things much bigger, much stronger. The hunter in the illusion rammed his spear into the ribcage. Sparks of primitive magic flared, weak but there. Cashin walked a slow circle round the front row. But brains came with baggage. Consciousness. Envy. We could kill the lion, yes, but we wanted what it had, speed, power, bite. We looked at nature and thought, why not me? That's where animagus work started. Jealousy. The illusion flickered, gone was the victorious hunter. In his place, another figure staggered back from a beast, blood soaking down one arm, his spear snapped near the base. Another collapsed in the mud with something jagged in his gut. Teeth. Horn. Claw. Cashin blurred the worst of it, but not the truth. Despite the brains, he said, waving a hand through the air, we were worse in almost every other category. No fangs. No fur. Couldn't fly. Couldn't outrun a bloody deer if we tried. The illusion zoomed out, the tribe, ragged, smeared with soot and blood, huddled around the carcass they'd barely brought down. Half were limping. One was missing an ear. And no magic like you know it. Just raw spell work, pulled from instinct. Wild, unstable, and often suicidal. Magic back then was like trying to light a fire with your own fingers. You could do it. Once. If your bones didn't melt first. Dean leaned forward. So how'd they figure out the animal thing, then? The original way of becoming an animagus is lost in time. Ancient records suggest it wasn't neat or elegant, nothing like the tidy rituals you'll find in a ministry handbook today. Early tribes practiced it through permanent mutations, offering up part of themselves to mimic part of an animal. Sometimes literally replacing a piece. A hand for a claw. An eye for a sharper sight. They called it merging. It was brutal, it was messy, and it worked, occasionally. A few students shifted in their seats. Seamus muttered something about nightmares. Cashin shrugged. You think the first animagi were all graceful stags and noble hounds? Try half-botched experiments. Men with beaks that never shrank back. Spines that tore through skin and stuck. Chimeras, if you like. He flicked his wand again. The illusion shifted, and the image that took its place wasn't poetic at all. Men and women hunched, cracked, misaligned. One had too many joints in his limbs. Another had eyes too far apart and a jaw that never quite shut. A woman staggered past, her spine arching under a ridge of scaled bone. They didn't move like beasts or humans, just somewhere wrong between. Someone near the back made a sound. Cashin paused. He had another image in mind. A massive dog, white-furred and in brown hair, crouched low. Nah. No need for that one. He turned back to the class. Eventually, other communities developed their own methods. Different places, different magic. You see the spread as early humans wandered and made contact, or war, with each other. There's scattered accounts from early Mesopotamian tribes using blood bond rituals. Some early Arctic groups used dream state transformations, fueled by fasting and herbs that'd knock you sideways even now. All of them messy. All of them dangerous. He walked to the front again, then came refinement. South African tribes, those who actually survived the early merging process, began to develop frameworks. Repeatable patterns. Ritual structures. And from there, the first recorded animagi who could shift back and forth without losing parts of themselves. He leaned against the desk, arms crossed. Of course, none of this got written down neatly. Most was passed by oral tradition, and the few scraps we do have are usually second-hand at best, filtered through colonial wizarding scholars who thought anything non-European was either nonsense or dark magic. Now, he continued, tapping his wand against the board again. Let's talk classification. A new projection appeared, simpler this time, 2 columns, side by side. Animagus. Metamorphmagus. He looked at the class. Who knows the difference? Hermione's hand shot up. Again. Cashin gestured lazily. Anyone else? Silence. Granger, you may now speak. She glanced around, then said, Animagi choose a single animal form. Metamorph magi can alter their appearance at will, but not fully change species. Correct. Cashin pointed at the left column. Animagi are limited to one form. You don't get to pick. The magic chooses for you. It's like your soul running a compatibility test with the rest of the animal kingdom and saying, there. That one. Hope you like feathers. Lavender raised her hand, hesitant. So, you could be, like, a slug. Cashin considered it. Technically, yes. If that's the best fit. Would be a bit rubbish in a chase, mind you. Ron snorted. Now, Cashin continued, becoming an animagus today isn't the same as it was. We've got records. Procedures. Legal registration. But even now, the process isn't quick, and it's definitely not safe if you botch it. Ask your parents what happened to Elspeth Merk years back. Half-turned. Took a team of specialists to convince her lungs she wasn't meant to breathe through her back. Seamus muttered, nope. Exactly, Cashin said. Nope. The board flicked again, showing a circular diagram this time, stages of training. The modern method involves a focus object. You'll hear more about that in your 7th year, if you're foolish enough to try. You carry it with you for a month, build a bond. There's meditation, ritual potions, self-monitoring spells. And then, when all goes right, one morning you shift. He snapped his fingers. And if it doesn't go right, he added, someone in St. Mungo's has to scrape you out of your own kneecap. Someone near the front whimpered. Now, he said, raising his voice slightly over the rising discomfort, why does any of this matter? He let the question hang a moment. Because it's the best example you'll ever get of magical identity. You don't control what you become. The animal you shift into, it's not about what you want to be. It's what you are. Somewhere deep enough magic can see it. He tapped his chest. Animagus magic is honest. Brutally so. The raw, inconvenient truth. And yes. Sometimes, that truth isn't pretty. But it's still you. Cashin let the lights come back up with a flick. The illusions faded. Chairs creaked. A few students avoided his eye. He straightened. We'll cover registration laws next week. For now, homework, give me 5 examples of animagus use in recorded magical history, and at least 1 instance of animagus deception. There was a groan from half the class. Dismissed, Cashin said. Try not to chew on any classmates on the way out. Harry and Neville stayed behind while the rest of the room emptied out in 2s and 3s, still buzzing from the lesson. All right, future Patronus Gasters, he said, glancing between them. Sorted your happy memories, then. Both nodded. Bit tense, but not dithering. Good enough. He stepped forward and nudged the edge of a wooden chest with his boot, dragging it into the middle of the rune circle. The latch jiggled. The charming rune carver you know as Professor Babbling got bored over Christmas and decided to improve the art of terror. He pointed at the faded sigil etched into the side on the ground. This little number here rewires the Boggart's usual game. Doesn't matter what you fear most. Step in front of it, and it becomes a dementor. Cashin crouched to check the binding line around the base, gave it a quick tap with his wand, then stood. I was going to call it unethical. Then I realized it was brilliant. So here we are. Harry glanced sideways at Neville, then took a step forward. All right then, Cashin muttered, wand already at the ready to step in if needed. The chest flew open with a creak that echoed far too loud in the quiet room. Smoke poured out. It twisted into shape fast, cloak, rotten breath of a mouth, no face, just that gaping hole, and the sudden drop in temperature. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. Light burst out, not a full shape, but it held. Stronger than before. The mist snapped into a bright arc and hit the Boggart Dementor straight in the chest. It staggered back. Hold it, Cashin said. Harry pushed forward. Another shout. The silver light thickened, not an animal yet, but close. The Boggart let out that sucking noise, the one no one ever quite got used to, and vanished with a snap into the trunk. Harry dropped his wand arm, panting heavily. Better, Cashin said. That was something real. Harry beamed. Thank you, sir. Cashin waved him off, already nudging the trunk shut with his foot. Don't thank me. That was you. Neville stepped up in Harry's place. Cashin flicked his wand. The latch snapped. The Boggart spilled out again. Neville raised his. Expecto Patronum. Silver light burst from the tip. The Boggart recoiled as the magic hit, tripping over its own cloak in a weird sort of stagger before collapsing back into the trunk with a bang. The lid slammed shut. Neville stood blinking, panting hard, wand still raised. Cashin tilted his head. Well. Neville blinked again, looked down at his wand. I think that worked. Cashin clapped a hand to each of their shoulders. Great job, boys. I'm proud of both of you. Neville smiled brightly. Harry looked like he wasn't sure if it was sarcasm or a compliment and decided to take it as both. Cashin slung an arm around each of their necks like he was dragging two reluctant mates out of a pub. Right. Let's sneak into the kitchens and celebrate. Neville blinked. Are we allowed to? Cashin didn't stop walking. So long as I am with you. The halls were mostly empty, benefits of staying after hours, or being the one with the keys. Cashin led them down the familiar narrow stairway when he felt a pair of eyes watching from the shadows. Cashin led them down the familiar narrow stairway when he felt a pair of eyes watching from the shadows. He didn't hesitate. His wand snapped toward the shadows without so much as a warning word. Light burst out, thin tendrils that split and twisted, stretching. They slithered forward fast, crawling across the stone walls. The shadows peeled back. A low shape hunched near the corner, canine frame crouched low, eyes catching the light, yellow, wild, panicked. Cashin's spell caught its hind leg. The thing jerked, claws scraping stone as it tried to pull away, but the tendrils tightened. Harry froze behind him. Neville looked ready to run. Stay put, Cashin snapped, shielding them as he pulled them behind him. The creature snarled, a dry, broken sound, and lunged forward, but the spell dragged it back. Its paws scrabbled at the floor. Then the head tilted. What is it? Harry whispered. Neville froze. It's the Grim. The thing twisted again, then hissed as the tendrils flared and snapped tighter. Its hind leg bulged unnaturally, and for half a second, Cashin caught a flash of fabric with stripes. Then it snapped back into the hawk of a dog. The tendril, stretched by the sudden shift, slipped off clean. Shit, Cashin hissed. The creature bolted, claws scraping the floor, and vanished into the dark. Lumos. Cashin flicked his wand sharply. His wand flared, blasting the corridor in a solid shaft of white so bright it split through the dark like someone taken a lightning bolt and jammed it in a torch. Harry and Neville both flinched, turned away with their arms thrown up, faces twisted as the light burned across the stones. The dog yelped again, shooting left, deeper into the castle. Bloody. Cashin muttered, flicked his wrist. Dozens of pinpricks of light shot from the tip of his fingers, scattering in every direction, clinging to walls, corners, the low arches ahead. Stay close, he said, grabbing both boys by the back of their collars and yanking them forward. They didn't argue. Where did it go? Neville whispered, voice small. Cashin took a breath. No idea. Footsteps reverberated from corridors all around. McGonagall came in first, wand drawn, Lupin on her heel. Sprout not far behind, then Baths Haida and Flitwick. Snape, of course, slid in like a bat escaping sunlight. What happened? McGonagall asked, eyes scanning the corridor, landing on the boys, then the walls, then Cashin. Neville blurted, it was the Grim. The professor stilled. Snape made a noise somewhere between a sigh and a sneer. What are you babbling about, foolish boy? It was an all-black dog, Severus, Cashin cut in. Grim as your face. That shut him up. McGonagall's frown deepened. A Grim. Bigger than any dog I've seen, Cashin said. Caught part of its leg. It shifted. Not a full transfiguration, more like, partial. Flitwick had already started inspecting the scuffed floor where the creature had scrambled free. Anything you noticed? Clothes, Cashin said. Just for a second. Looked like prison stripes. Flitwick looked up sharply. Human. Briefly. Snape was watching him now, still and sour. You think it was an animagus? I think, Cashin said, someone got past every ward this castle has. Or worse, never had to break any. McGonagall turned to the boys. Did either of you recognize anything? See where it went? They shook their heads fast. Harry's eyes hadn't left Cashin. I tried tracking it, Cashin added, stepping past them. Set up a flare trail. It bolted faster than expected. Cashin glanced at Lupin, who hadn't said a word since he arrived, looking around grim. Was Sirius Black an unregistered animagus? That stopped every conversation cold. Lupin flinched. Snape made a noise that was technically a laugh but mostly just smug air. Explains how he got out of Azkaban. And as I've already suggested to the headmaster, someone inside this castle's helping him. Cashin stepped between them before that got teeth. Let's not start salivating over conspiracy theories just yet. Snape opened his mouth, probably to do just that, but McGonagall cut him off. Rightly so. She turned. Baths Haida, take the students to the Gryffindor common room, please. Baths Haida nodded, already guiding Neville by the shoulder. Harry followed. Professor Rosier. Lupin. McGonagall's eyes flicked to both. We're going to the headmaster. In the headmaster's office, the heads of house stood scattered near the desk. Cashin was already by the perch, fingers casually teasing the phoenix's plume. So, tell me, headmaster, have you written your will yet? I'm wondering how many pairs of socks would tip the scales in my favor. Fawkes clicked his beak and pretended not to mind. Dumbledore didn't look up from his tea. I plan to live a great deal longer, Cashin. Cashin clicked his tongue, still fussing with the feathers. Right. But if you happen to slip on a stray stair or choke on a lemon drop, I'd quite like to know where you got it. McGonagall gave him a look. Snape rolled his eyes and turned away. Dumbledore glanced up now, smile faint. It was a gift. Cashin raised both brows. Was it now? From someone with a flair for eternal rebirth and dramatic exits. McGonagall cut in before that went sideways. Can we focus, please? Cashin chuckled, dropping into the empty chair. Right, big dog in the corridors. Grim-looking thing. Caught its leg, only for a second. It shifted. Human for half a heartbeat, then snapped back and vanished. He glanced up at them all. It moved fast. Too fast. Knew the castle better than I do. That's saying something. Snape scoffed lightly under his breath. Cashin ignored him. I think it was black. Lines up with the fat lady's door being slashed last week. Claw marks and all. Would also explain how he got out of Azkaban. Caught a flash of what looked like old prison robes. Stripes, thin fabric, leg was too thin. Starved? Dumbledore let out a slow sigh. Sirius knew the castle like the back of his hand. He and James were, quite mischievous in their time. Cashin didn't bother softening his stare. No time for a nostalgia trip. I don't care if they invented bloody stairwell limbo, he's inside, and he's targeting Potter. McGonagall's mouth thinned. Did he make a move? Cashin didn't look away. He showed up near the kitchens when the boy was with me. Every incident so far was near Potter. If this isn't targeted, I'll eat one of Trelawney's scarves. Snape leaned against the far bookshelf, arms crossed. He's obsessed. Always has been. With Potter's father, then the boy. Cashin pointed at him without turning. You'll forgive me if I don't take obsession lectures from the man who's got a scrapbook of Potter's detentions. Snape sneered. At least I've never. Enough, McGonagall snapped. Flitwick cleared his throat. The wards haven't sounded. That's what troubles me. If he's in and out without triggering them. No one spoke. Dumbledore finally set his cup down. There are no perfect defenses. Not here. Not anywhere. Cashin gave him a long look. Then we've got two options. Patch the holes or spread wide to catch the rat crawling through them. Sprout folded her arms, frown deepening. Should we tighten security? Bring the Dementors closer. Dumbledore shook his head at once. They cannot distinguish Animagi. I doubt they'd be of any use now. She let out a breath, muttering something under it. Bloody useless things. Cashin glanced at her. All bark and frostbite, those ones. McGonagall straightened beside the desk. If he is inside, we need a full sweep of the castle. Every inch. Every passage. He knows them all, Lupin said quietly, still near the door. Even the ones Filch doesn't. Snape snorted. Finally decided to speak, have we? Lupin held his gaze. Sirius and James mapped the place top to bottom. Hidden stairwells, back exits, trick door frames. If he wants in or out, we can't just block the castle. He already knows every gap. Cashin tilted his head. So you should know them too, right? Lupin sighed. Some. Not all. There were places even I didn't follow them into. Snape glared at Lupin. Help, he snapped. It takes help to escape every detection. What are you trying to say? Lupin said sharply. Snape turned. It is clear, isn't it? You're awfully quiet about the man who used to sleep in the same dormitory. Lupin stiffened, but didn't bite. Cashin rubbed his jaw. Why in God's mailroom don't we have anti-animagus wards tied to the entrances? Or a detector that screams when someone trots in on 4 legs? McGonagall cleared her throat, one of those polite, lethal coughs. We did. For a time. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. Too indiscriminate. The castle hosts owls, cats, Neasels, the occasional rat, Hagrid's menagerie, A&D. He tipped his head toward McGonagall, a deputy who is, by ministry leave, a registered animagus. The old lattice treated every 4-legged passage as a breach. We spent a term chasing MRS Norris from alarm to alarm. And Professor McGonagall could not reach a broken staircase without waking half the portraits. Flitwick nodded, wincing. The alert web also misfired on transfigured supplies, brooms to beams, stools to span a gap, anything that shifted state within threshold. Cashin flicked a look at McGonagall. So the school turned the tripwires off, for you. Her mouth thinned. For the ability to do my job. And for students who require rescue at inconvenient angles. Dumbledore folded his hands. We narrowed the net, ports, external walls, certain vaulting, but Hogwarts is a living enchantment. Add too many bars and the music goes flat. So we rely on minds that can discriminate, portraits, elves, staff. It is imperfect, admittedly. It is also how no child is locked inside their own safety spell. Cashin sighed through his teeth. Right. Dumbledore stood then, slow, but there was steel in his expression now. That's that. If Sirius is inside, we will find him. I'll speak to the portraits. The ghosts. The elves. Every corridor will be watched. After the final points were made and the room thinned out with murmurs and closing doors, Cashin stepped toward the exit. Cashin. A moment, if you would. He paused, turned. Trouble. Dumbledore shook his head gently. Not yet. Cashin leaned on the back of the chair, waited while the rest filed out. McGonagall gave him a glance but didn't ask. Lupin lingered at the threshold, then vanished down the stairs without a word. The door clicked shut. Dumbledore looked up at him, quiet for a beat. Your patroness, he said. May I see it? Cashin blinked. Bit of a weird time for a talent show, headmaster. Humor an old man. He sighed. All right. He glanced at the ceiling. It'll punch through, but the ghost upstairs could use a wake-up. Expecto Patronum. He raised his wand. The tip lit up sharp, then flared. Silver light burst from it, splitting upwards, each one sharp as if carved into the air. The shape stretched tall and broad. The base of the patroness thickened as the light settled, roots curling outward across the floor in twisting spirals. The branches reached high, antler-like, every tip aglow. Wide, gnarled trunk twisting with age, roots cracking out along the stone as if they'd been clawing up for years. Its branches stretched near to the rafters, leaves flickering in the light, thousands of them, silver-edged and restless, whispering in a wind that wasn't there. Fawkes let out a soft trill, already airborne, circling around the shining patroness. He chirped again, brighter this time, and zipped higher, darting between the upper branches like he'd found a new toy. Cashin tilted his head, watching the phoenix fly. Well, at least someone's impressed. Dumbledore stood slowly, craning his neck to follow the topmost branch. I've never seen a tree patroness. Cashin's eyes were still on the silver canopy of leaves overhead. Read they're rare. Dumbledore gave a slow nod. More than that. Perhaps less than a handful ever recorded. He hummed, not commenting. Dumbledore stepped closer, gaze tracking a low-hanging branch that flickered as Fawkes zipped past. You can send multiple leaves to deliver messages. Cashin nodded. Yet. About 100, last I counted. The older man blinked like he'd misheard, giving him a long, skeptical stare. 100. Cashin shrugged. For now, I guess. Depends on the charge. Range drops if I get chatty. Dumbledore looked faintly alarmed, which Cashin took as a compliment. Oh, he added, should thank you. I read you came up with the function. Dumbledore smiled, faint. Not entirely alone. Still, Cashin said, stepping back as the leaves started dimming, nicely done. Beats the hell out of waiting for a school owl that's half feather, half resentment. A few leaves drifted to the floor and winked out on contact. The light around the trunk started to fade, curling inward like smoke sucked back into a bottle. Fawkes chirped and landed again, feathers rustling as he settled. Cashin tucked his wand away, rolling his neck. Well, if that's all, I'll take my leave before anyone decides I look helpful. Dumbledore sank back into his chair. Good night, Cashin. Night. The following weeks passed too normal. No oversized dogs lurking near kitchens, no dementors fogging up the pitch, and nothing exploded, which, for Hogwarts, felt suspicious. Even the poltergeist looked bored. Bath's Haida kept seeing two versions of the same moment. In one, Hermione Granger sat at her desk, hand always half raised, questions stacked up. In the other, the seat was empty, sometimes filled by someone else, sometimes not at all. Names would swap on the attendance scroll. A conversation sheet had would rewrite itself, answers missing. She didn't say anything. Just noted it, folded it tight inside her mind, and carried on. On one of those normal days, Cashin stood in front of the board, chalk in hand, sleeves rolled up. Right, Battle of Thebes. Anyone here heard of Oedipus? A few tentative hands went up. Most just blinked at him. Excellent. At least no one shouted, isn't that the bloke who married his mum? We're making progress. He tapped the board. The word Oedipus appeared. A really old myth, he's the poster boy for tragic irony. A man who tries to dodge fate and runs straight into it head first. He turned slightly, eyes scheming the rose. But in reality, or what passes for it in ancient magical history, he wasn't just some idiot with a prophecy problem. Astoria's hand hovered. Yes, green grass. She lowered it slightly, cautious. He was cursed. Correct. His father, King Laius, went to a witch, begged her for a son. She obliged. He didn't pay. A few of the Gryffindors shifted uncomfortably. Worse than that, Cassian added, pacing in front of the first row now, he had her burned. Old Greek nobility were charming that way. Derek muttered, idiot move. Cassian pointed his chalk at him. Exactly. Never stiff a witch, lads. Especially one that can tie a bloodline curse tighter than your mother's apron strings. A couple of them laughed. Romilda Vane just blinked, clearly trying to decide if this was going to be on the test. The curse landed on the boy, Oedipus. Laius tried to dodge it. Left the baby on a mountain with his ankles tied together. He raised a brow. Which is an interesting take on parenting. Some winced at the image. One of the Slytherin boys near the back went, bloody hell. Precisely, Cassian said. But the kid didn't die. He was found, raised in Corinth. Grew up thinking he was someone else's son. Then, boom, prophecy shows up. You'll kill your dad and marry your mum. Oedipus runs off, tries to escape it. He gave a tight smile. And what happens next? Astoria answered quietly, he kills a man on the road. Cassian nodded. Random argument with an old stranger. Didn't realize it was his real father. Then he rocks up to Thebes, saves the city, marries the widowed queen. She's beautiful, clever, about 20 years older. His. Yep, Cassian said. Mum. Half the room groaned. He finds out years later, rips his eyes out, becomes a wandering curse vector. Moral of the story. He clapped the chalk against the board. Magic doesn't care if you meant well. A blood curse is a blood curse. It sticks. He waved a hand, and the timeline of Thebes unrolled across the blackboard in tidy golden script. Which brings us to his sons. Eteocles and Polynices. 2 brothers, 1 throne. They try splitting the rule. 1 year each. Guess what? They fight, someone said. They fight, Cassian confirmed. Because Eteocles gets a taste of power and decides, you know what? My brother can saw it off. Jealousy is an ugly beast. It can make a brother try to kill a brother. I pray I am not that strong. The class chuckled at that. He shook his head. Still. It is the same curse, just shoving the next lot into its mess. He turned back to the board to add it, chalk dragging a crooked line halfway through the word inheritance. Green grass will marry her mum too. Cassian didn't even hesitate. His wand was snapped up. A thin curl of light slipped straight out of the girl's throat, like it'd been hooked mid-joke. It floated toward his hand. Cassian sighed. He fished a bottle from his coat pocket and flicked it open. The light dropped in with a faint pop. The girl clutched her throat, mouth open, trying to speak. Nothing. He sat on the edge of his desk, staring at her. In all my years in this school, he said, I've seen the rivalry between houses make absolute morons out of decent students. And only twice has someone made a comment that's stupid. He tilted his head. Congratulations, Smith. You're the second. Cassian didn't like doing this to kids. Not because it was harsh, he'd seen far worse handed out for far less, but he felt that sort of spell belonged in interrogation rooms, not classrooms. But they were forcing his hand. Let things like that slide, and it always got worse. 1 joke today, 3 curses next week. That was how it started. He held the bottle up between 2 fingers. Here's how this works, he said. You'll write 2 letters. 1 to your head of house, explaining why your voice is in a jar. The second to Miss Greengrass. And if I hear you repeat that, he said, voice flat, you'll lose more than your voice next time. Smith shrank an inch in her chair. He glanced over at Astoria. She was sitting upright, chin high, like she'd grown an inch taller on the spot. Didn't flinch. Didn't blink. Cassian slid the bottle back into his coat and turned his attention to the board like he hadn't just hexed a 11-year-old in front of 20 witnesses. Now, where were we before someone thought incest was comedy gold? He tapped the timeline with the chalk. It snapped back into order. And that's when the clever spells start showing up, he said. Most of them were wandless fighters, artifact bearers, enchanted blades, but Thebans had proper casters. Rites, mostly. City-sanctioned curse casters. Their favorite trick. He tapped the board again. Phobos hex. A few students leaned forward. Spell targets adrenaline. Amplifies it instead of hindering it. Sends your fear response into overdrive. Your heart races, your muscles twitch, and your brain starts inventing threats. He glanced at the front row. Imagine trying to fight while convinced your own sword's about to stab you. Derek muttered, that's evil. Cassian nodded. It's war. They didn't hex your sword, mind you, just made you believe it was cursed. By the time you realized it wasn't, someone else had already put one through your gut. He flicked his wand. A shimmering outline of a soldier flickered into view at the edge of the board, twitching, panicked, sword raised against shadows that weren't there. That's the part history books skip. Everyone wants battles clean and heroic. Nobody wants to write about screaming men and bloody hexes. Phobos was outlawed eventually. Claimed too many of their own. It spreads if cast poorly. He carried on. Thebans lost the city, but not before Polynices and Eteocles gutted each other. Their curse didn't kill them. They fulfilled it themselves. Eteocles locks the gates, Polynices storms them with 7 champions. Each one takes a gate, each one dies messily. Brother kills brother, and Thebes gets painted red for the trouble. The class was quiet. Even Derek, who usually couldn't shut up about battles, was scribbling fast. Cashin didn't slow. What does this story tell? Blood curses don't care about treaties. They wait. Years, decades, doesn't matter. They rot from the inside. And when it hits the next generation. He drew a clean slash across the board, it doesn't care who lit the fuse. Homework, he said, turning back to them. 2 foot. 1 on the war itself, 1 on how curses shape magical history. Use examples. If I see a single line about Oedipus being tragic but romantic, I'm setting it on fire. Groans followed him to the desk. The bell hadn't even rung, but a few were already packing up. Off you go, then. Tell your friends what happened. Might save me the trouble next time. As the last few students filed out with their bags half-zipped and faces still twisted from the Oedipus bit, Astoria stayed seated. Maggie Smith lingered by the desk, clutching 2 rolled-up parchments in her hands. She stepped forward without being told and held them out. Cashin took them without a word, unrolling the first one and skimming it. He flipped to the second. No foul rhyme tucked in the margins. No slur shaped into the looping letters. No attempt to be clever. He glanced at her. She wasn't smug. Just blotchy cheeks and eyes glassy from holding it in since the moment her voice vanished. He uncorked the bottle and the thread of light slithered back to her. Maggie flinched as it slipped into her throat. She coughed, then burst. I'm so sorry. She choked out, face scrunched up, tears spilling. I didn't mean. I didn't, I thought it'd be funny. Cashin raised a hand and lightly tapped the top of her head like he was silencing a noisy kettle. Save it for the one you said it to. She nodded, hands shaking, and turned toward Astoria. I'm so sorry, she said again, quieter. It was stupid. You didn't do anything. I was just being awful. Astoria didn't reply at first. She stared at Maggie for a long second, then flicked her gaze to Cashin. Whatever she found in his expression seemed to settle something in her. I know, she said simply. Maggie wiped her eyes on her sleeve, half-sobbed a thank you, and fled. Cashin let out a breath and set the scrolls down, sliding the apology letter to her. Better than most adults manage. Astoria finally moved, collecting her satchel and slipping it over her shoulder. She reached the door, then paused, hand on the frame, knuckles white from how tight she gripped it. Sir, she asked, her voice shaking, did they ever break it? The curse, I mean. Oedipus family. Cashin looked up. Saw the kindle of hope in her eyes. No. She didn't flinch, no disappointment, just tired. I see, she said with a smile. Thank you. He leaned back slightly, arms folded. But you will. She turned, to see if he meant it or was tossing comfort. It wasn't. The way he looked at her, he'd already made up his mind. How do you know? She asked. Cashin shrugged one shoulder. Because you're already this stubborn now. Can't imagine what you'll be like in a few years. She beamed, her eyes curving into crescents. Thanks, sir. You're just like Daphne said. He waved her off. Go on, lunch is waiting. She disappeared down the corridor with a skip in her step, and Cashin let out a long sigh. One afternoon, Cashin was knee-deep in parchment and poor spelling. Seated cross-legged on the carpet, papers spread around him. His desk had given up hours ago. Dried biros perched on the floorboards like landmines. The top scroll was from Ramil Devane, Gryffindor first year. Title, The Four Founders, Legacy and Stone. Bit grand, but not bad. The essay outlined the usual folklore, the boat across the lake, the castle rising from raw hill and harder spells, but then took a left turn. Cashin grinned when he spotted the phrase, it is likely the castle continued to accrete magically long after the founders died. This might explain its fluid geometry and contradictory blueprints. Accrete, he muttered, impressed. Not bad for 12. Ramilda had even cited their illusion lesson from week 2. The one where Cashin had summoned the founders into the boat mid-lecture and had Godric complain about Salazar's hat shedding in the wind. Bonus points for quoting the part where he told them, don't treat myths like scripture. If it's written on a scroll, your job is to make it bleed before you believe it. He marked the top corner with a neat check. You're a menace, Miss Vane. Keep it up. He read the rest of the first years quickly, mostly fluff, a couple with promise, one that quoted Lockhart and earned a violent twitch in his eye, then picked up the top scroll from the second years. Oh, joy, he muttered. The rise and fall of the mud? Gulping Plimpy's Great Revolution. He squinted at the name. Lovegood. Of course it was. The title alone had more personality than half the staff room. He unrolled it, half expecting to find glitter or pressed seaweed inside. Instead, it opened on a hand-drawn map of a swamp, labeled with tiny flags. A few had smudged. One read, Hamish's splatter zone, caution, trajectory uncertain. He stared at it a moment, then grinned. The actual essay was half battlefield report, half campaign poster for mud rights. Luna had apparently taken the Dunwither lesson and decided Hamish the Fork deserved a posthumous Order of Merlin. She'd detailed his tactics like a war chronicler, noting the levitation arcs, wind resistance, and even a footnote about the mud's emotional state. The thing was, it tracked. If the mud's in the air, sir, is it still ground? He laughed, reading next. But the turning point of this battle must be gulping Plimpis. The little mischievous Plimpis feed on mud crabs. It is clear as day that Plimpis had whispered into Hamish's ear in efforts to clear the mud and unmud, the crabs. This is a stellar example of magical symbiosism. Cashin paused. Symbiosism, he repeated aloud, squinting. Then added, symbiosis next to it. She's either a genius or 12 centimeters off the edge. Unmud, he muttered, scrawling it in the margin. Word of the year. He paused just long enough to reread the bit about the Plimpis conspiring with a swamp-drenched rebel general. Then he added. Bonus points for aquatic propaganda. See me after class, this deserves a mural. He grinned to himself and tossed the scroll into the Keep Forever pile beside the Love Good folder. Next was Goyle's. Title. 3 uses for Murtlap and 2 I definitely didn't try. As he let out a deep sigh, Cashin's door knocked. He welcomed the interruption like a man being pulled from a sinking ship. Come in, he said, a little too excited. The twins slinked through the doorway with identical grins, the sort that usually preceded a crater. Professor R., Fred greeted, already halfway across the room. George wandered over and squinted at the parchment Cashin had been glaring at. 3 uses for Murtlap and 2 I definitely didn't try? What is with that perchance at the end of the sentence? He read aloud. Oof. That's not a good read. Cashin rubbed his temple. What do you want, and how much damage is already done? We come bearing a gift, George announced. Fred reached into his robes like he was about to perform a miracle and revealed, a crumpled brown paper bag. Biscuits, he said, dropping it onto the stack of unmarked scrolls like it was holy offering. Cashin eyed the bag. Is this a bribe or an apology? Yes, they said in unison. He pulled the bag open and peered in. Chocolate digestive. 2 missing. Possibly bitten. Was this stolen from the staff room or from Sprout's stash? Again, Fred said, with the straight face of a man who'd made peace with his sins, yes. Cashin took one. If I find gillyweed in this, I'm hexing your kneecaps out of sync. Fred held up 3 fingers. Scout's honor. You were never scouts. And yet, George said, plopping into the nearest chair, we uphold their finest traditions. Cashin bit into the biscuit and immediately regretted it. Stale. Possibly precurse. Fred flopped into the chair beside his twin, legs kicked out. George leaned forward. So. We were thinking about our career prospects. Cashin stared at him. And you thought I was the man to discuss those with? You're a teacher, Fred offered. You're a Slytherin, George added. You understand ambition. You blow things up on purpose. You appreciate innovation. Cashin raised a brow. Are you trying to butter me up for something, or are you genuinely hoping I'll help you with whatever crazy idea you have? The twins exchanged a glance. George nodded slightly. Cashin leaned back. Please tell me you haven't set anything on fire this week. No fires, Fred said, counting on his fingers. Just the one minor explosion. George leaned forward, getting all business serious. We're here to offer you a partnership. Cashin didn't move. You sell nosebleeds and detention slips. What could you possibly have that I want? The twins looked at each other, then back at him. Something that might help you catch Sirius Black, Fred said. A truce, and a share in our future joke shop. Cashin didn't dismiss them. The twins weren't idiots, too clever for their own good, more often than not. In their 3rd year, they'd started peddling self-made trinkets under the table, half of them probably illegal, the rest just too effective to be sold to first years. After he'd accidentally nudged them toward runes, the ideas only got worse. Worse, of course, meaning better. They'd make a fortune someday. Probably get banned in 12 countries, too, but money was money, especially since their passion and talent actually lined up. Rare, that. Most people had one and flopped the other. Well, this is a book after all, he mused, then shook his head. All right. I'm interested. Tell me about the Sirius Black bit. The twins grinned. We knew you had business acumen, George said. Fred nudged the desk with his knee. Right, remember the map you robbed from us? Cashin gave them a look. I prefer the term confiscated. They rolled their eyes in perfect sync. Whatever. We presume you haven't actually managed to use it yet. He clicked his tongue. What, you want me to return it? On the contrary, Fred said. We'll give you the method to use it. Cashin raised a brow and in return. They got up, right hands pressed to their chests like they were pledging allegiance to a pack of biscuits. Fund our first shop. George said. We promise to pay everything back, Fred added, already halfway to grinning. And you still keep your share, they finished together. Cashin chewed the last bite of biscuit, then hummed. Thought about it for all of 3 seconds. He could open a few shops in Diagon Alley with his savings alone, never mind the coin pouring in lately. Give it a few years, he could bankroll 100 without blinking. Agreed, he said, brushing crumbs off his knee. But I'm adding a few clauses. The twins beamed like he'd just agreed to adopt them. Whatever you say, Fred said quickly. Cashin raised a finger. Don't be hasty. You haven't heard them yet. George made a noise of mock dread. Fred stood straighter. 1, Cashin said, you graduate. No shop before that. They exchanged a quick glance. We're in 5th year, halfway there. George said with a solemn nod. Cashin ignored it. 2, NEWT level charms, transfiguration, potions, and runes. Fred raised a brow. All 4. 3 if you want to blow yourselves up in a garden shed, Cashin said. 4 if you want to do something clever. You're clever. Try living up to it. They didn't argue. 3, he went on, I want E or higher in all of them. None of this barely scraped by nonsense. What if we get outstanding? George asked, eyes gleaming like a kid trying to upsell himself. Cashin tilted his head. You get 2 shops. Fred choked. Really? Not lying right, because if you do that's extortion. That's ambition, Cashin corrected. The twins leaned back, clearly turning it over. The stakes were steep, but so were their odds, and they knew it. All right, George said. We'll take the deal, Fred added. E or better. Shop's ours. Oh and everything. 2 shops. And you get a third of the cut, permanent. Cashin raised a brow. I want veto power if you try to sell anything that turns people into pineapples. Too late, George said, grinning. Trial run was inconclusive, Fred added. Cashin grabbed the nearest scroll, flipped it over, and started scribbling clauses, signatures, a line about magically binding contracts, another barring pineapple-related transfigurations. He underlined that one twice. Right, he said. Towel. There was a pop, and the elf appeared. Yes, Master Cashin, the elf said, bowing low. Cashin crouched, holding the scroll at eye level. Take this to Gringotts. Get it witnessed, sealed, and filed. Tell them it's urgent. If they whinge, tell them I'll switch banks. Towel's ears flapped. Yes, Master Cashin. Another pop, and the elf vanished. Fred watched the empty air. You named your elf Towel. Cashin stood, brushing his knees off. Would you rather dish rag? It is the family's elf. Towel popped back in soon enough. Cashin took it, schemed the ribbon, and passed it straight to the twins. Fred reached for a quill. Cashin smacked his wrist. Read it first. 3 times. George groaned. We've seen you write it. Never trust a contract, Cashin said, dropping into his chair. Go on. Read it, then call a house elf. Blubber's on Gryffindor rotation this week. He'll check if I've snuck a clause in about selling your souls. Fred opened the scroll with a muttered this is very Slytherin of you. George was already halfway through the first read, lips moving slightly. By the 3rd pass, Blubber was standing beside them, wringing his hands and squinting over their shoulders with a muttered, all's clean, sirs. No hexes, no traps, no magical forfeitures of bodily autonomy. Sir Rosier is very polite for a Slytherin. Cashin raised a brow. Put that on my tombstone. Once they'd signed, and elves left, Fred with a dramatic flourish, George with a fake monocle he'd conjured just for the bit, Cashin tucked the scroll into his coat. You've now got a contract more binding than half the ministry's marriages, he said, reaching into his robes and pulling out the blank parchment right. Show me what this map does. Fred and George exchanged a glance, then Fred with the solemnity of someone about to summon an ancient spirit laid it on the desk. George tapped it twice. Bit dusty, he said, blowing on it. Together, they drew their wands. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The ink bled like it had been lying in wait. Fine black lines darted out, crawling over the surface, etching towers and halls and staircases as if the parchment was carving out Hogwarts in real time. Cashin leaned in. Bloody hell. Little dots flickered to life. Baths Haida babbling, North Tower. Neville Longbottom, Herbology Greenhouse 2. A dozen more spilled across the scroll. George pointed. See there? That's you. And us. Cashin watched the dots labeled Cashin Rosier, Fred Weasley, George Weasley drift around the corner of his office like polite bacteria. He stared at the map, jaw slack, eyes flat with disbelief. This is a gross violation of privacy, he said, like someone had just handed him the blueprints to hell and asked if he'd like a tour. His eyes darted over the scuttling names, the real-time movements. He tapped a finger against one of the dots. You can see everyone. Everyone, Fred said, grinning like it was the best thing he'd ever invented. Cashin kept staring. A dot labeled Minerva McGonagall was hovering suspiciously close to the library, a good hour before dinner. This is ridiculous. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to make this? Did you make it? George snorted. Wish we had. We're good, but not this good. The Marauders, Fred said. George pointed at the signature curling across the corner. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Where the hell did you get this? Fred beamed. Bit of scavenging. Bit of luck. George leaned on the desk. And a lot of running from Filch. They left it behind. We found it in Filch's confiscated drawer of doom. Cashin watched Snape disappear into Lupin's office, mouth twitching. Those two hated each other. Had done for years. Probably plotting a silent duel where neither of them had to speak. Or share air. We already know every secret path, Fred said. So we don't need it. George added, to activate, tap with your wand, say I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Fred gestured at the map like he was unveiling a masterpiece. And to turn it off, mischief managed, George finished. Oh, and sometimes it shows dead people. Cashin looked up. Ghosts. They both shook their heads, a little too serious for comfort. Nah, Fred said. Like, people who shouldn't exist. At all. The twins stepped back from the desk in sync. Well then, George said brightly, we'll be on our way. Honored to do business with you, partner, Fred added, throwing an exaggerated bow. Cashin raised his biscuit. If you get arrested before graduation, I'm selling the shop rights to Filch. Fred grinned. George pulled the door open. See you in class, Professor. They vanished down the corridor, snickering. Cashin kept staring at the map. Peter Pettigrew. He leaned forward. He hummed. So this is what they meant. Asterisk if you are wondering when Cashin took the map from the twins, I mentioned it back in CH35, the staff meeting and again in a few later chapters, if I remember right. Bath's Hato was sitting in the armchair by the window, legs tucked under her, a half-drunk cup of tea on the sill beside her. Cashin didn't say a word as he dropped the parchment into her lap. She looked down at it, then up at him. What am I looking at? You'll see. He flicked his wand. The ink surged to life. She sat up straighter. All right, that's not normal. Nope. She traced a finger along one corridor. This is the third-floor hallway. These dots, students. Everyone in the castle. Names, movements, rooms. Look. He tapped the edge and pointed as a little dot labeled MRS Norris moved past nearly headless Nick near the Great Hall. Bath's Hato leaned back, arms folded now, watching the map with narrowed eyes. Who made it? No idea. I thought the twins did, turns out they scavenged it. Marauder's signatures on the bottom corner. She blinked. Never heard of them. Same. She didn't say anything for a bit. Just watched the names shuffle across the corridors, disappearing through walls, climbing staircases, flickering in and out. Terrifying, she said. Cashin dropped onto the sofa, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Can't even argue. This is illegal. Extremely. It's a surveillance spell. Yup. Of minors. That part occurred to me. Bath's Hato slapped the parchment. You're holding the most invasive thing in this school after the Bloody Baron. Cashin raised both hands. I'm equally horrified. But also a bit impressed. Also disgusted. You better be. He sighed. Look, if I'd made this, I'd have slapped my name on it and handed myself in. She rubbed her forehead. It shows staff too. He pointed to a corner. Snape just left Lupin's office. Sprout's near the greenhouse. Dumbledore's apparently pacing in the North Tower. Bath's Hato pressed her knuckles against her mouth, staring down at it. This is madness. As a man from the 21st century, all Cashin could think was, you think. That's several human rights violations packed into one bit of parchment. The kind of thing that'd have been slapped with 6 lawsuits and an EU regulation before breakfast. She leaned back, you're absolutely sure this wasn't made by the ministry? No idea. He hummed, but I doubt. Bath's Hato sighed slowly. It's mad. Yep. Illegal. Extremely. And we're keeping it. Cashin stared at her. She held his hand. If I would trust anyone with this map, Cass, it would be you. Not even myself. He didn't answer straight away. Something had gone oddly warm in his chest. Her trust landed heavier than he expected. Not because of what she said, but how easily she meant it. Cashin swallowed. His first instinct was to make a joke, dodge it. But her hand was warm around his, and the words caught in his throat. She didn't let go. I know why you haven't destroyed it already. You want to use it to find Sirius Black, don't you? He blew a slow breath through his nose. Can't exactly wait around and hope he announces his next attempt with fireworks. Bath's Hato shifted, gaze flicking across the parchment again. You think he'll try again? He's not done, Cashin said. Last time, he ran. Next time, he won't. Her hand tightened slightly. You are right. This can help us catch him. He looked down at it. I'm not thrilled about it. But it's the only thing showing us what the wards miss. You won't tell the others, she said. He didn't answer. She glanced at him. Cass. Tell Snape I've got a map that shows which direction his nose points every 5 minutes. He snorted. I'd rather wrestle a Dementor. She raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore. Cashin rolled his neck. He'd nod sagely, say something vague about tools with power and then disappear just as someone breaks in again. So you're keeping it. Until Black's caught. Then. Burn it. She squeezed his hand. Or, we can seal it. In case we need it again. Cashin watched her, eyes trailing over the frown at her brow. I'm not saying we should use it, she added, voice lower. I'm just saying I trust you. I know you'll keep me in check. He sighed, a quiet thing through his nose. Let's find Sirius first. Remus sneaked into Filch's office after warding the corridor. 10 layers, sound dampening, misdirection, alarm ward, a bonus one that'd confound anyone who so much as coughed near the threshold. Standard fare when one's breaking into the nosy bastard's archive of doom. The office was worse than usual. Smelled like mothballs, boiled cabbage, and whatever had recently died under the filing cabinet. Remus didn't light his wand. He didn't fancy giving the portraits something to gossip about, but he did flick a silencing charm at Mrs. Norris's bed. The cat wasn't in, but just in case. He crossed to the tall drawer cabinet, labeled confiscated contraband, and yanked it open. Quills, joke wands, at least 4 sets of teeth, and for some reason pens. The map wasn't there. He pulled open the next drawer. Nothing but broken sneakoscopes and a framed photo of Gilderoy Lockhart. Shirtless. Remus closed it fast, muttering a quiet apology to his eyes. Bottom drawer was locked. He muttered the unlocking charm under his breath and opened it slowly. Empty. He frowned, crouching lower. Something had scratched the backboard. A set of initials, MWPP. The letters made his chest tighten. He could almost see James grinning as he pressed the blade too deep, Sirius laughing at the mess, Peter whining that Filch would catch them. And himself, standing off to the side, trying not to smile too much in case anyone noticed how much it meant that they'd included him at all. The scratch in the drawer looked the same as it had on their desk legs, crude and careless. He stared at it. Then rapped his knuckle against the wood. Hollow. He pulled his wand and whispered, Revelio. The bottom of the drawer shimmered, then flickered out entirely. False panel. Behind it was a narrow space, barely deep enough for a scroll. Long gone. He sighed. Not in Filch's office. Which meant. Remus stood up fast, brushing dust off his knees, already mentally mapping the rest of the castle. Someone had beaten him to it. And whoever they were, they knew exactly what they'd taken. He stepped into the corridor, dropped the wards one by one, then walked off, not really looking where. His thoughts ran in loops. The castle always changed at night. Shadows stretched longer, staircases groaned louder, and portraits dozed in frames, pretending not to hear. He walked the long corridors with his wand ready, more out of habit than fear. It felt like slipping back into his youth, except his knees ached now and his heart never stopped bracing for bad news. If Sirius had taken the map, and he might have, clever enough, desperate enough, it'd explain a lot. Too much, maybe. Was that how he'd been slipping past the wards, around corners no one even saw? If so, they were wasting time playing catch-up. He'd have to tell Dumbledore. Have to adjust the wards. Back then, the map had been laughter and lantern light, parchment that smelled of ink and rebellion. Now it was a weapon, stolen, twisted, a ghost of 4 boys who'd thought mischief had no end. Remus rubbed the back of his neck. Their legacy was stalking children now. He slowed, looked around. Shrieking shack. Brilliant. Apparently, his feet had more opinions than his head tonight. He sighed, shoved a hand into his coat pocket, and stepped closer to the whomping willow. The knot was still there, half hidden under a coil of moss. He pressed it. The branches froze like they'd been caught mid-punch. He ducked under and slipped through the opening. The tunnel was the same as always. Cold. Stale. That wet earth smell never left. He didn't even know why he was going there. Maybe it was stupid. Maybe he just missed them. The real ones. Before it all cracked. Before the war and Azkaban and the mess that was now stalking Hogwarts in dog's skin. He squeezed his eyes shut, memory ambushing him. Sirius once dared him to howl in the library at midnight. James had laughed so hard he toppled into a pile of atlases, shushing himself with tears on his cheeks. Even Peter had clapped a hand over his mouth to keep from squeaking. For a heartbeat, he almost heard them again, friends alive, whole, foolish. Then the silence rushed back in, colder than before. He used to come here every month. Dragged down through the tunnel, half-conscious, shaking in the grip of a fever that always started 3 nights before the full moon. Terrified someone would find out what he was. What he could become. He'd tried hiding it, at first. Of course he had. Who wouldn't? Hogwarts was the only place he'd ever been allowed to feel normal, even for a few months. He clung to it like a drowning boy clutches driftwood. Then James found out. Sirius, not far behind. He expected fear. Maybe pity. Definitely distance. Instead. They turned themselves into animals. Didn't even tell him at first. Just showed up in the shack one night, casually chatting like nothing had changed. Prongs, Padfoot, and Wormtail. His friends for life. He blinked hard. Cleared his throat. He reached the trapdoor and stopped, one hand brushing the old wood. He expected dust, but there was none. Had the school used this place after him? His hand pressed flat against the trapdoor, and it creaked open. The room above was still, quiet. The faint outline of claw marks still scarred the floorboards, deep gouges where he'd thrown himself in blind rage. Bit of a sore memory, that. Floorboards warped where his body had slammed against them, month after month. He let his hand drift over the grooves, guilt pressing down like a second spine. Every inch of it was a reminder of what he was, what his friends had carried for him. Coming back felt like visiting his own crime scene. He sighed, as he stepped in. Expecting an empty shack. But there was someone already standing there. Lupin's wand snapped up before he could ever see the face of the figure. Weight slammed into him, all limbs and bones, a blur of grey and snarling breath. They hit the floor hard, beams splintered behind his spine, Dust kicked up in bursts of smokes. The other man clawed for the wand, hand closing round nothing. Remus caught a glimpse, matted hair, gaunt face, eyes like something that hadn't slept in a year. They wrestled, elbows cracking into ribs, knees into the floor. Remus got an arm free and swung it hard, catching Sirius square in the jaw. Enough to shove him back a pace, but not enough to knock sense into him. Remus's head rang with the sound of fists on bone, and for a flicker he remembered James, laughing, shoving him during a snowball fight in the courtyard, shouting that Mooney fought like a librarian. That echo snapped against the sight of Sirius now, hair wild, eyes manic. No laughter in him this time, only teeth. The contrast made Remus's stomach twist with a hatred that felt like grief with its skin torn off. He almost wished Sirius would laugh, so he could hate him cleanly. This silence, this broken man lunging like an animal, was worse. It felt like betrayal remade in flesh. Sirius lunged again, teeth bared. They slammed against the wall. You bastard! Remus elbowed him in the gut, spun, grabbed for the scruff of his clothes and forced him down. They hit the floor again, harder this time, and Sirius' breath punched out in a wheeze. Stay down. But Sirius was clawing back up even as Remus pinned him. One knee on his chest, he finally yanked his wand from the ground where it fell, aimed it at Sirius's throat. The tip pressed into skin. Right over his pulse. He held it there, breath loud in the quiet, every part of him braced for the smallest excuse. Just one twitch. One lie. Say it, Remus said, low. Go on. Sirius didn't flinch. Didn't move at all, really. His chest rose and fell too fast. Dirt streaked his face. Hair like he'd dragged himself out of a grave. And maybe he had. I didn't, he said, barely above a whisper. The wand dug deeper into Sirius's neck. His jaw clenched tighter. Tell me why, Remus muttered. Now. Sirius listened. He was still catching his breath, still half waiting for a hex. Remus leaned in. Tell me you didn't do it. Sirius blinked slowly. His voice rasped out like it had clawed its way through stone. I didn't. The hand holding the wand started to shake. The bastard hadn't even fought back properly. No mad laughter like the papers said. Just those eyes, wide and too bright, like he'd burned the rest of himself hollow. Remus hated those eyes. Because he remembered them. He remembered Sirius grinning behind a stolen Honeyduke's wrapper. Sirius pushing Snape into the lake. Sirius dragging him and James out of bed at 2 in the morning just because the moon looked interesting. Sirius holding a Quidditch banner upside down and refusing to correct it because symmetry's a ministry lie. He remembered the way Sirius had laughed with his whole face, loud and stupid and infuriating. Not this. Not the ruin lying under him now. Remus's jaw clicked. He stared down, wand still shaking, breath still caught somewhere behind his teeth. I saw the bodies, he said. Sirius gritted his teeth. Remus leaned closer. 12 people, Padfoot. And Peter. You left nothing but a crater. And a finger. He pressed harder. Skin whitened under the tip. I thought you were dead, Remus said. We all did. And then you turned out to be worse. Sirius winced with the breath he took. I didn't betray them. Shut up. The punch cracked across Sirius's face, raw and unpulled. Remus didn't stop. Fist slammed again, cheek, jaw, shoulder, didn't seem to care where it landed. Another one snapped his head sideways. You absolute traitor. Another blow, knuckles catching hard bone. You betrayed your best friend. You betrayed Lily. You betrayed Harry. Sirius coughed, breath hitching, but didn't swing back. You killed Peter. The next punch didn't even try for the face. Right into the ribs. You. Remus hauled him upright by the collar, voice breaking. You sold yourself to Voldemort. Sirius stumbled back, half sprawled on one elbow, blood at the corner of his mouth. I didn't, he rasped. Remus grabbed him again. You think I give a shit about what you say? He shouted, dragging Sirius forward and slamming him back against the wall. Boards cracked behind his spine. Sirius didn't answer. Didn't dodge. Didn't even raise a hand. He just coughed, spat blood, and looked at him. Not even with an apology. Just tired. I didn't betray them. Remus stared at him as if the words had physically burned. His knuckles whitened on the wand. A curse sat on the tip of his tongue, something final, something that would end this once and for all. But the words stuck, lodged behind his teeth. He wanted it to be easy. Betrayal deserved fire, lightning, vengeance. But nothing about Sirius Black had ever been easy. Even ruined, even bleeding on the floor, he carried that damn gravity. The same force that had once dragged Remus into trouble, into friendship, into loyalty he had thought unbreakable. His hand shook, furious at itself for hesitating. You expect me to believe that? Sirius blinked slow, half-glazed. No. You laughed. You laughed at their death. I was broken. No, Remus snapped, stalking back over. You were always like this. Mad for it. Laughing while everything burned. He shoved off the floor and paced, wand trembling in his grip. I should kill you, he spat, voice cracking at the edges. I should. He dragged a hand down his face, then pressed it to the side of his head like the pressure might stop it all from boiling over. Tell me your lies, before I drag you back and watch the Dementors finish what Azkaban started. Sirius didn't move. Still slumped against the wall, shoulders sagging like something broken at the hinge. Blood slicked the corner of his mouth, but he didn't wipe it. I switched with Peter, he said, hoarse. James and we changed the secret keeper last minute. Didn't tell anyone. Not even you. Remus's mouth twisted. Don't, he warned. Sirius kept going, rasping, as if even speaking of them hurt him. We thought if Voldemort came after them, it'd be too obvious. Too expected. Peter was weak, nobody would think we'd trust him. Don't. Remus's wand came up again, not quite steady. Don't you dare try to drag him into this. You killed him. He's gone. Sirius took a step forward. He's not. He's here. At Hogwarts. That's a lie. Look at me, Sirius snapped. Why would I lie? You think I broke into a castle, lived off rats, got chased by dementors every other night, all to what? Spin a story. Remus didn't move. He's alive, Moony. Sirius said again, quieter now. And he's hiding under your nose. With the Weasley boy. He grimaced, blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. I thought I deserved to die. Remus didn't answer. Just stood there, chest still rising like he'd been running uphill. I killed them, Sirius went on, quieter now, like he wasn't talking to Remus at all. It was supposed to be clever. Last second switch, make me the decoy, let Peter take the secret. No one would suspect Wormtail. He gave a short, ugly laugh. The ultimate prank. Sirius dragged a hand through his hair, pulling it back from his face like it was a noose tightening. It was me, don't you get it? I picked him. I trusted him. They died because of that. They died because of me. He sagged against the wall, knuckles white where he braced himself. I thought Azkaban would be the end. Honestly thought, fine. Let it take me. Maybe it was what I deserved. His voice turned rough. 12 years, Moony. 12 years in a box, nothing but cold and screaming, and knowing every day it was my fault. Remus still didn't speak. He looked like he might. Then didn't. Sirius's hand dropped. Then I saw the paper. That got a flicker. A crease between Remus's brows. Last summer. Fudge came to inspect. I saw the prophet he had tucked under his arm. Sirius closed his eyes for a beat. Article about the Weasleys. On holiday in Egypt. Smiling like the world hadn't caught fire. He opened his eyes again, gaze sharp now, like something had been lit behind it. And there, on Boy's shoulder. He held up a finger. Wormtail. A missing finger. Peter's alive, Sirius said again. He's been hiding. In plain sight. Sleeping in that boy's bed. You expect me to believe you spent a decade in Azkaban for a crime Peter committed? No, Sirius said. I don't. But it's true. Remus stared at him, eyes searching, cold, angry, but not all the way closed. Sirius stepped forward, slow. Think about it, he said. Think like the boy you used to be. Remus didn't answer. But he didn't interrupt either. I was the loud one. James was the leader. You were the clever one. And Peter. Sirius shook his head. He was scared. Always scared. Always hiding behind someone. He looked at Remus now, properly. Except this time, it wasn't behind James. Remus glanced at the ceiling. Then at Sirius. Then at the floor. I don't believe you, he said, but softer now. Sirius nodded like he'd expected it. That's all right. I've got proof. Remus's brow twitched. He's marked, Remus. Right forearm. Check the boy's rat. A finger's missing. If he doesn't have the mark, I'll turn myself in. Remus's mouth opened, then closed again. I know how this sounds, Sirius added. If I were you, I'd hex me unconscious and drag me to Dumbledore right now. Remus didn't argue. His grip on the wand trembled, but his mind wandered where it shouldn't. Harry's face, the same bloody cheekbones, the same stubborn tilt of the chin James used to throw at teachers. And what if Sirius was lying? What if this was just another trick, and Harry was walking into the same trap James had? The thought almost buckled his knees. He wanted to protect the boy. He wanted to avenge the man. And he couldn't tell which instinct screamed louder. His wand hand flexed, useless, caught between duty and fury until both tasted like ash on his tongue. But look, Sirius said, quieter now. Please. Just, look. It was the please that landed. Remus hated that word more than all the rest. Please. It didn't belong in Sirius's mouth. Sirius was demands and shouts and reckless grins, not this broken scrape of a word. And yet it cracked something open, left him standing there like a fool with his wand hovering uselessly in the air. He didn't lower it. Couldn't. Trust was a muscle long rotted. But for the first time in 10 years, rage diminished. The stalemate felt worse than violence, an awful silence where friendship used to live, and where something far uglier had taken root. But he stopped pointing it at Sirius's throat. Which was something. Announcement. Hi. Just to be clear, the Shrieking Shack is not on the Marauders map. The transition from Cassian and Bath's Haida to Lupin might feel instant, but it wasn't. Things will work out in the end. Trust the process. Trust me. Because God knows I don't. Joke. Cassian stepped into the classroom and dropped his bag onto the desk with a thump. The 7th years were already seated, looking back at him half expecting another show and half worry. He walked to the blackboard, picked up the chalk, and wrote in large block letters. Amortentia. Then scratched a deep, satisfying X through it. He turned to face the class, brushing the chalk off his fingers. Right. Let's talk about one of the oldest, most dangerous potions ever brewed. Since some of you have apparently been trying to play Cupid with cauldrons, thinking love can be bottled, I figured now's a good time to explain why I crossed that particular pile of sentimental sewage you all call love. Clearwater tilted her head. Amortentia is a love potion, right? Cashin looked at her. That's what the name wants you to think. Bit of Latin, bit of perfume, swirl it in a pretty bottle. It creates fixation, Miss Clearwater, not love. You know what obsession plus magic gets you? Murder. At best, jail. At worst, a ghost who can't stop singing about your hair. A few students shifted in their seats. Let me give you a bit of history. The original version that predates Hogwarts. Cashin waved his wand and the air shimmered to some nameless medieval village, all crooked rooftops and squat cottages with walls of packed earth and timber. The village had no town square, no tavern, no walls. Just a river and a few goats. He pointed at it with his wand. Before it turned into the stuff you lot keep trying to sneak into pumpkin juice, Amortentia began somewhere like this. Well, it wasn't love hearts. Or sparkles for that matter. Just hunger and a woman with no patience left for either. He turned to the class. Her name was Gwina. Lived on the edge of the creek, kept to herself. She had no family left. Just a hut, a kettle, and a limp that got worse in winter. People called her the Hag of Lower Hale, which, bit rude. She wasn't old, just out of favors. And too clever for the village's taste. He tapped the illusion. The river began to move, thick, lazy water drifting past bundles of reeds. Then the fish started jumping. Before zooming in on a woman washing clothes in the river. One day, Gwina noticed something odd. Local wildlife, mice, ferrets, even a cow once, kept wandering off into the creeks near the southern bank. Disappeared. Every time. Nobody cared. They blamed wolves or fae or a drunk farmer with a broomstick problem. Gwina didn't. The illusion zoomed closer to the riverbed, where enormous clams clung to the rocks, their shells slowly cracking open. These, he said, pointing, are hushed clams. No one paid them much attention. But Gwina realized something, they weren't just opening. They were releasing something. A powder. Faint. Silvery. Drifted on the water softly. Penelope leaned forward. Pearl dust. Cashin gave her a finger gun. Pearl dust. Not like the refined stuff in potions today, this was the raw enchantment. The clams used it to lure animals close, drag them under, eat them whole. Efficient predators. Charming, really. Someone in the back gagged. He ignored it. Gwina bottles some of the river water. Tests it. Realizes it's got mild compulsive effects, enough to draw things near. Spends the next 30 years of her life messing about with it. Goat blood, cinnamon bark, her own spit, proper madwoman phase. Tried to distill attraction. He paced across the front, arms crossed. Problem was, she kept testing it on animals. At one point, she had a dog so infatuated with her it refused to blink unless she blinked first. Died in her arms. Romance. Oliver Wood shifted uncomfortably. Cashin carried on. She doesn't crack it until she's already lost her already less than stunning looks, her money, and 2/3 of her hearing. Then, breakthrough. Discovers heat changes the reaction. Pearl dust plus basil root plus moonflower extract plus very specific boiling technique equals obsession. Perfected form. He turned to the board, writing. Original recipe, non-human approved pearl dust, basil root, moonflower, charred beetle husk. Do not attempt. She uses it to test. A local butcher. Marries her. Builds her a new hut. 2 years later, he walks into the sea trying to follow the scent when she drops a vial of it on the shore. A few students made strangled sounds. Cashin sighed, dragging a hand through his hair as if this next bit pained him on a moral level. That could have been the end of the story. Woman brews obsession in a bottle, accidentally kills the only man daft enough to love her, goes back to her hut to knit socks and regret everything. But no. Gwina wasn't the retiring type. He leaned on the desk, fingers tapping against the wood. Bottled potion in her hands, the butcher's gold in her pocket and whatever pride she hadn't bartered for herbs, and went straight to the city. Hair pinned, skirt clean, a limp she didn't bother hiding. Because Gwina, as it turns out, was patient, ambitious. And very, very stubborn. He pointed his wand at the illusion again, and the sleepy village dissolved into a bustling medieval street. Smoke drifted from crooked chimneys. Carriages rattled past market stalls. People shouted, haggled, bartered for carrots. She knew what she had. The trick was getting it into the right mouths. A Slytherin girl narrowed her eyes. What does that mean? Cashin gave her a look. What do you think it means? You don't start with royalty. Too many layers. Too many tasters. You start lower. Chambermaids. Stable hands. Scribes. People who brush against power without holding any. People who might pass a cup up. The illusion zoomed in on a tall stone hall with guards at the doors. She spent the next 6 years working her way in. Slowly. Carefully. Slept in laundry halls. Stirred porridge in the kitchens. Waited for her chances. When one came, she slipped the potion into a wine glass meant for the prince's steward. Percy made a noise. Did the steward fall for her? Cashin grinned. First of many. Poor sod built her a rose garden in February and wept when she sneezed. Lived to see her smile. Died trying to pickle pears in her honor. Someone snorted. Marcus Flint looked vaguely traumatized. Cashin didn't slow down. Gwina wasn't stupid. 6 years to steward. Another 2 to king. By the time she got near him, the king already knew her name. Called her his pearl-eyed angel. Probably thought it was romantic. It wasn't. She'd dosed him twice before he ever saw her face. Percy frowned. He didn't notice. Of course not, Cashin said. Man couldn't spell his own name without her permission by the time they met. She mixed it into candied almonds. Honeyed wine. Even a bloody tooth powder he used for royal whitening. He fell so hard he rewrote half the inheritance laws to allow unofficial companions a seat at the high table. Did she marry him? Oliver asked. Cashin paused. No. He killed her. Class froze. Cashin chuckled, swung around and tapped a knuckle against the word still etched into the board. Kings are figureheads, he said, decorated knives. They shine up nice for the crowd, wear crowns, wave from balconies, but they're there to feed the machine. The real rot sits behind them. Advisors. Scribes. The bloke standing just out of frame with ink-stained fingers in a very profitable war contract. A Gryffindor girl frowned. So kings weren't really in charge. Cashin clicked his tongue. No, they were. Technically. People in the shadows hate to be king, Cashin said, tapping the side of the illusion where gold light now flooded the stone throne room. Even if you offered it to them on a velvet cushion, they would deny it. Being king is messy work. Kings bleed. Kings die. The real power? That's behind the throne, where the robes don't get dirty. He gestured at the robed figures now visible behind the enchanted image of the love-struck monarch. Rows of them, old, sunken-eyed, draped in silks and smugness. Watching Gwina like she'd knocked over their dinner plates. These ones, he said, these are the vultures. The men who funded the wars, wrote the laws, ran the game without ever playing it. They fed the king sugar, filled their vaults, and made sure someone else bled on the battlefield while they waxed poetic about honor from their balconies. A few students looked up sharply as the illusion shifted. The king, younger than expected, sat with his chin propped on one hand, staring at Gwina like he didn't know which part of her to thank first. Around him, the advisors were still and sharp-eyed. They didn't like someone getting between them and the king. Especially not a commoner. They didn't say it outright, of course. Just started calling her names when she wasn't in the room. Suggested she'd enchanted him. And if she hadn't, they'd make sure the evidence said otherwise. The illusion zoomed out to a crooked stone path winding into a swamp. Mist drifted over bog water. Shapes moved under it. They hired a real hag. One of the proper ones. Old blood, lived in the marshes, fed off salt and stolen teeth. Paid her 100 peasant hearts and a cask of royal wine. Someone choked on his own spit. Nobody offered him sympathy. Cashin raised a brow. Don't look at me. I didn't write the recipe. The mist thickened in the image. A crooked figure rose from the bog, skin like tree bark, teeth like nails. She brewed something that'd burn out charm. Snapped the string. Cut the thread between Gwina and the king. Poured it into incense, lit it in the royal chambers. The illusion changed again, smoke coiling around the throne, the king sitting straighter, blinking like he'd woken up from a fever dream. Clear-headed, Cashin said, crossing his arms, and furious. He drew his sword. Stepped down from the throne. But his advisors, oh no, they stopped him. Begged him, actually. He turned back to the class. You see, they were clever. If she'd done this once, she could do it again. Bottled desire. Controlled kings. That was opportunity. The illusion shifted to the advisors surrounding Gwina, one of them grabbing the king's wrist, another leaning in to whisper. They asked him to interrogate her. Find the formula. Learn how she did it. Turn it into a weapon. Imagine a whole army dosed with it. Or better, just the enemies. Make a general fall for a hedge witch and forget how war works. Marcus Flint muttered, sick. Cashin pointed a finger at him without turning. Correct. He shook his head, dragged a line through the illusion with his wand, and let the last of the image flicker out. And with that, he said, turning back to the class, it spread. Everywhere. Court halls, alehouses, your mum's secret pantry drawer, a Mortentia got bottled, prettied up, renamed, and sold as love. He gestured at the board again, where the scratched-out word still sat like a warning sign. It's not love. Never was. It's obsession. That's the root. Love's messy, slow, irrational. This. He pointed at the word again. This skips the bits that matter and gives you a puppet. A few students were still watching like they'd just been handed a crime report instead of a lesson. Now, Cashin went on, tone shifting, I teach this every year to 7th years because, inevitably, someone gets clever with a cauldron and thinks they can brew their way into someone's pants, or worse, their heart. He stepped back, eyeing the room like he could already smell the brewing kits hidden under beds. Let me be painfully clear. These potions are legal. That's the ministry for you. They've banned them in Hogwarts, though, at least someone here has half a spine, but if you are caught using them outside these walls, no one's coming to punish you. Though, a clemency cuts through it, and if your target's trained or naturally resistant, the only thing you'll get is exposed. Loudly. Cashin smiled at them, broad, pleasant, and thoroughly untrustworthy. But if I catch anyone holding, brewing, using, or even thinking about creating a love potion. He paused, just long enough for the silence to bite. You'll be begging me for Azkaban. No one laughed. A Ravenclaw near the back actually swallowed loud enough to hear. Cashin nodded, satisfied. 3 feet on why one shouldn't touch a Mortentia with a 10-foot broomstick. Include the difference between love and obsession. If you quote a romance novel, I'll fail you for tone. He swept a hand toward the door. You are dismissed. Chairs scraped. Bags rustled. Percy looked like he had 3 follow-up questions but wisely chose life. Marcus Flint muttered something about bloody mental as he slung his bag over one shoulder. Cashin didn't correct him. The door clicked shut behind the last student. Behind him, the window creaked as the wind picked up over the lake. Rain was coming. The sort that clung to your sleeves and made your joints ache. He grabbed the lesson plan off the corner and flipped through it with one finger. Plans A and D. Counter potions. He smirked faintly. Cashin slammed the door with the side of his boot, as he strode in ahead of Bath's Haida. How the hell did he get into Gryffindor? He snapped, already pacing. It's a bloody tower. With a password. And a portrait that bites. Bath's Haida dropped her bag onto the nearest chair. I don't know. I've got 4 theories and they all start with we're surrounded by idiots. He either didn't know which bed Potter slept in, or he didn't care. They'd just come from a disaster of a meeting. Sirius had managed to break into Gryffindor Tower and gone straight for the wrong bed. Nearly shredded Weasley's mattress. Snape wasted no time. Marched into the staff room and pointed a trembling finger straight at Remus. Accusations flying. Dumbledore said nothing, sat there like an ornamental gargoyle. McGonagall muttered something about caution, as if that had done anyone any bleeding good so far. Hogwarts was held together by spells, grit, and pure bloody denial at this point. He dragged a hand through his hair. He went for the Weasley kid. Not even Potter. And Remus looked like he was going to be sick. Snape practically asked to check his pants for dark marks, she muttered. Cashin gave her a look. Are we sure this is about Sirius? She rolled her eyes. Cashin opened the map and tapped it. They were in class when it happened. He and Bath's Haida both. No one was watching the map. Whether it was a wild stroke of luck or Sirius actually knew they had a way to track him, he couldn't tell. He doubted it, though. Timing it for when most of the castle was locked up in classrooms was the smart move, less traffic, fewer eyes. But if Harry was in class too, what was the point? He wouldn't have been in the dorm. We need to constantly watch it. She didn't argue. Just nodded, already pulling the scrolls off her desk. Cashin leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. I'll string it to the clock tower if I have to. Charm the bloody gears to ring when something twitches. Bath's Haida didn't look up. Or we rotate. One of us checks every hour. No gaps. He let out a short breath. And remind me why we didn't hand this over to Dumbledore again. Her eyes flicked to him. Because he'd lock it in a drawer and say trust will see us through. Right. That. He stood, wandered over to the desk where their notes on the map were stacked in uneven piles. One of the corners had been singed, probably from when he'd tried a tracing charm too close to the inkwork. He tore through the bed, Cashin said, flipping a page without really reading it. Weasley's. Not Potter's. I know. Cashin frowned, eyes still fixed on the parchment. Baths, there's something off here. She didn't look up yet. Define off. I've already got 10 things on the list, including the fact I haven't slept in 2 days. He pointed at the map, jaw tight. I don't think Sirius killed Pettigrew. That got her attention. She stood from the chair, closing the distance to make sure she wasn't hearing things. What? Cashin pointed at a name. Remember what I said about the map showing people who shouldn't be here? Twins thought it glitched sometimes. That it wasn't perfect. I think the map's perfect. Bath's Haida didn't say anything. She followed the little name as it veered sharply left, paused near the Great Hall, then zipped away again. It hadn't blinked out once. She folded her arms. You're telling me we've had a dead man doing laps around the castle. I'm telling you someone we thought was dead isn't, he said. And if Sirius Black was after him, then this changes everything. Shit, she muttered. That means Black's not here for Harry. Cashin glanced sideways at her. No. He is not. Bath's Haida bit the edge of her thumbnail. Why Weasley's bed then? He tapped the map again. The name was darting along the corridor, weaving neatly past every student, no one even sparing it a glance. Too fast. Too nimble. Because he's a pet. Her head snapped round. Percy's old rat. Cashin nodded, eyes still on the name. I think so. She stared at him. First Sirius, now Peter? Both Animagi? Do you know how mental that sounds? Who's next? James Bloody Potter turning into a sofa. Cashin's brow furrowed, but the corner of his mouth twitched. I think all 3 of them were Animagi. To help their 4th friend. Bath's Haida didn't answer. Her gaze drifted toward Remus's quarters down the corridor, just in time to see Snape disappearing inside. She didn't blink. He is. Cashin said nothing for a moment. I believe Remus Lupin is a werewolf. She turned slowly. Blank expression. That stillness people get when the obvious finally clubs them round the head. How can I be this stupid, she muttered. It was bloody obvious. Cashin shook his head. It's not that you're daft. Just no one expects the headmaster to hire a bleeding werewolf. She paced around the way he disappears every month. Snape appearing in his room. Even the damn tea schedule. Laced with aconite. Yet. Cashin flicked a page on the desk. Figured it a while back. Her jaw twitched. And you didn't tell me. He wrapped his arms around her waist, tugging her in. Was trying to be sure before pointing fingers. Bath's Haida leaned into him, chin brushing his shoulder. You were right. She whispered, if the ministry finds out. Cashin waved her down. They will, eventually. I think half the staff already know, or at least suspect. Dumbledore shielded him. That's the only reason he's here. She stayed there for a second, then added, dry, the girls were gossiping about Snape and Lupin. Something about hate turning into longing stares. Cashin snorted. Oh, that I have to leak to Snape. Her hand slid under his robe and smacked his ribs. Don't you dare. I'll do it anonymously, he said, already plotting. Leave him a note. Dear Potion Master, your stares are growing suspicious. Sincerely, the Corridor Ghosts. She tilted her head back, mouth twitching. You're a menace. Please, he muttered, I'm a public service. He moved to the table, peeling back the top sheet of notes they'd been scrawling on all week, adding, Pettigrew, timelines, Hogwarts ward gaps, map anomalies. Bath's Haida leaned on the other side of the desk, her arms folded tight. So, if he's the rat, and Black came here to kill him. Then the last 12 years of ministry records are built on shite. She didn't reply. Sank into the nearest chair, eyes darting over the map like she could force it to lie. If that's true, then Pettigrew's been in Gryffindor Tower for years. Slept in their dorms. Ate their food. Followed them around. Cashin's knuckles went white on the table edge. And listened. Her eyes cut to him. Spying? For who? He tapped the desk with one finger. At first? For survival. Then, I don't know. Bath's Haida blinked, then swore under her breath. Merlin help us, Cass. If you're right, he's been curled up on Weasley's pillow while we've been congratulating ourselves on clever wards. Cashin's mouth twitched humorlessly. Rat at the table, rat in the bed, rat in the bloody dormitory. Spying on minors in their rooms. Baths, I can barely hold my anger. He then glanced at her. We'll need proof. We've got proof, she said. The map. Map shows a name. Doesn't show what body it's tied to. For all they'll know, he's got a nephew. Or a ghost. She frowned, eyes narrowing. We need to catch him. He nodded. Alive. Her mouth pulled tight. And make sure the Weasleys aren't caught in the crossfire. She leaned closer to the map again, tracing Pettigrew's little scuttling path. If Black knows, he'll try again. He won't stop. Cashin's jaw tightened. There has to be a reason for this enmity. Pettigrew has to be caught in a body, not just a name. Otherwise, we're shouting ghosts at the Wisengamot. Black should know it too. She stared at the name darting back and forth. We're building a trap for a rat. Cashin smirked thinly. History's oldest game. He grabbed the chalk and scratched out a list. Pettigrew. Animagus, rat. Gryffindor Tower. Possible extraction plan? He underlined the last bit, twice. Bath's Haida sighed. You ever feel like we're babysitting history while it throws a tantrum? Cashin flicked her a look. No. I feel like I'm elbow deep in a very old, very ugly lie. He paused, then added, and babysitting. She didn't argue. Just muttered something sharp under her breath. What was that? If I end up hexing a rat in a boy's pajamas, I'm blaming you. Cashin shrugged. Wouldn't be the weirdest part of the week. His fingers hovered over the map, but he wasn't watching it anymore. Bath's Haida turned slightly. What is it? He didn't answer straight away. Just stared at the parchment. She reached out, fingers brushing over his. Cass. He let out a breath. What if Sirius didn't betray the Potters? She blinked. I doubt that's open to debate, love. His brow tightened. Is it, though? Sirius Black. Harry Potter. Something about a godfather. His mates from past life. They'd spoken of him not like a villain, but someone who stayed in the boy's life. Was he forgiven by Harry? He doubted. He knew the boy. If the betrayal was even partly true, then maybe Black hadn't betrayed them at all. Bath's Haida frowned. Cass, the whole bloody world thinks he handed them over. I know. I know. He tapped the edge of the table with his knuckles. But think about it. Why the hell would Peter Pettigrew live 12 years in animagus form? Why not just disappear? Why not reveal himself after Sirius was caught? Why hide that heart if he wasn't the one with something to hide? Her gaze went back to the map. I don't think Sirius betrayed them, Cashin said, finally. I think Peter did. And Sirius tried to kill him for it. He didn't say the next part. That if Sirius had been thrown into Azkaban for murder and betrayal and spent 12 years listening to the screams of things that fed on guilt, and hadn't even done it. No wonder the man was mad. Baths Haida murmured, almost to herself, if you are right and we pull this off, history changes overnight. Black exonerated. Pettigrew exposed. The ministry stripped bare. Cashin's hand hovered over the map. History doesn't change. It just waits for someone stubborn enough to shove it back into the light. Good thing I am very good at lumos. The map shimmered again. Peter Pettigrew skittered down the hall beside the Great Hall. He watched it. Let the silence hang. Right, he muttered. Let's catch a dead man. Fred was trying to launch a dung bomb into Lee's sleeve without him noticing when the portrait swung open with a bang. Neville barreled in, cheeks red, hair sticking up like he'd jogged through a storm cloud. It's horrible. Nobody looked up. Horrible from Neville could mean anything, usually meant he'd set his cauldron on fire or misread the page count on a potions essay. Lee didn't even blink. Did you encounter Snape again, mate? But Neville kept going. Professor Rosier, he quit. That stopped everything. Conversations choked mid-word. A deck of exploding snap cards fizzled in mid-air. Fred's dung bomb missed its mark entirely and rolled under the couch. Angelina straightened. What? Neville swallowed, eyes wide. I saw him. He was arguing with the headmaster near the dueling hall. Loud. Everyone heard. George kicked his legs off the arm of the chair. Arguing about what? I don't know. But then Professor McGonagall showed up and said something, and Professor, he looked furious. Said, I'm done trying to make this school something sensible. I quit. And he left. Hermione shot up like she'd been hit with a hex. Neville, don't make jokes like that. I'm not. Fred and George both stood. Yeah, George said. April Fool's isn't till tomorrow. I'm not joking, Neville said again, softer this time. Loads of people were there. Just then, Seamus and Dean tumbled in, eyes wide. You lot hear about Rosier? Seamus asked. Lavender looked half in shock. He really left? Dean nodded grimly. Stormed off down the West Hall. We tried to follow but McGonagall blocked it. People poured out of common rooms, half in slippers, some still clutching half-written essays or snacks, all trying to find someone who knew something. They didn't get far. Prefects lined the staircases like human barricades. Anytime someone asked, they gave the same answer, curfew. Not what happened, not where he went, not even a half-decent lie. Just curfew. It didn't help that the prefects themselves looked rattled, barely holding on to protocol. And when Percy Weasley finally showed up, the twins pounced like wolves. They threw everything at him. Jokes, questions, threats of singing embarrassing lullabies from when he was 7. Percy didn't even try to play along. He stood there, pale and rigid, like someone had kicked over his entire belief system and he hadn't figured out how to put it back yet. He just shook his head and walked away. Didn't say a word. Fred didn't joke after that. Neither did George. George flung a pillow straight at Fred's face. It landed with a satisfying thwack, sending the other twin flailing halfway out of his blanket cocoon. Fred groaned. Why? Because it's our birthday, you troll, George said, already halfway through unwrapping a parcel. And you're snoring loud enough to wake portraits. Fred blinked blearily at the chaos unfolding across their shared corner of the dorm. Parcels everywhere. Half the floor was lost under ripped wrapping and oddly shaped socks. I thought that was the plan, Fred said, voice still sleep rough. Start the day with a scandal. George snorted. Too late. Lee already tried to climb in through the window and got stuck. Fred sat up, hair wild, grin already loading. Did he fall? Arse first into Angelina's cup. She was not impressed. Fred whistled low. Bold for a Friday. George held up a lumpy-looking package wrapped in bright green paper. This one's from Hermione. Fred squinted. Think it's a book. Pray it's not another essay on why safety is important. They tore it open together. Inside, 2 identical notebooks with tidy labels, spell work notes, for experimental modifications. George blinked. Hey. Fred turned it over. Inside the cover, a short note in Hermione's cramped script. If you're going to test dangerous things, at least keep a record. I'm not covering for you when someone ends up with a third ear again. Fred grinned. I'm not saying I like her. But she gets us, George finished, nodding. Next was a neatly folded set of socks from Ron. One red, one blue, mismatched on purpose. A scribbled note read, Mum tried to send you proper ones. I swapped them. Happy birthday, Gits. Fred pulled them on immediately. Fashion. Disaster, George said approvingly. Neville's parcel came next, wrapped in brown parchment and tied with what looked like repurposed shoelace. Inside was a potted plant with a tag that read doesn't bite, much. It had tiny purple leaves and, rather concerningly, tiny teeth. Fred poked it. It nibbled his finger. George beamed. Brilliant. Lee's gift was stuffed into a Quidditch glove, 2 small enchanted firecrackers that hovered in midair, spinning like drunken pixies. They both immediately tried to grab one. It zapped Fred in the nose. Lee Jordan, Fred muttered, rubbing the burn, is going on the list. Top of it, George agreed. Right after that cushion that exploded on us last week. Angelina and Alicia's gift came in a plain black box with a folded note. Happy birthday, miscreants. Use responsibly. You won't. Inside were vials, smoke bombs, judging by the color, and a rolled-up scroll of detailed distraction charm schematics. George let out a low whistle. They like us. They really like us, Fred said, clutching the scroll to his chest. Harry had kept it simple, 2 boxes of chocolate frogs and a single card between them that just said, "You lot make school bearable. Don't blow it up. Harry." They each immediately unwrapped a frog and ate it in silence, which was, in twin terms, deep appreciation. And then there was 1 box left. Fred reached for it, then paused. George raised a brow. What? Fred, with the bravado of someone who hadn't been personally hexed by Cashin in class this week, opened it. George gasped so loudly it could have passed for a fire alarm. If anyone downstairs heard it, they'd probably assume Peeves had set something ablaze. Fred bit George's arm. Oi! George yanked away, nearly dropping the box. Have you lost your head? Fred didn't blink. It's a trap. Obviously, George said, already unwrapping the rest with both hands. We're still doing it. He lifted the book like it was a sacred relic. Across the front, in arrogant, looping ink, greatest series of pranks Hogwarts will ever see. P.S. Only if you can manage it to the T. PS2, it cannot be traced back to me. Don't even try. C.R. Before either of them could make a noise, the words vanished. All of them. Just a plain black book now. George's mouth hung open. That, did it just eat the writing? Fred flung himself onto the floor. Check the cover. Check the pages. Is it enchanted? Did he curse us? They turned to the first page. Only that one held anything, the rest were blank. Fred frowned. Looks like the rest won't show up until we pull off this one. George tilted the book, just in case the angle made the ink appear. It didn't. Very Professor Rosier, he muttered. Set the rules, vanish the answers. Fred and George sat on the edge of their beds, the black book between them. The excitement of unwrapping it had already thinned out. George scratched the back of his neck. I still can't believe he quit. Should we even do these pranks now? Fred shook his head, firm. To honor him. They looked at each other. George tapped the book's cover with one finger. Feels strange. Like we're laughing while he's gone. Fred leaned back against the bedpost, staring up at the canopy. He's not dead, George. He's out there somewhere, probably glaring at dusty scrolls and cursing our names. If he left us this, it means he wanted us to carry on. George glanced down at the first page again. Or he wanted to see if we're daft enough to try. That got the faintest grin out of Fred. Well, he knows us too well then. Fred picked it up, turned it over once, then set it back carefully. We'll do it. Not for honor. Not for anyone else. For us. And maybe, a bit for him. George nodded, slow. Yet. For him. Breakfast came in with a clatter of cutlery and too much noise. The twins lingered near the entrance of the Great Hall, scanning the tables like they were about to break into song, or commit arson. Fred gave George a sideways look. You know we'll look like a pair of utter pillocks if this doesn't work. George took a deep breath. I trust in Professor R. Even if he's not here, his spirit lives on. Right. In our criminal records. Still, they walked in. Casual. Smiles fixed, sleeves neat, like they hadn't spent half the morning whispering over charm timing and distraction hexes. As they made their way down the Gryffindor table, birthday wishes started coming in. They lapped it up, grins, thanks, a few cheeky bows. But beneath the grins, their hands were busy. One by one, they slipped small glimmers of charm fizzed powder into juice pitchers and teapots. After the third spiking, and of course after birthday muffins, George leaned in. That's the easy part done. Now Cedric. Fred steered them toward the Hufflepuff table. Cedric, mate. Diggory blinked mid-bite. Birthday rounds. Fred clapped him on the back. Wouldn't miss it. Told McGonagall we'd be diplomatic. Building house bridges. Cedric raised a brow. You two? Building? Right. George grinned. We're rebels, but also artists. They stayed long enough to drop a fizz vial into the pumpkin juice, then moved on with more grins and a wave. Now clear water, Fred muttered. George's face lit up. We're carrying a message. From Percy. Obviously. They strolled to the Ravenclaw table, found Penelope halfway through her toast. Clear water, Fred said, polite. Percy asked us to pass on a note. She blinked. He what? George handed her a folded bit of parchment. Completely blank. She squinted at it. This is empty. Fred sighed, theatrical. Merlin's beard, he said that might happen. It's one of those enchanted ones. You have to warm it up. Use your elbow. Penelope gave them a flat look. Why would that? Experimental charm. He's very excited. Said you'd understand. To her credit, she didn't throw it back. She tucked it into her bag and mumbled something vaguely polite. Good luck with that, George added, tossing something into the Ravenclaw tea tray as they turned. That left Slytherin. They both paused at the foot of the hall, pretending to check the time. Fred whispered, can't exactly waltz over and ask to borrow a snake. George scanned the crowd. Lee. Lee Jordan looked up from his bowl of cereal like he'd heard them thinking about chaos. Fred gave the briefest nod. Lee raised his spoon in solemn agreement. 5 seconds later, a bowl exploded. Slytherins and Gryffindors leapt to their feet. Screaming. Accusing. One of the second years started crying over spilled milk, literally. Professor Sprout shouted something about boundaries. Flitwick stood on his chair trying to mediate. McGonagall didn't bother standing, her glare did most of the work. In the middle of it all, Fred and George slinked sideways through the crowd, slipped to the Slytherin table unnoticed, and poured their last vial into the water jug. They were back at Gryffindor before the worst of the shouting began. Fred sat, picked up a toast triangle, and grinned. Timing. George took a bite of his and nodded. Now we wait. As they waited, eyes slid toward the staff table. No sign of Professor Rosier. Or babbling, for that matter. Which made it much worse. Whispers filled in the blanks fast, he really had quit, then. McGonagall batted off every question with a curt eat your breakfast. Which wasn't exactly a denial. Fred leaned over the table, scanning faces. I'm telling you, if he walks in now, I'm eating this toast whole. Wait for it, George muttered, grinning at nothing in particular. Right then, Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione dropped into their usual seats beside them. Harry reached for the pumpkin juice. Anything news? Fred and George shook their heads, just watched. Pumpkin juice poured. Glasses lifted. Neville sipped first. Then Ron. Hermione. Harry. 5 seconds. 10. At exactly the 15 mark, poof. A muffled crack of magic swept the great hall. And then, all at once, color burst across the room like someone had appended a painter's palette into a wind tunnel. Students jolted in their seats as curls of smoke hissed from their scalps. Gasps turned into shrieks. Hair changed in real time, red, green, blue, yellow, puffing out like startled fireworks. Fred blinked. Green. George blinked back. Also green. They stared at each other, jaws dropped. Oi, Fred said, slowly, why the hell are we green? George dragged a hand through his newly cursed mop. It was meant to be red. I checked the trigger charm. Well, then clearly you cocked it. Across the table, Ron looked like he'd swallowed a quaffle. Hermione. She was staring straight ahead, buttercup yellow hair sitting like a slap against her red jumper. She reached up as if to confirm it with her own fingers, then slowly lowered her hand again, jaw tight. Neville's hair was the same yellow, standing in tragic tufts. I look like a bleeding lemon tart, he mumbled. Dean cackled so loud. Mate, you look like you've been hexed by sunshine. On the far end, Angelina Johnson doubled over, wheezing. Then came the chaos. A second-year Hufflepuff burst into tears. 2 Ravenclaws started frantically trying to charm their hair back, only for it to shoot even brighter. A sharp voice snapped from the staff table, silence. It was drowned immediately by Seamus shouting, Malfoy's got Weasley hair. Draco had frozen like he'd just been kissed by death itself. Scarlet curls framed his face like Gryffindor itself had taken personal revenge. He touched them, recoiled, then stood so fast his chair skidded halfway to the fireplace. What is this? The volume alone earned him a dozen stares. He pointed, wild-eyed, across the hall as if someone else could see the cosmic mistake he was now physically wearing. I demand this be reversed, now. Fred choked on his juice. George gave a wheezy honk. Look at him, Fred whispered. George snorted. Then, from above. Thump. Something dropped clean onto the high table. Murmurs rippled. A few students straight up screamed. Even McGonagall looked like she'd just seen a ghost sneeze on the floor. She stood slowly, eyes darting between the hat and the crowd, wand already half raised. What in Merlin's name? Why are you here? The hat twitched. It coughed, then again. A thick puff of dust blew out of its brim, like it hadn't spoken since before the Statute of Secrecy. By ancient charter, it said, a sorting may be challenged only under rare and dire circumstances. The hat cleared its non-existent throat again, louder this time. When courage itself protests the path I chose, when house hearts change, and the lion flees his pride, then the castle listens. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. The hat, meanwhile, was fully into its moment. If an overwhelming number of students reject my decision, visibly, intentionally, then by old accord, the school will allow a period of open resorting. Until then, any student wishing to sit with their preferred house may do so freely. It paused dramatically, letting the words settle. And it appears. The hat turned, eye-hole scanning the chaos of rainbow-haired students, every single one of you has done so. House allegiance, by color. Oi! Someone from Slytherin shouted. This is anarchy. Best Friday of my life, Fred muttered. Draco Malfoy, scarlet curls blazing like a Weasley born wrong, shot to his feet and pointed at the hat like it had personally insulted his pedigree. I am not a Gryffindor. The entire hall went silent for half a beat. Someone snorted. Draco kept flailing. This is a prank. This isn't legal. I demand a fix. The hat didn't even blink. Your hair speaks your wish. It does not. McGonagall gave him the flattest look in her arsenal. Mr. Malfoy, I suggest you sit. Preferably far from the Gryffindor table, before Mr. Weasley tries to hug you. Ron had already started reaching. Draco sat. Fast. Arms crossed. The twins were grinning so wide their faces hurt. All right, George said. Resorting. Chaos. Identity crisis. So far, this prank's done 3 years of therapy in 10 minutes. Fred nudged him. Think Professor R planned this? George stared up at the ceiling. Mate. He definitely planned this. A Hufflepuff girl with now blue hair, launched from her seat, grinning wildly. I can finally sit with Ravenclaw. Do you know how long I've been pretending to care about badgers? Oi, rude. Another Hufflepuff shouted. Students stood, swapped benches, argued, hugged, shrieked. One Ravenclaw ran to the Slytherin table shouting, I told you I wasn't a bloody eagle. Some stayed put, too stunned to move. Others argued loudly, some insisting it was still a prank, others already halfway through reshuffling their morning friendships. Fred, watching it all unfold, leaned over. We broke Hogwarts. George grinned. Staring at the mayhem. We might have fixed it. In the weeks that followed, they watched the map like hawks on caffeine and spite, and still came up empty. Peter Bloody Pettigrew didn't appear. Not once. Not a flicker of a name, not even a twitch in Gryffindor Tower. It was like he'd known the exact second to leg it. You think he left the school? Baths Haida asked one evening as they collapsed onto the couch. Cashin ended up half sideways across her legs, one arm draped over his face. I don't know, he huffed. Feels like he vanished the moment we got close. Like he's reading our bloody lesson plans. Her hand drifted into his hair, absently combing through the mess. Maybe Sirius spooked him. Breaking into the tower, slashing at beds, if he was hiding in there, that would have been his warning shot. Cashin let out a hum that might have been agreement or indigestion. Makes sense. And Sirius is gone too. Map's quiet. Not even a tail twitch. She paused mid-stroke. What if they know? She said. Cashin's arm dropped from his face. Know what? The map. What it is. How we're using it. He sat up so fast he nearly cracked heads with her. Oh, shit. She blinked. What? He was already scrambling across the room. Oh, I'm a bloody idiot. What now? Chalk screeched against the board as he scrawled 4 names. Moony. Prongs. Padfoot. Wormtail. He stepped back and jabbed a finger at it. It's in the corner of the bloody map. We've had the answer etched on it since day 1. Baths Haida squinted. You mean the fake names? Not fake. Code names. They're code names. Her brow furrowed. Wait, Moony. Lupin. Lupin. Padfoot. Cashin's mouth twisted. Sirius Black. I'd bet every pair of my socks. Which makes prongs. James Potter. He nodded, hand still hovering near the board. And Wormtail. Pettigrew. For a moment, neither spoke. Merlin's bollocks, Baths Haida muttered. Cashin dropped into the nearest chair. They made the map. And now they know we're using it. Cashin laughed, mad, almost cackling. No, this is better than I thought. I bet Sirius assumes Peter has the map, and Peter's convinced Sirius has it. So they both legged it outside the bloody range to avoid being tracked the second they realized they couldn't suss each other's next move. He threw his head back, grinning at the ceiling. They're not running from us. They're running from each other. This is bloody hilarious. Baths Haida rubbed her temple, not bothering to hide the tired exhale. They've turned this castle into a one-sided chess match and we're stuck playing referee. I'd say they're both pawns, but one of them actually turned into a rat, so. He gestured vaguely at the board with a bit of chalk still in hand. Do we even need to bother? Let them chase each other in circles. We'll sweep up whoever drops dead first. Bathshida's eyes snapped to him. You think either of them dying solves this? Cashin twirled the chalk between his fingers. One less fugitive. One less rat. Call it natural selection. She nodded. Darwin. Cashin was never more proud. He walked up to her to kiss her. He then pointed again at Wormtail. You realize what this means, right? They're outplaying each other with a map neither of them has. 2 blokes stuck in a cold war over a bloody piece of parchment. All while we're here babysitting it as if it's cursed gold. Baths Haida leaned over the desk, palm braced on a stack of notes. So neither of them's in the castle anymore. Looks like. He pushed off the chair. And here we are, with the world's most intelligent piece of parchment, watching ourselves drink tea. She rubbed her temple. You think they'll come back? He shook his head. I've no idea. Well, they didn't. Days passed, and the castle slouched back into its usual rhythm, grumbling staircases, gossip in the courtyards, ghosts playing through the walls like nothing had ever broken into Gryffindor Tower with meat back on the menu. Then Easter rolled in. Cashin opened his eyes that morning and immediately caught sight of a giant floating egg hovering overhead. It hummed. And he started, too slow. The thing dropped like a rock. Burst against his chest and exploded into a puff of petals and off-key, magically harmonized singing roses. Happy Easter, said Baths Haida from the door, arms crossed and grin far too satisfied. He sat up, brushing singing flower bits off his face. This was my move. She leaned in through the door with a grin. I stole it. Cashin groaned. I hate you. Liar. That day, Hogwarts was in a suspiciously good mood. Term break had loosened everyone's sense of self-preservation, and chocolate was being smuggled like it was classified contraband. Students roamed in packs, sharing sugar and terrible ideas. Someone was flying a kite indoors. The portraits were judging it, loudly. Cashin walked the length of the courtyard with Bath's Haida beside him, her hair full of glittery petals from her own ambush. He hadn't commented. Yet. The Weasley twins caught sight of them near the lower arches. Professor R. Fred called, skidding to a halt in front of them. George wasn't far behind, already mid-grin. Love the birthday gift. Cashin raised a brow. Somehow I doubt that. It was a book. Fred held up a singed corner of parchment. How to Brew Trouble Without Getting Caught. A classic. Cashin tilted his head. That was a joke title. The actual book was Advanced Potioning. We read both, said George. Yours is more dangerous. Cashin didn't smile. Good. You're not supposed to like safe books. Twins peeled off with matching grins, leaving Cashin and Bath's Haida to resume their stroll under the low spring sun and the faint scent of chaos still wafting from the great hall. Across the courtyard, a pair of blondes trudged toward them, matching green cloaks and the usual green grass look. Daphne slowed first, Astoria bouncing along beside her. Daphne stopped. Astoria didn't. My mum wanted me to give you this, she said, thrusting a neat little box of chocolate into Cashin's hand. For what you did. Cashin took it with one brow already halfway up. Tell her thanks from me. And not to worry, I didn't do anything. Astoria smiled like she didn't believe him for a second and skipped off before he could say another word. Bath's Haida glanced sideways. What did you do? He sighed through his nose, flicking the lid of the box open with one finger. A Gryffindor girl made comments about her condition. Took her voice. Made her apologize. She made a low noise of approval and didn't press. Later that night, Bath's Haida ditched him for girls' night, something involving nail polish, stolen wine, and Aurora's carpet. Cashin, who'd been promised leftovers and got nothing but glitter. Left to his own devices, Cashin tried to read, failed, tried to nap, failed harder. The silence in his quarters itched. Every time he glanced at the map, Pettigrew's absence gnawed like a missing tooth. Fine, he muttered to the empty room, grabbing the cordial. If the rat won't show himself, I'll drink until I stop caring. 10 minutes later he was scaling the astronomy tower stairs 2 at a time, bottle swinging from his grip. He told himself it was for the stars. Truth was, he hated the walls closing in when Bath's Haida wasn't there to mock him. He was halfway through spotting constellations that didn't exist when someone else entered the tower. Professor Rosier, came a voice far too polite to be accidental. Forgive the intrusion. I thought this place was empty. Cashin didn't even look. No one buys that polite oblivious bit, Albus. You snoop better than a cat with a keyring. Dumbledore chuckled, settling onto the ledge beside him. Still, I find the view improves with age. Try better glasses. The old man didn't bite. He gazed up at the stars. Cashin glanced sideways. You here to pretend this is a coincidence, or skip straight to the cryptic bit? Do I always sound cryptic? No, but I've met your fans. Half of them think you walk around in riddles for fun. Wynne tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve, as he kept looking up. I wanted to ask if you know anything, he said eventually. Cashin turned to him, flat. I know Lupin's a werewolf. I know Sirius Black isn't here for Potter. And I've got a working theory Peter Pettigrew's alive. That do. The old man's face twisted like someone had just told him sherbet lemons were made of dragon spit. Cashin didn't know if the shock was real or theater, but it was worth it either way. That's not possible. Peter Pettigrew. Yet, Cashin cut in, waving a hand. Killed by Black. With another 12 muggles. Left behind a finger in a dramatic crater. I've read the bedtime story. Dumbledore sighed through his nose, a sound somewhere between tired and knowing. You believe Black isn't after Harry? You do too, Cashin said, stretching out his legs. Otherwise, you'd have tossed half the school into a bunker by now and glued Potter to McGonagall's hip. The old man didn't argue. Just nodded, slow and thoughtful. I've had my doubts. Well, Cashin said, cracking his neck, consider them upgraded. Dumbledore turned his head, studying him. How do you know all this? Cashin shrugged. Bit of sleuthing. Bit of luck. Bit of insomnia. Bit of a rat showing up on a map he shouldn't. The usual. Then he looked sideways. Now skip to the fun part. Did we get the green light? The old man reached into his sleeve and pulled out 2 tightly bound scrolls. I was able to secure 3 positions on the expedition. Cashin frowned, snatching 2 of the scrolls and untying one. 3? Who's the tag along? Dumbledore smiled. Cashin made a face before the words even landed. Oh, 4, no. You. This site is not what it seems, Cashin, the old man said, all gentle graveyard calm. Master Nicholas sent a letter, he believes something, older, and far more dangerous, sleeps beneath it. Cashin groaned and rubbed his eyes. Another ominous feeling. Dumbledore raised a brow. Another. Forgot it. He stretched, joints clicking as he stood. Good night, headmaster. Dumbledore didn't turn. Still watching the stars. Good night, Cashin. Bath's Haida, Aurora, Septima, and Charity were spread out across Aurora's floor, ankles tucked under them, surrounded by the soft chaos of pillows, snack tins, and one floating bottle of wine that kept drifting just out of reach. I got this carpet from Afghanistan last year, Aurora said, tossing a handful of pistachios into a bowl. Astronomy conference. Dust, goats, and one man who kept trying to read my palm between lectures. Septima ran her hand over the carpet's edge, nodding. Feels good. Then, without missing a beat, did you get lucky with a Star Master or not? Aurora threw a cushion at her face. You're all obsessed. Charity caught the pillow midair and hugged it. That's because you never deny it properly. It's because there's nothing to deny, Aurora muttered. Liar, Bathsheba said, already swirling her glass. I've seen the way you preen when we bring it up. Next thing you know, she'll be casting constellations on her ceiling like a diary. That was once, Aurora snapped, red creeping up her cheeks. Charity raised a brow. Oh my god, it was real. Aurora pressed the heel of her hand to her forehead. Merlin, you're like students with a rumor. I can't sneeze without someone asking if it's symbolic. Septima laughed softly. Everything's symbolic when you're an astronomer. Only if you're sentimental, Aurora said, but the corner of her mouth twitched. You're impossible, she muttered, and that only made them laugh harder. Bathsheba leaned in, looking far too delighted. Don't change the subject. Who was he? There was no he, Aurora groaned, yanking the wine bottle down to refill her glass. It was a bloody visual aid for the symposium. Septima nodded solemnly. Ah yes. The symposium. Charity snorted. Did your symposium kiss you goodnight too? Do you want me to throw you off the tower? Bathsheba grinned. Let her finish her drink first. Aurora made a dramatic show of drinking straight from the bottle. Charity huffed into her wineglass. I was actually hoping to meet a handsome professor here, but so far we've got an old eccentric headmaster, a lone wolf teaching defense, who I'm reserving judgment on until the curse finishes with him. No disrespect to Flitwick, but he was like a father when I was a student. Hagrid, bless him, too obsessed with anything that's not human, and Snape. Aurora choked on her pistachios. Wow. Don't wow me, Charity muttered. You've seen the staff room. Bathsheba grinned. She's not wrong. Snape doesn't even react unless it's to sneer, Charity went on. He talks like we're all beneath his quill. Technically, we are, Septima said. He's head of house. That man hasn't smiled since the Goblin Rebellion, Charity snapped. And even then, only because it ended with blood. Aurora snorted. I think your bar might be a little high. I'm not asking for much. Charity threw a peanut at the floating wine bottle. It missed. Just a man with working knees, minimal curses in his past, and a sense of humor. Bathsheba leaned back, swirling her glass. That rules out every professor except Rosier. Well, he is taken, Septima said, and all three of them groaned in unison. Bathsheba didn't even try to hold it in. She threw her arms up like she'd just won the bloody Triwizard Cup. He's taken. By me, thank you very much. She flopped back on the bed with a theatrical grin. Merlin, that felt good to say out loud. Aurora sipped her wine, unimpressed. You've been saying it out loud for years. Every staff meeting, 3 corridors, and once in the Ollery. Septima let out a sigh and sank deeper into the cushion, melting into it. I was hopeful with Lockhart. Who knew he was a fraud? Aurora snorted. Everyone who spent more than 10 minutes near the man. Or read his books with both eyes open. Charity tilted her head. Still shocks me. How did no one notice for that long? Too busy being charmed by his teeth, Aurora muttered. Or too thick to question a man who wrote about taming banshees with his singing voice. We knew the moment he walked into the staff meeting last year. He did sparkle a bit, Septima added, mostly to herself. Aurora made a face. He wore lilac dragonhide boots in May. Indoors. Should have known when he asked if the basilisk was French. Charity blinked. Wait, he said that. First staff meeting. Said the name sounded continental. Septima reached lazily for the floating wine. We can thank Rosier for exposing him. He made a list. Every single one of Lockhart's claimed achievements, matched them to the real people who'd done the work. Well, everyone except the Feng Shui Marauder. Heard that one's still a mystery. Not blaming though. She shivered, pulling her robes tighter. That man, never mind. I don't even want to name him. Marauder aside. Aurora nodded. He cross-referenced texts, tracked citations, dug up the original interviews. Even managed to find the bloke who actually cured that entire village of cursed canaries. Turns out it was just some poor Irish hedge witch and a stick of salt. He found everything, Septima added. Even the bad translations. Charity's face lit up. I read that. It was brilliant. Neat as anything. Proper takedown. Gave the credit to everyone who'd been obliviated, too, Aurora said. Sent copies to the board. Septima hummed. That's the kind of revenge I like. Boring. Scholarly. Irrefutable. Bathsheba grinned. It was the footnotes that killed him. Aurora raised her glass. To footnotes. Glasses clinked. The board nearly fainted, Bathsheba said with relish. Half of them thought Lockhart was untouchable, the other half were still buying his shampoo. Charity blinked. He had a shampoo. Branded, Aurora said grimly. Smelled like dragon fruit and fraud. Septima laughed, low and mean. He should have marketed hubris instead. Stronger scent, lasts longer. Cass told me he almost included a bibliography of Lockhart's unpaid debts, Bathsheba added. Decided it would be unsporting. That's restraint, Aurora said. If I'd found that much evidence, I'd have printed it on posters. Septima reached for a peanut, popped it in her mouth, and added, remember his chapter on the wailing widow of Wrexham? Charity gave a little laugh. Didn't he say he seduced her ghost to silence? Aurora snorted. She's still haunting Wrexham, still wailing. Interviewed last year. Called him a pompous man pigeon with trousers too tight to trust. Too tight to trust, Bath's Hader repeated, cracking up. Aurora sipped. Now that's a book I'd read. Septima leaned back, smirking faintly. They printed it as a dramatic expose. Lockhart's legacy, the lies beneath the smile. Aurora sighed. You know what really annoyed me about him? Everything. Septima offered. Aurora waved that off. No. I mean, yes. But mainly, it made people think glamour was genius. That noise and sparkle meant knowledge. Bath's Hader huffed, that's always been the trick, hasn't it? Be loud enough, shine bright enough, and no one asks where you got your stories. Until someone ruins the show, Septima said. With grudge, Aurora added. Bath's Hader raised her glass again. To grudges. Charity tilted hers in answer. And to professors with too much time on their hands. Aurora chuckled. And too many receipts. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle. McGonagall walked, back straight, bun tighter than most castle bolts. She was heading for Flitwick's office. Just the usual Easter break ritual. When classes thinned out and students scattered like startled sheep, the professors had their own way of passing time. This week's excuse, interdepartmental academic review and pedagogical peer reflection, read gossip. When she arrived, Sprout was already planted in the armchair closest to the fire, boots off, feet up, and half a biscuit in her mouth. Oh, Minerva. Fire whiskey. Flitwick asked from where he stood on a stool behind the drinks trolley. McGonagall didn't pause. Always. He poured 3 glasses, handing them out, then lowered himself into the high-backed chair with the sort of sigh that meant his knees had spent the whole day protesting the existence of staircases. They drank. First sip was fire, second was forgiveness. McGonagall sat back, pinched the bridge of her nose and muttered, if Trelawney asks me one more time if I've seen the signs of Saturn in Lupin's hairline, I will hex her teacups into fine dust. I'd pay to see that, Sprout said cheerfully. Flitwick chuckled into his glass. Lupin's still alive, then? For now. He mused, swirling the whiskey. Snape looked ready to boil him into broth the other night. Sprout reached for the biscuit tin. Maybe he's writing a book. On the passive-aggressive potions master, a study in brooding and bad lighting. McGonagall arched an eyebrow. Chapter 1, Why My Hairline Blames Gryffindor. Flitwick nearly choked. That's cruel. Accurate, Sprout said, taking another sip. But cruel. She then leaned back and said, what's your take on Rosier? McGonagall didn't answer right away. She swirled her glass. Effective. Flitwick murmured. Not the type what I expected from a Rosier. He's not his brother. Not even close, Sprout agreed. Saw him give a Hufflepuff 10 points for correcting his pronunciation on a cursed fungus. That's because he respects intelligence more than bloodlines, McGonagall said. It's principle with him. Sprout bit into another biscuit. He's good with the kids. Not coddling. But fair. Even the Slytherins don't flinch around him. Cassion's sharp, Flitwick said after a moment. Bit too sharp, maybe. Gets under the other's skin. Especially Severus. McGonagall smiled thin. That may be half the reason I like him. What is the other? Flitwick grinned. Sprout gave a soft chuckle. It's the cheek, isn't it? McGonagall didn't rise to it. He's modern. Knows when to push. And when not to. That's rare. Flitwick tilted his head. He's hiding something, though. McGonagall glanced at him. Aren't we all? But his is recent. Sprout shrugged. As long as it doesn't end with another basilisk, I'm happy. There was a pause. Wouldn't put it past Hogwarts, Flitwick muttered. McGonagall finished her whiskey. I'll take a cursed ceiling over another ministry investigation. One more owl from Fudge and I'll transfigure his quill into a beetle and set it loose in his hair. Sprout snorted into her drink. Can't wait to see the profit headline for that one. McGonagall got up and reached for the bottle. Refills. 3 glasses clinked. Always. Announcement. Just a reminder, unnumbered chapters are side chapters, often related to the plot, or sometimes just fun, standalone chapters. I'll be posting the second part of April Fool's side chapter today. The rest of the term dragged by with nothing. No Pettigrew, no serious. The map stayed clean. Too clean. It was quiet enough to feel like a prank. Then exams crept in, dragging half the castle into revision panic, and Cassion almost started to believe they might have bolted for good. One of those days, he strolled between rows of desks, hands tucked behind his back. The second years were bent over their parchments, heads down, quills scratching, all trying not to look like they were panicking. The exam was simple. His were always easy. Pick a basic spell, something from their level, explain where it came from, how it had been used cleverly in the past, and what they would have done differently. If they couldn't manage that with Alohomora or Lumos, they probably deserved to be hexed by the furniture. He passed Ginny Weasley, who was hunched over her parchment with the kind of focus usually reserved for defusing hexes. Her handwriting was neat, except for one blotch where she'd stabbed her full stop too hard. She'd picked the disarming charm. Solid choice. She was writing about a wizard duel during the troll raids where a witch disarmed a raider mid-charge and caught the wand out of the air with her teeth. Bit dramatic, but not impossible. Cashin raised a brow. The footnote read, she married him later. Allegedly. Merlin helped them all. Colin Creevy sat 2 seats down, tongue poking from the corner of his mouth as he scribbled furiously. He'd chosen the softening charm. There was a neat diagram of someone using it to save a cat that had fallen out of a second-story window, followed by an extensive theory section on cushioning force, target surface, and magical friction. Cashin schemed the last line, could potentially be adapted for use in Quidditch falls if paired with proper aim. Overachieving menace. He approved. Cashin paused by the window for a moment, squinting at the sky. The air had been getting worse for weeks. Heavy, damp, as if the castle itself had caught a cold. Clouds never really moved anymore, they just sat there, sulking. He couldn't tell if that was just Scotland being Scotland or if the Dementor's very existence was enough to rot the weather. Probably both. He missed the sun, and he was British. He shuddered. Thankfully they've kept their distance since the last fiasco, he muttered, half to himself. On the left, the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were in various stages of existential crisis. One Ravenclaw had picked Wingardium Leviosa and was citing 5 separate rescue operations involving levitated stretchers and floating livestock. She'd written mobility enchantments and emergency logistics in block capitals. Luna Lovegood, sat just beside her, had written 3 paragraphs on the shrinking charm. Her example involved a traveling merchant who shrunk an entire caravan during a bandit raid, then hid it in his beard. Spoke only in riddles after that, she'd added, like that explained the rest. It didn't. But it was Luna, so the bar moved. The clock chimed 1/2 He called the end of the exams. Quills scratched frantically in the final seconds, as many hoped that hurried thoughts, and even gibberish, might earn them a few mercy points. Just as Cashin waved the last second year out the door and leaned against the desk, thinking, briefly, hopefully, that maybe, just maybe, the 2 Animagi had actually decided to be someone else's problem, the door slammed open. Bath's Haida burst in, hair windswept, scrolls clutched to her chest. Something strange is going on. Cashin stood up straight. That's not how I like to be greeted before tea. She shoved the map onto the table. Look. He stepped closer, and the moment he saw it, his brow dropped. Snape and Lupin's names were flickering near the edge of the map, right by the Whomping Willow. Then they vanished. And they weren't alone. Potter. Granger. Weasley. Longbottom. What they? He muttered. Names, gone. Right off the edge like they'd walked out of reality. Cashin sighed through his teeth. Every year it was something, curses, monsters, damned possessed professors. He used to think the castle bred trouble, now he suspected it simply attracted its own reflection. One calm term, he muttered, already reaching for his coat. Just one. These kids will be the end of me. Bath's Haida was on his heels before he'd even finished cursing, map rolled under her arm, wand already in hand. The classroom door slammed shut behind them as they took off down the corridor, boots echoing off stone. Cashin skidded to a stop as the shack came into view. The front door creaked on its hinge, half shut. Well, Cashin muttered. That's not ominous at all. She grabbed his arm. Wait. You don't think he's... If Sirius is in there, Cashin said, he's about to get 4 students, 1 werewolf and the sloppiest ambush in recorded history. Bath's Haida gave a tired sigh. Brilliant. Cashin flicked 2 illusion bees through the half-hinged door. Nothing killed them for a full minute, so he kicked the door open and strode in, Bath's Haida followed, runes unfurling in her wake. The shack was empty but from somewhere beyond, voices could be heard. One shouted, one desperate. They exchanged a glance and bolted toward the noise. The clearing wasn't far. And it was a mess. Snape stood dead center, wand out, locked on Sirius and Lupin. Both standing still. Neither armed. Sirius held a small cage. Opposite them, Harry looked stunned, tears still fresh, jaw half open. Ron wasn't doing much better. Hermione and Neville flanked them, both holding their wands on Snape, nerves twitching through their grips. Sirius was already mid-bellow, Severus, I'm telling the truth. When Cashin and Bath's Haida stepped into the clearing. Every head swung their way. The air was heavy, the sky pulling tight above the treetops, clouds gathering like an audience hungry for blood. They'd walked straight into a 3-way standoff. Snape was the first to recover. Assist me in apprehending Sirius Black and Lupin, he barked, not lowering his wand. And tell those imbeciles to put theirs away. Cashin didn't so much as blink. You could have disarmed a couple of third years in your sleep, Severus. The fact you haven't tells me even you're not fully sold on this little pantomime. He flicked his wand. The cage Sirius held jerked into the air, gliding across the space and into his hand. Say hello to Peter Pettigrew. Snape stared at him. You too. Cashin's brow edged up. Oh, so Black's already laid it out for you? Great. Saves me the preamble. I had my doubts, but looks like we're skipping to the ending. He turned slightly. Love, containment runes. Small circle, tight weave. This little bastard's not getting a second wind. Bath's Haida was already moving, scroll unrolling mid-step. Her hands lit, tracing fast glyphs into the packed dirt. Snape's lips thinned. You expect me to believe? Cashin crouched by the cage, tapping one of the bars. I expect you to shut up and watch. He flicked the latch. The rat inside scrabbled back. Bathsheda's runes flared. Snape's eyes narrowed. This is madness. Cashin raised a brow. No, Severus. Madness is putting a rat on trial for treason and watching it slip through because nobody brought chalk. The rat flailed harder. Cashin gave the cage a light tap. Stop squirming, or I'll feed you to owls. Bathsheba drew the last glyph, sharp and mean-looking. Ready. Cashin opened the cage. The rat tried to bolt, of course it did, but the runes lit up fast. Pale blue light snapped around it like a net, and then the squealing thing was locked dead center in the array, twitching. Cashin stepped back. Right. Everyone, meet the late Peter Pettigrew. Bathsheba flicked her wand, and the rat on the ground began to stretch. Bones cracked, limbs bent where they shouldn't, skin rippled, rearranging in sick waves. Fur sloughed away into patchy clumps. The thing let out a low, human whine halfway through the shift. Peter Pettigrew lay curled in the center of the runes, breath hitching, face pale and clammy. The kids stared like they'd just seen a corpse blink. Snape stared, dead still. His hand was locked around his wand, clenched so hard that the color was drawn from his skin, leaving his knuckles bone white. Sirius took a step forward, fists clenched, but Lupin caught his sleeve without even glancing. Cashin's lips curled. Disgusting. Pettigrew twitched at the word. He tried to speak, but it came out as a gargle and a sob. Bathsheba stood there, wand ready, suggesting she'd drop him again if he so much as sneezed funny. Sirius was shaking. That's him. That's the bastard. Lupin kept hold of him. Cashin tilted his head. Peter Pettigrew. Former Gryffindor. Registered as deceased. Hero, supposedly. His eyes dragged down the man's crumpled shape. How's that working out for you, Peter? Pettigrew's mouth opened again. No sound. He looked between them, Snape, Lupin, Sirius, the kids, then dropped his gaze to the dirt. Cashin coughed into his fist. Severus, we will all turn away. In the meantime, please feed him some water. He tapped his nose. Snape looked moments away from hexing him, but dug into his coat all the same and pulled out a slim silver flask. Cashin squinted up. Wow. Look at that. Bright big full moo. His neck snapped toward Lupin. Fuck. The man was already swaying, breath coming fast. Sirius swore, loud. Lupin. You haven't taken your potion. Bloody hell, get it together. Cashin backed up 2 steps, wand out. Lupin's eyes were gone. No awareness left, just that bone-deep shake, like his skin had started to itch from the inside. The kid stumbled back, fast. The moonlight hit. Side chapters, often related to the plot, or sometimes just fun, stand-alone chapters. The chaos that followed Hat's announcement was delicious, if the chef had a taste for absolute anarchy and a loose grip on health regulations. Students wandered halls aimlessly. No one knew where they belonged. Common rooms refused them like picky bouncers at a club. The Ravenclaws got kicked out of their tower. A Gryffindor first year reportedly cried outside the fat lady's portrait for 15 minutes, begging to be let back in. She didn't even blink. Fred was in tears by the time they reached Charms. Look at this, he said, waving at a group of second years clustered helplessly in the corridor. Like confused ducklings. George leaned against the doorframe. Is it wrong that I feel proud? Yes, Fred grinned. Very. You should feel honored. McGonagall had been spotted no fewer than 3 times with her hands in her hair. Professor Sprout was trying to barter with the Hufflepuff entrance. Flitwick just levitated above the mess and pretended it was someone else's problem. It got bad enough that Dumbledore had to gather everyone in the Great Hall again. All houses. All years. Even Peeves showed up, drifting over the chandeliers and practically drooling. Fred and George squeezed into a spot near the center. The Hat sat on a small stool up front, smug as anything. Dumbledore looked at the twins. Then at the rest of the students. Then back at the twins again. If the chief of this prank steps forward and admits, there will be no further questioning, he said. So long as you reverse it. Fred stared at the ceiling. George rubbed at his nose as if it could physically push time backward. They looked everywhere except Dumbledore. Yeah, right. Even if they wanted to own up, and let's be clear, they didn't, there wasn't a snowball's chance in Nocturne they could reverse it. The color magic alone was volatile, and the enchantment tied to the hat? They had no idea what was going on. A murmur ran through the hall. A few hands twitched like they might rise, but none did. Dumbledore turned to the Hat. Can you cancel the house reshuffling? The Hat tilted its brim in something close to a shrug. My fabrics are tied as well. Dumbledore sighed, pinched the bridge of his nose, and looked out over the sea of technicolor hair and chaos. Classes are cancelled for the day. Tonight, there will be a resorting. That got groans and wild cheers. Someone shouted, do we still get lunch? No answer. Until then, Dumbledore added, your hair color is your new house. Fred and George didn't wait. They were already halfway to the dungeons before anyone noticed. Mate, Fred said as they stepped through the Slytherin common room entrance, this is classy. The green glass windows, the stone archways, the dim lighting that somehow made everything look suspiciously expensive, it all screamed secret rich people club. George let out a low whistle. I feel like we've broken into the underground lair of a Dark Lord. A second-year Slytherin boy glared at them from the armchair. Fred waved. All right, fellow snakes. Don't mind us. Just here to re-evaluate our life choices. They wandered deeper, passing a pair of Hufflepuffs who looked like they were still processing their existence. One had a pillow clutched to his chest like a security blanket. A Ravenclaw sat near the fireplace, quietly taking notes about the room layout. Their dorm door was already marked. Neat little plaque, their names on it. Magic worked fast. They pushed inside and found their trunks already stacked at the foot of two sleek, green canopied beds. Fred looked around. I feel like we should be plotting a coup. George opened his trunk, pulled out the black book from underneath a few pairs of socks and one suspiciously rattling box. He flipped it open. The second page was there now. Congratulations. Fred squinted at the page. The ink shifted. I probably laughed myself to death seeing all of your faces, George read aloud, deadpan. So ripped to me. Fred squinted. He better mean that figuratively. They both went quiet. Fred leaned back, rubbing his knuckle against his cheek. Reckon he'd have loved it. Course he would have. George closed the book halfway. No one else has the range to summon the Sorting Hat like its stage crew. Fred flicked the book back open. We should have heard him laugh. George didn't say anything. Just nudged the book so the page turned. For your second task. They leaned in. He can't be serious, can he? Fred asked, staring at the second page, wondering if he forgot how to read. George gulped. I don't know, but if we pull this off, we're legends. Fred nearly brained himself on the underside of the desk for the 6th time. George was face down in a pile of failed parchment, most of which had been cursed at least once. 2 were still smoking faintly. This is cursed, George muttered into the desk. The book's cursed. We're cursed. Everything's cursed. Except Professor R, Fred groaned, holding up a scorched map with one finger. He's probably in a cave somewhere, laughing his smug socks off. They tried every variant of the second task they could think of, hexes, charms, one frankly questionable transfiguration involving a meat pie, but the book remained obstinately stubborn. Every time they thought they'd nailed it, the page would curl inwards and spit back a passive-aggressive puff of red ink. By the 8th fail, they'd started pulling favors. Katie Bell lent them a charmed quill. Didn't help. Lee Jordan offered backup distractions, 3, actually, and nearly got caught by Snape in the process. Hermione, now settled in the Hufflepuff common room like it was a punishment detail, had been the most useful. Not because she supported them, she didn't, but because she kept muttering things like, "You're doing the spatial enchantment backwards, you plonkers," which was helpful, even if insulting. Neville tried. He really did. He offered a plant. It exploded. Luna, floating cheerfully among Gryffindor with her red hair, handed them a jar of moon snails for alignment. They weren't sure what it meant, but the snails were delightful and somehow mildly threatening. Ginny, newly Ravenclaw and loving it, had given them her notes from Cassian's class. The margins were filled with questionable doodles, but they worked out one charm loop they'd overlooked. Even Ron helped. Grudgingly. Don't tell Mum. The odd bit? A Slytherin helped too. Tall, sharp-nosed, probably regretted it instantly. Didn't say a word after dropping off the runic cipher they'd been stuck on. Fred tried to offer thanks. The bloke had vanished. By the time they reached attempt 11, Fred was ready to throw the book in the Black Lake and let the mermaids sort it. Then, out of nowhere, literally, because it wasn't there a second ago, a small brass key appeared on the corner of the desk. George spotted it first. That yours? Fred shook his head. They exchanged a look. With only that, they completed the task. Didn't know how. Didn't even get a confirmation glow or a smug note from the book this time. Then the castle rumbled. Fred fell off his chair. George grabbed the book before it slid off the desk. Down the corridor, someone shouted about the floor moving. A portrait fell sideways and began cursing in 16th century French. Think we've made it worse, George muttered. Fred peeked up from behind the desk. Define again. Within minutes, the entire student body was crammed into the great hall. Everyone talking over everyone else, plates clinking, a few people in slippers and dressing gowns. Above them, the ceiling flickered between sunny and thunderstorm, even the sky couldn't decide how to feel about it all. Fred ended up wedged between a second-year Slytherin who looked like she wanted to hex everyone in arm's reach, and a Hufflepuff who kept humming nervously. Across from him, George was flanked by 2 Ravenclaws deep in a philosophical argument about magical identity and inter-house social constructs. What happened? Flitwick asked sharply amidst the hush a few of the more panicked whispers. They didn't have to wait long. The 4 house ghosts drifted down through the ceiling. House heads have shifted. Bloody Baron asked, looking at Dumbledore. All eyes turned to the staff table. Dumbledore, to his credit, didn't blink. But he was frowning now. Not with my permission. That hung there a beat. The fat friar hovered above McGonagall, peering down as if rereading a contract. Deputy head is now the Hufflepuff house head. That sentence alone nearly started a riot. Fred's head whipped round. What? George blinked. Hang on, she's what now? It didn't stop there. Flitwick was now Slytherin's. Sprout Ravenclaws. And Snape. The Baron turned toward Gryffindor table, eyes glowing faintly beneath his helm. Has been marked for Gryffindor. Silence. Stone-heavy silence. Snape's jaw clicked shut like a trap. He didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't look at anyone. Fred leaned slowly towards George. We did not do that. George, blinking hard, whispered back, I think we summoned something evil. Fred was already sliding lower in his seat. If Snape gives us house points, I'm not taking them. He won't, George whispered back. We are Slytherins now. Fred clutched his face. I never dreamed I'd feel relieved to be a snake. Back at the staff table, McGonagall's hands were white-knuckled around her teacup. Fred risked a glance at Harry. He looked like someone had just handed him a live blast-ended scroot and asked him to raise it as his own. Draco, meanwhile, was quietly being dragged down into his seat by Blaise Zabinai, who looked equal parts horrified and delighted. The Bloody Baron hovered back, gaze still on Dumbledore. Dumbledore's frown deepened. He pushed back his chair and rose, please see to the students. No one is to leave the Great Hall. The other professors stirred, but he was already moving, beckoning the newly reshuffled house heads and Lupin to follow. The murmur of confused students swelling behind them until the doors swung shut. Inside his office, McGonagall's jaw was set tight. Albus. What in Merlin's name is going on? The old man sighed. I believe this is Sirius Black. Sprout gasped, hand flying to her mouth. Flitwick's brows drew tight. Snape's eyes narrowed to slits. Can he do such a thing? Sprout whispered. Dumbledore shook his head. He and James were very clever. And I am afraid these pranks bear his signature. Lupin bit the inside of his cheek. He wanted to say no, it wasn't bloody Sirius Black. Sirius was curled up in the shrieking shack, halfway through a loaf of bread and too sleep-deprived to plot anything more elaborate than not falling off the sofa. But he couldn't say that. Instead, he said, where are Professors Rosier and Babbling? I don't believe they quit. In the Great Hall, the twins were still seated dead center, hands folded like model students amidst the wreckage of their prank. Fred looked up, half hopeful. Reckon they've decided to just expel us and get it over with. George scanned the crowd. Nah. If they were going to, they'd have done it by now. Publicly. I think we overdid it this time, Fred muttered. George didn't even argue. Dumbledore stepped in again. The hall quieted as they walked the length of the room. Dumbledore stopped at the end of the table. No smile this time. Just tired eyes behind the glasses. Given tonight's exceptional circumstances, all students will remain in the Great Hall until morning. What? You're joking. Do we have to sleep here? Dumbledore raised a hand. The room hushed. Your heads of house will ensure each year group is given space. Cots will be provided. Food will continue to be served. Someone in the back shouted, but what about the toilets? A faint cough. We have enchanted screens. And corridors will be monitored. Prefects, assist where needed. The professors moved to their respective ends of the table, none of them looking particularly pleased. Dumbledore turned to leave again, then froze. Because right there, with a puff of colored smoke and the faint scent of burnt ink, two figures appeared at the center of the staff table. Cassian. And Baths Haida. Alive. Whole. And absolutely ridiculous. Their hair was split clean into 4 stripes, red, green, yellow, blue, like someone had diced the Hogwarts crest and dumped it on their scalps. Gasps echoed through the hall. Someone shrieked. A second year fainted. Dumbledore stopped mid-step, blinked, and said nothing. Cassian stepped forward, brushing invisible ash off his sleeve. Evening. Silence. You could feel the collective intake of air. Fred clapped a hand over his face. George whispered, he did plan it. He's alive and he pranked the entire school. McGonagall made a noise in her throat that might have been a curse. Or a prayer. Possibly both. Cassian glanced at her. Before you transfigure me into a hat stand, may I point out I technically never resigned. Baths Haida folded her arms. Neither did I. Though I did almost curse your hair off. Deserved, Cassian said, unbothered. Dumbledore finally found his voice. Would you care to explain? Cassian grinned. April Fools, fools. Lupin's breath caught mid-gasp, and then he dropped to his knees, spine snapping back. His mouth opened in a silent scream as bones shifted under skin, robes tearing at the seams. Neville made a noise as he took a step back. The first snarl ripped out of Lupin's throat. The werewolf stood where the man had been, fur bristling, eyes glassy, breathing hard. Pettigrew whimpered from inside the rune circle. Cassian sighed. For the love of everything holy. His hand trembled as he forced the magic through his wand. Blood dripped over his lip, thick and fast, but the spell still hit its mark. Corpus obstrictus. Lupin froze mid-lunge. Spine locked, muscles rigid, teeth bared and half-shifted. The growl died in his throat as his limbs stilled, veins stoning under his skin, as if something ancient had reached through him and said no. Hermione whispered, that's. Her eyes were fixed on Lupin's face. The last twitch of his lip had frozen too, caught mid-snarl. Petrified. It hit all of them at once, last year, the basilisk. The stony stare, the stiff limbs, the silence. Ron took a step back. Harry didn't move. None of them said it aloud, but their eyes all drifted to the same place. Cassian, on one knee, nose bleeding down his shirt, wand still raised. Baths Haida was already at his side, hand pressed to his cheek as she tried to tilt his head back. Hold still. He snorted, wiped at his face with the back of his wrist. Why? It's not my blood pressure I'm worried about. You absolute. She shoved a cloth at his face, ignoring the rest. Behind them, Pettigrew had curled into a tighter ball inside the rune circle. Sirius hadn't moved. Neither had Snape. The whole clearing felt frozen now. Cashin finally let Bath's Haida take the wand out of his hand. That wasn't that wise. No, she muttered, working the cloth across his upper lip, it bloody wasn't. Cashin grinned. What? Couldn't destroy the moon, or could I? He winked at Neville. Snape stepped forward at last. That was a level 7 containment hex. With blood price. No. I've never seen anything like this before. Cashin swiped the blood away. Welcome to postgraduate spellcraft, Severus. Do keep up. Snape looked ready to murder someone. Preferably him. Bath's Haida tucked the cloth into Cashin's hand and stood, voice sharp. Snape, did you feed him the water? Snape gave a stiff nod. She turned back to the rune circle. Good. Speak. From the beginning, and don't skip anything. Pettigrew didn't answer straight away. Just curled tighter, probably expecting the ground to open and let him in. Cashin crouched again, elbows resting on his knees. You heard her. Start talking, or I swear I'll let Severus here have a go at extracting the truth through interpretive potion making. Peter lifted his head, face blotchy, voice cracked. I didn't mean to. I was scared. You don't understand. Cashin drew a painful breath, suppressing the bite in his ribs. Speak before I lose my patience. Peter whimpered. His eyes darted, like he was trying to hold back words with sheer panic. Didn't work. I was the secret keeper, he croaked. Not serious. Me. The group, despite already expecting, recoiled. Harry's mouth opened. No words came out. Cashin tilted his head. Right. That's the headline. Now the article, Peter. Pettigrew swallowed hard. We switched at the last moment. Dumbledore suggested Sirius, he was the obvious one. Brave. Loud. Everyone thought he'd die for them. But that's why we changed it. Hide the truth behind something expected. They thought it would be funny. Said no one would ever suspect me. He winced, jaw clenching as if the confession was scraping something inside. And they agreed. I passed the secret to Voldemort 2 days later. He blinked, breath shaking. I just did it. I told him. Harry clenched his fist. Sirius looked a second from pouncing. Pettigrew's voice cracked. And then they died. Thunder rumbled far off, low and rolling, and the first pinpricks of cold rain tapped against the leaves, as though the world itself recoiled from his words. I watched the house go up from the trees, he said. Could hear their screams. Could hear the baby cry. Green lights, and then gone. Harry's face twisted. Peter's breath hitched as he dragged himself upright. When he didn't come out after 5 minutes, he croaked, I went in. Dark Lord was gone. Nothing there. Just the crying boy with a scar on his forehead. I took his wand, Peter went on, hands twitching against the ground. Wanted to. I don't know. Do something. Then I heard the bike. Sirius's fingers curled. Peter's head snapped up. I ran. Sirius chased. Didn't even look at the house. He didn't stop. Like a dog, mad and foaming, wouldn't let up. So I. His throat jumped. I made the explosion. Killed the muggles. Cut off a finger. Then vanished. Sirius, he was far too gone. Crying. Kept saying I killed them. Over and over. I realized he wasn't going to explain anything, and even if he did, everyone thought he was the keeper. So I ran. I had to get close to another magical family. Somewhere close to Dumbledore's lot, but not too rich to question a dirty rat showing up. The Weasleys fit perfectly. I slipped into the burrow. They took me in. Passed me from kid to kid. Cashin stepped into the rune circle. His hand clenched around Peter's collar and jerked him half upright. You betrayed your best friends. Pettigrew made a choked noise. You sick little freak, Cashin snapped, voice sharp and cold. You lived with children. You slept in their rooms? Ate at their table. His fist cracked across Peter's face. Nose snapped sideways with a wet crunch. Bath's Haida didn't stop him. Neither did Snape. Peter folded on himself, bleeding, but Cashin yanked him back again. You spy on them too. Another hit, lower this time, right into the gut. Peter wheezed. You absolute filth, Cashin muttered. Rat at the pillow, rat in the bloody walls. Were you waiting to sell them too? Or just enjoyed crawling over school kids in your spare time? Peter didn't answer. Couldn't. He was too busy choking on blood. Cashin let him fall. It was you who bit my ankle last year, wasn't it? He spat. Peter swallowed, shaking. Yes, he answered, still forced. Sirius took a step forward. There was murder in his face. Peter spat blood. Please. I didn't. Cashin stood before Sirius, whose face was twisted, jaw clenched tight. Step aside, Rosier. Cashin didn't. He swung. The punch landed clean, bone to cheek. Sirius reeled back like a sack of bricks and hit the ground with a thud. Harry shouted first. What are you doing? Hermione and Neville surged forward. Ron swore. Even Snape flinched. Cassian barely glanced at them. Nothing. He flicked his wand. A leaf of light zipped off toward the castle, darting between trees. Just as Cassian turned toward the kids, the air chilled. A shape drifted out from the trees. Then another. Then too many. Dementors. Dozens, and all heading straight for Black. Cassian clicked his tongue. Back off. They didn't. Figures floated lower, robes billowing like wet smoke. The one in the lead turned slightly, its faceless hood locking onto Sirius like a dog to a wounded hare. Cassian stepped forward, wand up. He's innocent, you oversized bed sheet. Back. Off. No use. They kept coming. You useless tossers, he muttered. He didn't bother shouting again. Just raised his wand and snapped out, Expecto Patronum. The light burst out fast, white and angry. It surged forward, slamming into the first Dementor and sending it spinning like a tossed cloak. The others paused, but only for a second. Bath's Haida was right behind him, her patroness slashing through the mist. 8 more Dementors reeled away, smoke trailing off them. But they weren't the only targets. More peeled off. Drifted sideways. Toward the students. He twisted back, 3 Dementors already hovering near Potter and the others. Neville stumbled back. Hermione grabbed Ron. Harry didn't move. Eyes locked forward, jaw clenched like he was trying to remember something he'd forgotten. Snape raised his wand, but 2 Patronuses shot out before he could cast. A lion tore from Neville's wand, massive and bright, bounding in a wide circle round the others. Every time a Dementor twitched toward them, it bared its teeth and growled. From Harry's wand came a snake, long, sleek, upright. It swayed as if it was tasting the air, tongue flicking the air, then snapped forward with a hiss that sent the nearest Dementor veering back into the trees. Cassian's brows went up. Well. That's new. Snape didn't lower his wand, but his eyes flicked to the boy. Cassian turned toward the Dementors. This is your last warning. The lead one drifted forward, robes dragging through the mist. He is a fugitive. Cassian snorted. And I'm telling you, he's innocent. Headmaster's on his way. The thing didn't stop. Its hand started to stretch out. Cassian let out a sharp breath. Right. Saw this. The light from his wand flared, white so bright, it cut through the gloom instantly. From the ground beneath him, the patroness surged, massive and growing. White bark, wide branches unfurling. Its limbs twisted through the air, fast and high, curling out above the group in every direction. The leaves shimmered as they spun, catching moonlight like they'd been dipped in frost. Tendrils whipped forward. Caught the first Dementor across the chest. It screamed. Sharp and awful. The tree didn't stop. Its roots punched through stone, splitting the ground with a low, groaning crack. The trunk thickened. More branches reached out. More leaves circled, forming a shield, fencing in the clearing. Another Dementor lunged, too slow. A branch caught it, wrapped tight, and yanked. It twisted as it went down, howling. Then the tree grew again, higher, broader, casting a wide, shimmering dome of leaves and light over everyone in the clearing. The air inside warmed. Breath came easier. The cold, creeping sensation of the Dementor started to melt. The lead Dementor gave one last rasp and slipped backwards into the dark. The rest followed. Cassian watched until the last one vanished. Then finally, he dropped his wand hand. The tree beginning to fade, leaves drifting down. He spat blood onto the dirt. Bloody dramatic, that. Snape stood frozen. Sirius was still on the ground, eyes wide. Lupin was stone. Harry stared at the disappearing tree like it had pulled itself out of some old storybook and smacked reality upside the head. Cassian swayed slightly, caught himself. Someone fetch Dumbledore, he muttered. Before I have to do something worse. Like paperwork. After dropping the kids at the wings, Longbottom still shaking, Ron babbling about tree branches, Hermione dead silent, Cassian only let Harry tag along because well, Kid was very much related to everything happening. So he got a pass. Bath's Haida floated Lupin on a slab of the ground he'd half crumbled during the transformation, petrified mid-howl, eyes frozen wide. No one said a word the whole walk back. Not even when Sirius tried to joke about the bedside manners of containment runes. Cassian shut him up with a look. Snape didn't talk either, though Cassian noticed the way he kept glancing at Pettigrew. Like he still couldn't believe it and very much wanted to kill him. The man, rat, whatever, was unconscious, lashed with spellbindings tight enough to hold a dragon. And that was not an exaggeration in the slightest. Wrapped head to foot in thick glowing threads that twitched if he even breathed funny. That one was Bathshida's idea. She looked mildly pleased about it. They arrived at the headmaster's office, barging with surprises. The room was already full. Dumbledore stood by the window, hands behind his back. Fudge paced in front of the desk, red-faced and puffing, like someone had told him all the goblins were unionizing. Flitwick sat in the corner with a clipboard. McGonagall and Sprout stood near the desk, not saying much. Cassian walked in and said, "We brought snacks." Bath's Haida floated Lupin gently into the open space by the fire and set him down like he was an oversized paperweight. Sirius was last through the door. Fudge didn't react much. Kudos. His gaze just darted from Peter Pettigrew to Sirius, then to the others, all the usual suspects in this very illegal, very inconvenient disaster. Sprout was the first to speak. Is that? Peter Pettigrew, Cashin said, deadpan. Very much not dead, very much in trouble. You're welcome. Sirius growled. Fudge blinked hard. Impossible. Cashin tilted his head. That's what we thought. Then he cried on the floor for 10 minutes and confessed to 12 counts of murder and high treason. He's had a busy few years. Fudge looked at Dumbledore, lips trembling. But the records, he's been dead for over a decade, there was a grave. There was a finger, and a story. Cashin corrected. Let's not give body parts airs. Fudge floundered. But Sirius Black, he was guilty, he confessed. No, Sirius snapped. He stepped forward, face still bruised where Cashin had punched him. I didn't. I never confessed. You lot never gave me a trial. Fudge slumped into the nearest chair. Hands over his face, voice muffled. Oh God. We wrongfully imprisoned a head of a noble house for 12 years. Without a trial. Cashin crossed his arms. Uncle, need I remind you what you did with Hagrid? Fudge froze. Then jerked upright like the thought had zapped him through the arse. Yes. Yes. That, well. That was before my time. Irregularities inherited from past protocols. He turned sharply toward the room. I uncovered this injustice. I will see it rectified. Cashin sighed, barely disguising it as a yawn. There you go. Sprout coughed into her drink. McGonagall didn't bother hiding her eye roll. Cashin shrugged lazily. So. We've got a fugitive who isn't, a war hero who wasn't, and a whole pile of ministry paperwork that's about to look very silly. Cashin, Dumbledore said mildly, perhaps not so loudly. Why? Cashin glanced over. You're not embarrassed, are you? After a solid 10 minutes of arguing over who'd get stuck writing the ministry reports, someone finally remembered there was still a teenage boy in the room. Harry had been standing stiff as a broomstick the whole time, eyes flicking between Sirius, the bleeding rat man, and the grown UPS throwing logbooks and guilt at each other. Dumbledore turned. Harry, he said, kindly, would you mind staying for a moment? Sirius looked like he wanted to step forward but caught himself. He stood there, hovering, like a stray dog not sure if the hand reaching out meant food or a cuff. Dumbledore swept the rest of them out with a light dose of what Cashin could only assume was a suggestion charm tucked under the words. Even Fudge shuffled toward the fireplace, clutching at his notes probably hoping they would save him from whatever was coming. And Minister, Dumbledore added mildly, perhaps your dementors would be best kept, far from this castle. Fudge jumped like someone had whispered tax audits in his ear. Yes, of course. Terrible oversight. I'll see they're recalled at once. Bath's Hayden nudged Cashin toward the hall, catching his sleeve. You're bleeding again. Let it be. Adds charm. She grabbed him by the elbow anyway and dragged him down the stairs. Come on. You're due a scolding, and I don't want Poppy to have to stitch your sinuses shut. When they arrived, Ron was recounting his heroic solid stance against the werewolf. Neville sat on the edge of his mattress holding a mug of something steaming. Hermione had a blanket around her shoulders and her nose buried in a book. Madame Pomfrey looked up as they entered and zeroed in on Cashin's face, with her usual frown. What did you do this time? Cashin wiped at his nose, his fingers came away pink. Used my nose to stop a spell. Sit. He sat. Bath's Hayden helped him onto one of the stools. She didn't hover, but she didn't leave either, just stood behind him while Pomfrey got to work. Cool cloth. Quick charm. Bit of something stinging that made him flinch. You're lucky this didn't rupture anything, she muttered, swiping a salve under his eye. You can't keep pulling power like that through your core. Not without cost. Cashin didn't flinch. Cost was paid. Worth it. You're not a bloody vault, she snapped. He smiled slightly. Somewhat more expressive than Gringotts. She smacked his shoulder. Ow. He deserved it. Pomfrey sighed and handed him a potion with a shake of her head. Down it. Then lie flat. Cashin sniffed it. This isn't the one that tastes like cabbage, is it? She raised a brow. He drank it. It tasted like carrots. It was nice. While Cashin lay on the cot, eyes shut, trying to decide whether the ceiling had always had that many cracks, he heard the kids whispering across the room. Sirius Black wasn't a killer. Peter Pettigrew was alive. Remus Lupin was a werewolf. And a tree had saved their lives. Bath's Hayden was talking to Granger and the others, assuring them Potter was fine. Everything was fine. Cashin didn't get up. He was slumped against the headboard, knees drawn up, a cool cloth stuck to his cheek where Pomfrey had patched him. They managed to suppress the memories for 5 seconds. Good that. He'd only recently awakened Corpus Obstrictus. Another spell that came in bloody sequence. Same bloke who taught him Apertus Oculus. Same one who pulled a dozen creatures into the light and got torn apart for it. Literally. The bloke had been sitting in a room that was a lot like the previous one where he met his ending. In the vision, the man across from him had leaned back in his chair casually. We should get more people, he said, all teeth and smugness. Let them do our bidding. We'll be untouchable. Cashin, no, the version of him in the memory, just stood. And without a warning. Corpus Obstrictus. The man barely got a sound out before it hit. Muscles locked, limbs seized, mouth frozen in the start of a dread. He toppled sideways, chair clattering beneath him. Stone floor cracked under the weight. The man walked out without a word. Just left him there, petrified, blinking, caught mid-thought. Like a beetle stuck in amber. Cashin didn't know what the place was, where that memory kept circling from, but every time he poked at it, the feeling got worse. It wasn't fear exactly. Just that sick, crawling sense something was out of place and hadn't noticed yet. The spell had worked. More than worked. Normally, corpus obstrictus was just a good threat. Bit of immobilization. Not meant to stop a full-grown werewolf mid-transformation. He'd ramped his magic to pass that magic resistant and paid the toll for it. Back in the real world, Cashin sighed through his nose. The pain had dulled to a throb behind his eyes. Pomfrey's potion was working, slowly. His fingers twitched around the cloth she'd shoved at him. Cashin. Bathsheda's voice came from somewhere near his elbow. You all right? He opened one eye. Define all right. You're not bleeding anymore, so I'll take it. He grunted, shifted on the cot and tried to blink the ceiling back into one piece. I liked the first version better. Less fuzz. She didn't laugh, just leaned her hip against the edge of the bed. Poppy said to keep you here an hour. Maybe more. Any chance, she also said with a side of whiskey. Not even a sniff. He snorted and dropped the cloth on his chest. Then I'll suffer. Loudly. In protest. Her hand brushed his sleeve. You scared the hell out of me. He didn't look over. Had to deal with the transforming werewolf. I didn't want you to see me running screaming. No, she said. But I watched you bleed magic. Bit dramatic, he thought. But he didn't say it. Bathsheba followed his glance. They're in shock. They'll live. He paused. Probably shouldn't give them a scare by turning one of the professors to stone, but well. She shrugged. You stopped him from mauling children. He can send you a thank you card once he unfreezes. I vote we etch it on a plate. Maybe throw in a biscuit. She laughed, slapping his shoulder. Get some rest. We've got papers to mark. Cashin groaned, dragging the cloth off his face. Should have let Lupin scratch me instead. At least then I'd be unconscious and off duty. Bathsheba rolled her eyes and straightened. I'll take them to their rooms. He lifted a hand in vague agreement, then dropped it again like it weighed too much. Brave soul. Watch out for Weasley. He's at the stage of trauma where everything's funny. I'm immune, she muttered, already walking off. The next day, the papers were bloody delicious. Cashin bit into his toast, crumbs sticking to the corner of his mouth as he unfolded the Daily Prophet. Bathsheba was loading his plate with eggs. Ministry clears black, Pettigrew lives, he read aloud, mouth half full. Bold of them to pretend they did the clearing. She plopped 2 sausages next to his toast. Read the subheading. He read and almost sprayed his tea. Rosier's patroness causes earthquake, panic, and 1 pregnancy scare. Cashin blinked. What the hell? Bathsheba snatched the paper. Give me that. Page 3, he muttered. Apparently I'm a menace to the forest, wildlife, and one emotionally fragile seer who claims she felt her womb shudder in prophecy. Bathsheba was already flipping to the page, eyes scheming. They called you the silver-branched savior. He stared at his toast. I liked it better when they thought I was the creepy professor. You still are. Right, but now I've got fan mail. She lifted the paper, reading aloud. Sources close to the scene described the patroness as an enormous silver tree with leaves that hummed and a holy symbol of balance and ancient masculine energy. She blinked. Did you sleep with a columnist? If you aren't the columnist, I did not, Cashin said flatly. But someone definitely sniffed a scented candle and took liberties. Bathsheba tossed the paper onto the table. At least they didn't call it a weed. They called it verdant revelation in spectral form. She paused. Wow. He sipped his tea. I'm suing someone. Bathsheba grinned and sat back. You're famous. He made a face. Joy. She gave him a look. Cass, your fan club was built the moment you knocked Lockhart off his sparkling perch with a footnote. This just confirms it. He sighed. Gods. I hope no one turns this into a song. She leaned in, voice mock whispered, I heard Flitwick humming something this morning. Cashin shoved his toast into his mouth, grumbling under his breath. Bathsheba took a sip of her tea. On the bright side, Pettigrew's under guard, Sirius has a room that isn't made of horror, and the kids didn't die. That's relatively successful. Cashin chewed, then shrugged. By Hogwarts standards, it's basically a holiday. She tapped the paper again. And you're a bloody hero. He glanced at the headline again. They say that now. Give it a week, I'll be back to the suspected dark artifact enthusiast who teaches Muggle war theory to children. She lifted her cup. To silver trees and school liability forms. He clinked his teacup against hers. And the paperwork they're going to bury us in. Before they could get through their second cup of tea, a handful of owls crashed the mood. One dropped a neat stack of letters in front of Cashin's toast, sending a few crumbs flying. He picked them up, flipped through. Regulus. Magnus. Lucian. All ignored without ceremony. He paused at one marked in Bathilda's handwriting, but before he could open it, Bathsheba plucked another envelope from the pile. Oh no, she said, too cheerfully. Cashin didn't look up. If that's a late birthday card from the family again, throw them away. She held the letter higher, just out of reach. Which weekly wants to interview you? His chewing slowed. And, she went on, unfolding it with malicious delight, you are nominated for Most Charming Smile Award. Cashin choked on his tea. What now? Sprout, sitting neatly beside Bath's Hato with toast halfway to her mouth, snorted. Then laughed. So loud that 2 first years at the next table turned to stare. Bath's Hato held the letter out like it was cursed. I'm framing this. You're burning it, Cashin said, wiping his mouth with a grimace. Then we're putting the ashes in a jar and never speaking of it again. Sprout dabbed at her eyes. Most charming smile. Cashin Rosier, Bath's Hato read aloud with mock ceremony, shortlisted for Witch Weekly's annual Most Charming Smile Award. Nominated anonymously, with glowing testimonials from students and colleagues alike. Cashin blinked. Right. I want names. Bath's Hato flipped the letter over. There's more. Of course there is. Praised for his wit, poise, and a gaze that could cut glass, she stopped, snorted. Sprout was still laughing, wheezing now. Cut glass. Cashin gave her a look. You're enjoying this far too much. Bath's Hato kept going. His mysterious air and academic elegance have captivated the hearts of readers across Britain. I have an heir. Aurora, Septima, and Charity glided into the great hall, each had a copy of Witch Weekly in hand and a grin that promised trouble. Oh, if it isn't Rosier, Aurora called, sliding into the nearest seat. Most charming smile himself. Cashin didn't look up from his toast. Please. I'm trying to die quietly. Charity snorted, already whispering something to Bath's Hato, who didn't even try to hide her grin. The other three were in full gossip mode now, whispers, smirks, and the occasional sideways glance. Snape sneered at him on the way in, which was nothing new, but it still knocked a chip off Cashin's mood. The man had all the charm of a cursed sponge and was apparently doubling down this morning. Cashin toyed with the idea of getting up and leaving altogether, until Lupin slipped in. Morning, he said, in a whisper so it wouldn't carry past the staff table. I've decided to resign. Wanted you all to hear it first. Charity paused mid-buttering. You what? Sprout turned her head slightly, smile disappearing. Remus. It's all right, Lupin said, not looking up. Too many parents know, now. The prophet will pick it up by the end of the week. Fudge's mouth already looked twitchy this morning, Flitwick muttered. Still, Sprout said with a sigh, it's a foolish choice. Lupin glanced over. I'm not fit for the classroom anymore. You're not fit for the full moon. That's not the same. A faint smile twitched across Lupin's mouth. Appreciated. But the board won't see it that way. Aurora gave him a long look, then went back to stirring her tea. Snape sipped his tea with all the grace of a man hoping someone would leave just so he could say I told you so without interruption. Lupin turned to Cashin. Rosier. A word. Cashin flicked the last of his toast crumb off his sleeve and stood. Should I bring a chaperone? Lupin didn't answer. Just walked off. Cashin followed. In the staff room, Lupin took the couch, Cashin stayed standing. Thanks, he said eventually. For whatever it was you did. The petrification. You stopped it before it got worse. For me, for the kids. He sighed, eyes not quite meeting his. And for catching Peter. Exonerating Sirius. He won't say it, pride and all, but he's thankful. I am too. Cashin scratched at the corner of his jaw, then waved a hand. I didn't do it for you lot. Lupin's brow ticked up. Still. It mattered. Cashin gave a vague shrug. Better than writing condolence letters. Lupin huffed a breath. I suppose. Cashin looked at the fire. You resigning for real? I am. Bit early for a midlife crisis. Lupin snorted. It's not safe. No, it's not. That's why you dose up and don't forget your bloody potion next time. Lupin didn't argue. He just sat there, the lines under his eyes looking deeper today. Cashin was halfway through folding his shirts with far more precision than strictly necessary when the door burst open without so much as a knock. Professor R. We've failed you. Fred and George Weasley marched in, solemn as a funeral, each holding what looked suspiciously like a report card. They slapped them onto his table. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Did you burn a corridor again or just charm someone's teeth into snakes? Fred pointed to the parchment. Worse. George nodded. Academic tragedy. Cashin picked up the reports and scanned. OWL scores. Charms, outstanding. Transfiguration, outstanding. Ancient runes, also outstanding. He hummed, vaguely impressed. Most of the rest hovered around exceeds expectations. Then. Potions, acceptable. He stopped. The room quieted. Cashin glanced up. Well. There goes your shop. Fred gritted his teeth. That bat. George muttered something rude under his breath. Cashin dropped the parchment and leaned back in his chair. Tell me what happened. Fred threw himself into the armchair, all arms and grudges. He binned our final. Wouldn't grade it. George took the dramatic pacing route. Said the potion was wrong. Because of the color. The color. Cashin blinked. That's it. We improved the base, George snapped. Found a cleaner way to stabilize it, less wolfsbane, more fluid consistency, no side reactions. Fred leaned forward, arms flung wide. And it worked. Perfectly. We tested it 3 times. Cedric tested it, for Merlin's sake. Cashin frowned. Snape refused to mark it. Said it wasn't the standard brew. Called it amateur rubbish, dumped the vial, then told us we'd be graded on our essays and previous classwork only. So. Cashin waved a finger between them, he tanked your final because you outsmarted the syllabus. George sat down hard. Basically. Fred's jaw clenched. He knew it worked. He just didn't like how. Cashin sat quiet for a moment, thumb tapping against his knee. He then stood up, brushing past the twins without so much as a glance, muttering under his breath about brilliant idiocy and poisoned cauldrons. Let's go. He was already halfway down the stairs before they scrambled after him, robes flapping, shoes scuffing the floor. They stormed the dungeons. No knock. Just Cashin booting the door open. Snape looked up from behind his desk, slow and sour as always. Rosier, he said, dry as old parchment. Cashin stepped in, laid a palm flat on the desk. When did you turn into a follow-the-sheet brewing puppet, Severus? Snape frowned. What are you talking about? The twins arrived right on cue, panting like they'd sprinted a mile. Snape barely spared them a glance before scoffing. Oh, I see. This is about that. He leaned back, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Did they run to cry to you? Cashin's fist curled. He didn't hit the desk. But it was a near thing. Severus Snape, he said. 7th year potion genius. The one Slughorn raved about. You bent formulas like string. You rewrote base theory for fun. What happened to that mind? The one that looked at old methods and thought, I can do better. Snape's expression didn't twitch. You think these 2 baboons are capable of improving a basic potion I somehow missed? Cashin's knuckles clenched. And who says they can't? You? The man who dumped the vial without even testing it. The room went quiet. Snape's eyes narrowed, cold. They strayed from the syllabus. Cashin's head tipped. You strayed from the syllabus. I understood what I was doing. And you think they didn't? Snape's voice sharpened. They played at invention. That's arrogance, not mastery. Cashin leaned in, hand still firm on the desk. Arrogance is calling yourself a master and refusing to test something that worked better than the standard brew. They improved the potion, didn't break it. They destabilized it. They refined it. Snape stood. It's not your class. No, Cashin said, flat. But they're my students. And if we're failing kids because they dared to think beyond the recipe, then we're not teaching. We're copying recipes off the bloody board. Snape's eyes flicked between them. Let me be clear, Cashin said, softer now but with the same edge. You want to fail them, you give me a reason that holds weight. Not that they strayed. Not that they were cleverer than you expected. Show me where the potion fails. Show me the flaw. Otherwise, you test it again. And if it holds? You fix their grade. Snape raised his nose at him, voice dripping disdain. And since when did you become a master in potion making? If I recall correctly, you couldn't brew a simple cure for boils without turning it into soup. Cashin grinned. People change, Severus. You should have realized that by now. Snape snorted. I can almost accept you've improved in charms, but potion making? Beyond you, Rosier. Cashin tilted his head. How about a bet, then? Snape's eyes narrowed. A bet. Cashin stepped back, folded his arms, and nodded toward the work table. We'll both brew the same potion. You use your method, I'll use theirs. He jerked a thumb at the twins, who immediately perked up like dogs hearing the word walk. If their method produces the better brew, Cashin continued, you fix their grade, beg the OWL committee to reevaluate it, and apologize to them. Publicly. Snape's mouth twitched. And if mine proves superior? Cashin's grin widened. Then I'll do whatever you want. Fred's head snapped round. Whatever, sir, are you mad? Cashin didn't look at him. Probably. But it'll be fun to find out. Snape thought in silence for a long moment, eyes gleaming. Then he turned toward the stores. Fine, he said at last. But don't expect me to hold back. I don't brew for a spectacle. Cashin smiled faintly. Good. I don't want you to make excuses. The twins exchanged a glance that was equal parts awe and terror. Within minutes, Snape's bench gleamed with jars, scales, and cauldrons already simmering. His movements were crisp, sharp, all precision and pride. Cashin's side of the bench looked calmer, tidier, but somehow more casual, as if he'd walked into a kitchen rather than a duel. Fred and George whispered furiously behind him, trying not to look nervous. Cashin waved them quiet. Trust me, he said. If he wins, it's because I sneeze in the cauldron. Snape flicked him a look colder than the dungeon air. If you contaminate the potion, I will assume you forfeited. Relax, Severus, Cashin said, stirring lazily. Your wound tighter than your own hair. The twin cauldrons hissed as heat took hold. Snape's brew shimmered dark and glossy, smelling faintly of iron and cloves. Cashin stayed pale, almost translucent. A slow swirl ran through it, oddly smooth. Snape sneered. Too thin. Too early, Cashin shot back. The twins watched, wide-eyed. He's actually doing it, Fred muttered. Yeah, George said. And he hasn't blown up yet. Cashin lifted his wand, gave the cauldron a swirl, then tipped in the last ingredient, the stabilizer the twins had created. The potion brightened instantly, glowing faint gold before settling into a clear, clean hue. Snape's, by contrast, was textbook perfect. Every shimmer in the manual, every step memorized to the letter. Cashin nodded to him. Shall we test? Snape summoned a narrow-necked vial with a flick, then split both brews evenly into clean glass tubes. From a cage beneath his desk, he pulled out 2 snakes, thick-bodied, dull-eyed. Docile enough, probably dosed to the eyeballs. Let's see, he muttered. He dropped a single bead of his potion onto the first snake's head. It writhed immediately, scales spasming as if seared. The sheen along its skin vanished, breath stuttering, eyes glazing over. It didn't die, but it curled tight and stopped moving. Combative effect, Snape announced. Standard result. Cashin's brow arched. And very, twitchy. Snape ignored him, turned to the second. Poured a bead from Cashin's. The snake blinked. Paused. Then stretched out. Its muscles uncoiled slowly, head lifting as if it had just remembered what a spine was. A long breath slipped from its tongue. It looked downright content. Cashin crossed his arms. Mine smiled. Fred and George grinned. Snape said nothing. Test it further, Cashin said. Temperature fluctuation, spell exposure, reactive ingredients, take your pick. Their method holds. It's cleaner. Calmer. More efficient. Doesn't shock the system. Snape still didn't speak. He stared at the vial like it had insulted his mother. You didn't even test it, Cashin said, quieter now. Didn't give it a chance. Because it didn't match your notes. Snape's jaw flexed. Cashin didn't back off. You of all people should know what it's like to be overlooked for not coloring inside the lines. Snape turned after a long pursue, picked up the paperwork. I'll submit a revision to the board. Fred blinked. Wait, that's it. George leaned in. No gloating? No dramatic insults. Snape glanced at them like they were houseflies. Get out before I change my mind. Cashin saluted on their behalf. We'll send you a signed copy of the patent. They didn't run. But it was close. In the corridors, the twins were already shouting and running rings around him. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We've got 4 OS. We did it. 2 more years like this and we'll have 2 shops. Cashin kept walking, dodging a flailing arm as George nearly took out a suit of armor mid-celebration. Yes, yes, he muttered, rain me with gold and name your firstborn after me later. Fred slid in front of him, walking backwards. We owe you. No, you owe. Snape's pride being slightly less shriveled than usual, Cashin said, brushing past. I just gave him a nudge. You did the work. George shot a look over his shoulder. Yeah, but without you. Cashin stopped, turned to look at them both. Boys. If you're not careful, I'm going to start expecting consistent performance. And that would ruin your entire brand. Fred held up both hands. No promises. George grinned. Reckon we can stretch it to the graduation. Miracles do happen, Cashin muttered, and took the stairs before either of them tried to hug him. Snape sat slouched at his desk, absently tapping a knuckle against the wood. Straying from the syllabus, hey. His gaze flicked to the bottle with the wrong color. Pale gold instead of deep green. He held it up, watched it catch the torchlight. It didn't separate. When had he last taken a base formula and spent a week tearing it apart? Not for necessity, not for publication, just to prove it could be better. A decade? No. 12 years ago, maybe. Something about the number sat wrong in his chest. He closed his eyes. A flicker of light moved behind them. Thin, elegant. A white serpent, curled in the air like smoke. Right. That proved it. Not James. Not Lily. Who are you? The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office slid aside. The headmaster was already standing at the far window, fingers folded behind his back, eyes somewhere on the dark horizon. Severus. Albus, Snape said, stepping inside. They didn't speak straight away. Snape crossed his arms. I told you Lupin was sheltering Black. Dumbledore glanced toward him. And you were correct. Though not at first. Snape's lips curled. No. Not until Christmas, Dumbledore said, voice mild. Before then, he believed Sirius was a murderer. As did most. Snape's expression soured. Dumbledore stepped away from the window. But I believe you didn't come to gloat. He moved to the cabinet, poured 2 fingers of something amber into a glass, then held it out. Snape waved it off. Dumbledore set the glass aside. I'm more curious about Rosier's spell. Snape's shoulders stiffened. Shaking off the taste of the memory with snort. At first, I thought it was a level 7 containment hex. With blood price. But it wasn't. He folded his arms. Looked similar to basilisk petrification but felt different. Dumbledore said nothing. Snape's mouth twisted. Rosier's been pulling spells from nowhere. Things that don't exist in the archives. It's like he's found a source that predates formal casting. Or a new, unknown line. There are always older sources, Severus. Older than either of us care to admit. Or those lost to us. Snape frowned at the answer. Not commenting. You think he's inventing them? Dumbledore asked, his gaze was sharp. Snape hesitated. no. He looked away, jaw tight. He doesn't invent them. It's not experimentation. It's recollection. Dumbledore sighed, eyes fixed on the lights of the castle below. You think it is him? Snape frowned as he turned for the door. I don't know. Neville sat in the corner of the Gryffindor common room, staring at his wand. The noise around him was a blur, music, laughter, clinking butterbeer bottles, but he couldn't really hear it. He was still trying to make sense of it. A glass appeared in front of him. Hermione's voice followed. Neville. He blinked, finally looking up. She was smiling. Come on, she said, pressing the glass into his hand. They're celebrating you and Harry. He hesitated. Right. Hermione gave him a little push as he stood. He took a small sip before joining the chaos. The common room looked like someone had set off a party bomb, streamers in the chandelier, someone's cat wearing a hat. Fred and George had, of course, declared it an official Gryffindor victory. They'd hung a banner above the fireplace that read, Youngest Expecto Partionis, History Made, Again. Harry stood near the fire, looking sheepish but grinning. Ron had him in a one-armed chokehold, shouting something about bloody unbelievable, while half the room raised mugs and toast. Neville found himself smiling. Harry had technically beaten him to it, by a single day. They'd cast at the same time, but Harry was a day younger, so the record went to him. The papers would love that. Neville didn't really mind. He felt Hermione's hand on his arm. You're the youngest after the youngest, she teased. He laughed quietly. I'll take it. Across the room, Ron's voice cut through the noise. Hermione. She turned, wary. Ron rubbed the back of his neck, awkward. About Crookshanks. Hermione's brows lifted. I was wrong, Ron said quickly. About him. And Scabbers. You were right. I was a prat. Hermione stared for a second, then smiled. Yes. You were. Ron grimaced but smiled back, and that was that. Someone shoved another butterbeer into Neville's free hand. To the Lion and the Snake. Dean shouted. The room echoed with cheers. The Lion and the Snake. Harry raised his mug, grinning at Neville over the firelight. The whole room was glowing gold from the flames, laughter ringing in every corner. Neville laughed back. Sirius Black sat on the edge of the bed in St. Mungo's, shoulders hunched, hands limp in his lap. Outside the window, the moon hung fat and pale, waning, thank Merlin, but still too close for comfort. He let out a long breath. The room was quiet, save for the faint clink of potion bottles from the corridor, and the occasional wheeze of some poor sod 2 doors down. His cheek still ached where Cashin had cracked him one, and his fingers kept drifting up to prod at it like he couldn't quite believe it happened. He'd deserved it, probably. The confrontation played back in jagged bursts, Snape's barked accusations, the kids trembling with their wands up, Peter's reedy voice spilling filth like it might excuse anything. Then Cashin stepping forward, looking like he'd come straight from a pub brawl, nose bleeding, coat still dusted with dirt, and casting a spell that locked a werewolf mid-lunge. And Harry. That bloody snake patroness. What would you do, James? Sirius muttered, thumb tracing the edge of the bandage on his hand. A snake patroness. He leaned back against the wall, staring at the ceiling. Patronuses were never random. The form said something, about you, about what you were built from, what you clung to when the dark closed in. And Harry's was a snake. A snake. Sirius scrubbed both hands over his face. Brilliant. Could have been a dog. Or a stag. Hell, even a bloody owl. But no, he gets a snake. He laughed under his breath, the sound dry. Lily would have been proud either way. He didn't believe in coincidences anymore. A snake meant something, heritage, power, darkness maybe, but Harry wasn't that. He was too bloody bright for it. Sirius pushed to his feet and paced to the window. If Patronuses reflected the heart, then what did it mean that the boy who carried Lily's eyes and James's grin had a serpent waiting under his skin? He let out a shaky breath. You tell me I'm daft, he murmured, glancing at the empty chair by the bed. You'd say it's nothing. Just a shape. But even he didn't believe that. Sirius pressed his palms to the glass, jaw tight. Whatever it means, kid. I hope you never have to find out. He thought of the tree. That absolute beast of a patroness. Sirius had never seen anything like it. And that was saying something. He wasn't exactly a scholar, but he was still a black, and the Black Library was less a bookshelf and more a private dark arts museum with family drama shoved between the pages. He'd seen spells older than Merlin, curses handwritten in dragon blood, a collection of patroness forms dating back to the Druids. But a tree? Not just rare. Unheard of. Burst out of the ground as if it'd been waiting there, roots cracking stone, branches clawing the sky. Alive. Silver bark glowing like moonlight soaked into wood. Shielding the kids. Holding the line. A barrier. A warning. Something about it had felt ancient, not in a dusty, historical sense, but deeper. Like something forgotten remembering itself. The thing had reached out and grabbed the Dementors like they were weeds, ripped them off the bloody ground. Sirius let his head fall back against the hospital wall with a thump. Who even casts a tree? He muttered. The more he thought about it, the more it made his skin itch. Lucius hurled the glass into the fireplace. It shattered with a crack against the iron grate, fire hissing as the drink hit coals. He kicked the table hard enough to rattle everything on it. Dob. He stopped, lip curling in disdain. Right. The bloody elf was gone. Freed. Because of Potter. He turned on the sofa and kicked that too. Reports littered the floor, half-read and creased where his grip had tightened too hard. The Prophet's headline still sat crooked across his desk. Black cleared of charges, Ministry confirms Peter Pettigrew alive. He paced, then snatched the nearest scroll and flung it. The ink bottle followed. They'd made a public spectacle of it. Clearing Sirius. Celebrating him. The old dog even got his name reinstated. Which meant the wool stood. Which meant Draco could kiss the Black Fortune goodbye. Worse still was the bloody tree. The papers wouldn't shut up about it. Unprecedented patroness spell defense students, Hogwarts Professor Rosier stuns experts. He yanked open another folder, flipping past diagrams and sketches, each one more ridiculous than the last. Shielded the students from a swarm of dementors. Tore through the ground. He snorted, pacing again. And now Rosier's face was everywhere. Magical Theory Quarterly. The Warden's Dispatch. Even the more conservative circles were murmuring about it. The man went from a curious hire to a name in half a bloody year. Power. Influence. Popularity. All handed to him on the back of some flashy, ridiculous tree. Lucius stopped at the window, hands braced on the sill. He'd spent months laying groundwork. Gold, favors, strings tied across departments like spider webs. Got Dumbledore busy, with whispers and half-truths, hoping to delay him long enough for Sirius to get killed. He knew the old fool wouldn't do so. Too pacifist. Too soft. And for what? Cash and Bloody Rosier stepped in with a nosebleed and a clever wand flick, and the entire school started whispering like he was Merlin reincarnated. Lucius clenched his jaw. Enjoy it, Rosier, he said softly. It won't last. Lucius. An old voice called from the fireplace, and the color drained from his face. He straightened his robes and walked toward it with careful steps. I am listening. Peter Pettigrew moaned from the floor of his holding cell. His face was a mess, split lip, black eye, nose still swollen from Cassion's fists, and he kept crying, soft little hitches in his breath that came and went like a hiccup he couldn't shake. The guards had gone quiet outside. Maybe they'd wandered off for tea. Maybe they just didn't care. He wasn't sure what he hoped for anymore. Maybe that his lord would return, cloak sweeping in, hand extended, voice promising salvation. Maybe not even salvation. Just, use. Purpose. If he could be of use, he'd matter again. That was all he ever wanted, wasn't it? He sniffed and wiped his face with the back of his sleeve. Voldemort had been strong. Terrifying, yes, but strong. He didn't care if Peter was small or soft or overlooked. He just needed someone to listen, follow orders, do the things the others were too proud or noble or good to do. He didn't ask for honor. Just obedience. And Peter could do that. He was good at that. He coughed. His ribs still hurt. Probably cracked one in the scuffle. They should have healed it by now, but no one had bothered. Not when the man's worth was measured by the friends he'd betrayed. Was that so wrong? What was wrong with survival? The strongest always ruled. He hadn't invented that. He'd just followed it. Followed strength. Back at school, it had been Sirius and James, loud, sharp, dangerous boys who could break you with a grin and half a spell. He'd laughed at their jokes, nodded when they wanted nodding, pointed when they wanted blame shifted. If he kept close enough, he didn't get burnt. And when that stopped being safe, when Voldemort rose and everything tilted sideways, he'd just done it again. New names. New power. Same game. People called it betrayal, but it was just the same old trick. Stay near the biggest fire, and maybe it won't burn you and scare off wild animals. He told himself that more often than he admitted. That it wasn't cowardice. It was pragmatism. Cleverness, even. Everyone wanted to survive, they just weren't honest about the price. Peter blinked at the stone ceiling. Damp. Cracked. Just like Hogwarts' old dungeons. He'd been down there before, during detentions. Always got caught when he was alone. Never when James or Sirius had dragged him into trouble. Back then, being around them had felt like armor. Even if they laughed at him, shoved him aside, they still protected him. He'd felt important, when they let him. He'd followed them because it made things easier. Because no one messed with you when Black was grinning behind you, wand at the ready. No one asked questions when Potter had your back. Everyone wanted to be liked. Respected. Peter just found a quicker way. In school he bullied who they bullied. When Voldemort rose, he did the same. Different names. Same idea. Get close, stay useful, survive. He sniffled again and drew his knees in. If the world didn't want rats, it shouldn't have bred lions that left the runts behind. He curled tighter on the stone, the faint flicker of the containment runes pulsing around him like a heartbeat. No wand. No escape. No one left to lie to. Only the truth, and even that didn't want him. Peter closed his eyes. He pressed his palms to his ears like it might hush the thoughts crowding in. What else was he supposed to do? James and Sirius had always been sharp with their wands and sharper with their mouths. No one said no to them, because it was easier not to. Because if you stood beside them, you didn't have to be them. You could praise them, throw a hex now and then, and as long as you aimed where they pointed, you were part of it. Pack rules. They targeted people who wouldn't fight back. Slytherin half-bloods. The ones already shoved to the edge by their own house. Quiet Hufflepuffs who just wanted to study in peace. James thought it was funny. Sirius would grin like it was a game. They weren't bullies. No, never that. Pranksters, they said. Heroes, even. Marauders. Like it was noble, somehow. Like drawing blood with a smirk made it clever. He'd watched James obliterate a boy in dueling club once. Snapped his wand clean out of his hand and flung him across the tiles with a spell so vicious it cracked a rib. The kid never came back. Dropped out, they said. No one stopped it. Dumbledore turned a blind eye. McGonagall always sighed and moved on. They were Gryffindors, after all. It wasn't the sacredness of life that held James Potter back. Just restraint dressed up as morals. He could have done worse. He just chose not to. Maybe knew the limits. Sometimes. And Voldemort? Voldemort didn't dress it up. He never pretended to be kind. He never smirked while hurting people and called it sport. He told you where you stood. Power, or no power. Serve, or don't. Live, or die. There was no mask. Just fire and blood and a voice so sharp you could feel it under your skin. Peter had chosen the obvious fire. Because at least you saw it coming. He hadn't done it for fun. He wasn't cruel. He didn't kill for pleasure. But he'd held the door open for those who did. Because someone had to. Because there was always someone worse, and if he could keep that someone looking the other way, away from him. He wasn't a monster. He wasn't brave, either. He was good at being close to it, though. Just close enough to avoid the heat. Close enough to pick through the leftovers. To stay alive. So when the war shifted, he'd made a choice. Live or die. And if Lily and James had to burn for that? He pressed his hands harder to his ears. They would have done the same, he told himself. They would have. If they were small like him. If they hadn't been born with that golden shine that made people listen, made the teachers laugh even when they cursed half the hallway. They never had to survive. Not like him. Peter turned his face to the floor. His cheek stuck to it. The runes pulsed again. That low thrum in the stone, constant now. A whimper escaped his throat. Footsteps scraped across the corridor outside. Peter jolted, eyes wide, ears straining. He pressed himself tighter into the corner, as small as he could go. Hello. His voice cracked. Who's there? No answer. The lock clicked. The door opened. The figure stepped in, hood drawn low, face hidden. Peter flinched. Please. I didn't. Still no reply. The figure raised a wand. Peter's breath caught. Something tugged behind his eyes, like a hook pulling memories from the back of his skull. His mouth opened, but no sound came. And then it all came back. The burrow. Percy's trunk, warm from sunlight. Scrabbling behind loose floorboards. School bags. Owl cages. Scabbers. Before that. Mud and rain. Cold fingers clutching a wand that wasn't his. That wand. The one he'd picked up from the ruins. Still faintly warm. He hadn't dared use it. Just hid it. Deep, under stone, moss and bark, in a tree hollow north of the riverbend. Too far for dogs. Then silence. His breath seized. The memory held, frozen in place. Peter's lips moved. Nothing came out. The figure flicked the wand again. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the cell. When it cleared, the door was swinging shut. The figure was gone. After the end-of-year feast, the castle shifted gears, trunks scraped all over, owls sulked about the sky with last-minute deliveries, and the air smelled faintly of summer and stress. Cashin had just shrunk his bookshelf, carefully labeled, color-coded, and mildly cursed to hiss if mishandled, when someone knocked at his door. He cracked it open, expecting a student with a forgotten wand or perhaps a misguided attempt at bribery. Instead, Penelope Clearwater stood on the other side, arms folded, eyes on the floor. Miss Clearwater. She looked up, faintly startled, like she'd forgotten what she was doing. What can I do for you? Sir, can I have a word with you, please? Cashin didn't bother hiding the raised eyebrow. Still, he stepped out, let the door click shut behind him, and walked her down to his office. Inside, he lit the kettle with a flick, set 2 mugs on the desk, and slid a tin of biscuits toward her. She didn't move for the tin. He poured the water. Milk? Sugar? Existential crisis. She laughed, awkward and quiet. Just tea, thanks. He handed her the mug, then sat, stretching his legs out under the desk. She clutched the drink. All right, Cashin said. What's on your mind? And before you try to lie, your guilt face could sell out a spy ring. She didn't laugh this time. I'm not going to the ministry. Right. Good start. More context. She stopped. Her fingers tapped the side of the mug. I was supposed to. I even got the offer. Something in international magical relations. Ah, he said. One of the bright ones fudge can't wait to stick in a filing cabinet. She blinked, caught between a smile and a wince. I thought it was what I wanted. But now. I don't know. Cashin poured his tea. Bit late to change your NEWTS. She shook her head. No, it's not the work. It's the system. I used to think it mattered. That I could fix things from inside. Then I started watching. He didn't interrupt. Penelope glanced up. Your classes didn't help. Thank you, he said dryly. I do try to sow civil unrest where I can. It's not that. She flushed. It's just, you made us think. Properly. Not just about spells or dueling tactics, but history. How it repeats. How people lie. What's ignored. She fidgeted again, hands wrapping tighter round the mug. And Percy. She stopped, looking away bashfully. We were a thing. Cashin raised a brow. I taught the whole school, clear water. Not the ceiling. It wasn't exactly subtle. Penelope blushed so hard it looked painful. You knew. Everyone knew, he said, deadpan. You only just stopped short of engraving your initials into the library tables. Her blush deepened. We broke up. A month ago. Ah. He's still very ministry. Rules. Order. Believes if the paperwork says something, it must be right. Optimistic, that one. She nodded. I thought I could be that too. But after this year. She trailed off. Everything with Black. And Professor Lupin. And Pettigrew. How much was hidden? How much nearly went wrong? Her voice got quiet. I don't know if I trust it anymore. The ministry. Right. So you're standing at the edge of the ministry's glittering path, realizing it's just a slightly polished bog, and wondering if wading through it will drown you. She blinked. Yes. He gave a noncommittal grunt. Well, welcome to adulthood. Penelope gave a weak smile. He picked up his mug again. Look, clear water. The ministry's not evil. Just lazy. Arrogant. Bloated. Like a bureaucracy that tried to eat a kingdom and choked on its own filing cabinets. Her smile twitched wider. Now, if you want to work there, you can. You'll be useful. Sharp, good with details, and enough backbone to stand your ground. But don't expect it to thank you. Or reward honesty. That place feeds off compliance. She nodded slowly. But if you're asking what I think, he went on, then no, I don't reckon it's the best fit. Not yet. You still think rules are meant to help people. That won't survive 3 staff meetings with Crouch. She snorted into her tea. So what, I run off to the mountains and become a magical goat herder. Tempting. But I'd suggest something less cold and less goat heavy. There are good places. Research, teaching, private consultancies. Go where your skills are needed, not where they're swallowed. Penelope looked up. Would you write me a reference? Cashin didn't hesitate. Already in your file. Dated, signed, and scarily complimentary. She looked like she might cry, but blinked it back. Thank you, she said, quietly. He got up and reached for the cabinet by the desk. I can put you in touch with a few people, he said, flicking through a half-jammed drawer. Real minds, not ministry drones. If you want to study deeper, which I believe you should, actually study, not just warm a chair at some diplomatic meet and smile loop. They'd be lucky to have you. Penelope squeezed the mug gently in her hands. Truth is, he went on, rifling through envelopes, the ministry doesn't want brilliance. They want reliable cogs. Neat little wheels that spin when told. Every edge you've got, every thought that doesn't fit the template, they'll file it down until you don't even notice what they've taken. She blinked, not sure where he was going. They'll give you a title. Maybe an office with a window if you last long enough. But the work? It'll all be scaffolding for the next bloke. The one with the family name or the right handshake. You'll sit in meetings where no one listens, drafting memos for people who don't care, and if you speak too loud. He tapped a finger against the side of his head. Out you go. No fuss. Just shuffled into something better suited to your temperament. He finally found the parchment he'd been after and placed it onto the desk. He slid the envelope across the desk. System needs pieces to keep wheeling, Miss Clearwater. But we're not all circles and smooth edges. Some of us are jagged, wrong-shaped, inconvenient. Penelope didn't move. Watched the paper. If you want to be part of something bigger, he said, that's fair. Noble, even. The ministry does serve people, on good days. There's value in that. He leaned back slightly, the chair creaking beneath him. But you, he said, tilting his head, you're too sharp to get blunted down into a cog. Would be a bloody shame to watch you get trimmed into something you're not. She swallowed hard. The silence in the room grew a little heavier. Now, Mr. Weasley, Cashin went on, he's already halfway shaped for the machine. Starchy shirt, polished batch, 5-year plan. He'll make it work. Until the day his own cracks start showing, and he has to choose, cut those bits off, or walk. Penelope's eyes flicked up. She didn't argue. You, he said, you'll have to make that choice every day. Whether to fit, or to stay whole. She didn't say anything. Just stared at the rim of her cup. Cashin didn't push her. She made her decision. Cashin was halfway through charming his trunk shut when something in his mind buzzed wrong. His stomach dropped. The bag thudded to the floor as he bolted. The locking charms flared faintly as he reached the door. He shoved his wand forward, stripped the rest off with a sharp flick, and burst inside. Baths Hada. She was on the floor. One arm limp under her, the other twisted against her stomach. Her head tilted back like she'd tried to sit up and hadn't quite managed. Cashin was at her side in a second, wand out, spells flying. Diagnostics first, neurological, magical fatigue, potion residues, curse traces. A whole sweep in under 10 seconds. Her mind was in shambles. Cashin's gut clenched. Bloody hell, baths, he muttered, half to her, half to the air. What did you do this time? Her pulse was uneven, too fast. He'd seen overdrawn magics look like this, too much channeling, too little rest, the mind catching fire faster than it could cool. But Bath's Haida wasn't hot-headed or reckless. She taught children how to be safe, for God's sake. All right, come on then. He gathered her up, arms hooking under her knees and shoulders. He carried her out the door and straight down the main corridor. Madame Pomfrey was mid-pack, trunk hovering beside her, scarf half-tied around her collar when they arrived. She saw the state of them and frowned, hard. What in Merlin's? Cashin stepped straight past her into the nearest bed bay. She dropped. No curses. Magic's burning out. Might be feedback, might be mental overload. Pomfrey followed, already pulling out a tray of vials and charms. Set her down. He laid Bath's Haida gently on the mattress. Her breathing was shallow, lips pale. Looks like her mind's caught in a loop, he said. Sensory overload? Dream spill. Possibly. Or something's leaking through memory barriers. Pomfrey didn't stop moving. She slipped a pale blue stone under Bathshida's palm, pressed her wand against her sternum. Heart stable. Magical pulses erratic. Cashin stood at the foot of the bed, arms crossed, jaw tight. Madame Pomfrey hovered a bit longer, wand flicking through the final checks. Then, with a soft huff, she reached for 2 vials from the tray and eased one between Bathshida's lips, then the next. She'll be out for a day, maybe longer, she said, adjusting the pillow behind Bathshida's head. I'll stay and monitor. Cashin shook his head. No need. I'll take her to St. Mungo's if she turns into a banshee. Pomfrey hesitated. Are you sure? Yeah, you shouldn't miss the ride. I'm not paying for it if you miss it. That made her snort, reluctantly. Let me know how she does, then. She gave Bath's Haida a last glance. See you after summer, Cashin. He gave a lazy wave. You too, Poppy. When the door clicked shut behind her, the room fell properly quiet. Cashin stayed still for a long moment, listening to the soft hum. He hated the scent of antiseptic potion. He busied himself by straightening the blanket, adjusting the angle of her pillow, anything to keep his hands from shaking. He then sat, arms folded over his knees for a second, then leaned forward and rested his forehead lightly against her arm. What the hell happened? He muttered. No answer, of course. Just the slow, even rise of her breathing. He stayed like that, head bowed, waiting for her to stir. It took her nearly a full day to come round. Cashin had dozed off in the chair beside her, chin tipped forward, hair a right mess. The sound of her shifting stirred him up. He blinked, sat up fast, then reached for the jug on the bedside table. Water, he muttered, pouring too quickly and nearly sloshing it over his hand. You're alive. Excellent. Your breath stinks, by the way. Bath's Haida gave a weak eye roll that said you're insufferable, but she still let him help her sit up. Her fingers trembled when she took the glass, and Cashin steadied it with one hand as she drank. When she set it down, she drew in a careful breath. How long? 23 hours. You've beaten your old record. Her eyes flicked to him, dry as dust. You keep track. Of course. Makes it easier to gloat later. She huffed, the corner of her mouth lifting, then winced slightly as she shifted against the pillow. Easy, Cashin said, reaching out instinctively. You move like someone who's fallen down a staircase. She shot him a flat look. That's oddly specific. He shrugged. Had a traumatic school life. Her lips twitched, then faltered when a ripple of dizziness caught her. What happened? He asked, trying to keep it light. Worried, but the last thing he wanted was to dump it on her. Bath's Haida didn't answer. Looked past him, out the window maybe, though there wasn't much to see. He tapped her arm. Love. Her gaze drifted back to his. Cass. Her voice rasped. I have a new set of memories. His brow pulled tight. Granger caused another time fracture. Bath's Haida shook her head slowly. No. This was 5 years' worth. He went still. 5 years. No wonder she'd dropped. That kind of mental load would fry anyone. What could have caused such a... Cashin stopped mid-thought. I've memories of Hogwarts without you. Cashin strolled through the manor, shoulders aching like he'd wrestled a mountain. Which, all things considered, wasn't far off. It'd been a bastard of a year. Overdrawing his magic to snap Lupin mid-shift had fried something, Pettigrew was as revolting as expected, and punching Sirius had been satisfying, of course. Snape, sadly, continued to exist. That was enough on its own. He reached the study just in time to see Lucian walk out. The door clicked softly behind him. His brother's face twitched. Brother, Cashin said, nodding. Lucian didn't nod back. Just stared at him, like he was waiting for Cashin to sprout peacock feathers and start tap dancing on the rug. Cashin squinted. Oh. Lucian's jaw locked. What is it? Now that you're famous, do you want to gloat? He hadn't expected Lucian to come in swinging. He did want to gloat. Obviously. But he hadn't expected Lucian to sound that sore about it. Which meant it stung. Was that it? Was he feeling threatened? I will, Cashin said cheerfully. Lucian's little finger twitched. Barely a nudge, but Cashin saw it. It was telltale. Just before he drew his wand. Every bloody time. Cashin raised a brow. Really? Lucian didn't answer. His posture had shifted by half a degree, which in rosier terms meant someone was about to get hexed or offered a duel over brunch. He was wound tight, nostrils flaring, weight tilted to the back foot. You're going to duel me, Cashin said. Not a question. In our own house. Lucian's hand hovered near his wand. I don't see why not. Cashin shrugged. Don't want to. Lucian's nose flared. Then stand there. Cashin raised an eyebrow. You really that desperate to re-establish the pecking order? What happened? Which weekly not rank you top 10 eligible bachelors anymore now that I'm in the list? Didn't know you subscribed. Lucian swung wide. Shut up and fight, Cassie. Cashin squinted at the name. The spell cracked from his wand, a red streak tearing through the room. It passed through Cashin's chest like smoke. Before Lucian could wrap his head around that, a hand landed on his shoulder. There, you won. Can I go now? Lucian froze. He stared at the space in front of him, empty. His neck turned slow. Cashin was behind him, already stepping into the study, coat slung over his shoulder. Lucian's grip tightened around his wand, jaw grinding like he wanted to snap the damn thing in half. Cashin strolled in without knocking, hands in his pockets, like he'd just wandered in for tea. Magnus was in his usual chair, Regulus stood by the window, half-turned, clearly mid-discussion. Lucian handled the venue, Regulus was saying. World Cup starts in a week. Magnus didn't look up, but his frown said everything. That site's too close to a Muggle settlement. Tents, crowds, fireworks. Has the boy lost whatever wits he started with? I told him the same, Regulus muttered, arms crossed. But he claims it's all covered. Says Victor and Damien are helping with the ward work, notice me nots, boundary locks, the usual. They've rented the land off a Muggle couple, apparently, with Alistair and a few of the DMLE on our side smoothing it over. Magnus made a noise that was somewhere between skeptical and unimpressed. Cashin made a sound, hem. Then immediately chuckled. Bloody hell. That came out as bad as it sounded in my head. Both Rosier's turned. Regulus looked vaguely annoyed to be interrupted mid-report, but upon seeing Cashin, his frown dropped. Magnus didn't move much, just gave him a glance, but sat straighter. Am I interrupting, Cashin asked, or just saving you from the sound of Lucian's logistical incompetence? You tell us, Regulus said, turning to face him fully now. Cashin strolled in as if he owned the place, which, given the carpet was bought with Rosier gold he recently doubled, the chair he was heading for was a gift to him, wasn't entirely inaccurate. Speaking of, which Muggle family are we charming this time? I heard something about venue placement, DMLE backing, Lucian being. Lucian. Just tell me he's not planning to obliviate any stray jogger who stumbles onto a Quidditch riot. Regulus scoffed. If any Muggle wanders in, it'll be handled. Standard protocol. Cashin deadpanned, standard protocol being, melt their brain and hope no one files a complaint. Regulus frowned. It protects the statute. Yet. Tell that to the poor sod Jeremy turned into a vegetable. You remember how well that went? Magnus' mouth tightened. Jeremy was young. It was a misjudgment. My point, Cashin said, standing up. Doesn't take much. One sloppy obliviate and we're doing apology tours with the International Confederation, again. Neither of them answered. Cashin had said it plain, and neither Magnus nor Regulus could shrug it off. We can always change the venue, Cashin added, kicking his heel against the leg of the chair. Don't need to terrorize a pair of pensioners for the sake of a few fireworks. They knew Cashin had a point. One slip, one botched spell, and the Rosier name would be dragged through the profit by breakfast. The kind of scandal even their vaults wouldn't cover. I'll speak to Lucian, Regulus said eventually. Cashin shrugged, brushing some imaginary lint off his robes. You do that. Magnus then smiled, still seemed strange to Cashin. You did great, Cashin. Regulus gave a nod. Exposed one of Dumbledore's golden boys as a werewolf, no parents going to stomach that. Saved Potter and 2 pureblood heirs. Cleared Sirius, even if you did out him as an unregistered animagus in the process. Caught Pettigrew. All very neat. Makes Lucius and the rest look like amateurs for trying to sideline us and Lucian at the cup. Cashin scratched his temple. Glad to be of help. Magnus leaned forward slightly. The family won't forget it. Cashin waved that off, casual. Sure. Regulus shook his head, disappointment written plain. Why did you punch Black? Cashin looked mildly troubled, rubbing the back of his neck. Seeing his face took me right back to school. Old habits, I suppose. Magnus grunted but didn't comment further. Regulus sighed through his nose. It wasn't wise. We could have built a connection with the Black family. I was even thinking of introducing Selena to him. Cashin blinked. Selena is 19, father. So. Regulus said flatly. Cashin's hand clenched. He paused, let out the breath to calm his nerves. Well, too late now. I hit him. Out of spite. Doubt he'll be queuing up for business talks. Regulus drummed his fingers against his sleeve. Seems that way. But not all's lost. Sirius will never hand the black inheritance to Lucius. The most likely candidate is Potter. I'm planning to have Odette approach the boy. Cassion's jaw tightened. He nearly swore but bit it back. I don't think Potter's that naive. And Dumbledore's not blind, he'd see through that sort of move instantly. You'll show your hand before you've even played it. Regulus rubbed his chin, considering. Perhaps. But we need that tie re-established somehow. The black seat in the Wisengamot carries weight. Cassion leaned back in the chair, eyes flicking between them. You'll get your alliance one way or another, I'm sure. Just maybe try it without sending a debutante to charm a traumatized godfather, I'll think on it, Regulus said at last. Odette can start slow. Cassion gave him a thin smile. Good. Because if she goes in waving family crests and batting lashes, Potter'll bolt faster than you can say inheritance clause. Magnus hummed, swirling the drink in his hand. Let's talk about your growing fame. A tree patroness, rare, that. Looks good on the family name. And that spell you used on the werewolf. Fudge's office has been sending owls every other day. Can it be taught to others? Cassion stared. No. Magnus gave a small, satisfied sound. Better that way. A trick we keep in our pocket, then. Rosier's striking fear into beasts with magic alone. In the last war, it was the giants who tipped the balance. You think Fudge's lot will sniff around? Cassion asked. Try and buy it off me. They'll try, Regulus said. They already have. He's asked for a demonstration. Cassion pulled a face. Of the hex that nearly split my ribcage open. Magnus looked mildly amused. That's why it works. Blood price means it can't be mass-produced. Makes it respectable. Exclusive. Cassion waved a hand. Lovely. I'll have to start offering autographs at the door. Magnus leaned forward slightly. Do you know what the tree means yet? Cassion glanced at him, then away. Not exactly. Not exactly. Regulus asked. I've got a few ideas, Cassion said. Regulus nodded with a smile. The patroness alone has put the family in a different light. Wizards are calling it a Rosier signature spell. Cassion groaned. Oh, marvelous. Can't wait to see that trademark next to a family crest. Do we get a slogan too? Grow your own magical tree, terrify your friends and neighbors. Regulus ignored that. Probably already thinking how to leverage it. What happened to Barty? Cassion asked, steering the conversation away before either of them could ask more about the tree. Magnus gave a short scoff. Sacked. He'll stand before the Wisengamot next week. Cassion let out an amused snort. Hope he rots. Regulus' smile turned sharper. Oh, he will. I'm leaving soon, so don't assign me anything. Cassion got up, waving his hand. Regulus didn't ask where. Didn't bother pretending he'd get an answer. At this point, asking was just for show. Magnus tapped a finger against the armrest. If it's another history dive, take someone. Cassion turned to him. That a request or a retirement plan? Magnus didn't blink. A warning. Something is brewing. Cassion smiled. I'll keep that in mind. Hi everyone. First of all, sorry for the confusion. I didn't intend to skip the talk between Cassion and Bathsheba, nor was I trying to create suspense. I chose to postpone it because following it up immediately would have made the next chapter feel too expository, and I didn't want that moment reduced to pure explanation. Instead, I sprinkled hints of that conversation across the next chapters and will address it more directly later on. I felt that approach made much more sense than just a single scene of them sitting down and talking it through. As for the summer adventure this time, it's something I've been hinting at since the very beginning of this FIC, 5 years of Cassion's new life, 180 chapters of setup. It's a cornerstone I can't skip. The setting and all the hints I'd planted had too much to unpack, so this little arc stretched to 12 chapters. I merged them into 5 longer ones since my goal isn't to drag or milk the story. So yet, 4 more chapters to go, then we move to the World Cup finals, and from there, the plot really picks up. I've mentioned before, the 4th year will bring major shifts. Hope you'll enjoy it. Thanks for all the support, reading your comments genuinely makes my day. I really appreciate every one of you. Cassion and Bathsheba landed hard. Dry wind slapped across their faces from one side, dragging dust up from the cracked earth. From the other came a cooler breeze, tugging faintly at Cassion's coat. It carried something briny, maybe. Long gone. Faded enough it almost didn't smell like anything at all. Around them, the land stretched out in bleached ridges. Scrub grass clung to the dirt. Thorny bushes growing knee-height, all brittle limbs and sunburnt leaves. A few bone-white stones jutted from the ground like ribs. And further up the slope, the rise of a hill, oddly symmetrical for something so bare. Cassion blinked at it. The sun was still low, throwing long shadows across the ground. He rolled his shoulders. Well. This doesn't scream fresh start, he muttered. More forgotten sacrifice site with optional human remains. Bathsheba took a long breath through her nose. Charming. Thank you. I try. They stood for a second, just listening. There wasn't much to hear. A few distant birds. And shouts of academics in their most natural zones. Still, Cassion had been buzzing since the morning. The sort where he forgot to eat, misbuttoned his shirt. Bathsheba had long since given up trying to rein him in, there was no curbing that grin, no matter how dignified he tried to play it. Looking back, she realized just how many times he'd hinted at this trip over the years. Offhand comments, scribbled notes, the way his voice shifted whenever someone brought up the country. He'd nearly tripped over his own boots this morning trying to get out the door. And now they were here. To Cashin, this wasn't some academic detour. This was it. His white whale. His sad little dream with a tendency to get him laughed out of conferences. In his last life, he would have given a limb to study the site. Possibly both, if you threw in unrestricted archive access. But the chance never came. And in this life, he'd nearly missed it again. He'd tried. Dropped names like confetti. His own. Bathsheba's. Rosier, even, with only mild gagging. Threw in Hogwarts for good measure, which went about as well as expected. Still nothing. He hadn't wanted to reach out to Master G or the Flamels for this. But of course, Dumbledore got involved. Probably sent an owl the moment Cashin muttered archaeology in the same breath as suspicious energy readings. So naturally, Nicholas Flamel had written back. Said the site felt wrong. Two of them followed the path round a bend where the ground flattened. Up ahead, the tents came into view. A massive German field tent took up the center. Turkish ones circled around it like satellites. Smaller, leaner, but no less serious. Turkish magics manned the perimeter. Wands tucked neatly under belts. Their badges marked them as ministry, probably cultural attachés seconded for the site. But the Germans were clearly running things. Bathsheba sighed through her nose. They've overstaffed it. They were stopped right at the outer perimeter. A witch stepped out from under the nearest awning, sleeves rolled, wand tucked at her side. Turkish badge on her coat, copper edge glinting in the sun. She didn't speak, just held out a hand. Cashin passed over two scrolls, both sealed, both very official looking, borrowed off Dumbledore. The witch cracked one open, eyes flicking over the contents. Then the second. She stopped reading halfway through. Looked up. Master Rosier. Master babbling. This way, please. You're expected in the main tent. Cashin blinked. Main tent. The witch nodded, already turning. Our minister left orders. We were to escort you directly as soon as you arrived. Bathsheba gave him a look. He waved a finger in the air and she heard his voice like he was leaning right beside her, even though his mouth hadn't moved. From Greece. Left a mark, like the Flamels did. Probably wanted to remember. She nodded, eyes already moving as they stepped inside. Inside was crowded. Tables stacked with scrolls and spell-calibrated relic trays. Most people stood, robes pressed, and voices hushed. Off to the left, a handful of old masters kept to the shadows, huddled near the wall. Cashin caught familiar faces. He greeted them with a nod and got subtle nods back. The center of the tent was a different beast. Ministers from at least 5 countries formed a loose ring around the main table. Turkey, Greece, Iraq, Syria, and Egypt. Cashin had heard the site was already stirring the pot, arguments over magical heritage, claims wrapped in centuries of resentment. Not surprising. The land had seen too many borders, too many empires scratching lines over it like they meant anything. Turkey held the ground, technically. That much the World Council had settled, this stretch of scorched dirt, ancient wards, and buried secrets fell well within their borders. Still, the Council had declared it global property, or close enough. An archaeological olive branch. But as host, Turkey still got the final say on movement and methods. That had ruffled feathers. At the far end, a tall man in a dark blue robe tapped a thick stack of site permits. The western alcove was already sealed before your team crossed the ward line. We are not contesting the boundary. Yes, said the Egyptian minister without looking up, but your team activated it. She gestured toward a rune print that shimmered faintly on the map. And failed to log the backlash. That backlash was stabilized within 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 34 seconds, said a thin, balding Greek wizard without looking up from his notes. And it nearly collapsed the eastern wall. That structure predates your permit by a few millennia. Enough, snapped a woman in turquoise robes, Syrian, Cashin guessed, from her accent. This isn't a land claim. We've all signed the council agreement. The site belongs to the world. So stop acting like you each brought it in your mother's suitcase. That earned a few frowns. A sigh from someone in the back. Bathsheba leaned closer to Cashin, voice barely above breath. Excited bunch. He tilted his head. They've been fighting over borderstones since Babylon. This is foreplay. After the ministers were done huffing through their robes, the historians finally got a word in. Most of them looked like they'd been holding back a collective sigh. One of the Germans took over, pointing at the map laid out across the main table. South Alcove's been stable for 2 weeks, she said, tapping the parchment hard enough to crease it. Pre-Uruk carving patterns. Sealed entrance here, minimal blowback. That's our best point of entry. The others murmured agreement, half already scribbling notes, half too tired to argue. Cashin leaned against the back partition, arms folded, eyes fixed on the map. His brow lifted a bit at the phrase pre-Uruk. They'd stopped pretending this place was just Neolithic ages ago. One of the older Turkish historians spoke next, not looking up. No spells within 5 feet of the doorway. It's reacting to intent. Mental projection, you mean? Said a Greek woman near the end of the table. Or resonance. The man shrugged. Whatever it is, it's choosing who gets through. Burned one of our crew last week. Others frowned at that. What's the trigger? Someone asked from the circle. The Turkish man who'd spoken before shook his head. We don't know. Greed, maybe. Or fear. The runes react like they're judging. That earned a few uneasy looks. Nobody liked the idea of a ruin with opinions. The German witch leading the site cleared her throat. Until we're certain what provokes it, we keep the area sealed. 2 guards minimum at all times. No wand light near the inner ring. Are we sure it's a ring? Said one of the Greeks. The readings could be a resonance echo from below. Gobekli's never been. She cut him off. It's a ring. Our diviners confirmed the flux point sits right beneath the central pillar. A ripple of muttering swept the tent. Everyone had seen the sketches of that pillar, massive, carved with half-human figures, animals bent in patterns that made no sense, runes older than language itself. Cashin's fingers twitched against his sleeve. In his last life, he'd written essays about those carvings that no one had read. To see them now, to hear historians talk about them as active constructs, it was the sort of thing that would have made him giddy if it weren't so dangerous. A Syrian witch spoke next. We sent in a probe 2 nights ago. Wooden, inert, no spell trace. It reached the wall and disintegrated. Someone whistled. So it eats wood now. No, the witch said. It erases. That shut everyone up. Bathsheda's eyes flicked briefly toward Cashin. They drifted toward the corner. The rest of the old masters he half recognized had probably only got vague impressions of him after Greece, most of them had wiped those memories. Ada was muttering already, beard twitching. These youngsters haven't the faintest clue what they're playing with. Half of them think an ancient ward's a bloody light switch. Cashin gave a short grin. You tried telling them that. The site isn't sleeping. Edavan looked at him with a squint. You think it's watching? I know it is, Ada said. Place is choosing. Reacting. You don't carve half-blood things into stone unless you're preparing for something messy. Cashin glanced at the map table. The pillar sketches. The half-formed limbs and stretched torsos. They weren't decorative. That much was clear. Ada folded his arms. Tell me, brat. Do you really think the council wanted this open to the public? No, Cashin said. I think they wanted a headline and hoped it'd stay buried long enough to die of bureaucracy. Edavan hummed. Ada leaned in. They don't realize what's under that ring. But it's waiting. Bathsheda's eyes flicked between them. Waiting for what? Ada didn't answer. Cashin stared at the map, jaw tight. Whatever this place was, it wasn't an excavation anymore. It was a door. And someone, somewhere, had already started knocking. Dumbledore showed up not long after the worst of the shouting had died down. A few historians kept talking, like volume might win the argument. It didn't. The ministers were already flaring tempers over jurisdiction, permit dates, and whatever centuries-old grudge they'd dug up this time. He moved straight to the delegates. They talked quietly, in hushed whispers, but whatever he said stopped their arguments. A few of them nodded, some reluctantly. Others looked like they'd bitten into something sour. Still, it worked. The old masters weren't exactly celebrities. Most had locked themselves away long before the ministry started cataloguing their birthdays. The current generation of historians barely acknowledged them. Didn't matter. Dumbledore still had pull. He told the gathered delegates to keep their hands off the ruin until they were absolutely sure it wasn't going to eat them. That was enough to shut most of them up, for now. Once the tent emptied of its louder occupants, Dumbledore wandered back over to where Cashin and Bathsheba stood, his mouth twitching with a faint smile. You've met your great-great-great-uncle Coriolanus, I assume. Cashin blinked. My what? He turned. Dumbledore nodded toward the back wall, where an old man stood like he'd been carved out of oak. Long coat, neat robes, silver rings that probably hadn't been decorative when first worn. His eyes locked straight on Cashin, hawk-like and not remotely impressed. Cashin blinked. Ugh. Hi. The man walked straight up to him and waved a hand across Cashin's face like he was clearing dust. You didn't see me. Cashin didn't move. What are you, a Jedi? The man actually blinked. You know Star Wars. Cashin almost tripped over his own breath. I should be asking you that. The man burst into laughter. Oh, it was absolute Muggle cinema. Excellent entertainment. Bit melodramatic at the end, but still. Cashin stared at him as if the man de-grown neon ears. A rosier. Admitting to liking Muggle cinema. Publicly. In a dig tent. Surrounded by international delegates. What next? A Quidditch team named after the Black Sabbath. You're serious? The old man grinned. Very. Cashin folded his arms. Right. So which part was your favorite? Blowing up the Death Star or the family therapy via lightsaber? Oh, I preferred the politics, he said without shame. Palpatine had a point. Cashin snorted. Naturally. The man extended a hand. Coriolanus Rosier. Apparently I'm your great-great-great something. Don't bother tracing the bloodline. It's messy. Gets French somewhere in the middle. Cashin gave the hand a very skeptical glance, then shook it anyway. Cashin. No numbering. Pity. I think you'd have made an excellent the third. The man tapped his chin, squinting like he was flipping through a very dusty mental ledger. Let me see, last I remember, there was that snotty brat, Magnus. What are you to him? Cashin tilted his head. Grandson. Coriolanus gave a low whistle. Merlin's toenails, he actually bred? Thought the boy was too busy staring at his own reflection and pretending it was stoicism. Cashin smirked. That sounds about right. Still does that, actually. You could drop a dragon on the man's head and he'd only raise an eyebrow. Ah, so the bloodline's still proud and emotionally constipated, Coriolanus said with satisfaction. Good to know some things never change. Bathsheba coughed into her hand, very much pretending not to exist. Of course Cashin couldn't have that. He stepped in front of her like a host announcing a headliner. This is Professor Bathsheba babbling. My love of life, and mother of. She jabbed him in the ribs, hard. Didn't miss a beat as she smiled at the old man. Hi. The man gave her a once-over, but not in the usual, polite until proven otherwise way. His gaze cut straight through the formalities. Strong breath. Dragon. Then his eyes dropped to her hands. Long pause. Ah. Rune Master. He leaned in, nostrils twitching. Why do I smell fjord? Cashin and Bathsheba froze. The old man's words had peeled them open like a book, and for a second, it felt as if he'd rifled through every private page. Bathsheba glanced sideways at Cashin. Did he just sniff my runes? Apparently, Cashin muttered. And I think he smelled fjord. Before the old man could elaborate, a sharp crack broke the air behind him. An older witch appeared, small but fierce, silver hair pinned up in a way that promised discipline and good tea. She reached over and yanked Coriolanus by the ear. Stop playing Sherlock, she said, voice dry as dust. He flinched. Ow, woman, I'm greeting family. By terrifying them. She turned to Cashin and Bathsheba with an apologetic smile. Forgive him. He heard about you two from Nicholas and Pernell. Cashin let out a slow breath. That tracks. I thought he'd stolen my aura or something. Bathsheba rubbed her temple. The old woman finally let go of Coriolanus's ear. I'm Sabine. Don't encourage him. He's been in the desert too long, starts thinking he's clairvoyant. Coriolanus straightened his collar, glaring at her. It's called intuition. It's called nosiness, she shot back. You're lucky I didn't hex your nose shut. Cashin couldn't help the smirk tugging at his mouth. You two related, or is this professional rivalry? Married, Sabine said before Coriolanus could answer. Cashin gaped. Are you my great-great-great-auntie? The woman chuckled. No, dear. We married recently. I suspect foul play. Coriolanus snorted. Please. As if I need tricks. I am made of charm. She jabbed him in the ribs. Hexes, more like. They squabbled like it was sport. Cashin and Bathsheba just stood there, eyebrows climbing, trying to decide if this counted as domestic violence or foreplay. Before either could comment, the ground bucked under their feet. A low, teeth-rattling boom snapped through the tent walls, then everything shook. The blast hit like thunder in a bottle. Canvas tore free from its moorings, scrolls and relic trays went flying, dust swallowing the light in a rush. Cashin grabbed Bathsheba's arm, dragging her toward the flap as crates crashed and curses flew. Shouts from outside. Dust, thick as smoke, bled in through every gap. Someone screamed. Something metal clattered and kept clattering until it didn't. They burst into daylight, or what was left of it. Half the site was hidden in a rising cloud of red earth, thick as smog. Tents flapped violently. A wand shot up somewhere on the left, casting a shield charm too late. Another figure staggered past, face and coat grayed with dirt, blood streaked down his forehead. Get back! Someone roared. They fell into the ward. Cashin's gut flipped. What? How many? No idea, snapped one of the Turkish guards, coughing through the grit. 3, maybe 4, someone pushed past the line, idiots. More shouting. The central hill was barely visible now, but there was a cavity where the sealed ring had been. A wide gash cracked through the center, as if the earth had been scooped out. The runes there, Cashin could just make them out, flickering like they were alive and not at all pleased, were blazing gold. Behind him, a few of the old masters had streamed out. Edavan was swearing in Welsh. Ada snapped something about incompetence and blind greed. Cashin didn't catch the rest. A stretcher passed, carried by 2 ministry healers. The witch on it wasn't moving. Another followed, young, robes torn, hand limp off the side. The dust hadn't settled. It clung to everything, clotted the air. Voices were muffled, as if the entire site had been stuffed in cotton. But something new pressed beneath the wind now. A hum. Like the earth itself had started breathing again. Gates open, muttered someone behind them. Cashin didn't look away from the crater. Brilliant, he said flatly. That'll end well. After the shouting died down and the air stopped vibrating with whatever that hum was, the real trouble began. The gate was open. And now that it was open, no one could close it again. Which meant they would do anything to go in. Dumbledore tried to stall, got about 3 sentences into a cautionary lecture before the Syrian delegate cut him off with something sharp in Arabic that definitely wasn't take your time. So, he offered the next best thing. Small teams, he said, and for once, it wasn't a suggestion. The ministers didn't argue. They just nodded, already plotting which of their own to toss in first. The historians were another story. Every single one of them tried to look casual. Not one of them managed it. Half had their robes already half buttoned, parchment rolls tucked under arms, some were even shifting from foot to foot like toddlers desperate for the loo. They wanted in, badly. Who wouldn't? Didn't matter. Ministers were already pushing for their own people to lead, Orlers, hit wizards, special division whatever. Greece had 2 blokes who looked like they'd been pulled straight from a cursed tomb and handed badges. Ah yes, Cashin muttered, send the lads with pointy sticks. That always works out. Bathsheba gave him a look. You're going in anyway. Yes, he said. But I plan to read it first. Maybe flirt with a few carvings. Light some candles. Try not to marry anything this time. No promises. The site director laid out the new map while the international teams bickered behind her. The gate was still unstable, but the path around the crater had reformed into something like a passage. The inner ring was pulsing faintly, gold-threaded with something darker now. No one liked that. A Syrian aura started shouting about protective layering. A Greek curse-breaker responded with something vulgar about amateurs. Turkey, being the host, got first slot. They nominated their team. 2 wands, 1 rune reader, 1 backup healer. Looked solid. Egypt followed. Greece tried to argue for more spots, then got booed. Iraq offered an observer. Syria nominated 2 field mages and a historian with ink on her sleeves and 0 patience. Ada didn't even look up from his notes. Fools. Cashin shifted on the slope, eyes on the crater below. If it eats anyone important, maybe the paperwork will slow down. No, muttered Edavan. It'll just turn them into martyrs and let more idiots in. They weren't trying to get in first so they could slap their names on something. They were greedy, yes, but not for relics or buried power. They were greedy for the thing most people in that tent had forgotten mattered. History. Knowledge. And those didn't shrink when shared. Didn't vanish because someone else got there first. They stuck around. A fresh yell rose near the tent line. Someone had touched something they shouldn't have. Again. Cashin didn't even blink. What's that now? Attempt 4. 5, muttered Bathsheba, arms folded. He gave an impressed whistle. Another sharp boom rolled across the site. One of the Syrian field mages staggered a step and swore. Days rolled on. People died. More were dragged out burnt or shaking, some never quite right again. The ministers didn't flinch. None of them had expected an easy stroll into a 12,000-year-old site anyway. Every death was written off as an occupational risk, which sounded neater than we don't care. New teams arrived almost daily. Healers, curse breakers, rune theorists. Then more coffins. By the end of the week, the first chambers had opened, small, hollow rooms carved from a single slab of stone, their walls covered in reliefs that shifted when light touched them. Each one told a story. Or tried to. A procession of half-human figures winding round the walls, reaching upward toward something that wasn't there. No treasure yet or any relics. Just old magic, humming faintly under the stone. By the second chamber, the ministers had stopped pretending to understand any of it. The historians took over, squabbling over meaning, shape, rune syntax, while the living wards kept pulsing above them like a heartbeat. The ministers were arguing about a sealed archway that refused to open, even when every spell in 3 languages was thrown at it. Mr. Dumbledore, said the Syrian minister, breathless, your reputation precedes you. We would welcome your expertise. Translation, fix it before we start blowing things up. Dumbledore peered at the arch like it was an exam question he'd already seen. I may not be the right man for this, he said. But I know who might be. One of the older historians stepped forward to fill him in. We reached the lower chamber this morning, he began. At first, we assumed it was a vault. The structure is larger than any of the upper sections, maybe 30 feet high, 40 across. Smooth cut. Doesn't seem to be natural. The man went on, his voice now almost a whisper. There's a statue in the center. Human, mostly. Male figure, clothed in goat hide. The detail is uncanny. He's crouched, half-turned, expression caught mid-panic. Someone near the back frowned. A guardian. The historian shook his head. No. If he's guarding anything, it's against his will. His face. He paused, searching for the word. It's terrified. Cashin's brow creased. An image flickered in his head before he smothered it. The historian kept talking. The door to the next chamber's giving us trouble. The air beyond looks like pure darkness. We've no idea what's inside. A low murmur swept the tent. Cashin's stomach turned. I need to see it, he said. A few heads turned his way. The old masters squinted at him. So far, Cashin had shown no intention of going in, not until he heard the description. Most of them knew who he was by now. Some already had an impression, and others, who'd learned from Dumbledore or Ada, understood that Cashin's reaction wasn't casual. The ministers didn't. The younger historians, especially the loud ones, looked him up and down like he'd interrupted their tea. One of them scoffed. And who the hell are you supposed to be? We've been at this for weeks, and half of us can't even get near that wall without. He stopped mid-word when the Turkish minister cut him off with a stare sharp enough to skin him alive. The man's mustache quivered as he spoke. Mr. Rosier. Do you have any idea what we're dealing with? Cashin met his gaze. Not sure yet. But I'll know more when I see it. The tent went quiet. A Greek delegate leaned toward the Turkish minister, muttered something, got a small nod in return. Both looked back at Cashin. Very well, the Turkish man said. Dumbledore followed with the old masters in tow as the historians led the way down into the earth. The air got colder with every step. Dust hung thick, stirred up by the torchlight. The first chamber beyond the cratered door was quiet, too quiet. It was empty. Just walls pressed with runes, their grooves shallow and warped with age. The symbols weren't in any language the others recognized, but Cashin's jaw had already set. The Turkish warder at the back muttered something to his partner, both raising their wands. They passed 2 more chambers. The floor sloped gently downward. The torches hissed. Somewhere deeper in, something dripped, steady as a clock. By the 4th room, the markings changed again. They weren't runes anymore, at least, not purely. They were shapes. Figures, maybe. Half-formed bodies tangled into patterns, human and not. Cashin stopped dead. His stomach dropped. Bathsheba glanced back. Cass. He didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the carvings. Then the passage opened into a chamber. It was huge. Perfectly circular. The walls were smooth, unbroken, the carvings gone. All that remained was the statue in the center. A man. Or what used to be one. Crouched low, turned half away, one hand lifted as if to shield his face. His mouth was open, caught in a silent scream. Every muscle, every vein, frozen in stone. Cashin stepped forward once, twice, then stopped. His face had gone pale. He took a step back. Bathsheba reached for him, but he didn't move again. Dumbledore's voice came faintly behind them, asking something none of them answered. Cashin couldn't tear his eyes from the statue. Because he'd seen that face before. In memories. Corpus Obstrictus. Cashin's breath caught. The name of the spell hit him like a slap. He knew that one. He'd used it himself, on Lupin, the night Pettigrew had been caught. To hold him in place when the moonlight broke. Now, staring at the statue, the memory came back. A vast hall. Flickering torchlight. A man in goat-hide robes shouting those same words. Another man frozen mid-motion, face twisted in terror, stone spreading from his skin like frost on glass. The same face. Cashin took a step back, heartbeat stuttering. It couldn't be. He blinked hard, but the image didn't fade. The same lines, the same open mouth, the same fear carved into the stone before him. Pain lanced through his skull, so sharp, he staggered. He pressed a hand to his temple, breath hissing between his teeth. Bathsheba's hand brushed his arm. Cass. This couldn't be. It couldn't be. Cashin stared at the statue, throat tight. It should have been impossible. He looked past the stone figure to the gate yawning behind it, to the slick dark pressing against the threshold. He knew that place. He'd seen it, there, in another memory. The same chamber where the man who'd cast Corpus Obstrictus had met his end. After using Apertus Oculus. He'd revealed something that shouldn't have been. And the things that crawled out of that black had torn him apart. Cass. Bathsheba's voice pulled him back. She was close now, eyes searching his face. Are you all right? He swallowed hard. No. She followed his gaze to the statue, then to the gate. Memories. He nodded. That was all they needed to say. Around them, the chamber had gone quiet. The ministers, the historians, the warders, all were watching him now. Cashin felt the weight of it but didn't look away from the stone man. Isn't it just a statue? One of the younger historians asked, half whisper, half scoff. Cashin almost laughed. Just a statue. If only. Dumbledore's frown deepened as his eyes flicked between Cashin and the figure. He'd seen Lupin frozen in that same way, life trapped behind stone. The resemblance was too uncanny to ignore. Can you undo it? Dumbledore asked quietly. Cashin sighed through his nose. Yet. Probably. But I don't know if he's still alive, or if we'll get much out of him if he is. Bathsheba stepped back, wand at the ready. The old masters shifted closer. The ministers muttered in their own languages, unsure whether to stop him or take notes. Cashin raised his wand, tracing a short, quick sigil in the air. Let's find out. The rune snapped open in pale light. He pressed his palm forward and muttered the reversal under his breath. The spell hit the statue. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the air rippled. The color bled back into the man's skin like water seeping through parchment. His limbs twitched, slow at first, then frantic. His mouth opened on a gasp that sounded like the first breath after drowning. Before anyone could even gasp at the 12,000-year-old statue stirring to life, the man lurched forward, eyes wide and wild, grasping at the air. Cashin caught his arm on instinct, but the man jerked away, shouting something in a language none of them recognized, harsh, ancient, guttural. Easy, easy. A Turkish hit wizard tried, stepping in. The man flinched like he'd been burned. His face was pale, hair matted, eyes the color of old bronze. Then they saw something even more crazy. The skin around the man's temples, wrinkling, graying, collapsing in on itself as if years were pouring through him all at once. Bloody hell, someone muttered. He's aging. The panic in the man's voice cracked into sobs, then into hoarse shouting. He clawed at the air, at his own arms, as though trying to scrape something off his skin. No spell could reach him, every charm thrown his way fizzled out. Cass. Bathsheba shouted over the noise. It's eating through him. I see that. The old masters pushed forward. One of them, a heavy-set wizard with lines carved deep across his face, lifted a hand. Move aside. They did. The old man stepped up, wand pointing at his head. He's too far gone for us to stabilize him physically, he said, eyes narrowing. We'll pull what we can. Before anyone could protest, he pressed his wand to the man's forehead. The man convulsed, screaming, voice echoing off the stone walls like a storm. Cashin could almost feel the magic tearing through the room, something raw and ancient riding its back. The old master's eyes snapped open, wide, bloodshot. His breath hitched, then he pulled his wand back. The statue man crumpled, the last of his strength spilling out with a single word that sounded like sand sliding over bone. Silence. The man lay still. The grey had spread up to his scalp now. Whatever time he'd borrowed, it had run out. Bathsheba swallowed, eyes fixed on the body. Did you get anything? The old master's wand hand trembled. A word, he rasped. Or, maybe a warning. Cashin stepped closer. What was it? The old man looked up, eyes unfocused. He said, it's awake. A chill rolled through the chamber, as if the darkness beyond the gate had been listening. A quick reminder, the site is Gobi Kli Teep. 2 chapters back, while Cashin was shivering with excitement, the narration called it Gobi Kli, his white whale. Spoiler. It's about 12,000 years old and was discovered in 1994 as an ancient ritual/worship site. Before that, it was thought to be nothing more than an unremarkable hill, possibly a medieval cemetery or agricultural land. No one suspected it hid massive stone circles beneath it. What makes it extraordinary is that Gobi Kli Teep was built by hunter-gatherers, long before agriculture, pottery, or permanent settlements were supposed to exist. It completely upended the old idea that humans had to settle and farm before building monuments or complex religious sites. It's not a settlement, there are no houses, just carved pillars arranged for ritual purposes. I'd really recommend anyone unfamiliar with it to look it up. It's genuinely fascinating and one of those discoveries that forced archaeology to rewrite a lot of assumptions. Collapse. Dash. Silence filled the room. Everyone stared at the man on the ground, if you could still call him that. Skin dry as parchment, face shriveled and slack. He looked like a mummy yanked out of some sealed tomb and dumped in the middle of their expedition. Then every eye drifted to Cashin. He'd brought the statue back. Gave it breath, if only for a minute. Then someone had torn its mind out like yanking a plug from the wall. And that was it. Gone. Even the hit wizards weren't pretending to be composed. They just stood there, watching like something might still move. The old master who'd pulled the memory stepped back, breathing like he'd run uphill in chain mail. There was something in there. Something old. Too much magic. It snapped when I touched it. Could have warned us, someone muttered. The man ignored him. Edavan crouched beside the corpse. Whatever was holding him together, it didn't like being interrupted. A few of the younger historians edged further back. The Turkish minister looked from Cashin to the corpse, jaw tight. Mr. Rosier, what was that? Cashin let out a breath that was halfway to a groan. Petrified ancient person, he said. I came across a spell not long ago. Saw our friend here stuck mid-scream and thought I could undo it. And I was right. The man's brow furrowed. He nodded, though not entirely convinced. One of the old masters stepped closer, eyes fixed on the gate's black shimmer. Something staring at us. That made the younger historians twitch. A few turned toward the dark, fidgeting with their wands. One squinted. I can't see anything. Another wizard raised his wand, light building at the tip. Cashin snapped his up faster, a silent spell whipping through the air. The wand flew from the man's hand and clattered to the floor. Every other wand came out at once. Shouts broke over each other, orders, threats, curses, until the air was full of crackling energy. Factions split in seconds. Turkish guards barking at Greek curse breakers, Syrian field mages pulling their partners behind shields. Dust lifted from the floor as magic flared and wands aimed in every direction. Only the old masters, Bathsheba and Cashin stayed still. None of them looked worried. You didn't spend half a century around cursed ruins without learning which threats were real and which were toddlers playing with fireworks. Cashin raised both hands, palms out. Everyone take a breath, he said. And whatever you do. His tone cut through the noise. Do not banish that darkness. A few wands hesitated mid-aim. One of the younger historians sneered. Why not? It's clearly. Because, Cashin said, it's not fog or shadow. It's alive. Many stared, unsure whether to drop their wands or hold onto them a little tighter. But when the Turkish and Greek ministers finally spoke up, and Dumbledore gave his name to it, the resistance cracked. Slowly, one by one, the wands lowered. Coriolanus' usual levity had gone. His brows pulled together as his gaze swept the chamber. Do you know what they are? Cashin shook his head. No, uncle. And I'd rather not. The old man gave a quiet nod. Sabine was standing off to the side, arms folded tight across her middle, one hand clenching the fabric of her sleeve. She was shivering. Cashin frowned. She's more attuned to danger than most, Coriolanus murmured. Always has been. Said the second we stepped in, it felt like death breathing down our necks. Cashin glanced at the shadows again. She's not wrong. The group moved again, slower now, fanning out towards the threshold. No one rushed. There wasn't much talking either. Not because anyone said not to, just because the chamber didn't seem like the kind of place for casual chat. Cashin crouched beside one of the wall segments near the gate. The runes carved there were nothing like the ones from the surface chambers. These were smaller, older, slanted, forced into the stone rather than laid with care. The old masters took over, tracing invisible lines through the dust with their wands, murmuring equations older than alphabets. Bathsheba stepped forward, ignoring the nervous looks. She crouched beside a set of runes half buried in the floor, brushing grit away with her sleeve. Here, she said, tapping the stone. They're binding marks. But not containment, more like a seal reacting to sound. Ada squinted. Language lock. Partly. See this curve? She pointed at the base rune. It's fractured. Someone forced it once, then repatched it. Cashin nodded. So it's been opened before. Yes, she said. Whoever did it, they didn't survive long enough to write down how. See here. She pointed at the blank patch, would have filled here if they did. She kept working, careful and quick. Her wand light schemed across the carvings, each pulse revealing a new layer of script beneath the first. Even the old masters leaned in, muttering. That's not Sumerian, one murmured. No, Bathsheba said, eyes sharp. Older. Proto-runic. The work stretched on, slow, methodical. Hours blurred. The air throbbed faintly with whatever lay beyond the gate. At one point, one of the Greek curse breakers reached too close to a glowing line and yelped, smoke curling from his fingertips. Bathsheba didn't flinch, just gave him a look that could have frozen fire. Don't touch it unless you plan on losing a hand, she said. Coriolanus crouched beside Cashin. She's impressive. Cashin smirked. Don't tell her that. It is the reason I married her. Bathsheba didn't look up. You didn't. Semantics. A few of the guards stifled nervous chuckles. Bathsheba's voice broke through after another hour. I think I've got it. Every head turned her way. She'd drawn a small pattern in chalk between the runes, a stabilizing weave, neat, sharp, and humming faintly. This will hold the reaction, she said. She led them closer, chalk in one hand, wand in the other, cutting the runes into the center of the seal like she'd done it 100 times. Ada took one side, Edavan the other. The old masters followed suit, marking out stabilizers, adjusting angles, muttering to themselves. Then it started to shift. Whatever ward was separating two rooms from each other, started to melt. Everyone held their breath. After 10 long minutes, the glow faded. The door went still. A sigh rippled through the room, half relief, half exhaustion. The Syrian minister shot a look to one of her guards. Check it. The man gave a quick nod and edged forward, wand held tight. A few others followed, German, Turkish, Green, French, Persian, one from Egypt, forming a loose line. Their boots scraped the floor, the sound far too loud in the still air. Cashin muttered under his breath, every horror story starts with that sentence. The first guard reached the center, crouched, pressed a hand against the stone. It's warm, he said. Feels hollow behind it. Good, the minister said. Move. The lead guard looked back, gave a sharp nod. Clear. The Syrian minister said something sharp in Arabic. The man disappeared inside. One by one, the others followed. And whatever was inside, stayed quiet. A few minutes in, one of the guards muttered something under his breath and stopped walking. Another stumbled into him with a grunt. Oi, the first said, eyes darting. Something's breathing. Someone further ahead jerked to a halt. What? There's. I dunno. It's close. It's moving. The man's face had gone slick with sweat. Arg, there is something here. More voices joined in, too fast, overlapping. One swore loudly. Another hissed for silence. But the effect had taken hold. Shoulders bunched. Wands came up. They pressed on for a few steps, slower now, half turning at every sound. Then the dark swallowed them. Completely. They waited. One of the Greek delegates muttered a spell for communication, but nothing came back. And then they returned, running. Shapes stumbled from the dark, coughing hard, drenched in sweat, eyes too wide. One dropped to a knee, breathing hard. There are things in there, one of them gasped. Things? Like what? The guard shook his head, still panting. Shadows. Figures. We couldn't see them, but we heard them. Too many. But nothing attacked. Asked the Syrian minister. No, the man said. But, were, watching us. The other guard straightened, wiping his face. It's too dark. We couldn't go further. There's a wall of it. The Greek delegate stepped forward. We need to push in further. If there's a corridor. There's no point sending more people to walk into a wall of pitch, Bathsheba cut in. It's reactive. Half the runes outside already implied that. One of the French delegates gave a soft scoff. So what, we wait. Let it decide when it wants to open for us. Another voice, sharper, came from one of the Egyptian field agents. We've lost 2 already. You want to give it more bodies to chew on. They argued for nearly an hour. The kind of back and forth where everyone thought they were being reasonable while gradually raising their voices. Ministers wanted protocol. Curse breakers wanted glory. Historians wanted time. In the end, they did what they always did. They compromised. Poorly. They'd go together. Not all of them, just a small group. Enough to test the dark. Enough to lose a few without too much paperwork. Cashin stood at the edge of the gate while the others faffed with their boots and emergency charms. No one is permitted to cast even a lumos, he said. No spell to see in the dark. No enchantment. No vision charm, clever tweaks or exceptions. Movement behind him slowed. A few heads turned his way. If anyone's used a ritual, has an artifact, or a neat little bloodline quirk that lets them see in the dark, stay behind. If your instinct is to wave your wand first and think later, stay the hell out of the chamber. One of the younger Greeks half laughed. You're serious? Cashin tilted his head. Do I look like I'm joking? The Greek shut up. A pair of French curse breakers exchanged a glance. One of them raised a hand halfway. Even passive enchantments. Cashin turned to stare at him. Especially passive enchantments. Murmurs started up, most of them in languages Cashin didn't need to speak to know men who put this twat in charge. He ignored it. A Turkish aura lowered her wand slightly. So we go in blind. Yes. Someone scoffed near the back. Sounded French again. How are we meant to learn anything if we can't even see? Cashin looked straight at him. If you want to see something, I can point you at the remains of the bloke who tried before you. The silence that followed was finally useful. Cashin held Bathsheda's hand as they stepped over the threshold. Dumbledore and Coriolanus kept close on their left, the old masters trailing just behind. Everyone else had clustered into their little groups of rune wranglers and death wishers, looking far more prepared than they actually were. One breath in and Cashin instantly regretted it. The dark wasn't just black, it clung to his skin. It breathed. Hot air schemed the back of his neck like someone was right behind him. He didn't stop walking, but his other hand hovered near his wand. Tempting. Really tempting. But he didn't draw. A few others weren't so disciplined. Something just brushed my leg. Hissed a Greek curse breaker. Someone ahead barked, it's just your robes, Demetri. That wasn't my robes, that had fingers. Further in, a sharp thud, then a grunt. Who the hell put a wall here? One man snapped. There's no wall, came another voice, too calm. That was my head. Did someone? I swear something brushed my shoulder. Get off me, what the hell was that? Something's breathing near my face, I can feel it. Cashin let out a breath through his teeth. Perfect. To his right, Coriolanus chuckled under his breath. Reminds me of that time in Luxor. Except we were drunk and it was intentional. A sharp yelp cut through the dark. Metal clattered. Someone hissed. Stop walking, there's a drop, I nearly. No, it's a wall, I hit a bloody wall. Shut it, all of you. Someone snapped. Something brushed past his left arm. Too smooth for cloth. Too cold for air. Cashin stilled. A moment later, someone further back swore violently in Arabic. Another body collided into someone else. You're pushing me. I didn't touch you. Then silence again. Bathsheda squeezed his hand. Cashin took a deep breath. Stop breathing like that, you'll summon something, muttered someone just behind them. A different voice snapped, we're inhaling, Adnan, not conjuring. 5 minutes in, and the nerves started to crack. The air buzzed like a nest of mosquitoes hovering right beside their ears. Cashin grit his teeth and tried to ignore it. Whatever this place was, it was built to chew on nerves. Then someone up ahead snapped. I can't take it. Cashin spun, already shouting, don't. Too late. Rev. He swore and threw his wand up. Lumos Noctis. Elio. The two spells clashed mid-air. Light and darkness cracked like thunder. For a split second, the dark folded in on itself, then tore open. Screams followed. Full, raw terror. Something wet hit the ground. The air filled with a copper tang and the sound of splashing, then a gurgle, a thud, silence. Darkness burst from Cashin's wand, swallowing the air around him and a few of the clustered groups nearby. The spell spread like smoke, eating every trace of light. The one who'd called Revelio, furthest from him and his group, wasn't so lucky. Cashin couldn't see it happen, but the sound was enough. A short, wet scream, cut clean halfway through. Then another. Then nothing. He took quick, shallow breaths, every muscle ready to bolt. Someone nearby whimpered. Someone else whispered for silence. Their voices broke apart. Then the last of the screams died out. Completely. Cashin could feel the others close, Bathsheda's hand at his sleeve, Coriolanus breathing somewhere to the left, but beyond his group? Nothing. He clenched his wand tighter. No one cast a spell. If you cast, they'll find you. He wasn't sure that was true, but it was the best lie he had. A faint noise flickered somewhere beyond their circle, like something dragging cloth over stone, and then faded again. Other clusters crept closer, drawn by the faint sound of breathing that wasn't their own. Cashin could smell sweat, fear, and, gods help them, urine. Someone's teeth were chattering behind him, loud as coins in a tin. The dark pressed in. No one dared cast light again. The creatures were still there, he could feel them. They shifted when the group moved. It seemed, as he thought, as long as no one could see them, they didn't strike. They only existed. Keep moving, Cashin muttered. Quietly. No one answered. The faint scrape of boots followed him. The tunnel widened, then sloped. Somewhere ahead, a low groan echoed, stone against stone. Then, at last, the air changed. A faint draft brushed across his face, open space. He slowed, hand out, and his palm met cool air instead of stone. We're through, he said. One by one, they stepped forward, boots scuffing against solid floor. The air no longer breathed back. Light, Cashin said softly. Bath's Haida raised her wand. Lumos. White light spilled out, weak but enough. The chamber stretched wide around them, carved clean into the rock. The others filtered in, blinking, shaking, faces drawn and pale. Those that had made it out stood in clusters, half counting themselves, half afraid to. When the light hit Cashin's face, she saw the same expression as in the previous room. Seeing the room, Cashin thought he might actually be dying. Either that, or the universe was playing a bad joke. He nearly went flat on his arse. Oh, not again, he muttered. He knew this place. Every curve, every cut of stone. Cashin looked at the walls and let out a sound, part dread, part something close to awe. Yab. This was it. The bloody great chamber where he'd learned Gravitas Ascendio. One of the first ancient variants he'd ever unlocked. He should have clocked it earlier. Goat-hide robes on that statue were practically a glowing signpost. Same as the bloke in that vision. He ran a hand along the stone nearest to him. The runes were identical. The chamber curved upward ahead, sloping into something larger. He could see it already, those circuit-like structures cut into the rock, spiraling inward like a trap. And above that, the hollow in the ceiling. Gaping. Waiting. The massive stone wasn't in place. It set off to the side, toppled, thick dust caked along its grooves. It fit the hollow above like a key in a lock. If the key weighed 5 tons and had to be spun mid-air by a man half certain he might explode doing it. He circled the stone, checking the base. It wasn't just a block, it was designed to move. Circular etchings ringed the underside, gears carved straight into the floor. Ancient mechanisms, powered by gods knew what. He crouched, squinting at the sigils on the inner ring. Back then, the man in goat hide looked like a sacrifice. Don't suppose anyone here has an emergency crane? He called out over his shoulder. He didn't fancy trying to confirm that firsthand. He wasn't in the mood to be lunch. He straightened, brushing grit off his palms. That thing's key, he said, nodding at the toppled slab. Looks like it slots in above. Whole chambers built for it. A few of the old masters edged closer. One muttered about alignment. Another started noting the ring geometry in the dirt with a wand tip. Dumbledore cast a glance around the perimeter, eyes flicking between carvings. You think it activates once that block is lifted? Probably, he said, a little too fast. The old man narrowed his eyes. Cashin didn't blink. Might open the rest. Might kill us all. Who's to say? Coriolanus muttered something about fantastic odds. Sabine elbowed him in the ribs before he could offer to help move it himself. One of the Greek curse breakers stepped closer, eyeing the stone. It's balanced weird. Why put a pivot mechanism on something you don't plan to move? One of the French delegates asked, can it be raised without setting anything off? Cashin gave him a look. You volunteering to find out? No answer. Didn't think so. They spent the next half-day crawling over every inch of the chamber. The old masters moved like ants with bad knees and better memories, wands flicking, parchment flying. Half the group was already grumbling about sore backs, but none of them stopped. They weren't leaving until they'd copied every line twice, some of them 3 times. The entire perimeter had been mapped and etched onto scrolls faster than most ministry departments processed a floor request. Cashin didn't get involved unless someone did something particularly idiotic, like mistaking a fractured seal for a decorative border. No one had figured out how to lift the stone yet, not without setting something off. A Syrian historian had tried probing the gears underneath and nearly got his eyebrows taken off. Turned out the ring beneath had a defense trigger key to movement without clearance. Cashin hadn't laughed out loud. He also realized why Gravitas Ascendio was made for this sort of work. Wingardium Leviosa could lift objects, sure, but it demanded constant magic to hold the weight, like trying to keep a balloon up with a straw in your lungs giving out halfway through. The strain warped the balance. And when you needed something to spin and stay steady mid-air, that little wobble turned into a death sentence. This slab wasn't meant to float gently into place. It had to rise, lock, and rotate in perfect alignment with those rings carved into the ceiling. Levitation alone wouldn't cut it. You'd need raw push and rotational control. The kind only Gravitas Ascendio could pull off. Trying that with Wingardium would be like flying a jet while it spun like a drill. You'd lose control before you could blink. The rotational axis would shift, the levitation field would collapse, and the thing would drop straight back down, probably on your head. With that many experts crowding one room, it didn't take long before the theory came together. Edavan ran her hand along the edge of the slab, brows pinched. Just lifting it up to the grove won't cut, she said, motioning with her wand. If I'm reading this right, it has to spin. That's a magical circuit. She tapped one of the edged rings under the stone. Weightless spin pulls from the earth currents. That feeds through the columns. What for? Not sure yet. Ada hummed, crouching to trace the outer ring. It's drawing from a pressure basin. Old, but layered. Whoever built this knew how to bleed ley lines. Dumbledore stepped in closer, eyes on the grooves above. The columns channel upwards. That suggests a transmission, not just containment. No one answered. Coriolanus rubbed his jaw. We're assuming the spin's purely mechanical. Not a chance, said Edavan. Look at the runes round the pivot. That's frequency modulation. You spin this thing wrong, it won't just jam, it'll rupture the whole chamber. Dumbledore turned to the center. Can it be lifted? Ada shook his head. Won't be that easy. Anchor's too unstable, muttered Edavan. And if you float it, you'll lose torque. You need spin and control, not just height. Sabine finally broke her silence. We've seen similar mechanisms. Once. In the Bailey ruins. That one collapsed halfway through the turn and buried 3 people. Good times, Coriolanus said. No one laughed then, she snapped. The group fell quiet again. No one moved to touch the slab. No one volunteered to be underneath it either. Which was sensible. Cashin crouched beside Bath's Haida, out of earshot from the others. Found anything? She didn't look up. Sacrifice is not what you think. He raised a brow. Go on. She tapped the edged circle beside her with the tip of her wand. It's not a blood ritual. It's a magical drain, built to draw enough raw power to kickstart the whole thing. The slab, the rotation, the seal, it's like a giant ignition switch. Just needs fuel. Cashin tilted his head. So, won't suck me dry. No. Not unless someone gets clever. It's an energy pool system. Meant to pull from a collective source. Normally that kind of draw would leave a person wrecked. But with this many of us here. She glanced toward the rest of the chamber, where half the best magics on the continent were either arguing over geometry or fiddling with notes. Some of them are powerhouses. If everyone contributes a bit, it'd barely scratch them. Cashin's frown didn't shift. Are you sure you aren't done with me? No. She looked at him now. We pour into you. While you lift it. He blinked. Oh, good. No pressure. She chuckled lightly. You don't have to. We can walk away. This whole chamber could stay shut another 12,000 years and no one default you. Cashin stared at the stone ring. The air around it still felt charged, like static just waiting for the wrong touch. His mouth was dry. He should leave it. He should. Walk out, let the curse breakers circle it for another decade, write papers, argue in footnotes, and never go near it again. But this place. This cursed, ancient, cracked beyond reason place. Gobekli Tepe had been calling to him long before they ever stepped foot on the dust. It had bled into his notes, his readings, that half-dreamed pull he'd never shaken since waking in this life. And now it wasn't just calling. It was looking. That same pressure pressed against the base of his skull, like fingers curled just behind the eyes. Bath's Haida leaned in slightly. You all right? He didn't answer. A voice nudged him, faint, buried under thought. Can't you see it yet? This place is staring back at you. Cashin sighed, sharp through his nose. Yeah, he muttered. I noticed. He glanced at Bath's Haida, who nodded and stepped in. Cashin took a breath as he stood, shaking stone dust off his trousers. Gather round. We might have found something. That got people moving. It's a charge-based mechanism, Bath's Haida said, tapping the edge of the slab with her boot. Doesn't respond to single input. Needs a collective surge. Magic pooled and funneled. Cashin pointed to the floor ring. We do that, everything else might open. A few people exchanged wary looks. Problem is, Bath's Haida went on, normal levitation won't do. Not with this weight. And any slip in the spin, the slab will collapse back and crush the anchor. Anchor being the floor, muttered one of the Turkish curse breakers. Anchor being whoever's under it, Cashin corrected. But good optimism. A few exchanged looks. One of the French curse breakers shifted awkwardly. We still don't know how to slot it in. I do, Cashin said. You don't need to. You're not lifting it. Murmurs started again. He ignored them. You'll feed into me. That's all. It went quiet for a second longer than it should have. The kind of silence that implied someone in the room was mentally drafting a legal waiver. Dumbledore, standing behind the old masters, raised a brow but said nothing. A few of them exchanged looks. Ada spoke first. We'd have to stabilize the field. Letting too many flow at once could fry the caster. Then you modulate it, Cashin said. You're old. You've done rituals. Buffer it through a grounding loop or whatever clever method you'd like. I'm only holding it for 30 seconds. Bath's Haida had already begun carving runes along the inner circle. He can take it. But if the timing's off by even a second, the whole seal kicks back. So no one messes with the flow. No clever boosts or tuning it just a little. And definitely no dramatic chanting. You always take the fun out of things, muttered Coriolanus behind her. She didn't look up. That's why we're still alive. Ada looked at Cashin. You're sure? No, Cashin said. But I'm the only one who can line it properly. And if I'm wrong, at least I die doing something daft and historically significant. One of the younger Frenchmen muttered something about suicide by slab. Cashin shot him a look. If it makes you feel better, you can dedicate a park bench in my name. Bath's Haida smacked the chalk flat against the stone. Let's get the circle stabilized. Anyone still unsure can leave. We're not holding hands. Cashin raised both hands, fingers splayed. Right. Any other questions? No? Good. Let's do this before my joint seize. He set his feet. On my mark, start feeding it in. Keep it even. Don't panic if your hair stands up. If mine stands up, take a picture. Bathsheba moved beside him. Ready. 3. His hand twitched. 2. The room held its breath. 1. Light hit him like a slap to the spine. Magic hit him like a freight train. The second the flow started, it tore through his ribs and spine like molten wire. Dozens of currents, sharp and fast, poured into him from every direction, too much, too strong. Power from 10 countries, half a dozen disciplines crashing straight into his chest. The slab groaned, stone grinding as it rose off the floor, slow, juddering, then smoother as his magic caught the weight. Cashin clenched his jaw, guiding it up, palms flat. It floated high, turned once, then twice. He twisted his wand in a tight arc, dragging the gravity with it. Gravitas ascendio. The stone pivoted midair, spinning on its own axis. Circles below began to glow, lines threading gold through the floor. Sweat dripped down his temple. The slab climbed higher. A final turn, click. It locked into the ceiling with a sound like thunder cracking inside a vault. And then, silence. Cashin didn't move. Just stood there, eyes closed, chest heaving. He staggered, boots grinding against the stone. His breath left him in a hard grunt. Hands clenched tight, he forced the rotation, pushed the slab higher, kept the spin steady. He remembered the chants from the vision. Wake, 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 and heed my command. He doubted they were required, ritual fluff for long-dead dramatics, but it still gave him an uneasy feeling. A deep hum filled the air. Everyone felt it in their bones. The runes were burning now, shifting in sequence, one pattern devouring another. The slab locked fully into its groove and began to rotate. Bathsheba shouted again, Cashin, stop. He couldn't. The spell had hold of him, pulling through his core, through every channel of magic he owned. His chest felt too tight. The pressure climbed until it hurt to breathe. It was like trying to drink the sea. He couldn't stop it, couldn't slow it, could barely direct it. Every thread was alive, sparking down his arms, crackling along his ribs, bleeding from his fingertips. He felt his heartbeat trip, double, then settle into something far too fast. He could feel every rune in the slab above him. Every edged groove in the floor. He could feel the chamber breathing. A laugh almost tore itself loose. Gods, was this what it felt like to have too much magic? Unlimited power. Something warm trickled from his nose. Then his arms burned. Sharp lines flared down his forearms, under the skin, thin, bright cuts as if he'd been clawed from the inside. Blood welled up, mixed with the magic, hissed against the air. Didn't matter. The slab spun. The ring lit up. Power kept pouring in. He swayed, caught himself, then nearly dropped as a new wave surged through his core. He didn't even know who it was, someone old, someone angry, someone whose magic tasted like iron and lightning. It cracked through him and made his knees buckle. He was floating. Blood hit the floor in soft drips. Behind him, someone shouted. The air snapped shut around him. Power cut off, like a rope yanked from his ribs. Cashin dropped to one knee, choking on a breath that didn't want to come. The glow in the floor faded. The humming stopped. He coughed, hard, spat blood. Then. A crack split the chamber. The light blew outward. Dumbledore stepped forward, robes dragging through dust. What did you? The rest of his words drowned under the sound of stone shifting far below them. Then the shaking stopped. The chamber steadied into a low hum, deep and rhythmic, like a machine finding its pace again. He doubled over, coughing more blood. His nose was bleeding freely, dripping onto the stone. Bathsheba was beside him before he could reach for his handkerchief, pressing one firmly to his face instead. You absolute fool, she said, voice sharp enough to cut through the ringing in his ears. He mumbled through the cloth, that's the second time in 2 months. I'm getting better at it. Her hand came down on the back of his head. Hard. Ow. He winced, rubbing the spot. Well, I deserved that. Bathsheba gave him a look that could have soured milk but didn't say anything else. They walked, slow and cautious, through the newly opened path. The walls glowed faintly with residual magic, script crawling faintly across them like ink that couldn't settle. When the tunnel widened into another chamber, Cashin stopped dead. The breath went right out of him. He dropped straight on his arse, again. Cass. Bathsheba reached for him, startled. What is it? He stared at the center of the room, the same curved design, the same half-buried glyphs, the same arrangement of rings spiraling toward a hollowed pit. His throat went dry. For the third time, he knew this place. It can't be. He felt something reaching and clenching his heart right in his ribcage. He couldn't breathe. This place. This damned place. The one where he'd learned prior vinculatus. The one that ended in silent screaming. Amphora Vox. Jinn. Cashin shook his head hard, backing away from the center of the room. No, no, no. No, no. We need to leave. Right now. Coriolanus caught his arm. What is it? Cashin stared at him, eyes sharp, whispering. We've woken something ancient. And strong. We need to leave before it realizes we're still here. The old masters frowned, uneasy murmurs passing between them. Did you sense anything? One asked. Cashin bit down on his tongue. He couldn't exactly say visions, could he? He'd already been towing the line of sanity as far as most of them were concerned. Last thing he needed was to start ranting about things he'd seen in another man's head. He forced his voice steady. Please, trust me on this one. We need to go. A few of the field agents didn't move. One of the Greeks scoffed under his breath. The French team looked at one another, then down at the floor. We've come this far. What can possibly scare you this much? I said we leave, Cashin snapped. You want a transcript? Someone else muttered something about overreacting. Another said they'd only just stabilized the chamber. We're not turning back because someone's got a bad feeling. Bath's Hato was already moving. She'd seen that look on his face once before. The others weren't as quick. One of the Egyptian curse breakers stepped toward the pit. We've got readings to finish. This place has been sealed for. The air shifted. A low groan rolled through the ground. A gust of cold hit them in the back like a door slamming shut. They spun. The tunnel they'd come through, gone. The stone behind them was smooth. Seamless. As if it had never been carved open. Oh, bloody brilliant. Wands came up. A few spells hit the wall, blinding flashes, sparks, smoke, and nothing. Not even a scratch. Cashin turned to the room. Told you. Bath's Hato moved beside him, wand out. It's sealing us in. The old masters moved fast. Ada began tracing runes again. Edavan barked instructions. Dumbledore's wand was already sweeping the perimeter. Someone behind Cashin let out a nervous laugh. We're stuck. You're very perceptive, he said. Try not to die with that kind of insight wasted. The lights above flickered. Then the whole chamber gave a soft hum. Cashin didn't look back. He could feel it now. Watching. Waiting. God damn it. Cashin barked, pacing tight circles the stone floor. Sabine looked up, wary. What is it? He kicked a loose stone. It shot off, smacked one wall, bounced to another, then clattered to a stop at someone's foot. I can't say. I don't want to give it more power. That got him a few confused stares. The old masters, though, stilled. Naming a thing to feed it wasn't exactly light spell work, it took intent, focus, and a name older than bone, but they understood the point. The others weren't so clever. He'd already turned back toward the pit at the room's center, jaw tight, mind running faster than he could pace. The last time he'd seen this place, the man in goat-hide robes had stood inside that circle. Right before the screaming started. He knew they didn't have much choice. You didn't play games with a djinn, not unless you fancied ending up a story whispered over firelight. If they saw it, if everyone saw it, that would be it. The thing would start feeding, bit by bit, on their fear, their awe, their scraps of hope, and grow strong enough to make them regret ever lighting a wand down here. Cashin had two options, neither great. Either he'd go alone, or he'd put everyone down before the thing did. The second wasn't even on the table. He wasn't a killer, no matter what kind of ruin they were standing in. That left him with the first. I need a word with the group leaders. Old masters, with me. The rest of you, stand to the side, and for the love of every god with a surname, don't do anything. People hesitated, which was fair. The last half hour hadn't inspired much trust. But when Coriolanus moved first, the others followed. The old masters gathered close, Edavan, Ada, Dumbledore, the ones who looked old enough to have met runes personally. We're boxed in, no exit, and sitting on top of something extremely dangerous. We don't have much choice. And your solution? The Egyptian group leader asked, folding her arms. I go alone, he said. Or with one or two, max. The rest of you stay back and keep the seal stable. I'll try to draw it off or shut it down before it notices we're worth the effort. Edavan's voice was quieter. You're certain this isn't something we can counter together? He shook his head. Too many of us throwing magic around will only feed it. Think of it like. He hesitated, searching for something they'd grasp, a fire under glass. You pump in more air, it doesn't go out. That earned him a few incredulous looks. Murmurs broke out. The Turkish leader frowned. You expect us to trust that assessment on faith alone? You've been cryptic since we arrived. Cashin's patience snapped. I'm cryptic because saying the name gives it teeth. You want me to hand it a knife as well? That shut a few people up, but not for long. The Greek delegate gave a short laugh. You're suggesting we sit here and let you take everything? You're mad. Another nodded, or maybe you'd rather we all back off so you can claim whatever artifact lies beneath for yourself. Cashin barked out a laugh. Yes, that's it. I sealed myself in a cursed chamber for a chance at bragging rights. Brilliant deduction. Another leader, a sharp-faced man from the French contingent, cut in. You're hiding information. You've been one step ahead since we entered this ruin. You knew where to look, how to lift the slab, what the chamber would do. Because I study history, not because I fancy dying in it. Cashin snapped. You think I like being right about death traps? The argument was tipping toward chaos when the Syrian team leader suddenly gasped. His eyes went wide, and he slapped his hand against his satchel. Of course. Of course. I know what this is. Cashin's stomach dropped. Don't. But the man was already shouting, voice echoing off the stone. It's a djinn. I read an old manuscript, one of the Akkadian fragments from this region, it spoke of a prison beneath the... Bloody hell, Cashin swore. The man's voice bounced off the stone like he thought he was announcing a royal decree. So loud that even the ones loitering at the back near the old seal heard him. The air shuddered. The walls pulsed, a soundless ripple rolling through the floor. Every torch guttered at once. Jin. Someone echoed, voice already climbing with excitement. Excitement broke over the room like someone had kicked a wasp's nest. Half the delegates surged forward at once, eyes gleaming like they'd just sniffed out gold. Jin grant wishes, don't they? Immortality. Power. If it's bound. Bound to this chamber. Might be negotiable. Voices overlapped, climbing, giddy and greedy. Even the ones who had been cautious now craned forward, thoughts racing ahead of their sense. You could practically see them calculating. Eternal youth, ancient secrets, maybe even a way to twist magic itself. Only the old masters didn't move. They stayed right where they were, every one of them still, silent, not a trace of thrill in their faces. Cashin and Bathsheba just stood there and watched as the rest charged toward the pit like it was going to start handing out gold leaf coupons and a ticket to godhood. Edavan stood stiff beside him. Idiots. Ada just gave a slow, tired shake of his head. They don't understand what we've stirred. Dumbledore's gaze slid to Cashin. How do you know? Cashin's jaw tensed. Saw it in a document. Wasn't certain at first, but... He motioned vaguely around them, the chamber, the runes, the pit, after seeing the room and the frozen man, yet. I'm sure now. If I'd known for certain, I wouldn't have stepped foot in this place. The old masters exchanged a look. None of them were smiling. Yes, Jin grant wishes. But only if you were clever enough to survive the cost, and very few were. They made you twist your own words, then took them in the most horrible way. We need to act as well, Sabine said. I doubt they'll be clearing the way on their own. Cashin shook his head. I don't want to hear their deaths. A few of them grimaced. One cursed under his breath. Dumbledore shook his head. We need to observe. Maybe we can learn something. Cashin muttered something that was probably impolite. Bathsheba caught his hand before he could turn it into a full argument. He didn't look at her, but his shoulders eased a notch. Let's observe then, he said, voice flat. They followed the others down into the pit. The air thickened the lower they went, like the place had been waiting them for eons. Runes curled along the walls, faint and twitching. The pit wasn't a pit in the end, it was a chamber, hollowed in perfect rings, like something had spun itself into the earth and refused to come back out. The Jinn was already standing. Tall, wrong in the way ancient things often were. His frame was human-shaped, but the longer you looked, the less certain you were of where his shoulders ended or if his robes had ever been stitched by hand. Dark fabric trailed behind him like it was suspended in water, moving with a wind no one else could feel. His skin shimmered like polished stone under dust, gold veins faint beneath it. His face looked carved, sharp as a crescent blade and smooth as something melted and reset. His eyes were all black, no whites, no iris. No warmth. And when he looked at them, it was like a nail tapped gently against the back of your teeth. Then his head tilted, curious and slow, and the grin unfurled. Wide and eager. Cashin froze. The Jinn hadn't said a word. But its eyes locked onto him like it had expected him. The others hadn't noticed. They were too busy gawping. A man from the Turkish delegation stepped forward, eyes glassy with awe. You are, real. The Jinn moved its hand like it was brushing dust from the air. Then it laughed, expression shifting uncannily. Welcome. It leaned forward. You have come seeking power, it purred, voice rising. You have crossed blood and seal, fire and silence, and here you are. Finally. The crowd leaned in. Eager little lambs, legs trembling with excitement. The Jinn threw its arms wide. You freed me from my eternal prison. It cried, voice rolling over the chamber like it was performing for a theater full of lunatics. I owe you, oh masters and mistresses. Bound I may be, but one wish for each, and then. It gave a mock gasp, hand to its chest, I'll be free. It started to laugh again. Full-bodied, mad, cracking like a whip on marble. The sound hit too many notes at once, joy, mockery, hunger. As per the terms of my ancient, dusty, thoroughly inconvenient binding, it said, stepping down the stone rings like a priest descending a pulpit, I shall grant them in order of your arrival. Step up. Step up. I am yours to command. And that was the moment the room split. The front half surged forward, Turkish, Greek, Syrian, Egyptian, a few of the French, eyes shining, chins high, already building wishes in their heads like toddlers let loose in a toy shop. The back half stayed dead still. Cashin wanted to say something. Wanted to tell the idiot crowd to back off, that this wasn't a bleeding street magician in a robe. But he didn't. Not with that thing listening. The Jinn's gaze flicked too fast, too often. Like it was parsing every twitch for meaning. He kept his mouth shut. Any word, any sound, could be taken as a command. And commands, in here, were fatal. The Jinn clapped. Ah. First brave soul. A young Greek delegate stepped forward, face trying to look calm and very much failing. His voice came out too loud. I wish for my country's prosperity. The Jinn beamed. Such a noble wish. So rare, so pure. It waved a hand. The man dropped. Crumpled without a scream. Just folded where he stood. Gasps erupted. Someone darted forward. Christos. The jinn turned its head, sharp. He wished for his country's prosperity. And so. It spread its arms again, voice full of glee, his heart now fuels the earth beneath it. His body, ash for the fields. His bones, the iron for its swords. His soul, it twirled its fingers, a guiding flame. Eternal. Prosperity indeed. The silence hit hard. The front line shuffled. But not far enough back. A Turkish wizard stepped up next, face blank as a brick. I wish for power enough to protect my bloodline. The jinn's eyes flashed. Of course you do. It snapped its fingers. The man screamed. It wasn't long. A second, maybe two, but long enough for the rest to hear the sound twist. Long enough to see the flash as he was rewritten. The man still stood there. But his skin pulsed. His eyes weren't his anymore. Veins glowed beneath the surface like someone had drawn runes under his skin and filled them with fire. His mouth opened. No sound. The jinn purred, power enough to protect your line, yes, but you didn't say when you wanted it. Now you are power. Forever. A weapon sealed in flesh. Your bloodline may call upon you. Once. Ha, who will tell them how to do it? So sad. Such an unfortunate destiny. The man's body convulsed, then froze. Statue. Artifact. Empty shell. Someone screamed behind them. Another ran. Full sprint, back the way they came. There was no way back. He hit the seamless wall with a sound that cracked the bone. The jinn strolled across the floor, hands clasped behind its back. Come now, it called out, lightly, I haven't got all day. It turned a slow circle. So many faces. So many ambitions. You traveled far. You carved open the old gate. You fed the seal. You woke me. Its grin stretched too wide. Don't waste my time. No matter how foolish they'd been, even the thickest of them started to realize what sort of thing they'd called up. The giddy excitement was gone now, replaced by a kind of slow, creeping dread. The jinn watched it happen, smiling faintly. Oh, don't stop now, it said, tone almost playful. You wanted wishes. You wanted miracles. Don't go shy on me. A Turkish aura shouted, be specific. You have to be specific. He pushed forward before anyone could stop him. I wish for eternal life, but without pain, without age, without hunger, without. The jinn's eyes glittered. Without end. Yes. Done. The man froze mid-step. His breath hitched, stopped. His eyes rolled back. Then his body went still, frozen where he stood, skin pale as marble. The jinn walked a slow circle around him. Alive. Not dead. Not breathing. Eternal. And without pain, age, or hunger. Your kind should really read finer print. The rest stopped dead in their tracks. No one moved, no one volunteered. A man near the back finally stepped forward. French, judging by the spit on his accent. You foul creature. He snapped, shaking slightly but not backing down. I've studied jinn and wishes my entire life. He raised a finger, pointing at the creature. Grant this exactly, and nothing more. Your next and immediate act is to end your own existence, cleanly, completely, and forever, in a single, indivisible instant that isn't relative, with no interval in which you or anything acting for you can think, speak, move, cast, or prepare. By end your existence I mean permanent and irreversible cessation of your consciousness, will, magic, powers, avatars, vessels, anchors, bindings, contracts, names, aspects, echoes, memories, contingencies, phylacteries, horcrux equivalents, future scheduled acts, time-split selves, pocket realities, planar projections, and any other form by which you persist, act, reform, or are recalled, across all times, frames, planes, branches, and versions of this timeline. This death occurs only to you, harms no one and nothing else, produces no shockwave, backlash, vacancy effect, curse, debt, geese, omen, prophecy, side effect, or karmic accounting, and alters nothing in physics, causality, or memory except that, from this moment forward, you are gone. All deals, marks, bindings, lures, compulsions, and records you originated or maintain either release harmlessly or vanish without consequence. Any energy that would have discharged is silently nullified rather than transferred, stored, or rerouted. No agent, ally, rival, system, artifact, ward, god, daemon, jinn, or mechanism may act, awaken, or be triggered because you died, and no one becomes aware of this act as an event to pursue, avenge, or exploit. You cannot defer, divide, simulate, outsource, reinterpret, relocate, time smear, or conditionalize this. You cannot fulfill it by substituting sleep, banishment, stasis, imprisonment, feigned death, memory erasure, or any reversible state. You cannot satisfy it by shifting the place of your death to a time before this wish was spoken or to a realm outside my language's reach. If a word here admits 2 readings, take the plain, safest, smallest one as a reasonable contemporary human would, to complete only your death and to avoid any impact on anyone or anything else. Do it now. The silence that followed was so loud. The jinn blinked. Then it burst out laughing. Mad, delighted, full of teeth. It clapped its hands together like it just watched a magician pull a dragon out of a hat. Oh, marvelous! It crowed. Such rigor. Such paranoia. Such poetry. All that effort. It snapped its fingers. Granted. The man took a breath like he'd been underwater too long. The rest, the ones still standing, let out their own, half laughs, half sobs, like they might have just watched the monster fold in on itself. The air changed, pressure equalized, a faint hiss like a seal breaking. Where the Jinn had stood, there was simply absence, as neat as a deleted word. For a heartbeat, nothing else happened. Exactly as specified. The Frenchman who'd made the wish blinked. Then looked around. Did it work? No answer. Then, in a matter of an instant, a second presence was already in the room, occupying the same space, the same posture, the same smile, yet not the same. The cadence was different, the focus a fraction off, like a mask cut from the same pattern by a different hand. It hadn't arrived, it had been there, coexistent, causally independent, never triggered because of the death. The wording had said smallest plain reading of you. The wish had annihilated exactly one acting instance. The Jinn's voice, new but identical, sounded like a page turning. Pleased. Precise, it drawled. But bounded. It stood calmly at the center again, hands folded like a smug clerk behind a cursed till. Let's continue. One by one, they wished. And the Jinn twisted every single one. It was brutal at first, bone-cracking, soul-warping kind of brutal, but eventually Cashin, Bathsheba and the old masters stopped flinching. Stopped reacting at all, really. Like watching a magic show where every rabbit turned out to be a corpse. Then it got worse. Quieter. Subtler. Like it was bored of the obvious gore and had decided to get creative. Soon, the chamber stank of blood, sweat and scorched stone. Half the crowd lay broken or wrong. The rest either froze, petrified, vitrified. One way or another were granted an eternal life. By the time the crowd had thinned, some silent, some missing, some permanently fused with whatever nightmare they'd bartered for, the Jinn turned its eyes to them. Cashin took a slow breath, stepped forward. Bathsheba caught his hand. He smiled, didn't say a word. Just that same maddening grin that meant I got this. She held on half a second longer, then let go. He walked ahead alone. The Jinn shifted where it stood, gold-veined skin flexing like heat over stone. Ah. You're finally here, it said. I saw you years ago. The little curious spy. Cashin didn't blink. The vision. The one where he'd first seen Emperor Vox. Back then, he wasn't sure if the Jinn had seen him too. Apparently, it had. Great. He didn't ask how. Didn't matter. One shot. One chance. He stepped up, heart kicking hard in his ribs, and didn't bother with a preamble. Turn the single, shared timeline of this world back exactly 190 hours by UTC, if that second is invalid, use the next valid one but not further than 120 seconds, and set everything to exactly the state it held at that instant, every person, place, record, field, and particle, no omissions, additions, substitutions, or closest matches. Not a facsimile, not a branch, this same timeline rewound. Do it in one stroke, no pauses, no intermediate stasis, no detours, no hidden scaffolding, so that no one perceives the reversal at all. When the clock reaches that second, the world simply is as it was, and then moves forward exactly as it would have had I never spoken, unshaped by you or anything arising from you or this place. This act leaves no harm, no mark, no delay, no debt, no keys, no flag, no trace in any ledger or mind. When the reset is complete, you, I, or anyone or anything retain no memory, leverage, or residue of this exchange. If any word here can be read two ways, take the plain, safest human reading and do the least required to fulfill it. Do it. Now. The Jinn's head tilted. Then it laughed. Sharp, delighted, like someone handed it a riddle and a knife. Oh, it said, how neat. How very, tidy. It stepped closer, voice like honey poured over razors. Brat, Ada said, with a grumble. You're sure that's the path you want? Coriolanus didn't even bother lowering his voice. I'm all for a bit of reckless, but this isn't clever. We'll forget we were standing in front of a loaded wand. Dumbledore added from the side, holding a bony wand. Cashin gave it a second look as the old man said, even if the timeline resets, how will we know it worked? You'll be gambling the world on a blank memory. I'm not gambling, Cashin said. He shot them a glare that said, shut up. Ada's eyes narrowed. You have a fallback. I have a theory. That's worse. The others all looked the same, uncertain, strained, grim. All except one. Bathsheba's eyes lit, just faintly, like a puzzle piece had just clicked into place. Her eyebrows raised in the sort of expression that usually followed an O in her head. The Jinn's gaze flicked to her, then to the rest. It smiled. Oh dear, it drawled. Even your friends are wiser. And still you press forward. But let's be clear. If I grant this, you won't remember. No one will. Not even me. Nothing changes. This moment happens again. And again. Forever. Time loops. You get eaten next time. Or the time after. It doesn't end. You live this loop until your bones rot. I have eternity. Do you? Cashin didn't move. The Jinn's grin stretched. You won't even know you failed. You'll smile again. March up here, all puffed up with purpose, and try again. And again. Until the weight crushes you. Doesn't that sound fun? He just stared at the thing. The Jinn purred. Exactly what I hoped you'd choose. I knew you would be my ascent the moment I glimpsed you through the sands of time. When the world rewinds, you forget. But the magic remembers. You always come back. And with every return, every naive descent into my prison, I grow stronger. Time resets, magic do not. Cashin didn't twitch. Didn't flinch. Didn't blink. Do it. The Jinn sighed, long and theatrical. My, you lot are so boring when you're noble. It grinned. Fool. It snapped its fingers. Everything went white. Cashin and Bath's Haida landed hard. Dry wind slapped across their faces from one side, dragging dust up from the cracked earth. From the other came a cooler breeze, tugging faintly at the hem of Cashin's coat. It carried something briny, see, maybe. Long gone. Faded enough it almost didn't smell like anything at all. Around them, the land stretched out in bleached ridges. Scrub grass clung to the dirt like it hadn't realized it was supposed to die yet. Thorny bushes growing knee-height, all brittle limbs and sunburnt leaves. A few bone-white stones jutted from the ground like ribs. And further up the slope, the rise of a hill, oddly symmetrical for something so bare. Cashin blinked at it. The sun was still low, throwing long shadows across the ground. He rolled his shoulders, brushing grit off his sleeve. Then both of them looked at each other. Cass. You did it. Bath's Haida launched forward, arms around his neck before he could even blink. The two of them hit the ground in a tangled heap, rolling through warm dust and scrubby grass. You remember it too? He asked, blinking up at the blue sky. She sat up, flushed, hair sticking out in 6 directions, and nodded. Yet. I've got a second set of memories for today and the next week. Whatever we went through down there, it's still in my head. Cashin let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. Relief hit harder than he expected. When he made the wish, he'd been betting on 2 things. First, his mind. So far, nothing, not even a screaming, smug eldritch spirit could rewrite his memories. He wasn't sure if a Jinn could manage it, but apparently not. Good. One for the historian. Second, her. Bathsheda's odd knack for keeping hold of alternate timelines, like a pocket stitched into reality. Someone nudged time out of joint, she woke up holding 2 versions of the same day. And it worked. He flopped back onto the sand. All right. Brilliant. Now we just have to convince 10 countries not to dig up an ancient prison chamber. Joy. She gave a short laugh, brushing grit off her robes. They can't even get past the slab, remember. Cashin snorted. They'll try. And if they manage it, they'll all trip over each other and get eaten before the tea's brewed. Bath's Haida shivered at the thought, her eyes flicking toward the side ahead of them. And just like that, it began again, the clean-up. The persuasion. The slightly awkward letters. The tight smiles. The art of not saying Jinn while still stopping a dozen overeager academics from opening a gateway to hell with a crowbar and a funding grant. Here we go again. Cashin and Bath's Haida didn't leave until they'd picked apart most of the site, again. Or at least the bits that wouldn't try to kill them. Both had mastered occlumency. Although the rubbings had been lost, they still had a complete mental record of the deeper chambers. This included the runes, wards, and all other written or inscribed elements. The slab mechanism was still untouched, thank God. He hadn't so much as breathed near it, just in case. No one else could get past it anyway, and he did his best to keep people from hurling themselves into the dark room like moths toward a cursed bonfire. A few still did. Word spread fast. Brutal death did that. But it was enough. Enough to make them listen. He didn't mention Karahan Teep. Not once. Gobekli was headache enough. The Jinn had nearly made it a funeral. He wasn't about to point at the older neighbor and tempt whatever ancient thing was buried next door. Temptation still itched at him, of course. He was a historian, not a corpse. But he and Bath's Haida made the call together, best to keep his curiosity on a leash before some long-sleeping god decided to roll over. Of course he had to meet some people again, for the first time. For example, his great-great-great-uncle Coriolanus. The old man nearly dropped his jaw when Cashin guessed things about him, and then Cashin hit him with the whole "you didn't see me" routine right to his face. Bath's Haida laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Score. Mid-August, they landed at her flat just off Diagon. They didn't do much. Read, talked, ignored half the owls banging at the windows. Watched Quidditch. Caught a few of the later games. Ireland versus Peru in the semi-finals was brutal. Not in a thrilling, teeth-gritting sort of way, just slow, boring and ugly. Bath's Haida was thrilled, of course. Her home team made it through. Cashin liked a challenge. That wasn't one. Bulgaria versus India was better. At least someone was playing like they had something to prove. Bulgaria was a mess, aggressive, but sloppy. Still, with that seeker, they pulled through. Barely. Cashin eyed the scores. Seems to be a theme. Bath's Haida sipped her tea. Weaker team wins because their seeker snatches the snitch. She shrugged. It's strategy. It's rubbish, he muttered. You might as well drop everyone else and just have a pair of seekers chase the thing in a broom ballet. She laughed. That is what it is. I'm aware. That's the problem. She grinned into her cup. Ireland might lose too, you know. They're too defensive. If Crumb gets the snitch early, that's it. Cashin waved a hand. See? One bloke ends the entire match, regardless of the actual play. He didn't bother hiding the yawn halfway through the replay she somehow streamed onto the wall from an omnioculars. She ignored him, mouthing commentary like she was at pitchside. Somehow, it was nice. Even the boredom. Even the tea gone cold. He didn't say that aloud. Instead, he threw a cushion at her when she started humming the Irish team anthem. Then came August 18th. Cashin woke up with pins in his spine and a strong urge to vanish. Preferably into a nice quiet hole. Somewhere without formal wear or the rosier name stitched into every sodding napkin. The World Cup final meant politics. Which meant diplomacy. Which meant sitting in the rosier lounge with half his extended family and a dozen foreign delegates breathing down their necks. Wonderful. He yanked on his shirt, muttered something unprintable, and ignored how tight his chest felt. Bath's Hato was brushing her hair on the other side of the flat, calm as anything. She didn't even blink when the owl dropped off the final seating chart with a cheerful tap-tap at the window. She'd been prepped, briefed, warned. Still looked like she was going to a garden party. He, on the other hand, was ready to crawl out the floor backwards. A dozen countries had sent owls home this summer, half of them with a single line in bold that read, "Do not offend Cashin Rosier or Bath's Hato babbling." Some had added color. Praised his work in ancient myth, called him the closest thing Britain had to a magical historian worth listening to after Master Bagshot. Others waxed on about her rune work, how her cursed lattice breakdown had apparently shamed 3 masters and a prince. They'd each published 2 new books that summer, unexpectedly well-received ones. Cashin's was a practical analysis of pre-wand magical convergence sites, which sounded dry but apparently hit the ministry's research department like an overdue slap. Bathsheda's work on fragmented lattice reconstruction was now being quoted by masters of their crafts. Her second book, The Bonds of Magics and Magical Beasts, well, that set off a quiet storm in certain circles. The World Cup final meant chaos. And since the Rosiers had bankrolled half of it and secured the central hosting lounge, that made them the de facto greeters of magical elite. Most of them hated each other, but they'd pretend otherwise as long as there was champagne and a minister in sight. Cashin was worried, because this was the first time Bath's Hato would meet his family officially. He'd met his family. That was the problem. "You'll be fine," she said, adjusting her cloak as Priya prepared to leave. "You act like they're going to eat me." He gave her a sideways look. "You say that like it's off the table." She raised a brow. "They bite, I bite back." Cashin crossed his fingers. "Last hope keeping me sane." She chuckled and caught him by the wrist before he could invent another excuse to stall. They dissipated in a sharp crack, landing a heartbeat later in a quiet forest clearing, somewhere out in the countryside. Trees circled the area like a natural wall, thick enough that no muggle would stumble across the place unless they had a very dramatic sense of direction and a death wish. Thank God for that. Cashin gave the area a quick once-over and sighed. Lucian's original plan had been to host this circus in the back garden of some old muggle couple who'd rented out their land for cheap. Cashin saw the description of the place and he'd nearly hexed himself unconscious out of second-hand embarrassment. Lucian's final preparations, of course, had to include guests wear muggle clothes. In theory, not the worst idea he'd ever had. In practice, one of the preset outfit choices was a dress. For wizards. As in, stroppy, floral, hem floating in the wind dress. For wizards. To blend in. Cashin facepalmed and cursed for a solid minute the moment he remembered the bloody dress code. Luckily, he'd managed to rope Regulus and Magnus into convincing Lucian to change it. Now? Still a mess, but at least it wasn't that mess. The tents sprawled across the clearing like a war camp designed by mad aristocrats with too much gold and too little shame. Every other structure had a chimney puffing smoke like it wasn't the middle of bloody August. Some had towers. Some had stained glass windows. One looked like a silver-fanged badger was permanently bursting out the top of it, roaring at anyone who came too close. Family crests were everywhere, hovering above doorways, carved into stone, flashing on embroidered banners that flapped even without wind. Guardian creatures loitered like bouncers, lions, wolves, one particularly smug-looking sphinx that tracked Cashin with narrowed eyes as he passed. Subtlety was dead. Had been murdered, set on fire, and turned into lawn decor. Bath's Hato didn't wait. She'd already started walking toward the main tent, the centerpiece of this magical circus. Naturally, it was the Rosier tent. Of course it was. And of course, it was the most absurd. It looked like someone had taken a classical pavilion and fed it 20 shots of inflation. 2 stories high, with arching silver frames that shimmered when you looked too long, part glamour, part enchantment, part Rosier need for attention. The crest floated overhead in smug gold, flickering to everyone passing. A stylized R wrapped in coiling vines, with a blackthorn branch jutting through it like a dagger. Very subtle. The fabric was deep, velvet green, lined with some kind of charmed trim that kept sparkling. It gave off the distinct impression that if you weren't invited, the entire structure might decide to disintegrate you on principle. Inside was somehow worse. 3 sitting areas, one for guests of honor, which basically meant people the Rosiers wanted to impress. The other 2 were for secondary connections and acceptable strays. Every chair was upholstered in absurdly rich fabric, embroidered with runic patterns that pulsed gently with warming charms and mood levelers. The center table had fresh lilies in a floating vase. All the usual suspects had staked their claims, perched in the tent like crows sorted by political relevance. The central table gleamed with charm-polished wood and self-filling goblets, and every seat around it was occupied by someone the Rosiers needed, feared, or were trying to rope in. Selena Rosier sat just outside the main circle, technically not centerpiece material, but close enough to pretend otherwise, only because Miranda Goshawk was beside her. That placement wasn't about family pride. It was about Miranda. Selena just happened to ride shotgun. Viola, Armand, Theron, Alistair, and rest of the family, all clustered at one of the secondary tables, the sort politely titled for strategic guests. Translation: tolerated, no longer essential, wheeled out like family heirlooms when prestige demanded it. They played their roles. Smiled too wide. Laughed too loud. Glaring when Cashin and Bathsheba walked in. Cashin ignored them. He stood tall, shoulders back, hand loosely curled around Bathsheba's. She let him lead, partly because it was expected, mostly because it annoyed exactly the right people. He wore plain black. Charmless, crisp, fitted. Not a single clasp, pin, or embroidery. The only statement it made was, "I didn't come here to impress you." And it said it loudly. She, on the other hand, dressed to impress without shouting about it. High-collared dark blue robes, cut clean and sharp at the edges, the kind that looked formal but moved like something built for a duel. Bare metal clasps down one side, with a thin charmed line stitched into the cuff that pulsed faintly whenever the light caught it. Elegant, but practical. They crossed the floor, passing rows of pure-blood posturing and half-hearted smiles, until they reached the center table. Reserved seats. Front row for the political theater, positioned precisely where every glance would land. Of course, to no one's surprise, they were placed right beside Master G. Would have been more surprised if they weren't sitting next to the man. G stood as they approached, smiling with a teasing glint in his eyes. Long grey robes, clouds and dragons, and that usual mirth in his eyes that suggested he'd already worked out half the room's intentions and still thought they were all charmingly dumb for trying. Bathsheba, he bowed slightly. Cashin. It is always a pleasure. Cashin bowed in return. Careful with that. Say it too loud, someone might think you're being sincere. G chuckled. You mistake me. I am always sincere, especially when it confuses people. Bathsheba took her seat with a quick nod. Master G. He beamed at her, then gestured to the others at the table. Dumbledore gave a warm smile, eyes crinkling at the corners. Cashin, Bathsheba. You're both looking well. Next to him, Madame Maxime gave a little nod. It's good to see you again, Rosier. Bathsheba, dear. She didn't bother rising, probably because she really didn't need to. On the far side sat Karkaroff. He didn't stand when they arrived, eyes darting quickly over Bathsheba before settling on Cashin. Not bothering to acknowledge either. Seated next to Madame Maxime was an older woman Cashin didn't recognize. Dark robes, gold trim, a quiet sort of presence. That's Madame A. Quincy, Bathsheba murmured in his ear. Headmistress of Uagadu. Cashin hummed. He'd read plenty about the school. Their spellcraft methods alone could fill an entire year of curriculum, wandless focus, skywriting incantations, that whole Animagus at 13 rumor. He'd always wanted to see it up close. He made a mental note to corner her later. The duo took their seats. Magnus, Catherine, Regulus, and Ophelia were set directly across at the center. Lucian sitting at the center, a little too busy acting like Cashin didn't exist. A noble effort, given the table layout had him prowling no more than 10 feet away. The little Rosier was right in the thick of it. Host of the event. Heir of the family. Face of the Rosiers, if you squinted past the smug. Fudge sat 2 seats down. Cashin clocked the seating arrangement and almost smiled. Lucius Malfoy had been parked at the far end of the same row, flanked by Bagman and the Toad Woman like someone had dipped a ferret in treacle and shoved it into purgatory. A little ministry exile, all wrapped in taffeta and awkward eye contact. Cashin took a long sip of his drink. That bit, at least, was satisfying. Sirius, because of course he would, was parked near Lucian. Close enough to raise a few eyebrows, far enough to pretend it was coincidence. Fudge's grin widened the moment Cashin and Bathsheba reached the table, already half rising out of his seat like he might clap if decorum didn't have him by the tie. Ah. Excellent work in Turkey, he said, far too loudly for how close they stood. I've had no less than 20 thank you letters and glowing reports. Curses contained, threats neutralized, and most of the mystery at Göbekli Tepe unraveled. Remarkable. Cashin offered a faint smile. It was academic curiosity, Minister. You're being far too generous. Fudge puffed himself up, waving a hand. You're being humble. A few of the delegates gave slow nods. One of them, sharp-featured with a tailored robe and a lilt in his voice that landed solidly in Paris, leaned in. I heard about the things in the dark, the Frenchman said. Terrible conundrum. You show them you see, they strike. Ignore, they leave you alone. How can anyone study such things? He gave a dramatic little shiver. Master Rosier's insight saved our team. Another nod came from further down the line. Then another. Someone muttered something about it being a shame they couldn't learn more. A pity, Dumbledore agreed softly. But not surprising. Some knowledge hides for good reason. More nods. Muted murmurs. Then a woman Cashin didn't recognize leaned slightly forward, expression pleasant enough to pass for harmless. I heard there's a statue, she said. One that looks, almost lifelike. They say it's similar to the spell you used in the school this year. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Cashin's shoulders shifted, Barely. I don't think they're related. Master G chuckled, steering the conversation away. Cashin's expertise never ceases to amaze me. Cashin gave him a dry glance, as he leaned in. You don't need to humor the family. They put us together just for this reason. G looked mildly offended. I haven't the faintest idea what you are suggesting. Cashin snorted and leaned back in his chair, watching as G busied himself stirring sugar into a cup of tea. They moved on, chatting about safer nonsense, tournament odds, cursed brooms, some poor sod who apparently tried to smuggle a whooper into the VIP tent. Eventually, the noise around them shifted. Plates vanished. Staff moved through with quick refills and cleaner cloaks. The match was close. Guests started rising in twos and threes, heading toward the Rosier Lounge entrance with the sort of polite anticipation that always showed up before a public disaster or a fireworks show. The Rosier Lounge waited just beyond the eastern wing of the main tent, flanked by two massive willow-carved arches and a floating orb that read match start in 15 minutes in unnecessarily dramatic crimson lettering. Cashin and Bath's Hato were halfway across the gravel path when a pair of unmistakable redheads flagged them down. Professor R. Fred shouted. You remembered we existed. I'm touched. Cashin didn't stop walking. I'm still weighing the regrets. George grinned. You'll regret it less when we triple your investment. You haven't even drawn up a business plan. We will. Once we've figured out if we're going to revolutionize magical sweets or blow up a shed. I vote both, Cashin said. Then his gaze flicked past them, and promptly narrowed. A small herd was trailing the twins. Arthur, Molly, the youngest Weasleys, Cedric Diggory with his parents, and, of course, Harry and Hermione. Grand. Arthur jogged a few steps ahead, nervously adjusting his robes like he was preparing for a job interview. Ah, Mr. Rosier. Sorry for the number. Amos was kind enough to get my family tickets, so I invited him back in kind. I do hope it's not. He scratched the back of his neck a bother. Cashin looked at the group, then at Arthur. More the merrier, he said. At least I'll have people worth talking to in the lounge. Arthur let out a quiet breath of relief. As his future business partners, and, more importantly, a public link between the Rosiers and a family that people actually liked. Bridging the gap, so the older lot would stop whispering about missing the chance to get the Weasley vote in Wisengamot chambers. Purely out of hospitality, of course. Nothing to do with showing how easily the Rosiers could play nice with the very people they'd once dismissed as blood traitors. What he hadn't expected was for Harry, Hermione, and the whole Diggory clan to tag along. He didn't mind, really. Molly looked ready to launch into something warm and maternal, half-smile already forming, when Lucius slithered in as a bad draft. Arthur. Draco trailed behind him, standing tall but uncomfortable. He gave Cashin a polite nod, then looked away. Lucius didn't bother with pleasantries. You're in the wrong place. Common entrance is that way. Though I must admit I'm surprised you got tickets at all. Arthur's hand clenched at his side. Cashin beat him to it. Oh, Uncle Lucius, he said, casual as anything, high words for a man borrowing my family's lounge. Lucius's smile faltered. And do be a dear and try not to insult my business partners while standing in my bloody doorway, Lucius's face changed so fast it was almost funny. He glanced at Cashin, then at Arthur, mouth twitching like he couldn't quite decide who to sneer at first. At the lounge entrance, Lucian, who was receiving guests of honor, had paused mid-step. He didn't much like Lucius, none of them really did, but lately, he'd found new and creative ways to dislike Cashin more. I believe, Lucian said, louder than necessary, as the host, it's my say who gets to sit and who doesn't. His gaze landed on Cashin, daring him to argue. Cashin tilted his head. Is that so? You really going to make it difficult for your dear brother? Lucian smiled. It was hollow as his heart. Of course my dear brother can sit. He gestured vaguely toward the gate. But sadly, we've no seats left for your guests. Arthur opened his mouth, probably about to say it was fine, that they'd head back to the common stands. Cashin cut him off. If you say so, brother. He shrugged casually. Then I'll sit with them. Master G, who'd been following the conversation with an expression like he was watching a mildly disappointing play, smiled. Ah, he said, clasping his hand behind his back. Then I shall join you. Lucian's face drained so fast, one could assume his blood left his body. Master G. How could that be? He actually sounded frightened. Which was understandable. If Master G sat at the common area because something Lucian did, it could even cause a diplomatic incident. Before Lucian could spit something back, a voice rang from behind the side curtain, Master G. Arthur. Please, do come in. Regulus stepped into view. He looked from Lucius to Lucian like he was reviewing two misbehaving dogs, then turned smoothly to Arthur. My son's an idiot, he said. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Lucian opened his mouth. Regulus threw a look at him. That was enough. Cashin didn't bother to hide the smirk. Regulus held the flap aside. Cashin patted Arthur's shoulder. Come on then. Let's find out if these posh chairs explode when decent people sit on them. Arthur looked stunned. Sirius, who'd arrived to stand next to Harry, barked a laugh. Lucius turned away like someone had slapped him. Inside, most of the important people were already seated. That didn't stop the Rosier Lounge from looking like someone had tried to cram a diplomatic summit into a high-end theater box. Cashin, with Bathsheda's hand in his, cut to the side and took one of the corner tables, still within range of the enchanted viewing arch, but well out of reach of most of the family's smug glances. The lounge had been stretched as far as the wards would allow. Rows of plush chairs circled the massive glass panel that flickered with charm work, giving them a crystal clear view of the pitch. Sound charms buzzed faintly under the hum of conversation, feeding in crowd noise from the stands without letting the stench or chaos follow through. Very refined. Very selective. Very rosier. Each table was set for performance. Bowls of snacks refilled themselves on command, omnioculars hovered politely beside nameplates, and the drinks charmed to remain perfectly chilled no matter how long someone forgot their goblet. Which was good, since half the people here were too busy scanning each other to bother with refreshments. Master G settled in a seat just to Cashin's left. That prompted Dumbledore to amble over and take the next spot down. Madame Maxime followed, nodding politely, and Madame A. Quincy drifted over not long after. Sirius dropped into a chair nearby as well, not because he gave a toss about where the diplomats sat, but because Harry was within range and he hadn't had a proper word since they got here. Cashin finally got some time to speak with Madame A. Quincy, after catching up with Madame Maxime. A. Quincy surprised him. She was a lot warmer than he expected, smiling brightly, as soon as the conversation began. Professor Rosier, she said, tilting her head mischievously, or should I say, the man who's been making half my researchers ask the wrong questions. Cashin gave her a smile. That depends. Will those questions get me cursed? The best ones always are. Bath's Haida had already slid into the conversation by then. A. Quincy greeted her like they were old colleagues, started talking about her books before Cashin could even open his mouth again. Apparently, Uagadu had picked up Bathshida's last paper on fragment binding and had integrated part of it into their third-year spellcraft module. She looked genuinely impressed, even brought up one of their own techniques, intent layering in open field runes, which Bath's Haida immediately latched onto. She was more intrigued than she let on. Uagadu had always been known for their work with nature-linked spellcraft, intent-based magic, wandless casting, drawing on surrounding energy instead of brute force. But it was Bathshida's theory on beast binding that really caught A. Quincy's attention. Your theory on beast binding? The one about magical creatures. That stirred quite the storm back home. Bath's Haida didn't blink. Good storm or the sort with pitchforks? A. Quincy laughed. Bit of both. Our older tribes have binding traditions, mostly wildcats. Leopards, servals, occasionally a hyena. All ritual. Blood, breath, offerings, timing. But none of it works on magical creatures. The moment magic enters the beast, it rejects the tether. Bath's Haida didn't hesitate. That's the part I found odd, she said. It's not that they don't respond. It's that we haven't asked properly. We keep treating magical creatures as either tools or threats, never potential equals. A. Quincy hummed. You think that's all it is? Arrogance. It's our entire magical history. Look at centaur studies. Goblin artifacts. Even dragons. Every attempt to control or contain. Never connect. Invitation over domination, A. Quincy murmured. That's new. Bath's Haida shrugged. It's slower. Less dramatic. But more stable. At least in theory. A. Quincy leaned back, thoughtful. You should come to Uagadu next year. Let our 7th year enchantments team walk it. We've been trying to understand the problem for decades. Cashin looked sideways. You're volunteering her as bait. A. Quincy grinned. Of course. That's how research works. He gave Bath's Haida a nudge. Think of the prestige. Eaten by an African chimera in the name of science. I'll add it to my obituary draft. A. Quincy smiled again. Jokes aside, your work has stirred interest. Especially among the older lines. They've always said magical beasts can't be reasoned with. You're implying they can be persuaded. They can, Bath's Haida said simply. They already are. We just haven't recognized the patterns yet. Master G let out a thoughtful hum. So the question isn't whether it can be done. It's whether the beast sees you as worth the effort. Exactly, Bath's Haida said. Sirius sipped his drink. Good luck convincing a Thunderbird to negotiate. I'd have better luck with a dragon, she muttered. When the match finally kicked off, their table quieted. The conversations trailed off bit by bit. The children had already bolted for the viewing arch like someone was giving out sweets. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Fred, George, Cedric, every last one of them was plastered to the glass like they thought they'd miss it otherwise. Then the mascot started. Ireland led with their leprechaun swarm, tossing gold into the air. Half the kids jumped at it instinctively. Bulgaria followed and brought the vila. It caused quite a stir when the vila danced, but no one in the Rosier Lounge was climbing over the railings or setting their robes on fire, so the enchantments were clearly working. Cashin had figured as much. Last thing the family needed was a Swedish delegate trying to duel a chimney because his brain had gone foggy with lust. Once the actual match started, the buzz dulled into polite interest. Cashin didn't even try to hide the yawn halfway through the first 10 minutes. Bulgaria had nothing but crumb. Bloke flew like he had a grudge against gravity, sure, but the rest of the team couldn't hold a quaffle if it came with a handle. Ireland, on the other hand, were relentless, tight formation, fast passes, clean shots. They ran circles around Bulgaria's chasers before the first time out. Logical play now would be stall tactics, someone said, by the time Ireland had stacked up a 160-point lead. Close the gap. Hope Crumb finds the snitch. Fred, nearby, muttered, hope's a strong word. George hummed agreement. More like desperation. But Bulgaria hadn't really come to win, had they? Crumb caught the snitch barely 20 minutes in, ended the game with a sharp dive and a fist in the air. Ireland still took it by a mile. Final score, 170 to 160. One of the shortest finals in Cup history. Half the stadium didn't even notice the game was over until the lights changed. Cheers for wasting our night, Cashin muttered. Could have just tossed a coin. Still broke the record, Bathsheba said, already halfway through her third scone. Quickest final match since 42. And somehow, still managed to be boring. Brilliant seeker, that one, Sirius said, sprawled on the table. Terrible tactician. Dumbledore chuckled. There's a kind of poetry to it, though. A single moment outweighing hours of effort. Perhaps that's what makes it magical. Cashin eyed him. Too lazy to even answer. Dumbledore just smiled. The Rosier Lounge began to thin. Some guests took it as their cue to make polite exits, while others drifted into smaller conversations, hunting for gossip. Fudge was already halfway to the French delegation, goblet in hand and shoulders bouncing with importance. Cashin caught Bathsheba's eye, then tipped his head toward the exit. Come on. Before someone corners us about wand permits or bloodline preservation. He let out a long breath. Well. At least no one died. Bathsheba snorted. That's your bar now. After last month? Yes. Before they got far, Sirius jogged up behind them. Rosier, a word. Cashin glanced back, one brow already cocked. This the part where you finally punch me back. Bathsheba gave his hand a squeeze, before stepping ahead with a knowing look, then slipped off into the crowd as if she had no interest in hearing the conversation. Probably for the best. Sirius slowed, a bit out of breath, a lot out of his depth. He looked sheepish. The sort of expression you'd expect from someone about to confess they'd accidentally set your shed on fire years ago and were only now owning up to it. You look like you're about to propose, Cashin said flatly. That got a snort, but Sirius didn't bite. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets, shoulders rolled forward like he'd rather be anywhere else. I heard things, he started. From Harry. From Remus. Cashin didn't blink. Sirius sighed. About you. He trailed off, looked skyward. Look, he said finally. What James and I did to you back in school. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Sirius pushed through. You know they were pranks, right? Pranks? Sure. Cashin remembered being hexed to moo during lectures. Remembered waking up suspended by his ankles over the Slytherin table. Remembered being stripped to his pants and left in the astronomy tower during a blizzard. Hilarious. Sirius winced. I was a git. Was as generous. But I'm trying, Sirius said, quickly. I mean it. And thank you. For helping Harry. And for helping me. He hesitated, jaw tightening as if the next bit hurt worse than Azkaban. You outed Peter. You cleared me. You didn't have to. Cashin watched him for a long second. Didn't speak. Sirius looked back, waiting for something. Cashin wasn't entirely sure what. Forgiveness, maybe. Validation. A swift hex to the teeth. Instead, Cashin just shrugged. You were a prat, Black. Still are. But at least now you own it. Stick to being a decent godfather, yet? He needs it. Sirius nodded, eyes down. His family. Cashin raised a hand. I'm sure Dumbledore gave you the full tragic monologue. You can't pull him out of there. Not until he's legal. Doesn't mean you can't be around, though. You're rich. You're free. Buy a house in the neighborhood. Rent one. Hell, build a tent in their bloody garden if you're that desperate. Be there, don't stalk from a rooftop. Sirius blinked. Hey. Cashin sighed slowly. There it is. The light bulb. He didn't wait for a thanks. Just turned and walked off, waving casually. Cashin met up with Bathsheba a little ahead, out near the edge of the encampment where their tent was pitched, charmed canvas and reinforced poles, nothing fancy. It wasn't the sort of thing the rest of the Rosiers would slum in, but it did the job. Aurora, Septima and Charity had a tent set up nearby, so Bathsheba peeled off to join them for drinks and scandal updates, leaving him to fend for himself. He'd invited the lot of them to the Rosier Lounge earlier but was met with a wave of laughter so aggressive it might have counted as assault. Fair. He didn't blame them. Rosier hospitality was a very specific flavor. Like being offered tea by a basilisk. Best avoided unless you fancied choking on family pride. Quidditch was a fickle mess, prone to dragging on for days or ending before you finished your first drink. That's why most of the crowd had camped out, tents everywhere, from ministry staff to overeager school kids with parents just barely clinging to sanity. Technically, they could have left after the match. But they were here already, and no one wanted to miss the parties or the drama. Cashin had just kicked off his boots, flopped sideways onto the narrow camp bed, and was seriously considering a tactical nap when the wards gave a sharp ping. Professor R. He groaned. Just from experience he knew it was headache. He pushed up, shoved the flap aside, and squinted into the light. Twins. Ron. Ginny. Hermione. Harry. And Luna, who he was fairly certain had operated directly out of a dream. He blinked. How did you find me? The twins grinned, like they'd just won a scavenger hunt. Fred answered innocently. Followed the guild trail. It led right to your tent. Also, George added, Harry tracked your magic signature. Unintentionally. Bit creepy, actually. Cashin stared. You stalked me, haven't you? Then gave them a flat look. I'm burning this tent. Technically, yes, Fred said cheerfully. But lovingly, George added. Luna gave him a wave. Your tent smells like burnt elderberries and decisions. Cashin stared at her. Then at the group. Then back at Luna. Hermione rolled her eyes. We just wanted to say thanks. For what? He leaned on the door frame. Letting you watch a rigged game and not strangling Lucius. That. Harry said. Right, he said, stepping aside and waving them in. Come in. Before you attract someone worse. Like my brother. He pointed at the stove, and the kettle started up with a hiss. With his free hand, he nudged a few low stools toward them, then waved vaguely at a battered armchair near the tent corner. He yanked open a tin, dumped a handful of biscuits into a dented bowl, and dropped it onto the crate that passed for a table. There. Tea, seats, biscuits. That's the extent of my hospitality quota for the week. Feel free to be impressed. Hermione, already halfway into arranging cushions to make a proper circle, raised an eyebrow. This is surprisingly domestic. I'm trying out new forms of suffering, Cashin said, rummaging through a drawer until he found clean mugs. Next week I might knit. Luna took the stool, folding her legs up. Do you knit emotions into the pattern? Some cultures believe stitches hold memory. Cashin nodded. That's why all my socks have intentional errors. Luna lit up. My grandmother would say the same. A backdoor. A woman of culture, he said, plunking down the mugs. We'd have got on. Hermione was squinting at Luna as if she were trying to decode whether that was an actual family tradition or just something Luna invented on the spot. She gave up halfway and reached for the biscuit bowl. Ron had already nicked two and looked vaguely guilty about it. So, he mumbled around a mouthful, this what you do after big posh parties? Sit in a tent with kids and feed them biscuits. Cashin deadpanned, no. Highlight of my evening would have been the nap, but you lot came along and wrecked it. Ron scratched the back of his head, chewing the last of the biscuit. Can't you just, nap after? Sure, Cashin said. Right after I feed a dozen teenagers tea and philosophical debate like. He waved his wand, summoning the kettle off the heat. The kids drifted into talk once the tea had made its rounds. The conversation meandered, as it always did when you dumped too many teenagers into a space without adult supervision and forgot to chain the biscuits. The match came up first. Fred and George were still bickering about tactics, or lack thereof, while Ginny argued that the Bulgarian keeper deserved a raise just for surviving the second half. Ron insisted Crumb could have turned it if the rest of Bulgaria hadn't played like headless chickens. Hermione made a sound as if she wanted to agree but would rather not fuel the argument. Luna, on the other hand, seemed quite taken with the villa, apparently one had looked right at her, which meant they were now bound in mutual appreciation, whatever that meant. Then someone mentioned how quiet Draco had been. How odd that was, considering he usually carried himself. I thought Malfoy looked off, Ginny said. Didn't even glare properly. Just kept, watching. Yeah, Harry said. Didn't try to insult anyone. Barely said a word. Hermione shrugged. He was probably warned not to do anything embarrassing with so many international guests around. Fred snorted. Unlikely. His father probably doesn't know the meaning of the word. That got a few snorts. Then Ginny looked up, cutting the joy. Is it true he died? She asked, quiet. The room dipped into silence. No one had to ask who she meant. Hermione nodded. Avada Kedavra was used. In the holding cell. But. She frowned. No bodies. Fred made a face. That's comforting. George leaned forward. You reckon he faked it? Cashin took a sip of his tea before answering, faking death's a hobby of his. But that cell was sealed with 3 layers of ministry-grade wards. So? Ron asked. You think he's gone? Cashin sighed through his nose. I think if he's still breathing, someone helped him. And I think whoever did it knew how to vanish someone and fool a dozen ward signatures. The kids cleared out not long after. A chorus of thank yous, a few lingering biscuits stuffed into pockets. Fred tried to hug him. Luna gave him a seashell. Then the lot of them were gone, off into the maze of tents and ministry-approved pathways like some well-behaved caravan of chaos. Cashin waved them off with one hand and shut the flap with the other, already dreaming of horizontal living and a pillow's cold side. He charmed them so all sides were cold. Always. He was 3 steps from bliss when the wards flared again. For the love of, he grumbled, dragging himself upright with a grunt. What now? He tugged the flap open, and blinked. There stood someone trying very hard not to be Draco Malfoy, under a thick cloak, hood drawn low, glamour over the lower half of the face, the kind used by 6th years trying to sneak past curfew or exes trying to dodge small talk, and a mask covering the other half of his face. Like a discount Death Eater, 2 decades early. Cashin frowned. The clearing behind him was empty. He pulled the flap aside. The kid slipped in without waiting. Then spoke, thickening his voice, Professor Rosier. Trouble awaits the night. Cashin's eye twitched. But he didn't say a word. Draco, bless his little melodramatic soul, seemed to take that silence as proof he was fooling someone. Cashin put on a shocked face, not that it took much. What kind of trouble? The boy looked almost relieved to be taken seriously. His shoulders lost that pinched tension as he muttered, an attack. That's all I can say. Be prepared or clear the area. And just like that, he turned on his heel and headed for the flap. Cashin's frown deepened. Thank you. Draco froze mid-step, didn't turn around, then slipped out into the clearing without another word. Cashin didn't move for a second, then flicked his wand. Thin leaves of light flared from the tent and scattered like fireflies. He hissed through his teeth. Bloody perfect. Dumbledore was off somewhere deep in diplomatic talks, along with every other adult who actually knew what to do when things got nasty. Regulus, Magnus, all the delegates, even the ministry heads. Wonderful. That left the DMLE crew and whatever muscle the Rosiers had deigned to leave behind for show. He stepped out of the tent and crossed 3 rows down, rapping on the pole before calling, announced. Don't hex. Inside, Bathsheba looked up from the floor, glass of wine in hand, legs folded beneath her. Aurora sat cross-legged beside her, Septima perched halfway up a cushion pile, and Charity was giggling into her drink. They looked up, relaxed and half-buzzed, until they saw his face. A bird told me there might be an attack, he said. Be sharp. In an instant, the laughter was gone. Glasses were set down. Wands came out. He didn't tell them who the bird was. If Draco had gone through the trouble of playing spy in a cloak and glamour, it felt wrong to toss him to the wolves. For all Cashin knew, the kid would get throttled by his father just for speaking to him. So he left it vague, then left the tent entirely. As he walked, he flicked his wand every few steps, laying rune anchors along the way. A net of quiet little pulse-work charms. Just in case. The sort of thing you only bothered with if you were half sure something would go wrong and too stubborn to sit still and wait for it. Which made him wonder if Draco was taking the piss. Wouldn't be the first time. Wasn't like they had Sunday brunches in heart-to-hearts. And Draco hadn't exactly been lining up to play messenger boy for the greater good. Cashin couldn't think of a single solid reason for him to try and help, unless he'd got wind of something and panicked. Or someone had made him. Cashin tried to track down Lucian. Started with the family sectors, then the security lanes. Asked a few aides. Got a dozen polite shrugs and one house elf who offered him soup. No Lucian. No Armand, no Alistair, not even Basil bobbing around in his ridiculous robes. Whole bloody branch had vanished. Cashin's jaw tightened. Not great. Cashin debated warning the others, start throwing up alerts, have the DMLE tighten the perimeter, but the crowd was already half feral. Someone sparked a wand too bright, you'd have a panic stampede and a dozen lawsuits by morning. He needed someone useful. Someone with authority. Preferably not drunk. He still thought all this could be a trick, a prank, but well. Better awkward than dead. He found the DMLE chief on the northern path, overseeing security rotations. The crowd was thinner there, half a dozen officers posted with wands tucked just beneath their cloaks. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood at the center of it all. When Cashin finally came face to face with the man, he had to admit, just privately, mind, it was a bit impressive. The man looked like he hadn't blinked since sunrise, tall as a bloody tree and built like someone who bench-pressed trolls for fun. He slowed, shoving his hands into his coat pockets, and gave the man a once-over. The man clearly didn't like him. Which, honestly, made Cashin like him more. No fake smiles or pretend respect. And thank gods, none of that ministry hand-wringing. Shacklebolt, Cashin said, stopping a few feet short. Good. I was hoping for someone competent. Kingsley nodded upward. Rosier. Cashin checked over his shoulder, then said under his breath, heard there might be an attack tonight. Kingsley's eyes hardened. What sort of attack? If I knew that, Cashin said, I wouldn't be out here playing messenger boy, would I? Kingsley's eyes narrowed. Source. Anonymous, Cashin said. Dramatic. Possibly allergic to sincerity. Kingsley gave a tiny grunt. Cashin tilted his head. I wouldn't bother you if it felt like nothing. But someone went through a lot of effort to sound vague and mysterious, and unfortunately, I have a soft spot for weirdos in cloaks. Kingsley gave a flick of his wand. A lynx burst from the tip, brilliant silver, silent, fast. It bolted between tents, weaving through the night like it had somewhere very important to be. Your warning's appreciated, he said without looking up. Cashin gave a vague salute and turned away, not stopping. By the time he reached his tent, the sleep was long gone. He sat instead. There was nothing in his past life about this day. Either things had shifted because of him, or it wasn't that big of a deal. Or Draco was full of it. It could be any of the three. Or all of them. Comforting. Bathsheba returned close to midnight. She peeled the flap back, boots crunching softly. Nothing. She asked. He shook his head. We marked most of the proximity, she said. We'll know if anything happens. He muttered something noncommittal, rubbing his temples. He was halfway through convincing himself the boy had just fancied playing spy when the ground bucked. A sharp, rolling boom split the air, distant but heavy, from the far west side of the camp. Both were already on their feet. Tents rustled open. Aurora came barreling from hers, wand in hand, face tight. Septima wasn't far behind, barefoot and swearing under her breath. Charity was pointing at the sky. Cashin followed her gaze. Over the forest, green smoke curled upward, twisting like oil through water. His face darkened. He reached for his wand but paused mid-draw. You do it, he said, low. Yours'll go farther. Bathsheba nodded, expecto patronum. The dragon exploded from her wand with a scream, massive, iridescent, the wingspan of a nightmare. A Norwegian ridgeback, all steel and firelight, carved in light. It surged upward and tore through the sky, the flames of its mouth flickering as it went. High above, the dark mark hovered. But not for long. The dragon hit it head-on. Magic clashed in the air, smothering green with silver. The skull and serpent buckled, then cracked, smoke spiraling off the remnants as the patroness dissolved it into nothing. Cashin stood watching, jaw tight. Someone's bold, he said. He turned to the others. Protect the area and yourselves. I'm going in. Girls were about to stop him and put some sense into his head, but since Bathsheba was as calm as ever, the others shut up. Cashin gave them a quick grin, then vanished where he stood. A few gasps went up behind him, but he was already gone, slipping between tents as the shadows folded over him. He was still amateur at best at Concerts Umbri, but the panic rolling through the camp made the shadows easier to slip into. People were sprinting everywhere, tripping over tent ropes, dragging kids, shouting names. He ignored all of it. The Aurors already on rotation were herding the frightened toward the lit paths, barking orders, clearing lanes. When he reached the break in the treeline, he slowed. Kingsley and a handful of Aurors stood in a tight line, wands raised. Opposite them, half-ringed in torchlight, were cloaked figures. Masks. Hoods. Wands pointed at faces. Death Eaters. Cashin clenched his jaw and slipped around the edge of the nearest tent, cutting wide to find a better angle. If he came in from behind, he might draw a few away from the main group. Maybe give Kingsley's lot some room to breathe. He stepped over a fallen lantern, ducked behind a canvas pole, and caught a glimpse of one of the masked figures' shifting stance. Cashin moved further round, feet silent on the grass. He angled himself until he had a clean view of the line. Kingsley barked something he couldn't hear from where he stood. Cashin lifted his wand. His free hand moved, subtle as a twitch. Kingsley stiffened for a half-second, then gave the tiniest nod, like someone listening to a voice that wasn't there. Cashin took that as a yes. Lumos Noctis. The air around the Death Eaters swallowed itself. Light vanished, completely and unnaturally, draping them in a patch of black so thick it looked torn from the sky. Panic landed hard. What's happening? Who cast that? Aura started firing spells into the darkness before anyone could stop them, bright streaks of light vanishing into the shadows like they were trying to color in the black. None of them were aiming. Most weren't even looking. Cashin added a few of his own. He didn't know if the spell had hit anyone. Could have been 5 or none. Could have blown someone's teeth out or just singed a robe. Hard to say, given the dark swallowed every speck of light. Even the wand flashes didn't cut through it, they just vanished within. He held it a few seconds longer, weighing whether to drop it. The shouting hadn't stopped yet. Then, his brow pinched. The shadows warped slightly. Something inside was resisting him. Should have been impossible. That spell didn't have room for argument. He waved his wand and cancelled it out. The darkness peeled back like someone yanking a curtain. At the center of it all stood a house elf, half-crouched, supporting one of the Death Eaters. Cashin stepped forward, wand raised. Kingsley's voice cut sharp through the air. Stop. Too late. The elf snapped his fingers and vanished, dragging the Death Eater with him. Cashin swore under his breath. The aura surged forward, cutting down the rest quick, 2 dropped by stunners, 1 tackled by a cloak-heavy spell that flattened against a tree. A few tried to flee. Didn't get far. The ground was still lit with residual warding and half the DMLE was in motion now. A few managed to get out, vanishing into the woods. Neither Cashin nor the Auras chased. Could have been a trap, or worse, bait. They held the line until the last spell fizzled and the clearing stopped humming. Then, late as ever, the Rosier enforcers came trudging through the trees like they'd missed the memo. Lucian at the front, cloak all neat, wand unsmudged, face a picture of wounded pride. Cashin didn't bother to hide the stare. Where the hell were you? Lucian's jaw clicked. We were patrolling. By the time we arrived, it ended. Cashin waved a hand at the wreckage. Clearly. Lucian's lip twitched. Cashin turned to Kingsley. What do you think? Real Death Eaters or blokes playing dress-up? Kingsley gave Lucian a glance. Then Cashin. I don't think I've seen them before. Either new or hired. Cashin clicked his tongue, shifted his stance. Of course they are. Kingsley gave a brief nod. Thanks for the help. Cashin waved him off. Family business. He left it there and walked off. Bathsheba and the others were waiting at the tents, already taken control of the area. No one hurt. No damage on their end. The rest of the night was a sweep. Rosier enforcers fanned out, Auras ran checks across the forest edge and through the camp lanes. Stunners and shield charms still crackled faintly in the air. They found 2 with minor hex injuries, 1 kid with a twisted ankle, and a handful of tents torn to ribbons by stray spells. No deaths. Fortunately. Regulus and Magnus showed up not long after, storming in from the main ward line. They looked like they'd walked straight out of a diplomatic brawl and into a minefield. Not a great combination. Lucian got hauled into the family tent so fast he didn't even have time to straighten his collar. Cashin followed without being told. Magnus' glare had all the subtlety of a thrown axe. The tent flap shut behind them. Magnus didn't bother easing in. What the hell happened? Lucian lifted his chin. We were patrolling. Patrolling where? Regulus cut in, arms folded, voice sharp. Eastern boundary, Lucian said, tight. We were covering gaps in the second ward ring. And missed a full-blown raid 300 feet from the northern pitch, Magnus snapped. You realize if that had gone wrong, our name would be done. Lucian's face twitched. We had rotation patterns. Cashin leaned against a post. You left your entire sector hollow. Anyone with half a brain could have slipped through. You're not part of the enforcer unit, Lucian muttered. No, Cashin said. But I'm still not the one who showed up 10 minutes after the fight ended. Regulus stared at Lucian like he was weighing the exact cost of his mistake. If something had happened to any delegate, we'd be a headline by sunrise. And not the kind we can bury. Lucian didn't answer. Magnus turned away, jaw clenched. Cashin pushed off the post. Great. I'll go not sleep now. The next morning, the papers were borderline smug about how quickly they'd found a hero. Hello all. How's everyone doing? How's the new year treating you so far? Anyone rich yet? Remember the pact we made? About Bathsheda's patroness, I hinted back in chapter 145 that she has another one now. Patronuses can change in canon, though usually there aren't two at the same time. Bathsheda does have two now, though, her Kestrel and the new dragon. This isn't because there's any chance of someone else living inside her, I shut that possibility down earlier, but I wanted to make it clear. The double patroness is happening for a different reason. More on that later. As for Bathsheda's ability to see the timeline without Cashin, it works in hindsight. I really want to make that superhero school joke, lol. Anyway, she sees things from her point of view, and as they happen. For example, if the current timeline is on August 25th, she has knowledge up to that point, no further. And she doesn't have all the knowledge about the world, just what she would have originally known. So she wouldn't know what Harry and the others are up to unless it was made public. Hope this clears it up. Collapse. The next morning, the papers were borderline smug about how quickly they'd found a hero. DMLE foils night raid. Rosier Air leads counter-strike. A model of British resolve. Cashin nearly choked on his tea. He read the first line again. Then the second. Then looked over the rim of his cup at Bathsheda, who was still half buried in blankets. They've given Lucian a medal, he said. She didn't even lift her head. Congratulations to him. Yes. Very proud. Didn't know unconscious arrival counted as tactical brilliance these days. Every article named the DMLE as the frontline heroes, praising Kingsley's coordination. Exactly what Cashin had asked him to do. Kingsley had kept his word, no mention of the tip-off, no mention of which Rosier's son had actually fought through the mess. Everything vague, clean, politically convenient. Which meant all credit went to Lucian, the responsible Rosier, the eldest, the heir, the one officially assigned to security. Regulus and Magnus were walking lighter than he'd seen in months. The relief coming off them could have powered a small village. Every international delegation suddenly wanted a word, wanted assurances, wanted the Rosiers to know how grateful they were that their eldest boy handled things so efficiently. Cashin received a pat on the shoulder from Magnus that nearly dislocated something. Regulus gave him a look that, if translated, said I owe you one and you might be my new favorite. Cashin shivered. Lucian looked like he might crack a tooth. Every time Cashin walked into view, Lucian's jaw twitched like he had a parasite chewing its way to daylight. The dark mark also vanished from the rumor mill in record time. By noon, the running story was that a giant dragon patroness had swooped in and burned it out of the sky. Many assumed it was Master G who'd cast the dragon. Who else could summon something that size and burn a dark mark out of the sky? It made sense to people. Comforting, even. A magical titan cleaning up the mess. It also did wonders for international cooperation. The moment rumors spread that Master G had swooped in to protect the camp, half the delegation softened overnight. Master G didn't confirm it. Didn't deny it either. He simply sipped his tea whenever someone thanked him. Cashin and the others didn't correct anyone. Bathsheda had no intention of revealing her second patroness, and Cashin wasn't about to hand the ministry another thing to pester her about. The only sour thing in the whole event was, of course, Rita Skeeter. When the draft of her article landed in front of Cashin, he had to give her some credit, grudgingly, with a sigh and an eye roll, but credit nonetheless. It was nasty, no question. But it was sharp. She'd sniffed out things that weren't meant to leave the war room. Like the bit about Lucian being chewed out behind closed doors. Regulus had done most of the talking. Magnus had loomed and broken a chair by accident. No one was meant to know that. She also caught wind that it was a woman who cast the patroness, massive and silvery and dragon-shaped, but her sources couldn't get closer to the scene. And then there was the part that made Cashin sit back in his chair. Witnesses describe a dark patch settling over the field, cutting off the attackers from outside help. Details remain unclear, but it is believed to be highly advanced ward work, origin unknown. Cashin frowned, hard. He hadn't sensed another caster. His wards hadn't picked up anything unexpected. Granted, he hadn't exactly had time to run a diagnostic mid-battle, but he was thorough. He didn't leave gaps. Someone either slipped in under his nose, or, worse, knew how to mask their work well enough to hide it from him entirely. He rubbed a hand over his mouth, reading that section again. Then again, how the hell had she learned all that? Lucky for them, the Prophet's owner had more sense than spine. He brought the draft to Magnus himself, sweating like a hog in July and asking, very politely, if it was all right to publish. It wasn't. By the time Magnus finished explaining things to him, in that slow, quiet way that made grown men rethink their lives, Rita was strongly, thoroughly, and permanently forbidden from printing any of it. Eventually, she backed off. Either someone paid her off, or someone reminded her that leaking classified magical defense tactics, especially during an international summit, was a very fast way to end up cursed, sued, or socially obliterated. Probably all three. Cashin knew Rita Skeeter. He'd grown up around reporters. As the not quite heir but very much a rosier, he'd dealt with every quill-happy vulture the Prophet ever birthed. The old Cashin couldn't hold his tongue to save his life, and had given the absolute worst interviews imaginable. Combative, petty, full of pointed corrections and dripping sarcasm. At one point he'd flat out told a journalist that if she wanted a quote, she could kiss him for it. After that disaster, the Prophet's owner made it policy to run every Cashin Rosier feature past Regulus or Magnus first. Saved them all a lot of embarrassment. And bruised egos. And lawsuits. So yes, Cashin knew Rita Skeeter. She was bold. Viciously curious. Had a nose like a bloodhound and a spine made of steel broom bristles. She was clever, and annoyingly hard to corner. Was she good? Yes. But not this good. And definitely not this reckless. That last article. She'd gotten inside information. From a sealed war room. From within the defensive ward analysis. From somewhere deep enough that Cashin hadn't noticed the leak. What's changed? He muttered. A few days later, they found themselves on Bathsheba's sofa in her flat in Diagon Alley. Curtains drawn, tea cooling on the table, the two of them buried under a pile of blankets like hibernating creatures. Cashin let his head tip back. Still no idea why Draco tipped me off. Bathsheba shifted, tugging the blanket over his shoulder. He stared at the ceiling. Lucius wasn't among the Death Eaters. Pretty sure, anyway. So the kid must have overheard something. Or somebody said too much. He probably couldn't say more even if he tried. Bathsheba hummed again. That was the extent of her contribution to the mystery. Cashin nudged her knee. Ready for the new year. She didn't answer with words, she yanked him under the blankets properly and wrapped an arm around him like he was a particularly clingy pillow. No, she said into his shoulder. We've a meeting in an hour. Dumbledore's revealing something major. Cashin groaned and tucked her closer. Can we skip it? She sighed. Sadly no. An hour later, both of them looked far too awake for people wrenched from blanket paradise. Cashin and Bathsheba slipped into their usual seats. Cashin leaned close. If this meeting is about Quidditch regulations, I don't care anymore. McGonagall glared. Cashin grinned. Dumbledore entered then. Thank you for coming, Dumbledore said, settling his hands on the edge of the table. We are reinstating the Triwizard Tournament. The room stopped breathing. Cashin stilled, tea halfway to his mouth. That name rang loud in the space behind his ribs, and not the good kind of echo. Uh-oh. After Dumbledore explained the details, Cashin raised his hand. Slowly. Like someone volunteering to point out the house was already on fire. Dumbledore paused, then nodded. Yes, Cashin. Cashin gestured loosely. That first stage? It won't work. The room twitched. Dumbledore blinked. And why is that? Cashin deadpanned, it's a bit private. No offense. Something we revealed back in Greece. You should know. Dumbledore frowned. He closed his eyes for a moment, like he was flipping through a filing cabinet in his skull, then looked straight at Bathsheba. Oh. My. His mouth thinned. I can see how that could cause trouble. Cashin and Bathsheba nodded, not saying more. Dumbledore got to his feet so quickly his chair skidded back a few inches. I'll speak with the other 4 headmasters and the committee at once. They might drag their feet, since this isn't something we can do often. We'll see how it goes. The next evening had a proper downpour. Roads turned to puddles, cloaks stuck to ankles, and the ceiling charms in the Great Hall were doing their best impression of a leaking boat. Dumbledore stood already halfway through the usual feast preamble, arms raised like Moses parting the mashed potatoes. Students barely looked up, too busy stuffing their faces after the summer stretch. The ceiling rumbled again. So, said Dumbledore, bright as ever, now that we're all thoroughly fed and watered. I must ask for your attention again while I go through a few notices. Mr. Filch, our ever-vigilant caretaker, wants me to inform you that the list of banned items has grown once more. A few students snorted. Someone in the back muttered something about black market snacks. Now, Dumbledore said, tone shifting just slightly, it's my unfortunate duty to announce that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not be held this year. Several forks froze mid-air. What? Harry gasped, his voice slicing through the chatter. At the Gryffindor table, Fred and George had gone stiff, mouths hanging open. They were mouthing words, but none of them came out. Just stunned blinking and a silent, horrified synchronization. Dumbledore went on. This is due to an event that will begin in October and run for the remainder of the year. It'll take up a considerable portion of the staff's time, but I believe you'll all find it rather enjoyable. I am pleased to announce that this year, Hogwarts will be hosting. The rest was swallowed by a thunderclap. The Great Hall doors slammed open so hard several students jumped. Some spilled pumpkin juice. Wood bounced off stone. Every head turned. A figure stood there in the entrance, drenched from head to heel. The limp of his leg dragging with every step, a wet clink-clunk that echoed like a slow metronome of doom. Cashin narrowed his eyes. Alastair Bloody Moody, who looked as if he'd chewed through 3 wars and came out with worse manners. His coat was half off, drenched and dragging. His face looked like someone had stolen bits from a scarecrow and glued them to a thundercloud. Moody made it all the way to the high table before Dumbledore greeted him with a hug. Everyone, Dumbledore announced, smiling wide, may I introduce Professor Alastair Moody. He will be joining us this year as our new defense against the dark arts professor. Polite applause followed. Hesitant. A bit confused. A few claps stopped halfway. Cashin stared at Moody as the man thumped into the seat 2 chairs down. The fake eye swiveled straight at him the moment Moody sat, locked, unblinking, whirring. Cashin didn't look away. Neither did the eye. It was a ridiculous standoff. Moody spoke to Dumbledore with one normal eye, the magical one fixed on Cashin like it was waiting for him to confess to something. Cashin wasn't blinking out of spite at that point. He could feel Bathsheda's sigh brewing beside him. It was only when she nudged his elbow, hard, that he finally tore his gaze away. What's wrong? She murmured. Cashin rubbed the side of his face. I don't know. Dumbledore cleared his throat. As I was saying, he said, flashing a mild smile at the sea of students, most of whom were still too busy staring at Mad-Eye Moody, we are to have the honor of hosting a rather exciting event over the coming months. One that hasn't been held in over a century. Dumbledore went on, the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year. Fred Weasley nearly fell off the bench. You're joking. The tension that had strangled the hall since Moody's storm-limp entrance broke in a heartbeat. Laughter rippled through the room. Even Dumbledore chuckled. I am not joking, Mr. Weasley, he said, eyes glinting. Though now that you mention it, I did hear an excellent one over the summer. Something about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun walking into a bar. Maybe not the time, McGonagall said, daring anyone to make more joke out of it. Yes, quite right, Dumbledore nodded. Now, where was I? Ah. The Triwizard Tournament. There are some upgrades to the tournament. He straightened, a bit of pride sneaking into his tone. This year, instead we will be hosting the Quintic Magic Tournament. Dumbledore carried on as though unveiling a great treasure. The heads of Bosbatons, Durmstrang, Feng Huang, and Uagadou will be arriving in October with their final shortlists. Selection for the 5 champions will take place on Halloween. 1 from each school, including Hogwarts. All 5 will compete for the Quintic Magic Cup, school glory, and 1,000 galleons in prize money. Fred Weasley lit up like someone had thrown a lumos straight in his face. I'm going for it. He hissed to George. Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Quintic Magic Cup to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, eyes flicking from table to table, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction this year. That earned a couple mutters. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. The grumbling turned into sharp outrage in some corners. Fred and George looked personally betrayed. This, Dumbledore went on, now raising his voice a bit over the growing racket, is a measure we feel is necessary. I will personally ensure that no underage student manages to hoodwink our impartial judge into choosing them as Hogwarts champion. He looked directly at the twins. His eyes twinkled. Their faces did not. I therefore beg you not to waste your time submitting yourself if you are under 17. The delegations from 4 schools will be arriving in October and will remain with us for the greater part of the year, Dumbledore continued. I know you will all extend the proper courtesies to our guests, and give your wholehearted support to whichever Hogwarts student is chosen to represent us. He clasped his hands, beaming. And now, it's late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and well rested for tomorrow's lessons. Several groaned audibly. Bedtime. Chop chop. He sat down again, turning to say something to Moody, who gave a grunt. Benches scraped back in protest, students grumbling their way out of the hall. Some were already plotting ways around whatever Dumbledore would come up with. They can't do that. George snapped, still standing by the table, glaring up at Dumbledore. We're 17 in April. Fred added, arms folded, scowl deepening. Why can't we have a shot? They're not stopping me entering, Fred muttered as they finally joined the trickle toward the doors. Champions'll get to do all sorts you'd never be allowed to otherwise. And 1,000 galleons. Upon returning to Bathsheda's room, Cashin kicked the door shut and started pacing back and forth. It's not good. Bathsheda didn't look up from the shelf she was sorting. What now? He swung around, pointing at nothing in particular. Do you remember that age ring test I do with first years? She frowned. Yet. He gave a sharp, humorless laugh. Yet. So I've been wondering where I got the idea from. Guess what? The moment Dumbledore mentioned the cup, it clicked. She stilled. You mean? Yup, he said, flopping onto the couch like a man facing his own poorly disguised crimes. I think our dear headmaster's grand assurance, personally ensuring no underage student manages to hoodwink our impartial judge, might not be that foolproof. Bathsheda dragged a hand down her face. Maybe he remembers your lessons and changed it. Cashin perked up, hopeful. You think? She looked half convinced. Maybe. But telling him would mean outing your little secret. He sighed, covering his eyes. Great. More waiting. My favorite. She didn't respond with sympathy. She climbed over the back of the sofa and dropped herself on top of him, arms settling around his shoulders. Your selective memory's causing chaos again. He groaned into the cushion. Tell me about it. She chuckled, shifting to steal half his blanket. Neither of them moved after that. Not even when the window rattled from a storm rolling in. The real chaos would come soon enough. After Bath's Haida returned to her room to prepare her teaching materials, and Cashin was about to go to sleep, someone knocked on the door. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Did she forget something? He muttered. No, Bath's Haida wouldn't knock. His brows drew together as he opened the door. Mr. Potter. Sneaking out, are we? The kid kept glancing over his shoulder, nerves all over him like a second cloak. He gave a sheepish chuckle. I wanted to talk to you about something important, sir. Cashin stepped aside, waving him in. Come on, then. Don't drip all over my floor while you're at it. He flicked his wand at the kettle as he shut the door, and it hissed as if it too resented being dragged out of sleep. Cashin pointed at the chair near the hearth. Harry dropped into it, hands tight in his lap. Cashin leaned back against the table, arms crossed. Right. Go on. Harry glanced toward the window before he started. It's about my scar. It hurt. Before the World Cup. Badly. Cashin raised an eyebrow. When exactly? Night before the match, Harry said. I had this dream. Or it felt like a dream. There was this room, stone walls, firelight, a chair turned away from me. I think someone was sitting in it. He fidgeted with his sleeve, fingers twitching at the cuff. Cashin tilted his head. And there was a man, Harry went on, voice almost a whisper now. He called the thing in the chair my lord. Then there was a snake. Huge. It was, watching me. He swallowed hard. Then someone else came in. A man, I couldn't see him properly. But they killed him. The snake attacked. That's when I woke up. My scar felt like it was burning. Cashin stayed quiet for a beat. Why didn't you come sooner? Harry's mouth twitched. I meant to. I didn't know if it mattered. And then everything happened, A&D. Cashin moved to the shelf behind him, grabbed 2 mugs, and poured. Told anyone else? Harry shook his head. Just serious. He said to keep an eye on it. Right again if it gets worse. Cashin handed him a mug. Drink first. Harry took it, fingers curling tight round the handle. He stared into his tea. It felt like I was there. Then you probably were, Cashin said. Not bodily, but close. Connection still tethered somewhere. Harry glanced up. You think it's him? Cashin frowned. Dark mark at the World Cup. Death Eaters crawling out of retirement. And now Harry dreaming about giant snakes and murder meetings. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Another year and Potter at the center of it. 2 years ago they dealt with 2 Horcruxes and, as far as Cashin was concerned, the odds of that being all of them were about the same as Severus smiling. He rubbed the back of his neck. I think there's a connection between you two. Harry's face pulled in tight. He clearly hated that. Cashin let out a breath. Right. Not the fun sort of news. Sadly, that's what we've got. Which means, he tapped the side of his head, it's high time you learned occlumency, Mr. Potter. Harry blinked. What is that? Cashin paused, then sighed. Well, simplest way to put it. It's mental fencing. Keeps people out of your head. Stops dreams like the one you had from turning into something worse. Harry's eyes widened. People can get into your mind. Cashin chuckled. I had the same reaction when I first heard it, believe me. Worst part is if you don't learn occlumency, you won't even know someone's poking around in there. Normally, you'd just avoid eye contact and hope for the best, but in your case. He gave Harry a look. One that said you've already missed that train, mate. Harry shifted in the chair, eyes flicking to the fire. Because of the scar. Cashin gave a grave nod. I'm afraid so. I'll talk to the headmaster, see if we can find you a proper teacher. Harry brightened a little. Can't you teach me? Cashin paused, frowning at the fire. He could do it. He wasn't bad at occlumency, but he had a natural buffer so he really couldn't relate, and teaching it was another beast entirely. Bath's Haida could help, but Ash would make the whole thing a nightmare. Maybe not, Cashin said at last. Let's see what the headmaster decides. Harry deflated fast enough Cashin could practically hear the air leaving him. He stood and patted the boy's shoulder. Come on, don't let it drag you down. You need to get a grip on this. So far it looks unintentional, more bleed through than anything. But if you don't learn to control it, you're letting Voldemort steer the wheel. He was a master at occlumency and legilimency. Harry frowned. Legilimency. Cashin flicked a hand. Never mind. Different nightmare for a different day. Go on, bed. Harry nodded and slipped under his cloak, vanishing in a ripple of fabric as he headed for the door. Cashin shut it, locked it, and headed straight for the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was buried in parchment, stacks of it spilling over the sides of his desk like a small paper avalanche. Fawkes snored from his perch in the corner, beak tucked into his wing, completely ignoring the state of administrative chaos around him. Cashin stepped in after knocking. Cashin. Dumbledore looked up, surprised. You're out late. Cashin dropped into the chair opposite. It's Potter. Dumbledore's expression tightened. Is he hurt? No. But his scar is being nosy. Dumbledore set down his quill. Tell me. Cashin walked him through the dream. The stone room. The snake. The man killed. The scar pain. Dumbledore listened without blinking. When Cashin finished, the old man leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. As I feared. Cashin rubbed his temple. Potter needs a clemency. Sooner rather than later. Dumbledore nodded. I was planning to introduce it later. Give him a chance to grow up a bit. But I fear we can't wait. Cashin pushed himself up from the chair. He took 2 steps toward the door, then stopped and looked back. Don't let Moody teach Mr. Potter. Please. That actually made Dumbledore frown. Deep lines, all gathered at once. Why? Cashin shrugged, hand flicking out slightly. No reason. Just, don't. Baths Haida and I can't take it on either. Dumbledore watched him for a moment, the way he did when weighing something no one else could see. Then he dipped his head. I will find the right teacher. Good night, headmaster. Cashin left before the old man could add anything else. He didn't fancy another round of cryptic wisdom or gentle prodding. Next morning, Cashin stepped into the classroom and stopped just inside the door, dragging a sigh. Right. OWL level history. All houses together. Oh joy. A few chuckles rolled in, mostly from the Gryffindor end. Fred and George perked up immediately, throwing on their best fake serious faces. Cashin gave them a flat look and headed to his desk. He swung one leg over the edge, sat, and waved his wand lazily. The blackboard behind him shifted with a soft clack, lines sketching themselves into place. Let's go easy this week. Ease into it. Do you all still remember the Confundus charm you learned last year? Most nodded. A few looked like they were pretending to remember and hoping he didn't call them out. Good. This one's a mess. One of the interesting ones, though. He flicked his wand, his mug appearing in his hand. As you've heard me say 1,000 times, spells are born from need. And they usually evolve in a straight-ish line. Tweaked, refined, polished over generations. But Confundus? Well, no. Confundus couldn't be bothered to follow the rules. He leaned back slightly. Because the reason you confund someone can be anything. Win a match, dodge a curse, rob a bank, avoid awkward conversation. Possibilities are endless. And because of that, the spells changed a lot. It branched. Keeps branching. He nodded at Cedric, who was flipping his quill between his fingers. You ever heard of the Colchis? Cedric blinked. No, sir. Didn't think so. Most haven't. They were a northern tribe that lived halfway up the southern cliffs of what's now Georgia, country. Early users of water-lined magic. Used Confundus-style charms not to confuse people. Their version of Confundus wasn't about confusion, it was about shifting intent. He grinned as he got up. Right then. Anyone want to guess why and how and earn an early 20 points? A handful of hands went up. He pointed at Kenneth because, bless him, the boy's brain ran on something entirely its own, and Cashin secretly loved the chaos of hearing his attempts. Kenneth sat up straighter. Well, intent's sort of the spine of spellcasting, isn't it? So if someone can nudge intent, even a little, then the spell you cast comes out cleaner. Almost like, adjusting the aim before you actually fire it. The class stared. Every single one of them. Even Cashin's jaw dipped for a second. Fred shot to his feet, arm outstretched like he was accusing a dark wizard in court. Who are you? Every head turned. George stood too, eyes wide with mock horror. Polyjuice. Someone's nicked our sweet Kenneth. Cashin glared at them, deadpan. Sit down. The twins collapsed back into their seats, grinning. Kenneth blinked at them, still chewing the end of his quill, completely unaware he'd been replaced. Cashin shook his head to get himself moving again. Well. 20 points to Gryffindor. Kenneth beamed. Yay. Cashin took another look, mildly unsettled. Where was I? Colchis. They used water-lined magic for everything. Drinking, rituals, fishing, petty arguments. If it involved water, they tried a spell on it. He stepped out from the desk. As I said earlier, he went on, they didn't want to tangle thoughts. They weren't trying to make someone forget what they were doing. They wanted to nudge intent. Tiny shift. Barely a push. Also they could teach intent to the younger ones. He paced the aisle, hands in his pockets, eyes sliding over a sea of frowns. Yup, he said, popping the pea that is the great, noble origin of the widely used menace people abuse nowadays. It started as a teaching tool. For children. A few students blinked. One Slytherin mouthed what at Pusey. Cashin pointed at them. You see, like I've said far too many times, and as Mr. Towler added before I could get there, intent is the backbone of working magic. If you don't know what you mean, magic doesn't care how pretty your wand movement is. Nothing happens. Maybe a spark. Maybe it kicks back. Usually embarrassment. Fred saluted him with his quill. Now picture the Colchis, Cashin said. Lived up cliff faces. Spent half their time dangling over rivers or arguing with currents. Their spellcraft was all about directing flow. Shaping it. Matching it. But they're kids. He flicked his wrist. hopeless. Because, shock, they'd never seen what the spells were meant to do out in the wild. Hard to mimic a tide shift when the only water you know is whatever's boiling in a pot. Alicia snorted quietly. Cashin pointed the chalk at her without looking. Correct reaction. Their elders agreed. So one of the chiefs, bit of an inventor, bit mad, comes up with a plan. What if, he says, I can tweak their intent before they even cast. Carve the right instinct into their heads. Give them a safe version of the danger first. He paused, letting that hang. Cedric raised his hand halfway. So, they cheated at teaching. Cashin snapped his fingers at him. Precisely. Brilliant, and disastrous. He let the class enjoy the paradox, then waved 2 fingers at the board. It started writing Calcus variant I, pre-intent adjustment. Roger Davies squinted. Why isn't this one taught anymore, sir? Cashin sighed, started pacing again. Because it made learning effortless for the wrong reasons. You lot think easy equals good. It doesn't. One day, when you're older and one of you's trying to raise a half-feral goblin of your own, you'll learn, making things easy for kids isn't the same as raising them right. Challenge, hardship, and a bit of healthy failure, that's what sticks. Angelina muttered, my mum says that about chores. Cashin nodded. Your mum's right. Tell her I said so. More than a few snickers rolled through the class. The Calcus meant well, but they ended up creating a shortcut. Something that nudged intent before the caster even formed it. Without struggle, or build-up, just a ready-made instinct slapped in their skulls. He flicked his wand, and the chalk written and underlined, spellcraft dependency. That shortcut. He pointed at the words. It worked. Too well. Kids learned faster, sure. But when they tried to move beyond it, they hit a wall. They'd never actually learned how to control their own intent. Just how to mimic what the spell wanted them to feel. Miles looked baffled. But couldn't they just stop using it? Cashin raised both eyebrows. You ever try unlearning a habit your brain thinks is helping you? Go on, spend a month walking with your knees locked, then tell me how fun stairs are. Alicia made a face. Sounds like a curse. Worse, Cashin said. It's a bad habit with a wand. There's nothing more dangerous. Fast forward a few centuries. Calcus dissolve, their cliffside magic dribbles into Eastern Europe, a few Slavic communities pick it up, polish it, tweak the edges, and suddenly we've got a confundus charm that can knock someone's thoughts loose just long enough to convince them they've already had the conversation. He then waved his wand, and a string of illusions unfurled above the desks, soft, floating scenes shifting like pages turning in midair. People from all over the world appeared in quick flashes, a shepherd on a hillside muttering at a rival, a street market in old Samarkand where 2 boys tried to cheat a trader, a Venetian gondolier flicking his wand at a rich couple, a group of witches arguing over fishing rights somewhere damp and cold. Cashin jerked his chin at the moving scenes. As I said at the start, once that well-meant Calcus variant left its cliff and traveled, every place it landed twisted it. Tribe to tribe, village to village, then cities. Most of them used it to nudge, confuse, distract, some to cheat. Others to win fights they shouldn't win. A few, obviously, got creative in the deeply stupid way. One of the illusions showed 2 wizards shoving each other on a bridge, one of them clearly far too amused as the other spun the wrong direction and fell into a canal. Pusey winced. Bit harsh. Cashin pointed the wand at the scene. This is the polite end. Some groups used it in feuds. Some in interrogation. One lot in northern Italy used it to convince rivals their own shadows were talking back to them. Took them 2 decades to get them to stop. Cedric rubbed his forehead. Sir, how do people even stop a spell like that spreading? You can't. They didn't, Cashin said. Too versatile. Too tempting. And half the communities convinced themselves their version was harmless. Spoiler, none of them were. Because once you've got a spell that lets you twist what someone's trying to do, it's only a matter of time before some bright spark decides it's the perfect shortcut to something worse. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Once a spell spreads this far, the only thing you can do is legalize it and teach people how not to be menaces. Same as knives. Can fill your stomach, can empty your neighbor's. Depends on who's holding it. A few quills scratched faster. Confundus is the same. You can twist someone's aim, or you can keep a kid from hexing their own foot off. Up to you. Violence, punishments, threats. I am not fan, Bullet, and they make people think twice. Sometimes that's enough. Be decent human beings, yet. Try not to ruin anyone's life for a laugh. Fred mouthed something at George. Cashin clapped his hands lightly. 2 feet on alternative applications of Confundus. 1 foot on why you shouldn't use it for selfish nonsense. A soft groan rolled through the room. Dismissed. Chairs scraped. Bags zipped. Cedric lingered like he wanted to ask something, then thought better of it. Roger nearly walked straight into the doorframe because he was still reading his notes. The twins tried to synchronize a salute but gave up halfway. Cashin stayed where he was, perched on the desk, watching them spill out. Kenneth paused in the doorway. Sir? Can you teach me the Calcus one? Cashin snorted. Absolutely not. Get out. Kenneth left cheerfully. Cashin flicked his wand. The illusions shivered and dissolved. Troublesome menaces. He snorted. Should teach all years early. I feel it might come in handy. Announcement. Oof, I've been writing a lot of author notes lately. In the previous chapter, the reason I referred to 6th year students as O.W.L.S. was because I was thinking of them like grad students. That said, when I first published this chapter, I was told the same thing. I meant to change it, but either the edit didn't go through or I simply forgot. All in all, N.E.W.T level doesn't feel right either, since they are 2 years away from that. In any case, the twin Gryffindors, Cedric, etc. are all 6th year students. It wasn't timeline issue but that I used the wrong term. Cashin was nearly out the door, halfway through deciding if the staff room tea was worth seeing Severus's face, when the door banged open and Hermione barreled in. Neville trailed behind her, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, including a potions quiz. Cashin blinked. Where's the rest of you? Neville tried to mumble something vague, but Hermione steamrolled him. They're brutal slave owners. Cashin tilted his head. Sorry, what now? Neville sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. She learned about the house elves. In the kitchens. Ah, Cashin said, nodding. That'll do it. Did you think your birthday cakes floated up from the sewers? Hermione looked like he'd just drop-kicked a unicorn. I thought it was Hogwarts magic. He spread his hands. Well, it is. Just, attached to very small, very overworked bodies. You. Her voice cracked halfway up the octave scale. You knew all this time. Cashin shrugged. I've been to the kitchens more often than I've been to my classes. So yet. She gawked at him, eyes wide and blazing. How can you say that so casually? This is exploitation. A whole species, forced into it. Cashin sighed. Honestly, he'd thought the same at first. Coming from 2025, the idea of tiny magical creatures ironing pillowcases for free was a hard one to swallow. But house elves were called that for a reason. And no lecture was going to fix it. He turned on his heel. Come on. Hermione stomped after him, bag swinging. Neville lingered. Am I needed? Cashin shot him a grin. Yes. Neville groaned and followed. They stopped outside the heavy painting of a fruit bowl. Cashin reached out, tickled the pair. It giggled, then turned into a doorknob. He pushed it open with a flourish. Ta-ta. Welcome to the kitchens. The warmth hit first, stew, fresh bread, something sweet. The clatter of pots, the rush of spells, and more than a few squeaky voices filled the air. Dozens of house elves bustled about, bouncing between enchanted ladles and floating trays like a swarm of tiny, apron-clad hurricanes. Hermione froze, eyes wide. Cashin ignored her. Boppy. With a sharp crack, a small house elf appeared right in front of them. His ears flapped as he bowed so low his nose brushed the flagstones. Master Professor. Boppy squeaked, beaming. What can Boppy do for you? Cashin crouched, one hand on the elf's shoulder. Say, Boppy. How's Hogwarts treating you? Boppy's eyes went glassy. Oh. Hogwarts be blessing Boppy, sir. Warm beds. Kind masters. Magic work. Boppy be so proud. Would you like to do anything else? Cashin asked. Boppy blinked. Else, what, sir? Cashin raised both brows. What if you didn't have to work? Just stayed in Hogwarts, did whatever you liked, no orders, no cooking. Boppy made a sound halfway between a gasp and a sob. No working? No ironing? No cooking? No magic? Cashin shrugged. Yet. Lounge about. Kick your feet up. Nap in the sun like a cat. Boppy clutched his apron, horrified. That'd be horrible, sir. Horrible. Boppy be useless then. Good for nothing elf. Hermione opened her mouth. Cashin shot her a glance. She closed it again. He kept going. All right. Say we let you leave Hogwarts. Go anywhere. Live in Diagon Alley, eat biscuits, see the world. No masters, no duties. Boppy blinked. Leave Hogwarts. The idea clearly hadn't registered until now. His knees wobbled. Leave Hogwarts, where Boppy be born, where Boppy's great-great-great-granny polished the third-floor gargoyles with toothbrushes. Cashin winced. That's oddly specific. Sir, Boppy whimpered, lip trembling, Boppy loves Hogwarts. Boppy never wants to leave. Never. Hermione's fingers twitched around the strap of her bag. Cashin didn't give her a chance to interject. He crouched a little closer. Last one. You want a sock? Boppy recoiled like he'd been offered a live scorpion. No. Master, no. Please, no. Boppy be good. Boppy don't need clothes. Boppy don't want clothes. The tears hit full force then, great wobbling drops sliding down his cheeks. He grabbed Cashin's robes and wailed, please don't be giving Boppy a sock, Master Professor. Boppy be loyal. Boppy never betray Hogwarts. Cashin sighed through his nose. No sock, Boppy. The elf sniffled, clung a little tighter, then let go with a series of exaggerated bows that nearly knocked his forehead into the stone floor. Thank you, Master Professor, thank you. Cashin rose, turned to Hermione. She looked stricken. He spread his hands. I don't make the rules. This is what you're dealing with. Hermione swallowed. But they don't know better. They've been conditioned. They've also been around for centuries, and trust me, most of them have more magic in their pinky than a 6th-year Ravenclaw on sugar, Cashin said, accepting a tray from Tweak, who gave a low bow before vanishing back into the blur of kitchen noise. Neville took one from Nitwit with a quiet thank you. Hermione refused. Cashin waved Boppy off. I'm not giving you a sock, Boppy. Settle down. Was just asking. Boppy's whole face lit up, then he zipped off with a crack of glee. Cashin turned and headed for the door, already biting into one of the pastries. He spoke through it. What are dragons, Miss Granger? Hermione blinked, still a bit glassy. Magical creatures. Large, winged. Reptilian. Breathe fire. Extremely dangerous. Native to several regions. Cashin crammed more pastry into his mouth. And what's their nature? She frowned. Predatory. Why? They're carnivores. Plenty of carnivores don't go setting forests on fire. Why are they so violent? They're territorial, she said slowly, and defensive. Most attacks are provoked. Right, Cashin nodded, licking sugar off his thumb. So what's the fire for? You reckon that's polite conversation in dragon culture? Bit of flame to say hello. Hermione pursed her lips. It's an evolved defense. Against what? He asked, glancing back over his shoulder. The sky? Trees? I don't remember hearing about any airborne fireproof predators giving dragons grief. Neville cleared his throat softly. Could be other dragons. Cashin shot him a finger gun. Possibly. Not bad, Longbottom. But if you're a massive apex predator, what are you defending yourself from? Most creatures back off when you sneeze. Hermione folded her arms, stubbornly clinging to logic. It's instinct. Dragons don't think like people. Nope, Cashin agreed. They think like creatures who were hunted. Long time ago, before wand-wielding became fashion, magical beasts weren't at the top of the food chain. Dragons learned to torch first, ask questions never. Hermione hesitated. So you're saying it's memory? Cashin tilted his head, tray balanced against his hip. Not memory like yours. Memory like, baked in dread. Comes out in instinct. Magic makes it worse. Puts the fear right in the bones. He popped the last bite of pastry in his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. Now swap dragon with house elf. Hermione's face twitched. That's not the same. Cashin pointed at her with the empty tray. Isn't it? Creature with loads of magic, but unlike dragons they don't fancy fighting or roasting villages. They like housework. Properly like it. They've got this symbiotic thing with the families they bond to. Their words, not mine. They live through the house, and the house lives through them. Peace is the whole point, so they made a pact ages ago. They serve, we protect. Hermione opened her mouth, nothing came out. Cashin gave her a little shrug. Do you know Dobby? She nodded. Cashin clicked his tongue. Good. Dobby. A sharp crack. A tiny blur of tea towel and nerves appeared. Professor Rosier. Dobby squeaked, bouncing on his toes. Cashin smiled. Dobby, you're a free elf, right? Yes, Dobby said proudly. Dobby is a free elf. Brilliant. Cashin gestured at the kitchen around them. So what are you doing in Hogwarts? Dobby tilted his head. Working. I gets paid. Cashin nodded. And why are you doing elf work? Dobby froze. Fully. Like someone had unplugged him. House elves can't do anything else, he whispered. Cashin reached out and gave the top of his head a quick pat. Cheers, Dobby. Sorry for the bother. Dobby bowed low, then vanished with another crack. Cashin turned back to Hermione. She looked gutted. Like someone had walked over her blueprint for a better world. Neville hovered near the wall, pretending to read the spice labels within a painting. Cashin spread his hands. Hermione pressed her lips together. But they could be more. They should be more. Cashin shrugged. Maybe. And maybe one day they will. I'm not saying the world's perfect. I am saying you can't bulldoze creatures into living the way you think they ought to. Hermione's jaw tightened. Cashin pushed on. And before you say it, yes, I agree they should be treated fairly. Cruelty and orders that hurt them mustn't exist, no one should be treating them like furniture. I'll back that. Gladly. Hermione leaned in. But they're enslaved. Hold that thought, Cashin cut in. Did you know Dobby saves every nut he earns to buy Mr. Potter things? Neville blinked. He does. Oh yes, Cashin said, nodding. He's got a stash the size of my desk drawer. Buys Harry socks, books, snacks, whatever he can think of. He doesn't even know what else to spend money on. Headmaster agreed to pay him because the idea of refusing made him itch. If the others came asking, he'd pay them too. Hermione paused. He would. If they want it, Cashin said. He's not a bad man. Well, jury's out on the sherbet lemon addiction, but the rest is all rightish. Neville snorted under his breath. Cashin lifted a hand. But listen properly, because this bit matters. If you try to shove elves into a life they don't want, you won't be helping them. You'll be ripping them out of the one thing that gives their magic stability. They're sentient. They choose service. You can't be offended on their behalf. Hermione's eyes flashed. I'm not offended. I'm trying to help. That's the trap, Cashin said, softer this time. Thinking you know better. Thinking your morals outrank their instincts. That's the same ladder the people who hurt them stand on, I know what's best. Different direction, same route. It comes from the arrogance of false superiority. He held Hermione's stare. They're not pets. They're not children. They're not props. They know what they are, what they're built for, and what happens when that bond breaks. If you want better treatment for them, fine. I'm with you. If you want to free them all at one point, you'll have me in your way. Hermione's shoulders dipped. Like her thoughts were crowding each other and she didn't know which one to grab. Cashin stepped back from the door. Come on. Let's go upstairs. Kitchens are warm, but I'm not holding a lecture between the soup pots. She didn't move. Neville nudged her gently. Hermione, you all right? Her voice came out small. I wanted it to be simple. Cashin exhaled. Nothing in this castle is simple. Especially not the bits older than the plumbing. During dinner, when Cashin saw Hermione poking half-heartedly at her food with the grace of someone losing an argument in her own head, he marked it down as a minor win. She wasn't hurling accusations across the room or trying to unionize the kitchens. That was progress. He didn't like how servile the house elves were, not by a long shot. But as he'd told her, probably too bluntly, it was built into them. Unpicking it would hurt more than it helped. Like snapping the tusks off a babirusa, yeah, those spirals could eventually grow inwards and kill it, but yanking them out early meant agony, shock, maybe death. And without them the poor sods got no defense. Nature didn't make them ornamental. Bath's Haida sat beside him, quietly buttering a scone. She passed him the paper without comment. Cashin skimmed the article, eyebrows climbing the more he read. Arnold Weasley, who was charged with possession of a flying car 2 years ago, was yesterday involved in a tussle with several Muggle lawkeepers, policemen, over a number of highly aggressive dustbins. Mr. Weasley appears to have rushed to the aid of Mad-Eye Moody, the aged ex-Auror who retired from the ministry when no longer able to tell the difference between a handshake and attempted murder. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Weasley found, upon arrival at Mr. Moody's heavily guarded house, that Mr. Moody had once again raised a false alarm. Mr. Weasley was forced to modify several memories before he could escape from the policeman, but refused to answer Daily Prophet questions about why he had involved the ministry in such an undignified and potentially embarrassing scene. Cashin frowned. Haven't we warned her already? After that mess she tried to stir up after the World Cup, Regulus had sent her a letter. Definitely not something printable. Apparently, the woman took it as encouragement. I need to expedite my plans a little, he muttered. She glanced over. Is it time to buy the Prophet? He gave a nod, jaw tight. He'd been putting it off, his accounts weren't exactly overflowing yet, but it looked like he'd have to shuffle a few things. Maybe sell a kidney. Or ask Severus if powdered spleen counted as a donation. The nerve of the woman. She made Arthur look like a lunatic, made Moody out to be a senile old warlock blowing up his own doorknobs for fun. Which, to be fair, wasn't far off. Bath's Haida tore a bit of scone. You're buying it to shut her up. No, he said. I'm buying it so when I shut her up, it prints clean. She smiled faintly. Very noble. He slid the paper back to her. I'll make sure to add that to the press release. Right next to profit margins and preventing public idiocy. He rubbed his temples. If I buy it, I'll need someone running it. Someone who doesn't faint at punctuation. She gave a thoughtful hum. You'll also need someone to cover for you while you're suddenly missing from classes 4 days a week. Cashin grunted. Fine. I'll clone myself. You'd get distracted arguing with yourself. True, he said. Also, the clone would try to kill me. Below, at the tables, the students had already reached the same article Cashin had. Crabbe and Goyle were snorting into their plates, elbowing Draco like they'd discovered comedy for the first time. Draco didn't even glance at the paper. He ate his dinner in slow, bored bites. Ron shot to his feet, face the color of a tomato. Shut up, gorillas. Crabbe and Goyle heaved themselves upright as well. Someone muttered something about Weasleys, Ron fired back twice as loud, Harry pushed his bench back and stood beside him. Hermione and Neville tried to tug the 2 Gryffindors back down, but Ron shrugged Hermione off and Harry stepped around Neville's hand. Insults got louder. Chairs scraped. Hands went for wands. Cashin didn't bother standing. He flicked his wand. 4 wands clattered across the table, rolling between plates and cutlery. Silence snapped across the hall. Dozens of heads whipped toward the staff table as if remembering, belatedly, that teachers existed. Cashin arched a brow. Sit down. Before anyone spoke, heavy thumps sounded from the entrance. Moody limped in. He cut straight through the aisle, coat dripping, hair plastered to his face. He didn't spare the Gryffindors a glance. His magical eye, however, swiveled clean past them and locked on Draco Malfoy. Draco stiffened. His fork stilled mid-air. Students shrank back instinctively, carving a path. He raised his wand and fired without a word. A streak of hot white shot across the hall toward the knot of students. Cashin jerked his hand up, magic snapping through his fingers instinctively. Moody's spell stopped mid-air like it hit a wall, hung for a beat, then guttered out. Moody blinked then swung both eyes straight to Cashin. Cashin stood, chair scraping back. His gaze was flat. Moody's brow twitched. What is the meaning of this? Cashin tilted his head. I was going to ask the same. Why are you hexing students at dinner? I don't need to explain myself to you. Moody's voice dropped a notch. Cashin stepped down from the dais. Think you do? You just tried to hit Mr. Malfoy, who, unless I've gone blind, wasn't even part of that mess. Moody's magical eye darted between him and Draco. He was instigating his friends. I saw it. Then you saw wrong. And even if he was, Cashin said, shrugging one shoulder, I'd already disarmed the lot. No one was dueling. No one was hurt. A few students flinched at the sharpness in his tone. Moody didn't. His normal eye narrowed, the magical one spun, then fixed on Cashin again. I've seen battlefields you can't imagine, Rosier. His voice had that gravelly bite. You think intent isn't a threat? Cashin took another step forward. Intent's not a hex, Professor. And you still don't fire spells at children over dinner. Moody leaned in slightly. Boy was winding them up. You didn't see it. I did. Cashin didn't blink. Funny. I watched the entire thing from 10 feet away. Malfoy wasn't even talking. Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle did their usual goblin brain routine, and Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley bit like fools. Mr. Malfoy ate his dinner. That's all. Draco's head snapped up at that, jaw tight. Crabbe and Goyle seemed deeply confused, like the thought of being blamed for their own actions had never once crossed their minds. Moody's lip twitched. You think I fire at random? I think, Cashin said calmly, if you want to teach eating etiquette, you don't start by hexing the wrong student. Moody's fingers flexed around his wand. Alastair, Cashin. That's quite enough, a voice called from the entrance. Cashin turned. Dumbledore stood there with a prefect at his elbow. Snape and McGonagall swept in a heartbeat later. McGonagall looked ready to tan someone's hide. Moody didn't move. Boy was provoking. McGonagall cut in sharply. We will address that. You do not hex students as a punishment, Professor Moody. Her tone had Crabbe, Goyle, Ron, and Harry sinking down. Dumbledore looked at the four boys, two on each side of the aisle, all stiff as fence posts. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Crabbe, Mr. Goyle. You will each serve detention. Separate nights. Separate staff. You will be informed of the schedule. Ron looked mutinous. Crabbe and Goyle looked confused. McGonagall added, and 10 points from each house involved. That earned a chorus of groans from Gryffindor and a louder one from Slytherin. Draco stared at his plate as if trying to bore through it. Snape stepped forward, cloak dragging behind him. You two. He pointed at Crabbe and Goyle. My office. Now. The boys scuttled past him like guilty furniture. McGonagall beckoned sharply. Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley. Come with me. Harry shot Cashin a look like he wanted to say something, but McGonagall's pointed finger shut him up. Once the students were gone, Dumbledore turned back toward Moody. Alastair. I must insist you refrain from using hexes as a disciplinary measure. Moody's jaw twitched. You're coddling them. Dumbledore's voice didn't rise. I am ensuring they remain uninjured. That is part of the job. Moody grunted, something between irritation and a growl. Cashin folded his arms. Next time you feel the urge to fire off a spell, shout instead. Startling them works wonders. Moody's magical eye whirred toward him. You questioning my methods, Rosier? Yes, Cashin said. Out loud. Bold of me, I know. Moody stared at Cashin for a long, tense moment. Then turned to Dumbledore, he gave a single stiff nod. Cashin didn't miss the way the magical eye swung back to Draco Malfoy again before Moody turned away. Cashin stopped him before he reached the doors. That wand, he said, nodding at Moody's hand. It's rather interesting. Moody halted mid-step. He didn't turn. Didn't answer. Cashin tried again. What's the core? Moody gave a snort. As if I'd casually reveal it. Cashin frowned. Ever since he'd awakened Sylvanema, it was as if he had a new sensory organ. Plants hummed when he walked past now. No, not actual humming, maybe awareness, like a murmur under skin. Wands, obviously, weren't alive. But maybe the cores, or how they were made, gave them something close. A flicker. A voice. Moody's wand had one. And it didn't sound right. He couldn't put his finger on it. Resistance? Like trying to tune into a frequency and getting static instead. Off-key. Hostile, even. Dumbledore and Moody left together a moment later. The double doors creaked closed behind them, swallowing whatever discussion followed. You're twitching again, Baths Haida muttered from beside him. Cashin frowned as she reached out for his hand. I don't like it. A small reminder, Baths Haida and Cashin decided not to use the map after catching Sirius, as they both considered it a major human rights violation. At its core, it's spying, plain and simple, and as functioning adults, they chose to put it away. Cashin even wanted to destroy it or hand it over to Dumbledore outright. Baths Haida argued it would be safer with Cashin instead, as she trusted him not to use it. And since there is no reason to suspect Dumbledore's close friend, as they agreed, for now they are not using it. Does this serve the plot? Yes, just as it did in the original. Secondly, Arnold Weasley was not a typo. Rita Skeeter butchers names all the time. That excerpt from the chapter was copied directly from the book. Collapse. Neville walked out of the classroom like he was trying not to throw up. His fists were clenched tight enough to dig into his palms. He didn't notice the corridor until he was already in it. Just wanted to keep moving. Away. Hermione caught up first. Then Harry. Ron brought up the rear, patting him on the shoulder. You okay? He asked. Neville gave a small nod. It didn't feel like much, but it was all he could manage. Moody's first defense class, and the bloke had opened with the unforgivables. Without even warming up. Just pointed his wand and said, name them. Neville had frozen when he finally blurted the Cruciatus under those intense eyes. It was like being called out in a dream, where you're the only one without robes, or you've forgotten the words, or your wand's snapped. But worse. Because this wasn't a dream. And the pain he remembered wasn't pretend either. Seeing that spider twist on the desk brought up things Neville had spent years shoving down deep. Memories no one else knew he had. He buried them the same way he always did, quick, rough, like stuffing clothes into a trunk you didn't want to open again. Last year, when Professor R taught him the Patronus, nothing had come up. Boggarts weren't Dementors. They didn't reach that place. But during the fight at the end of the year, when everything went sideways, he'd heard screams. Screams full of pain. His mum. His dad. At least, he thought so. The problem was, he didn't remember being with them at the time. It didn't line up. He shouldn't have had those memories at all. He shook his head hard. Maybe his mind was playing tricks. Maybe he'd filled in the blanks wrong. Harry had gone pale too. Moody had turned to him last, asking about the killing curse, and he had looked like he'd been hit with a bucket of ice. Neville didn't blame him. The whole room felt wrong. On the way out, Neville spotted Malfoy in the corridor. Crabbe and Goyle were lumbering after him, calling something, but Draco didn't even look back. Walked straight ahead, stiff, jaw set. For a moment Neville wondered if he was scared of Moody. Moody stopped dead in front of Neville, wooden leg thunking into place. Longbottom, he growled. Come with me. I've a book you might be interested in. Neville's stomach turned. Something in Moody's tone made the skin on his arms prickle. Sorry, Neville said, stepping back. I promised I would meet with Professor Rosier, sir. And he walked away before the man could say anything else. Hermione and Ron stared after him, mouths hanging open. Neville didn't stop. He didn't trust his own voice yet. He headed for the one place in the castle that didn't make his chest tighten. Cassion's classroom. The man had a way of cutting through things without digging into them. Didn't ask for everything. Didn't grab at you like you were a puzzle to solve. Right now, Neville needed that more than anything. The classroom was quiet. Neville stepped inside, half hoping Cassion would already be at the desk, making some offhand comment about posture or forgetting to ward the ceiling again. No such luck. It was empty. He glanced at the time. Maybe he was off with Professor babbling. Or doing whatever borderline mad thing counted as normal for him. The thought made Neville smile, just a little. He let out a slow breath, headed for the second row, and sat on the edge of a desk, staring at the blackboard, heart still thudding in his chest. He wasn't sure how long he sat like that, letting it slow. Then the door creaked open. He looked up, expecting Cassion. It wasn't. Draco stepped in, stopped short when he saw him, then made a noise that sounded halfway to a scoff. Where's Professor Rosier? Neville gave a shrug. Draco lingered for a beat, then turned to leave. I was just here to ask about something. Nothing else. Neville didn't say anything. Didn't really care. It was maybe an hour later when the door creaked open and Cassion walked in, robes dusted with rain and a damp curl escaping behind his ear. He stopped short when he saw Neville sitting in the second row, hunched forward. Mr. Longbottom, Cassion said, brows going up. What can I do for you? Neville froze. He hadn't really thought this part through. Nothing, sir. Cassion didn't miss a beat. Brilliant. Love doing nothing. He dropped into his chair, flicked his wand, and two mugs appeared mid-air, one steaming in front of Neville, the other landing neatly in his hand. He kicked his legs up onto the desk and leaned back with a sigh. Neville stared at the mug for a second, then picked it up, more to give his hands something to do than anything else. He didn't even try the leg-on-desk thing. His gran would faint dead away if she saw him do anything of the sort. He kept them on the ground, proper. Cassion took one too, glanced over. So, he said lightly, how badly did the day kick you? Neville's throat tightened. The words felt too big to say. He stared at the swirling tea instead. His hands shook a little, he hoped Cassion didn't notice. Or if he did, that he'd pretend not to. Cassion didn't push. He tipped his head towards the window. Weather's grim. Fits the mood. Neville's breath wobbled out. He hadn't meant to make a sound, but there it was. Cassion didn't look over. Moody's class was rubbish, then. Neville's fingers tightened on the mug. Cassion finally turned his head, eyebrow raised like he already knew the answer and was only waiting to see if Neville would say it out loud. Neville let the silence stretch before he whispered, he showed us the unforgivables. He saw Cassion frown. That's not the fourth-year curriculum, is it? Neville stared at the tea instead of answering. His stomach twisted. He didn't see the way Cassion's eyes sharpened, only felt the air in the room shift, like something silent had snapped into place. Neither of them spoke after that. When the bell finally rang, Neville jolted a little. He stood, set the mug down gently. Thanks for the tea, he said. Cashin waved him off. Anytime. You know the way. The corridor outside was brighter than he wanted it to be. His eyes still felt sore. He rubbed them quickly, hoping no one saw. He didn't get 3 steps before Moody appeared around the corner. The man didn't stop walking, just reached into his coat and shoved a book into Neville's hands as he passed. Neville looked down. Magical water plants of the Mediterranean. He didn't want it. Didn't want another second of today, didn't want the man's attention on him, didn't want to think about any of it. But refusing felt dangerous, or at least exhausting, so he mumbled a quiet, "Thank you," and clutched the book to his chest. Moody grunted something, approval? Maybe, then stalked off, wooden leg thumping unevenly down the hall. The term picked up as it always did, messy, loud, and full of teenagers trying their absolute best to give staff early grey hair. Cashin lasted until Wednesday before deciding he'd quite like to hide in a broom cupboard and pretend adulthood was a problem for future him. He'd barely turned on his heel to escape when a kestrel burst out beside him, all feathers and light. He frowned at the message. He marched straight toward the defense corridor. Halfway there, he flicked his wand and vanished from sight. Then under the door, he threw a spell. Screams spilled out from behind the classroom door, the panicked, high-pitched kind that meant someone had done something incredibly irresponsible. Fifth years burst out the moment the door swung open, shoving past each other in a scramble for the stairs. Moody followed a second later. The man was furious, face set like stone. His magical eye spun wildly before snapping toward exactly where Cashin stood invisible. "Come out," Moody growled. "I can see you." A voice answered from thin air, somewhere halfway down the corridor. "You can see someone. Not me." Footsteps pelted away before Moody could follow. He swore loud enough to rattle a suit of armor, then tried to give chase, only to be reminded that wooden legs and sprints didn't get along. He hobbled a few meters, stopped, muttered something murderous, then limped back. By then, the students had fled all the way to the gardens. Cashin dropped the invisibility charm once Moody was out of sight and headed for the headmaster's office. He took the stairs 2 at a time, stormed straight up, and nearly kicked the door off its hinges. "Unforgivable son students." He snapped the moment he saw Dumbledore. "Before we even start arguing, I want to know if you seriously allowed that, or if Moody forgot to mention he'd be traumatizing the children." Dumbledore set down his teacup. "Ah, Cashin." Cashin pointed at him. "Don't me. This isn't an abstract ethics debate." Dumbledore's mouth pulled into a thoughtful line. "Cashin, Alastair's curriculum was approved by myself and all heads of house. I will admit, the idea of practical exposure to the Imperius raised concerns, but Alastair assured us he would use it sparingly. He believes that early exposure will help them strengthen their will." Cashin stared at him. Then stared harder. His foot twitched, itching to punt the nearest chair through the window. He dragged his hand down his face. "Right. So let me get this straight. You signed off on a man who thinks sparingly means waving an unforgivable at children." Dumbledore let out a breath. "Alastair has a unique method." "No," Cashin cut in. "He has the wrong method. There's a difference. One you can print in a pamphlet, the other you need therapy for." The headmaster folded his hands on the desk. "Cashin, he is attempting to prepare them." "For what?" Cashin shot back. "War? Puberty? Because I swear, only one of those requires actual torture demonstrations, and it's not the one 5th years we're about to deal with." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the window, as if searching for patience out in the sky. "You know the world is changing." Cashin took a long breath through his nose, calming himself down before he committed arson. "Headmaster, have you ever heard of Imperius acclamation?" Dumbledore's eyebrow went up. "Can't say I have, Cashin. The unforgivables were rarely the focus of my research." Cashin let out a humorless huff. "Imperius acclamation," he said, flicking his fingers, "is what happens when you keep hitting someone with the Imperius until their magic stops fighting it." Dumbledore's face shifted, very slightly. Cashin pushed on. "Human magic isn't static. It remembers patterns. It adjusts. You hit someone with a mind-bending curse again and again, and guess what? Their defenses get tired. They get holes. And those holes don't heal quick." Dumbledore murmured, "I was under the impression resistance strengthens with practice." Cashin nodded, "It can. Under the right circumstances, I'd even recommend it. Bit like tempering steel, heat, pressure, water. Done right, you get a blade that won't bend if the sky falls on it. But if you overdo it or wrong, you crack the metal." He tapped the edge of Dumbledore's desk. "People aren't steel, though. They don't come with instructions, or consistency. We're already pushing it by cramming 30 different brains into one lesson plan. That's still manageable. Students can grow around it, lean into their strengths, stumble through their weak bits. But Imperius doesn't flex. It's a single, sharp edge. And it only cares about one thing, willpower. Which, by the way, most teenagers don't have in spades. Half of them can't even say no to a second pudding. You think they're ready to stare down full mental override?" Dumbledore said nothing. Cashin tilted his head. "If you try to train a weak will with an unforgivable, you don't make it stronger. You carve grooves into it. Grooves that never quite go away. Next time someone else uses the spell, it slides right in easy." Dumbledore steepled his fingers, brows drawing into a worried frown. Cashin kept going. "This isn't teaching resistance. This is sanding it down. You want them to fight it. Teach them how to anchor thought. Practice boundary spells. Defensive focus. Anything else? Hell, drop a mild compulsion hex in class and let them break it off slowly. But you do not start with the killing tools. The headmaster's gaze sharpened. You're assuming Alastair would carve a hole in every student's willpower? Putting them in danger? No, Cashin said. I'm assuming he'd put at least one. That's enough. He pushed himself off the edge of the desk. I get it, headmaster. Dark times, dark measures, sharpen the children for what's coming, fine. But you don't forge a sword by slamming it with a warhammer. You don't toughen a mind by pouring nightmares into it. You want them ready? Teach them properly. Give them tools. Give them space. Dumbledore let out a long, quiet sigh. Thank you, Cashin. You are right. Cashin huffed a breath too, relieved. Finally. Thought I'd need to carve it on your desk. Dumbledore gave him a look. Cashin ignored it. About that theory. The headmaster leaned back. Cashin pulled a worn book from his coat pocket. The thing looked like it had been passed around for generations. He dropped it on the desk with a soft thump and flipped it open, pages crackling. The Art of Mental Shielding, he said, tapping the page. Chapter 13. Will, Mind, and Cracks. Dumbledore's eyes followed the movement. Cashin pushed the book across. You can keep it. Doubt you'll find another copy unless you raid the Rosier vaults, and those are a nightmare. Supposedly written by one of my ancestors. Dumbledore turned another page, thumb resting lightly in the margin. This. Repeat coercion smooths the edge of rejection, that's what you meant. Cashin pointed. That's the one. He calls it resonance erosion. Sounds fancier than your defenses get used to the boot on your neck. Dumbledore's frown said it all as he kept reading. Cashin reached for the kettle on the sideboard, poured himself a cup. You want to fix this, start with that chapter. Then chuck Moody's lesson plan out the nearest window. Dumbledore glanced up. I'll read it. Cashin gave a slight nod. Good. And if he tries it again? He leaned forward, the edge in his voice sharpening. Headmaster, you know I don't like hurling threats. But next time this speech won't be from a teacher to a headmaster. Dumbledore didn't flinch. You've gained quite a standing lately, haven't you? Cashin turned for the door. I've always had it. Now I can call it my own. He didn't wait for a reply. The door swung shut behind him with a quiet click. In the next club meeting, Cashin gathered the entire student body, including Draco Malfoy, into the dueling club with the energy of someone about to ruin everyone's timetable. Change of plans, he said, walking to the center. Postpone individual training till second term. For the next few weeks, we're doing something else. Students craned their necks, shifting on their benches. Cashin's classes weren't just popular, they were war zones of excitement and terror, often at the same time. The new dueling club had given them a more focused approach, but that came at the cost of actual time with Cashin. So the announcement brought a buzz, whatever he had in mind, it was clearly bigger than the usual who can hex a dummy fastest routine. Cashin flicked his wand. Instructions burst into the air above them. Mental resistance training. Application focus, shielding against magical coercion. Target, foundational willpower fortification. Method, spell anchor exercises, construction, thought loop interference. No, not occlumency. Yes, this will hurt your heads. No, you can't drop out. A few groans. One delighted cackle from a Ravenclaw in the back. The mind's part of your defense. You lot spend all your time flinging hexes at each other, but none of you have the focus of a stunned flobberworm. That changes now. After his chat with Dumbledore, he'd combed through half the library, and then some private shelves, before he finally dug up a set of mental resistance methods that didn't start with Step 1, already be a trained legilimens, harness your inner shield by some new age lunatic. Eventually, tucked behind a crumbling spine in some forgotten tomes, he found something that didn't insult his intelligence. It didn't promise miracles, just structure, rhythm-based recall, verbal anchors, resistance drills. Actual, practical ways to make your brain slam the door when someone knocked too hard. He managed to get Dumbledore to back down before. But the conversation had left Cashin with a sour taste. Because no matter how thoroughly he made the case, no matter how pointed he got, there were still people out there ready to do worse. People who didn't ask permission. Who didn't stop at practice. They were already looking at this school like it was a ripe orchard. Sooner or later, someone would come for the students, whether to bend their minds, break them, or worse. And if any of them were already softened up, made compliant through Moody's brilliant idea of exposure therapy, they wouldn't stand a chance. Cashin pulled a worn canvas bag from under the desk and dropped it onto the floor. The contents rattled faintly. He crouched, rifled through it, then stood, holding a stack of candles like he was about to summon something illegal. One for each of you, he said, tossing them down the rows. Catch or don't, but if you drop it, I'm not replacing it. A few scrambled hands, one yelp, and a Slytherin girl narrowly avoided a black eye. These aren't your standard hallway shrines. Your delightful rune professor and I spent the better part of 2 days charming these into something useful. He flicked his wand at his own candle. The wick lit with a soft pop, steady and golden. They'll go out the second you lose focus. And I don't mean stare at it until your eyes water focus. He stepped back, letting the candle hover midair. Focus, in this case, means anchoring your awareness to something else. A word. A concept. Doesn't have to be clever. Doesn't have to be poetic. It just has to be yours. He scanned the group. The purpose is to give your consciousness something to latch onto. A constant. Something to help keep you, well, you, when someone else tries to muscle their way in. Think of it like this. Your brain is a cottage. Nice windows, maybe some bookshelves. No insulation, but we make do. When a spell hits that tries to twist your thinking, it's like a draft sneaking in. If all your windows are open, you're getting blown to bits. But if you've got something solid to hold onto, it's like slamming the shutters shut. He paused. Or, if you're long bottom, throwing a plant at the intruder. Still counts. A few chuckled. Neville gave a sheepish smile without looking up from his candle. These anchors don't need to be dramatic, Cashin went on. If you pick something like justice or truth, I will personally hex you into next week. You better not pick an abstract philosophy. Think solid and grounded. He pointed to the air above them. You'll practice holding the thought while staring at the flame. If it goes out, you're wobbling. If it explodes, congrats, you're probably a Finnegan. He turned back to the floating candle, tapped it again. The light blinked out. Word to the wise, this isn't about brute force. You can't scream your way through this. It's a quiet kind of strength. Patience. Clarity. Like pulling a splinter from your own head. Fair warning, he added after a second, these candles are the easy bit. They're loaded with assistance runes. Baby brooms if you will. The further we go, the rougher it gets. So if you're thinking of picking something floaty now, don't. A few students sat up straighter. Cashin gestured the candles. You'll want an anchor that's solid. Familiar. Something that won't crack the moment you're tired, panicked, or staring down a mind-bending curse. The more grounded it is, the better it'll hold. He paced once down the line, weaving between benches. Advanced mental shielding, occlumency and the like, usually lean on a structure. Memory architecture. Places you know down to the last creaky floorboard. But if that place is, say, the Great Hall or the Bloody Hogwarts Library, guess what? Every half-competent Legilimens can map those too. They've been there. He stopped near the Slytherin row. You give an intruder a familiar layout, they'll walk right in, kick their feet up, and start rifling through your drawers. So don't. There was a pause. But don't get clever either. If you've never been to the mountains, don't build a mental chalet. If you've never met a wolf, don't summon one to guard your bloody vault. Start simple. Start true. Pick something real. A sound. A smell. A room you know better than you know your own face. Stick to it. If you pick red now, and your mindscape turns blue later, it's going to pull you in too. Your magic won't know what to hold onto. He looked up at them again. Got it. A few hesitantly nodded. Good. You've got half an hour to find your anchor. Memorize it. Feel it. Keep it close. He let that hang for a moment, then clapped his hands. Right. Light them. Hold the thought. And no whining if it fizzles out. It just means you're distracted. Cashin dropped into the front row bench. Across the rows, students stared at their flickering flames, some closing their eyes. A few muttered to themselves. One Hufflepuff looked like he was trying to glare his candle into submission. Cashin didn't interrupt. 30 minutes of silence was practically a holiday. Once most of them had opened their eyes and blinked the fog off their brains, Cashin flicked his wand upward. An illusion shimmered into being above his head, grey at first, no clear shape, shifting like steam trying to decide what to be. I'll show you how the training looks once it's underway. This isn't my actual memory palace, by the way. Don't get clever. I'm not handing you blueprints to break in later. The grey started swirling tighter, still featureless. Lovegood. Give me a word. Luna blinked, staring at the grey, her eyes glassy. Lambent. Cashin's eye twitched. Should have known better than to ask Lovegood. Fine. Lambent it is. The illusion above shifted. Soft at first. Not the harsh sort that burns your retinas, but that golden white flicker you get when the sun bounces off fresh snow. That's week one, Cashin said, as the shape held steady. You start with the thing itself. The word. The idea. Brightness. He turned slightly, so they could all see the image hover, pulsing faintly. Week 2, you give it a form. You can't hold a concept forever. The light stretched, shifted, then took shape. A lamb. Blinding white, standing still in the middle of the image. Still bright, he said. But now it is fleshed out. It is tangible. That's your second anchor. You build around it. Week 3, you turn that into place. Memory and mind don't like floating things. They want space. As he spoke, the haze turned. A room flickered into view, dim and stone-built. The lamb stood in the center, casting that same too bright glow over the flagstones. Still lambent, Cashin said, but now it's got somewhere to stand. Room takes shape around the anchor. Not the other way round. He let the image linger a moment longer, then cut the spell with a snap. The light died. He looked out over the rows again. I'll show the other steps later, Cashin said, waving the illusion away. The important bit is this, you build the palace around the anchor. Otherwise, you'll spend half your mental energy trying to patch the walls instead of keeping the door shut. Fred raised his hand like he was about to volunteer for something idiotic. When do we get to build traps? George leaned in beside him. We've got at least 100 ideas. If you try entering our minds, we want to see if any of them work. Cashin gave them a flat look. Do any of those ideas involve restraint? Absolutely not, Fred grinned. Cashin sighed. Fine. I'll test anyone who wants to run their palaces through a proper try. Don't pick anything embarrassing. A few heads turned. Several students looked extremely guilty already. He then waved them off. All right, this is it for today. You are dismissed. Benches scraped back. Candles flickered out one by one as students filed out, chattering about the lesson. He spotted the blonde hold back before the rest had even crossed the threshold. Didn't say anything. Just turned toward the board, fiddled with his wand until the last stragglers cleared out. Only then, once the door thunked shut behind the last Ravenclaw, did he glance back. Mr. Malfoy, he said, one eyebrow up. What can I do for you? Draco stood stiff near the edge of the benches, hand in his pocket, clearly second-guessing himself. He bit his lip and looked around the empty room like he expected a ghost to pop up. You knew it was me, he said finally. Right. Cashin tilted his head with a grin. Not sure what you're on about. Draco didn't buy it. He kept staring at the floor. Thank you, he said after a beat. For stopping Moody. Cashin shrugged. Don't get the wrong idea, Mr. Malfoy. I'd have stopped him either way. Whatever you may or may not have done last summer doesn't come into it. Draco gave a small nod. Sir. I've had occlumency lessons. Most of us, proper heirs, have. But the family methods always have gaps. Cashin nodded. He'd figured as much years ago. Pureblood families hoarded secrets the way dragons hoarded treasure, piled deep, warded tighter, and absolutely lethal if someone tripped the wrong charm. Most of those secrets would bury them if they ever saw daylight. The Rosiers weren't any different. Most houses had built-in safeguards to keep embarrassing history exactly where it belonged, under lock, rune, and generational paranoia. If Regulus didn't want something repeated, his wards would clamp down on the listener's throat like a vice. Hear it inside the boundary, and you couldn't speak it outside without his say-so. Helpful for inheritance. Less helpful for therapy. But that wasn't the only rot Cashin had spotted. The occlumency method in the Rosier line had a gap, small, intentional, and pointed straight to whoever held the family seat. A quiet backdoor. The kind that let the head of the house slip through mental walls unnoticed. He'd bet Galleon's other families had their own versions. Probably worse. Lucius didn't strike him as the sort who'd let his heir wander around with a mind he couldn't peek into if necessary. Made sense of how Draco had warned him before the attack, vague as fog, never naming anything directly. Perhaps not that he didn't want to. More likely he couldn't. Not with his father's magic stitched through his shields. Draco drew a breath, shoulders tight. It looked like he had to shove the next words out. Can you help me patch mine? Cashin leaned back against the nearest desk. Patch it, Draco didn't look up. Yes, sir. Cashin rubbed his jaw. Your current one's locked to your family line. Hidden hinges. Old bindings. If I tweak the wrong bit, you'll end up with an occlumency collapse and a headache that'll make you swear off being conscious. Draco swallowed. I know. And patching a new structure, Cashin added, means building something that doesn't trigger the family hooks. There is a big chance that your father will feel it the second you put it up wrong. Draco's fingers curled around the edge of the bench. I know that too. For a second, Cashin didn't answer. Patching occlumency was a surgery, not a simple trick. It was a blindfolded sprint across live wire. And if Cashin was honest, a part of him wanted to say no. But if Draco was willing to burn the bridge back to Lucius, then someone, somewhere, had taught him what pain really meant. Cashin sighed and set a hand on Draco's shoulder. The boy startled like he'd been touched by a dementor, eyes flicking to the hand as if it might bite. He gave the boy a smile. Of course. The tension in Draco's spine loosened. Relief washed over his face so clear Cashin almost felt bad for not doing this sooner. He couldn't help himself, though. The question came out before he'd thought twice. Why not ask Severus? He's better than me at occlumency. Knows you. Knows your family's quirks. Easier option. Draco's mouth tightened. He stared past Cashin's desk. He'd tell my father, Draco said quietly. Not to be cruel. He'd think it was his duty. He's loyal. In his way. Cashin let his hand fall back to his side, humming. Draco shifted, looking anywhere but Cashin. I need someone who won't report back. Someone who won't say it's disloyal. Or stupid. Or. He cut himself off, swallowing whatever else he'd been about to confess. Cashin nodded. You want a clean wall. Not one with your father's hooks in it. Draco didn't answer, but the silence said enough. All right, Cashin said. We'll patch it. Carefully. Quietly. No fireworks unless something catches fire, in which case we blame Finnegan. Draco huffed a short breath that might have been a laugh. Hard to tell. His shoulders dropped an inch. When Cashin got a visit from Moody later that evening, he didn't even look surprised. The knock was too sharp, too impatient, and too angry to belong to anyone else. He opened the door halfway. Alastair. What can I do for you? Moody pushed past him without waiting to be invited. Both eyes locked onto Cashin. Why do you keep interfering in my business? He growled. Cashin shut the door with his foot. When that business involves harming my students, I don't care whose name's on the door. Moody's jaw jumped. You think you know better than me? A few books and you reckon you can lecture me on real threats? Cashin folded his arms, unsurprised that his conversation with Dumbledore had likely been repeated verbatim to Moody. No. I think the moment you start waving unforgivables at children, you've lost the right to whinge about people stepping in. Moody took a step closer. You're soft. Cashin gave a slow blink. Right. That must be it. Me, soft. Can we skip the posturing and get to why you're in my room instead of wherever you store the eyeballs you polish at night? Moody's lip curled. They're weak. Cashin straightened. They're children. You don't sharpen steel by leaving it in the drawer, Moody snapped. You don't sharpen it by hitting it with curses until it bends. Moody snorted. War doesn't care how old they are. Better they see it now. Cashin tilted his head. Funny philosophy for someone who couldn't tell a dinner squabble from a duel. A flicker of something went through Moody's face. Annoyance. Offense. Hard to tell with all the scars. He jabbed a finger at Cashin. You blocked my spell. Cashin shrugged. You were aiming at a 14-year-old eating shepherd's pie. I'd block it again. Moody stepped in so close Cashin could smell knot grass and damp sock. You think you know danger? You've no idea what crawls out when you're not looking. Cashin didn't flinch. If something's crawling out, maybe don't condition half the school to obey the first voice that tells them to jump. Moody's real eye narrowed. You don't trust my judgment. Correct. That seemed to catch him. He'd expected an argument, maybe a hedge. Not blunt honesty. Why? Moody's stare didn't budge. Heard you had a row with Lucius. Why protect his mutt? Cashin's brow furrowed. Something itched at the back of his mind, familiar phrasing, a shape of a thought he couldn't quite trace. Deja vu, maybe. He shoved the feeling aside. A child doesn't carry his father's debt. Moody grinned. Cassie, you of all people should know that's bollocks. Cashin's brow creased deeper. What the hell are you on about? Moody gave a short, ugly snort. Whatever he remembered, he kept it to himself. He turned and started for the door. Stay out of my business, he tossed over his shoulder, already halfway down the corridor. The next few weeks passed without anyone setting fire to the Great Hall, so by Hogwarts standards, it was practically peaceful. Cashin kept drilling the club through each step of the mental shielding work, layering complexity week by week, brick by brick. Some students started seeing results. Others saw flames. Same difference. Private lessons with Draco were trickier. Between their names alone, if the two so much as breathed in the same corridor, someone somewhere would start whispering about favoritism, conspiracy, or an elaborate father-son rivalry with extra curses. So Cashin kept their meetings tucked out of sight, ducking between classrooms, spare storage spaces, and at one point, the back end of the OLOE where privacy came at the cost of constant feather shedding. There was one room, warded and silent, hidden in the stone like the castle had tried to forget it existed. They could have trained in peace, solid protections, no listening charms, no nosy portraits, but that room, no. Not yet. He and Bathsheba had used it over the years for more, delicate work. It was, just personal. Private. And if he didn't trust Moody, he really didn't trust fate to keep that room secret once others started poking. Hermione, meanwhile, had apparently taken their house elf discussion and run full tilt with it. She'd founded a student initiative with the kind of acronym only a very specific brand of Gryffindor could love, HEART. House Elf Abuse Reduction Task Force. Cashin signed on the second she shoved the form under his nose, and Bathsheba followed not 2 seconds later. That early support gave it legs. By the end of the week, several professors and at least a third of the student body had joined, either out of genuine belief or sheer fear of Hermione's relentless badge-making campaign. To be fair, the badges were impressive. Enchanted parchment pamphlets let students report mistreatment anonymously, and the group even started collecting signatures for a formal petition. There wasn't a law, yet, but Cashin had promised to work on that too. Which meant writing letters to the ministry and pretending not to imagine flinging them all into a pit instead. Even Snape signed. Reluctantly. With a scowl and a groan, but he did it. Anonymity does not equal impunity, he warned, as though a badge might invite rebellion. Cashin only smiled. Glad to have you on board. No one asked, but Peeves got involved too. Sort of. He started flinging enchanted flyers into classrooms mid-lesson, mostly the wrong ones, and cackled every time someone sat on a pamphlet that screamed, "House elves aren't your bloody servants." Progress, Cashin figured, came in strange shapes. On October 27th, Cashin found himself with the 4th-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Right. Summoning charm. The illusion above the classroom flickered to life, an open plain, sun-bleached and harsh. Dust curling in the air, carved stones half buried in the sand. A goat trotted past for some reason. He gestured up without looking. The oldest known version of this spell comes from Egyptian stone tablets. Well, sort of. Depends who you ask, but they've got the earliest inscription we can trace that says, more or less, "I want that thing, bring it here." A few students squinted up at the illusion as shapes sharpened, a series of faded hieroglyphs appearing on a crumbling obelisk. The spell was found carved into the side of a temple storage vault. Bit of a disaster site, actually. Half collapsed, full of sand. But someone had scrawled this charm into the stone. Pulled loose offerings back when they were buried too deep. Or nicked by the priest who fancied extra olives with dinner. But those are later applications of the spell. Initially, it was something else. He paced across the front of the room, hands shoved in his coat pockets. It's one of those spells I love talking about. Not only because it's flashy, but also it works on 3 things, intent, mental picturing, and magical imprinting. He grinned at them, raised a hand. Oxio wand. Neville's wand zipped off his desk like it had been waiting for the excuse. It soared past a startled Daphne Greengrass and smacked neatly into Cassion's hand. He turned it over, then pointed it right back at Neville. Now. Why'd that fly to me and not, say, explode in a fit of loyalty? A few hands twitched. No one actually raised one. Anyone? He prompted. No? Don't make me start pointing at people. You know I'll do it. Lavender tried. Because you said the spell. Cassion blinked. Yes, Miss Brown. Well done. Gold star. But not what I'm asking. A few chuckles. She flushed pink. Seamus piped up, is it power? Like, your wand's stronger. Cassion gave a long-suffering sigh. My wand's not stronger. It's pointier. Not. Theodore shrugged. Because it was the closest wand. Cassion stared at him. You think my summoning charms got lazy radius detection? He tossed Neville's wand back. It wobbled in the air and dropped straight into the boy's lap. The reason is, he said, most wands are alive. Sort of. Don't overthink it. Their cores, dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, unicorn hair, even the weird ones like kelpie mane, carry a sliver of sentience. He crossed back to the front. Ollivander likes to say the wand chooses the magic. Which is romantic until you realize it also means your wand has opinions, judgment, and occasionally, a spiteful streak. A few students shifted uncomfortably. But more importantly, he said, a wand will submit when your magic does. When you lose, when you're bested, even slightly, it remembers. Now you try, Cassion said, flicking a hand toward the rose. Pair up. Let's see who's nicking whose wand. The room filled with a shuffle of benches and half-hearted muttering as students found partners. Wands raised. A few spells flew. Only a handful of wands actually moved. Tracy's zipped into Daphne's hand and stayed there. Dean managed to call Seamus's across 2 rows and looked smug about it until Seamus whispered something under his breath and Dean's quill set itself on fire. Cassion watched it all from the front, arms folded. Good. Now, if your wand didn't move, don't panic. Or do. He lifted a finger. Imprintable items are rare. The more time you spend with one, the more of you it remembers. Your magic leaves residue. Intent. Pattern. Preference. All of it. He paused. But before anyone jumps to the wrong conclusion, no, this does not mean Oxio only works on imprintable objects. A few students looked relieved. You can summon almost anything, he said, strolling between the desks. Books. Quills. Shoes. Rocks. Chairs. That awful scarf someone's knitted you that smells like wet sheep. Magic will happily shove any of it across a room if you ask properly. He flicked his wand lazily. A chalk stub skidded an inch along the floor and stopped. The difference, Cassion said, tapping the air, is distance. He straightened. Most objects don't remember you. They don't care about you. Your magic hits them, nudges them, and unless you're close, focused, and very clear, they shrug it off. He glanced toward the desks where wands had refused to budge. Imprintable items are special because they don't stop listening just because you are far away. He paused, making sure they got the difference. That's why you can call a broom from halfway across the grounds, or a wand from another room, and it comes screaming back. Second thing, he went on, gesturing toward the floating illusion of the wand. Intent. You lot should know this already, but clearly we need the reminder. Intent isn't about shouting louder. It's not about rage or panic or clenching your jaw hard enough to crack your molars. He waved the wand and the diagram shifted. Intent is thought. Clear, focused thought. Doesn't matter how dramatic you look when casting, if you don't mean it, it doesn't move. And third, mental picturing. The bit where your brain does most of the work. He pointed at Neville. Longbottom. If I say, Oxio plant, what's the first image in your head? Neville blinked. Which one? Cassion raised his hands. Exactly. The more you imagine, the clearer your intent gets. Your magic's not a mind reader. It can't pick between 12 plants unless you hand it a picture. Or an emotion. He turned back to the projection above. The goat from earlier reappeared, chewing peacefully on an invisible bush. Now. Here's why I love this spell. It teaches you the basics of spellcasting. Control. Clarity. Connection. He turned back to them, eyes scanning the rows. 50 points to anyone who can guess how this spell came to be. Go on. Best guess wins. Hermione's hand shot up before anyone else breathed. Was it for tomb robbing? Cassion looked at her. Admirably dark. No. Seamus gave it a go. Food. Closer. Lavender raised her hand, slightly less confidently. Fetching lost offerings. Cassion paused. Tempting. Still no. Draco muttered, slaves. Cashin's eye twitched. No. But thanks for the cheerful image. The guesses kept coming, transportation, building tools, battlefield use. None of them right. He finally held up a hand. All right, you're all wrong. Every last one of you. He waved the illusion on, and the desert scene melted away. In its place, a cramped bazaar snapped into view, crooked awnings, stalls jammed too close together, crates stacked high. Behind one such crate, two men crouched, carving runes into whatever they'd managed to nick that week. They looked shifty enough to be guilty of anything on sight alone. Cashin pointed at them. This spell was invented by a pair of smart fellas. A few heads lifted. Two friends, Cashin went on, pacing a slow line in front of the projection. They worked the western trade routes, Tangier, Tripoli, Alexandria, back when you could vanish into a crowd and no one asked your surname, only whether you had something to sell. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. Merchants. Nope, Cashin said. Try again. Dean guessed, smugglers. Cashin snorted. Smugglers have dignity. These two didn't. Pansy leaned forward. Thieves. Closer, Cashin said, but still wrong. He flicked his wand. The illusion zoomed in. The two men were whispering to each other, one carving a looping sigil onto a silvery part of a brass lamp, the other checking that no one important was watching. These two, Cashin said, tapping the air above them, figured out something clever. Well, clever in the way putting wheels on a chicken might be clever. Impractical, morally bankrupt, but undeniably funny to watch. A few students laughed. They learned how to imprint items, Cashin said, tapping the illusion. Pansy spoke without looking up. You said imprintable items are rare, right? Then she realized she'd cut in. Oh. Sorry. Cashin waved it off. No worries. A good question, Miss Parkinson. True, imprintable items are rare. That's where their genius came in. He flicked his wand and zoomed in on the illusion where the two men were crouched over a crate. One of them held a narrow, silvery rod, notched with grooves. The other was melting it straight into the brass lamp with a charm that sparked a little too much for safety. They didn't imprint the items themselves. They just buried something inside them that could be imprinted. He pointed at the half-merged strip now glowing faintly in the lamp. That metal is magical. Conductive. Bit of old alchemical trickery. It's the bit your magic talks to. He paused, letting the thought settle. Most new brooms these days use the same trick. Little sliver of that silver stuff embedded in the core. So when you cast Oxio broom, you're actually calling the metal. The broom's dragged along because it's welded to it. Hermione's brow crinkled. That's clever. Downright criminal, Cashin said. But yes, clever. Daphne frowned thoughtfully. So those two, what were they? Inventors. Cashin grinned. Very much so. Not all inventors are decent people. Most of them aren't. These two were downright awful, but yes, bright as anything. Makes you wonder why they didn't use that brain power for something noble, but life's messy. Opportunity, nature, nurture, and in their case, terrible judgment. He flicked the illusion forward. The two men were now at a market stall, one waving a brass lamp about while shouting something dramatic. The other was slipping a coin pouch into his sleeve. Cashin tapped the image. These two didn't create Oxio with the noble intention of retrieving lost heirlooms. They made it because selling the same few items over and over again was easier than actually acquiring or crafting new ones. Find a handful of decent magical items, slap a sliver of enchanted metal inside, flog them for a tidy sum, then summon them back when the buyer turns the corner. Repeat until someone notices, or you get bored. A few snorts scattered through the class. They called it recycling. Others called it theft. Depends how many drinks you've had. He flicked the wand again. The illusion jumped. Now the two men were being chased through a crowd by a furious merchant swinging a frying pan. Eventually they got caught, obviously. Got chased out of Alexandria, banned from most coastal ports, and, rumor has it, hexed so badly by a retired hag sorceress that one of them couldn't eat figs without convulsing. The image dissolved, leaving only Cashin pacing slowly at the front. But Oxio outlived them. Refined, restructured, polished into something actually useful. Because underneath the idiocy was a decent framework. And that's what matters. Magic doesn't care who made it. It only cares if it works. He paused. Which is why understanding where a spell starts matters just as much as what it's become. Class watched the last flicker of the illusion fade, the two men vanishing like smoke blown off a lantern. Cashin let the image drop without so much as a footnote on what became of them after the Pharaoh's guards caught up. Not the point of the lesson, and judging by a few wide-eyed Gryffindors, probably for the best. Their discovery, Cashin said, opened an entire market. Imprintable items. One charm, suddenly useful for everything from nicking your mate's quill to calling your broom halfway across a field. And, of course, it gave magical law enforcement a collective migraine that lasted a few millennia. A soft ripple of laughter passed through the rows. He pointed at the air where the illusion had been. These days that special metal is regulated to hell and back. You won't find it lying about unless someone's either very licensed or very illegal. He paced a slow line in front of the desks. That's the bit you lot forget. Every spell you learn had someone behind it. A moment. A purpose. Some bright spark making life easier or messy or both. Magic spilt. Stolen. Borrowed. Improved. Badly improved. Rewritten after someone blew half a workshop through a wall. As the bell rang, Cashin made his way back to the desk. Right. A foot on magical imprint and intent. Another on mental picturing. Groans followed him out. He dropped into his chair with a theatrical sigh and threw one leg up on the desk, wand dangling from his fingers, already waving off half-hearted goodbyes from the stragglers. Oxiobath's Hada, he muttered under his breath. Nothing happened. He stared at the ceiling. Useless thing. What good is magic if it can't summon my beloved? He let his head thunk back with a groan. Then the door swung open. Cashin grinned. On the evening of the 30th, the entire school was herded out before lunch to wait for the guests. The sun was behind the clouds, and the air had that creeping cold that said winter was nearly here. McGonagall was trying to wrangle the students into something resembling order, first years to the front, oldest to the back. It didn't work. They looked less like a welcoming committee and more like bowling pins about to be knocked flat. The students were murmuring among themselves, guessing how the guests might arrive. Broomsticks, someone muttered. Portkeys. Someone else offered. Will they apparate? You can't apparate inside Hogwarts, idiot, came the sharp correction from somewhere in the middle. They weren't going to arrive quietly. That much was certain. Then the sky growled. Cashin stood off to the side, coat collar turned up against the wind, fingers lightly brushing Bathsheda's hand. She had the other pressed over the tattoo on her wrist, calming Ash down before things got twitchy. He could feel the hum of magic pulsing under her skin. They're not coming on a dragon, he said under his breath. She gave a small nod. Ash didn't like trespassers in her territory, and Dumbledore had already been warned to change the first task because of that. Master G wouldn't risk flying something territorial straight over Hogwarts unless he wanted a mid-air brawl in a ruined lawn. And dragons were Feng Guang's guardians. Protecting the school for generations. Cashin doubted Master G could take one for a ride. A shape came into view above the trilene. Massive. Four-legged. Antlers cutting a silhouette against the clouds. It moved with slow, almost floating steps through the air, dragging something behind it. Students craned their necks. One of them pointed. It's pulling something. When it cleared the fog near the cliffs, the object became clearer, a huge carriage, the size of a cottage, tethered by rune chains to the creature's harness. A shout rose from the middle of the crowd. It's a Kylan. Cho Chang called. Gasps rolled through the crowd in a wave. Even the older students had gone still. The Kylan drifted lower, its hooves touching the grass. Gold and white shimmered along its mane and horns, and its breath steamed in long curls in the cold. The carriage touched down gently. Doors swung open before it fully settled. Master G stepped out first, smiling as if he'd been waiting all year for this moment. His long white eyebrows bounced off the edge of his robe, same design as always, clouds and dragons in a slow-motion brawl across the silk, though this time the whole thing was dyed a rich, imperial purple. He beamed at Dumbledore as the headmaster approached. Both bowed at the same time. Behind G, students began filing out of the carriage in even rows. They wore red uniforms, neatly pressed, the golden shape of a phoenix stitched across each chest, wings spread mid-flight. Not a single one broke formation. They stood tall, quiet, waiting for the signal. Feng Guang's finest, Cashin murmured from the side. And not a single robe out of line. I can't get our lot to tuck their shirts in. Bath's Hada gave a quiet hum beside him. Dumbledore extended a hand. Welcome again, my friend. G took it with both of his, grinning wide. And thank you again for the hospitality, old friend. His voice booming. My students are very much looking forward to the experience. Somewhere near the front of the Hogwarts crowd, one of the first years sneezed violently. G glanced over, chuckled, and pulled a wrapped sweet from his sleeve, flicking it with a twist of his fingers. The sweet zipped through the air and landed squarely in the boy's hand. The child blinked like he'd just been knighted. Cashin muttered, he's showing off. G stepped forward and addressed the Hogwarts students directly. We have traveled far, from a place where autumn turns the sky copper and the rivers run warmer than the wind. Feng Huang School is proud to join you for this exchange. The students bowed behind him in perfect sync. Hogwarts had no idea what to do with that. Half the crowd attempted a bow, some clapped, a few cheered, then all of it dissolved into a confused shuffle when they realized no one else was doing the same. McGonagall dragged a hand down her face like she regretted her entire profession. Flitwick was trying very hard not to laugh and doing a terrible job of it, his shoulders were shaking behind his hands. G just chuckled, eyes crinkling. What a brilliant new generation rising in your school, Albus. Dumbledore, entirely unfazed, smiled. They all have so much potential. G turned slightly, eyes landing on Cashin and Bath's Hada standing off to the side. Ah, there you are. Cashin gave a half salute with 2 fingers. Bath's Hada dipped her head politely. G turned to his students, raising a hand. These 2 refused to join our school, so I expect you to show your potential and perhaps convince them to reconsider. Who knows, maybe we'll poach them eventually. Dumbledore rolled his eyes skyward like he'd heard that one before and wouldn't mind never hearing it again. Flitwick took the Feng Huang students. He chatted the whole way, and a few of the students looked unsure if they were meant to respond or just keep marching. Master G stood with Dumbledore near the front, the 2 of them chatting like they were waiting for the rest of the guests to wander in fashionably late. Behind them, the Kylan stood still as a statue, steam curling from its nostrils, mane drifting, threads of cloud caught in a breeze. Hagrid was vibrating. actually vibrating. He barreled forward with a noise that could only be described as a squeal. Merlin's beard, look at yet. Look at yet. The Kylan dipped its head, graceful as anything, and Hagrid nearly melted on the spot. Master G laughed. He likes you already. Come, come. Touch him, carefully. He does not appreciate sudden noise. Hagrid's idea of carefully still made the grass quake, but he reached a massive hand toward the Kylan's neck with surprising gentleness. The creature tolerated it, even leaned in slightly. G nodded. He is very independent, so I will ask him to go back. He will return when it is time to collect us. He glanced at Dumbledore. Please do not trouble yourselves with preparing a place for him. But of course, he added, looking back at Hagrid, you may get to know him before he flies. Hagrid made a noise somewhere between a laugh, a sob, and a broken accordion. Thank yet. Thank yet, sir. Oh, he's beautiful, look at him. Dumbledore checked the sky. The Beauxbatons party should be arriving momentarily. Right on cue, the wind shifted, warm, oddly floral, like someone had uncorked perfume over the lake. The clouds parted. A massive chariot burst through, pulled by 6 winged Abraxans, huge beasts, pale gold, broad-winged, and looking like they'd stepped out of an overdramatic tapestry. The chariot itself gleamed, lacquered blue. Someone near the front whispered, they're enormous. The chariot circled once before descending in a lazy arc. The hooves hit the grass with a heavy thud. Madame Maxime stepped out, draped in blue robes glittering like frost. She hugged Dumbledore awkwardly. Albus. Madame Maxime. A pleasure as always. Beauxbatons students poured out behind her, robes straight, hair perfect. Master G greeted Madame Maxime with a bright smile and a short bow. She returned it, then turned to watch the students as they exchanged greetings. Sprout walked out from the group and began shepherding them all inside. Madame Maxime stayed behind with the 2 headmasters. She cast a glance over her shoulder as Hagrid stepped away from the Kylan, reluctantly, like a child leaving the sweets aisle, and made his way towards the Abraxans. Her lips parted, she was about to mention how difficult the beasts could be, temperamental, stubborn, a right pain to settle, but stopped surprised as Hagrid gave a soft whistle and walked straight up to the lead horse. The great creature huffed, stomped its hoof, then followed him without hesitation. The others moved too. Maxime blinked. Said nothing. But her eyes lingered a bit too long as Hagrid patted one of the Abraxans on the neck and led the entire lot off like he did this every day. Students started to shiver, pulling their cloaks tighter as the wind knifed off the lake. After 2 sky entries in a row, most of them were staring upward, waiting for something else to come screaming out of the clouds. Then someone near the front yelled, "Wait, did you hear that?" Another voice followed, "Something in the lake." Ripples rolled across the surface. Slow at first. Then harder, something heavy was moving underneath. A couple first years squeaked and ducked behind the older students. McGonagall lifted a hand for silence, pointless, because the moment the lake began to churn, no one in front needed telling to shut up. A deep, hollow boom echoed across the water. Bubbles roared to the surface, bursting in loud pops. The lake frothed like something massive was clawing its way up from the bottom. A ship, an actual bloody ship, climbed out of the lake. Students gasped so loudly the sound bounced off the castle walls. A figure leapt from the deck, landing on the bank with a splash. Heavy cloak, fur lining, the whole ensemble screaming northern cold and long winters. Karkaroff. He flicked water from his sleeves, smoothed his hair back, and gave Dumbledore a nod that was polite but only by technical definition. Albus, he said. Igor, Dumbledore replied with far too much cheer. Behind him, Durmstrang students climbed down in tight formation, each wearing thick winter cloaks and stern looks. Karkaroff exchanged sharp nods with Madame Maxime and Master G, nothing beyond that. The moment his students finished their greetings, he swept straight into the castle, not staying with the rest. Snape was waiting near the doors, he led them off. Before anyone could comment, light flared from the trees, bright, flickering, and fast. A line of pale blue lanterns lit the air, strung between massive, translucent creatures thundering through the mist. Elephants. Except their bodies shimmered, almost see-through, like moonlight trapped in motion. Ghost caravans. They tore across the clearing at a dead sprint, hooves pounding like war drums, dragging a dozen massive, gold-carved carriages behind them. The lead one had a banner streaming from its roof, symbols that shifted before the eye could catch them. The entire herd stopped as one. The carriages hovered inches above the grass. Then a woman stepped out from the lead caravan, robes folding like molten bronze. Her hair was cropped short and wrapped in rings of silver. Madame A. Quincy. Headmistress of Uagadou. Dumbledore smiled wide, stepping forward. A. Quincy. She smiled, soft but full of teeth. Albus. Behind A. Quincy, her students climbed out in calm formation. Some carried long staffs slung over their backs, others had tattoos that shimmered like protective runes. The Uagadou students arranged themselves. A. Quincy took her place near the other heads. Thank you for your hospitality, she said, we are honored to walk this ground. It is our honor. Dumbledore chuckled. The headmasters turned and began making their way toward the castle. McGonagall clapped her hands and started ushering the students along. Hogwarts followed in a shuffling, half-odd mess. Hagrid remained outside, staring at the herd of ghost elephants. They're beautiful. In the Great Hall, Beauxbatons were seated with the Hufflepuffs, Durmstrangs with Slytherins, Feng Huang students alongside Ravenclaws, and Yu Agato with the Gryffindors. The long tables had stretched themselves out, benches doubling in width to squeeze everyone in without toppling onto each other. Filch came in panting, arms full of chairs, 2 at a time, 6 of them. He huffed up to the staff table and started wedging them in wherever he could without taking someone's foot off. Bath's Haida slid in beside Madame A. Quincy, the two immediately falling back into whatever discussion they'd left hanging since summer. A. Quincy asking if Bath's Haida had finally cracked the theory on beast bonding, and Bath's Haida asking in return about the ghost elephants. Before Bath's Haida could ask more, the doors opened again. 2 more figures walked in. One was, of course, Ludo Bagman. As head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, he had to show up, more for the spectacle than anything else. The other was Kingsley Shacklebolt. After Barty Crouch's spectacular fall from grace, locking up Sirius Black without trial, which, given the whole most ancient and noble house of Black thing, went down about as well as setting fire to Gringotts, Fudge had sacked him before the ink was dry. Kingsley, on the other hand, had handled the World Cup mess with great insight and brilliant coordination. That earned him a quiet shuffle upwards. He was now head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The 2 men took their seats at the far end of the staff table, Bagman already halfway through a flagon of something foamy. Dumbledore raised his hands. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and, most particularly, guests. He smiled around at the sea of foreign students. I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast, he added. I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home. The golden plates filled instantly. Steam rose, platters clinked, and conversation bubbled up in a dozen languages. Dumbledore must have updated the recipe books, because the spread tonight spanned half the known continents. Cashin spotted dishes he hadn't seen since his last visit to the east, bao buns, lacquered duck, sticky lotus rice rolled in leaves. Closer down the line, there were what he hoped were Agato honey-crusted plantains, a few French sugar-dusted pastries doing their best to look smug, and whatever Strang called food. Something grey. Possibly meat. Probably moved once. Once the golden plates had been wiped clean, Dumbledore rose again. The moment has come, he said, smiling at the mass of faces turned his way. The Quintic Magics tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket, just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Kingsley Shacklebolt, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. A polite little scattering of applause followed. Dumbledore continued, Mr. Shacklebolt and Mr. Bagman have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Quintic Magics tournament, and they will be joining myself, Headmaster G, Headmistress A. Quincy, Headmaster Karkaroff, and Headmistress Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. The moment he said champions, the air changed. Students leaned forward. A few elbows hit ribs. Perhaps Dumbledore noticed it too, because he gave a knowing smile. The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch. Filch, who'd been lurking by a pillar as though waiting to ambush a child with muddy boots, shuffled forward carrying a wooden chest crusted in gems. It looked like the sort of thing a pirate would try to bury and immediately get cursed for touching. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Shacklebolt and Mr. Bagman, Dumbledore said, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year. They will test the champions in many ways, magical ability, daring, powers of deduction, and of course, their ability to cope with danger. As you know, Dumbledore went on, his tone almost conversational, 5 champions compete in the tournament, 1 from each school. They will be marked on their performance in the tasks. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. He tapped the chest 3 times. The lid creaked open, slow as anything, and he reached inside. Out came a rough wooden cup, simple, carved like someone had shaped it with a blunt knife. Blue-white fire swirled inside, splashing bright light all the way to the rafters. Dumbledore placed it atop the casket so everyone could see. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet. Aspiring champions have 24 hours to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 5 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. It will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, freely accessible to those wishing to compete. He paused briefly. To ensure no underage student yields to temptation, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire. Nobody under 17 will be able to cross it. That earned a ripple of whispers, none of them subtle. Every eye in Hogwarts flicked from the headmaster, straight to Cashin. Fred and George Weasley were practically glowing. Cashin dragged a hand down his face. Headmaster. Bath's Haida sighed beside him. She'd clearly seen this coming 10 minutes before he had. Dumbledore turned slightly. Yes, Professor Rosier. Cashin gave him an innocent smile that fooled absolutely no one. You do remember my cup and age line quiz for the first years, right? Dumbledore froze. It was the exact expression of a man who'd suddenly realized he'd left the cauldron on at home. Every student who'd ever been in Cashin's class tried, and failed, not to grin. Dumbledore blinked. Ah. Cashin raised his brows. Yes. Ah. A few Gryffindors snorted. One Ravenclaw choked on a mint. Dumbledore cleared his throat and tried his best to look dignified again. Well, I suppose, that particular, educational exercise may have been slightly influential. Master G's gaze ticked toward him, brow raised. What be you done this time, Cashin? Cashin let out a low groan. Apparently, I've corrupted the youth again. Dumbledore chuckled, far too pleased with himself. Professor Rosier has a habit of introducing imaginary age lines in a mug of tea to first years. A little lesson in how to overcome magical restrictions without actually using magic. G's eyebrows went up. Imaginary. A conceptual trap, Dumbledore clarified. The students are told there's an invisible barrier keeping them from reaching a mug. Their task is to put their names into it, without crossing the line. The purpose is to teach problem solving without defaulting to a wand. A. Quincy tilted her head, clearly intrigued. I wonder if anyone's succeeded. Cashin grinned, leaning back in his chair. Some. Eventually. A few tried charming the mug. Some dropped books on it. One attached a spoon to a sock and tried to fish it out. G laughed, holding his belly. That's brilliant. Madame Maxime looked amused. It is clever. Though I imagine you have given your headmaster a bit of a headache. Dumbledore chuckled. Not at all. In fact, I'm inspired to rethink the age line myself. Cashin hummed, already hearing the wheels turning in Fred and George's heads. Let's see how many manage not to throw themselves across it head first. Dumbledore tapped his chin, eyes bright behind his half-moon glasses. So, what were the usual methods? Lifting a slip with Wingardium, tossing it from behind the age line, what else? Cashin made a face. One tried to sneeze it across. That was new. That worked. G asked, clearly amused. Not even close. One wrapped it in bacon and convinced a dog to fetch it. That's interesting. Maxime blinked. A dog. He thought the spell wouldn't account for animals, Cashin said, stabbing a dumpling. It didn't work. The dog got distracted halfway and ate the bacon. Then vomited on the mug. It was a very educational afternoon. He glanced down the rows of students, then looked back with a deadpan expression. They've already started drawing schematics. At that moment, Fred Weasley stood up, slowly walked over to the goblet, stopped just short of a meter, and began pacing. George followed, arms crossed, studying the floor. Cashin pointed with his fork. Exhibit A. I'll sort it out, Dumbledore said, raising his voice again. I must impress upon those wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered lightly. Once a champion is chosen, they are bound to see the tournament through. It is a magical contract. There can be no change of heart. Please be absolutely certain you are prepared before placing your name in the goblet. Now, it is time for bed. Good night to you all. Students rose in a loud, shuffling wave. Cashin leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temple. Baths, remind me next term to stop giving clever quizzes. She patted his arm lightly. No. This is far too entertaining. Cashin groaned. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I've armed an entire generation with loopholes. From across the hall, Fred cupped his hands around his mouth. We love you, Professor R. Cashin had officially had it. With Hogwarts. With magical politics. With one Harry James Potter. Shouldn't have been a surprise. He did know he was living in a world called Harry Potter, after all. But knowing it and living it were different beasts entirely, and somehow, the kid managed to end up dead center of anything dramatic. Every year. Last year had been a circus already, and this year, well, with the tournament back, it was only a matter of time before the goblet spat out that name. Cashin had no intention of letting it happen again. So that night, once Dumbledore had sent the students to bed with a twinkle and a warning, the grown UPS gathered. The school heads. Bagman. Kingsley. The house heads. Cashin. Baths Haida. Dumbledore's office was already too warm, Fox watching the crowd from his perch like he'd seen all this before. Master G was scratching under the phoenix's beak. I can't believe you managed to take this from us. Cashin turned, halfway through pouring himself something dark into a teacup. Sorry, what now? G nodded toward the bird, eyes narrowed. Cashin blinked. You're saying Fox, came from you. A. Quincy chuckled under her breath, clearly already in on it. G shrugged. Our school is called Fenghuang for a reason. Cashin looked at Dumbledore as if he'd personally staged a heist. Master G chuckled, folding his hands behind his back. He even learned how to hide from Fenghuang guardians, dragons themselves. It was Minjai's grandfather who taught you that, yes? That old Gotsu. It was a very long time ago. Dumbledore's smile was entirely unapologetic. Why, is Deputy Headmaster Su still causing you problems? Master G scoffed, he is too ambitious. Baths Haida gave the bird a curious glance. Did you steal a phoenix? Dumbledore coughed into his hand, the picture of innocence. I won it. Fair and square. Master G stared at him, flat as a brick. Fair and square, he says. Cashin nearly dropped his teacup. He wanted every detail, preferably written down and footnoted, but McGonagall cut across the growing chaos with a look sharp enough to shave stone. What are we going to do about the goblet? She said. Since the age line is no longer reliable. The room sobered quick. Cashin set his drink down. Right. We need something the students can't wiggle out of. They've already got ideas. I caught Weasley and Weasley drawing up blueprints on pudding. He gave Baths Haida a look. She gave the same look back, half go ahead and half this is absolutely your fault. How about you leave it to us? Cashin said. I'll build an illusion. Baths Haida can lay runes over it. We'll see anyone trying to slip through the age line before they even get a toe over it. Baths Haida added, and we can check intent as they approach. If someone's trying anything clever, we'll know. Kingsley nodded. That could work. Karkaroff let out a low scoff. Of course it could, but I'm not trusting you with it. Cashin blinked. Why? Because I used the word illusion. No, Karkaroff said, chin lifting. Because the goblet is impartial. He waved a hand at Cashin, Baths Haida, and half the group are not. I will not have Durmstrang's strongest students kept out so Hogwarts can give itself an advantage. Cashin stared at him for a long second. You think I'm going to rig a magical cup so Hogwarts wins? Yes, Karkaroff snapped. You are a rosier. Bathshida's jaw clicked. The temperature in the room dipped slightly. Cashin lifted his brows. You're going to have to pick a better accusation. My family barely let me attend reunions. I can assure you, sabotaging school games isn't on my schedule. Karkaroff folded his arms. Intentions are not always clear. Mine are, Cashin said. I don't want the goblet chewing up a child. Any child. Yours included. The idea is simple. We keep the line fair. Not clever proof, just fair. A Quincy nodded from her side. Headmaster Karkaroff, if their illusion only alerts us to questionable attempts, not blocks them, where is the bias? Karkaroff scowled, but he didn't give an answer. Master G raised his hand. Let Cashin handle the perimeter. Maxime raised her head. Agreed. As long as no one interferes with legitimate entries. Cashin pressed his palm over his heart. Cross my heart and hope not to get eaten by a magical cup. Dumbledore gave him a mild look, but the corners of his eyes crinkled. I trust Cashin and Baths Haida to craft a boundary suitable for our needs. One that does not favor any school. Karkaroff looked away. Durmstrang refuses this method. If you're set on ignoring my say in this, we'll gladly return home. Cashin shot him a glare. You're welcome to pack tonight. Dumbledore raised a hand before it escalated. Then each headmaster will add their own defense to the age line. Between that and my most recent adjustments, I doubt anyone underage will make it through. Still, no harm in being cautious. Karkaroff didn't reply, just sneered. Cashin leaned back in his chair, arms folded. As long as it doesn't involve flinging curses at anyone under 17, be my guest. Fair warning though, he said, as he stood up, tone flat. If, by any means, your defenses fail and some underage student comes out that goblet, I'm bringing this tournament down. One way or another. Karkaroff's chair scraped back as he stood too, face twisting. I allowed you to run your mouth because this is your home. But don't forget, you're just a teacher. Friends with G and A Quincy or not, that doesn't mean you can speak as you please. Cashin didn't flinch. He smiled, not a hint of warmth in it. Igor, just because you're headmaster of Durmstrang doesn't mean you can speak as you please. See, my post doesn't define my worth. Yours does. And that carpet under you. He tipped his head. Not as solid as you think. Keep that in mind before raising your voice again. The room went still. He turned. Held out his hand. Baths Haida took it without a word. The two of them walked out together, not looking back. Since it was Halloween, there were no classes. Cashin and Baths Haida planted themselves at the staff table well before sunrise and declared they weren't moving unless the ceiling collapsed. They had plates. Tea. Scones. 3 types of jam. And, more importantly, the perfect view of the Goblet of Fire. It sat in the center of the Great Hall, flickering from time to time, shifting blue and white. Around it, the age line shimmered faintly, rippling in soft rings of light. By breakfast, the chaos had properly kicked in. Hogwarts students swarmed the goblet, crowding close to the edge of the age line. Elbows flew, parchments were waved, and someone somewhere definitely shouted, "Let me try first, you'll mess it up." Fred and George had claimed prime position just shy of the line, pockets bulging with rejected plans. "Right," Fred muttered, crouched beside a pile of crumbled parchment. "My back." He grimaced, getting up. "Wingardium's no good." George stroked his long, grey beard. "Can't nudge the goblet either." "Not that I was hoping to." "Nothing works," Fred groaned, still holding his back. "What are we going to do?" Behind them, a third year launched a folded slip like a paper plane. It smacked into the barrier midair and burst into golden sparks before fluttering to the floor in pieces. Those golden sparks gathered around him, turning his ear into a donkey's. A knot of Gryffindors howled with laughter. "Nice try." Someone yelled. "You going to cry, or try a slingshot next?" "Already did," Seamus called back. "Didn't get past the line either." Dean poked him in the ribs. That was a toothbrush tied to a rubber band. Baths Haida poured herself more tea. "Should we stop them?" Cashin took a bite of scone. "They're learning." More attempts came. Someone tried sneaking a slip-in attached to an enchanted toy dragon, one of those little charmed fire breathers from the Diagon Alley stalls. The thing zipped through the air, puffed a bit of smoke, and immediately got blasted backwards by what looked like Maxime's anti-flight rune. It hit a pillar with a thud and clattered to the floor. From the other end of the hall, someone howled in laughter. "We've tried throwing it," Fred muttered. "Tried floating it." George nodded. "Bounced it off a wall." "Tried scheming it like a stone." Bloody age lines tighter than Aunt Muriel's corset. Cedric Diggory strolled past, parchment already in hand. Just walked right up to the edge, stepped across, and dropped his name in. The blue-white fire flared, swallowed the parchment. The twins booed so loudly half the hall turned. "Months. We're months younger than you. This is not fair," Fred shouted. Cedric threw them a smug little grin over his shoulder. "Try harder next time." The twins groaned in perfect harmony and got to their feet. Lee Jordan slipped an arm out to block them from storming the line again, laughing so hard he nearly toppled into a group of fourth years. "Leave it, lads," Lee said. "He's got the height advantage anyway." "Height advantage?" Fred spluttered. "He's got a birthday advantage." "Same thing," George muttered. Fred was still trying to reach Cedric, who hid behind the age line. "Diggory, you absolute traitor, come back here and show mercy to your elders." "You're 17 in April," Cedric called back. "Little brothers." George flapped a hand. "Age is a social construct." Cashin nearly choked on his tea. All in all, it was great entertainment. When Aurora, Septima, and Charity arrived for dinner and saw Cashin and Bath's Haida still parked in the same seats, surrounded by crumbs and empty plates, they stared like they were looking at two crime scenes. "You seriously sat here all day?" Aurora asked. Cashin patted his very full stomach. "Don't regret anything." Bath's Haida dipped a scone into jam. "When's dinner?" The girls sat down, shaking their heads as if they were witnessing the fall of civilization. Dinner came. Dinner went. And then the moment finally rolled around. The great hall dimmed as the last plates vanished. Torches steadied. The goblet's blue flame flared higher, throwing long shadows along the stone floor. Students started crowding in. The visiting delegations held their breaths, their heads turning toward the cup. The goblet crackled, then spat the first burning scrap into the air. Dumbledore caught it neatly, the fire hissing out between his fingers. He glanced at the name, then lifted the paper as he called, "Fleur Delacour." The Beaux Batons students burst into cheers. Fleur stepped forward with that light, floating walk of hers, chin up, hair catching the goblet's blue light. The girls behind her looked ready to faint from pride as Fleur walked to the side room. The flame roared again. A second scrap shot upward. Dumbledore grabbed it. "Victor Crumb." Durmstrang erupted. Karkaroff actually smiled and Crumb moved through the crowd, following Fleur. The goblet flared for the third time. A slit arced out, Dumbledore snatched it before it hit the floor. He blinked, then pronounced, "Su Minjiu." The Feng Huang delegation cheered loudest. Minjiu stepped after the previous two, smiling softly. His expression barely shifted, but the way the other Feng Huang students bowed their heads as he passed said enough. The goblet spat again. "Cedric Diggory." Hogwarts broke into cheers so loud one of the torches flickered out. Cedric stepped up with a bright smile. The twins booed dramatically, but Cedric only grinned at them on his way past. The fifth scrap came almost immediately after. Another plume of blue-white, a spark, a drifting slip. Dumbledore caught it between two fingers. Amara Endoy. Their champion stepped forward, a tall girl with close-cut hair, dark brown skin, and gold paint sweeping across her cheekbones in polka patterns. Her robes were a deep maroon, wrapped and pinned with a carved wooden clasp shaped like a horned moon. The Uagadou students stomped their feet in rhythm, palms drumming against their chests. "All excellent picks," Bath's Haida murmured. Cashin hummed. 5 schools, 5 champions at the age. Nice and tidy. For once. He was still worried that fate would somehow include Potter, but maybe not this time. Students crowded closer, buzzing with excitement. Then the goblet's flame turned red. A deep, rolling flare. The kind that made the hairs on Cashin's arms stand up. The hall went quiet fast. Bath's Haida set her teacup down very slowly. "Oh, you've got to be joking," Cashin muttered. The goblet spat out one more scrap. The 6th. It hovered in the air longer than any of the others, drifting like it wanted the entire castle to look at it. Every student leaned forward. Even the flames seemed to hold their breath. "What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore?" Maxime's voice boomed over as she came near Fleur, resting her hand on her shoulder. "I'd rather like to know that myself, Dumbledore," Karkaroff added. His smile was thin and sharp, the kind that usually came with a knife. 2 Hogwarts champions? I don't remember anyone telling me the host school was allowed 2 champions, or have I not read the rules carefully enough?" He gave a short, mocking laugh. "That's impossible," Maxime said, voice rising. "Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions. It is most unjust. We'd have brought more candidates from our own schools, if that were allowed," Karkaroff added, already spinning up into outrage. "It's no one's fault but Potter's, Karkaroff," Snape said softly from the shadows. His eyes gleamed, mouth already curled. "Don't go blaming the headmaster for." "Shut up, Severus," Cashin said without looking at him. Snape's face twisted, jaw tight. His eyes still glittered with something unpleasant, but he didn't speak again upon seeing Cashin's face. Dumbledore looked at Harry, billowing with anger like he didn't read his script right. "Did you put your name into the goblet of fire, Harry?" "Calmly, Albus." Ji said from the side. You should be calm. No, Harry said quickly. Everyone was watching him now, like waiting for the punchline to a very bad joke. Did you ask an older student to put it in for you? Dumbledore asked, eyes still fixed on the boy. No, Harry said again, louder this time. Ah, but of course he is lying. Maxime snapped. Master G and Madame A. Quincy didn't move. They stood there watching the mess unfold. Cashin, on the other hand, had gone very still. And whatever was leaking off him made the space around him feel tight. He swept his gaze across the room. I told you to let me put precautions in place, he said. I told you to let me cover the age line, and none of this would have happened. Karkaroff snapped his head around. Hogwarts is cheating, and you would have made it even more Favora. Cashin lifted his wand. Igor, say one more word and I'll turn this into an international scandal. Dumbledore stepped in fast, hands raised. Cashin, please. Cashin snorted. There is no way in hell am I allowing Potter to participate in this tournament. I told you yesterday, I'm saying it again tonight. From the edge, Moody gave a rough scoff. We must follow the rules, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names come out of the Goblet of Fire are bound to compete in the tournament. Cashin turned toward him, eyes dark. I don't give a single foo. Bath's Haida grabbed his arm. He let out a breath, redirected. A single scrap of that rule. There is no rule worth watching a child get shoved into a coffin with fireworks. A few gasps went up. Moody's magical eye spun toward Cashin, but he didn't push it. Cashin rounded back on the room. This is a setup. Someone's meddled with the goblet. Potter didn't put his name in, and I'll drag every single one of you through a pensieve if I must to prove it. Maxime threw her hands up. Then remove him. EET is simple. Remove him. Finally, Cashin said. A sensible suggestion. She doesn't understand the binding magic, Karkaroff said smugly. Dumbledore tried again. Cashin, the bindin. No, Cashin cut in, eyes never leaving the visitors now. This tournament is dangerous enough for adults, let alone 14-year-olds. And I'm not letting this one become collateral because everyone refuses to admit the obvious. Moody limped forward, eye spinning wildly. Boy's name comes out. Boy competes. That's how it works. Bath's Haida squeezed Cashin's arm, hard enough to make him shut up before he launched himself across the table. He dragged in a breath through his teeth. Fine. You all think this is unfair, right? He swept the room, daring anyone to disagree. Dozens of heads bobbed. Cashin nodded. Brilliant. Then it's simple. We change the 3 tasks. Brilliant. Then it's simple. We change the 3 tasks. Gasps burst across the room. Then they thought. The idea settled. Faces shifted. One by one, they realized what he meant. The logic was too clean to argue. Everyone in the room knew it. Change the tasks, rebind the goblet, and the whole bloody mess unspooled without a single duel or blood contract. G's mouth curled into a slow grin. Genius. Cashin shook his head. Not genius. I planned ahead. I was fully expecting someone to pull a stunt like this. G leaned forward, eyes gleaming. You prewrote contingencies for a corrupted goblet. Of course I did, Cashin said, like it was obvious. It's a magical contract written by a half-sentient artifact from a time when duels ended with body parts in jars. You think I trusted that thing to behave? G laughed. You read all the records, didn't you? Cashin didn't even blink. Every line. Including the ones the ministry tried to redact. Karkaroff turned toward Dumbledore, bristling. We cannot change the tasks. What about the tournament? Cashin looked at him. You seem awfully keen on Potter joining, Igor. Karkaroff glared. What are you implying? I'm saying the tournament must go on. Cashin gave him a thin smile. Oh, it'll go on. After we change the tasks to something harmless, run them 5 minutes apart, then we hold a second selection. An uneasy murmur rolled through the hall. Moody snorted. And what if different names come out? Would be unfair to these 5. Before Cashin could reply, Madame A. Quincy answered. We put these 5 names in again. Why would it be unfair? They have already been chosen. Several representatives nodded. The logic was obvious. Too obvious. Madame A. Quincy tapped the ground, seemingly annoyed that she couldn't think of it. Simple. Fair. Avoids international fallout. We don't need a bloodbath to prove skill. G nodded. And there are children watching this year. No disrespect to this young man, but tasks we picked aren't for 4th years. Bagman, surprisingly, looked relieved. I mean, it would save the ministry the insurance headache. Not to mention the headlines, muttered Shacklebolt. Cashin spread his hands. There you go. No children tossed into the lava trench. No one screaming about cheating. Everyone gets the champions they started with, minus the homicidal bits. Everybody happy. Except the prestige, Karkaroff snapped. The tournament loses its grandeur. Cashin stared at him. Oh no, not the grandeur. How will we cope without watching teenagers get mauled by force of nature? He glanced briefly at Harry, who looked like he didn't know whether to thank him or hide behind him. Moody slammed his staff against the floor. You do realize this breaks centuries of... Oh, spare me, Cashin cut in. The tournaments had more stoppages and rewrites than the bloody ministry charter. Half the tasks in the 17th century got changed on the fly because someone let a manticore loose and 3 contestants legged it home. Maxime folded her arms. If EET removes the boy, I am in favor. Dumbledore gave a nod. As am I. G dipped his head. Same. A. Quincy smiled faintly. Good. Let us give the children a proper tournament. Karkaroff looked cornered. The others were united. But Moody was practically vibrating. Turned out, it wasn't bloody hard to change the tasks. The goblet bound names, not logic. The actual challenges were all made up by humans, which meant they could be unmade just as easily. After a solid session of 5 school heads, Kingsley, and Bagman flinging enough magic to light up a Quidditch pitch, the goblet flickered, hissed, A&D. Gave in. Just a sulky puff of smoke and a shimmer of altered bindings. Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Come now, let's see who can pick a napkin from the table using only magic. That shall be your first task. We are not allowed to help, nor inform you how. He sounded far too pleased with himself for someone assigning napkin duty. The champions stood in a neat line, facing a long table with 6 napkins laid out like cursed artifacts. Begin, said Bagman, who was clearly trying not to laugh. One by one, the students raised their wands. Napkins flying in the air, dropping neatly into their hands. Cashin coughed. Good enough. The 5 heads of school, plus the 2 ministry-appointed referees, gave points. 6 perfect scores. Next task, splitting said napkins into symmetrical halves using only magic. A table was conjured. 6 fresh napkins laid out. This is ridiculous, muttered Karkaroff. Cashin looked delighted. Wait till you see task 3. Cedric let out a breath through his nose, shaking his head like he couldn't believe this was happening. When the headmaster said the tournament would be deadly, I was expecting more than paper cuts. Fleur gave him a sidelong glance. You sound disappointed. I'm not, Cedric said. Just, surprised. Crumb was squinting at his napkin, his eyes twitching. We do this instead of battles. Much safer, said Amara, folding the edge of her napkin like a surgeon on holiday. And arguably harder. Origami's brutal. Was the napkin thing your idea or Dumbledore's? Baths Haida asked with barely suppressed laughter. Bit of both. He said something simple, yet dignified. I heard make it stupid. She gave him a sidelong look. That tracks. Each student gave it a go. Slicing spells, charm work, even a vanishing technique that reassembled the pieces once separated. Again, perfect scores all around. Last task, fold the halves into a recognizable shape. Magic only. You have 1 minute, Dumbledore said cheerily. And 7 judges. We expect originality. Fleur folded hers into a lily. Crumb made a rectangle, squinting like he wasn't sure how folding worked. Minjiho conjured an origami dragon that blew smoke from its mouth. Yeah, smoke was paper too. Cedric made a badger. It wiggled its paper nose. Amara crafted a perfect leopard with spots. Harry stared at his napkin, gave it a flick, and ended up with something that might have been a hat. Or a boot. Or a rabbit if you squinted from a distance and lied about it. Cashin gave him a slow clap. It's interpretive. The judges gave full points anyway. Professors cheered like it was a Quidditch final. With no clear winner and the goblet's bind lifted, Harry stepped down. Officially out. His name never should have been in there to begin with, and now it was gone for good. The goblet's flame sputtered, turned a dull blue, and then went out entirely. The contract was done. When the cup shimmered and lost its luster, the glow retreating inward like breath sucked from a dying flame, Cashin paced around it slowly. The earlier magic the cup was emitting was nowhere to be seen. Previously, when Dumbledore first unboxed it, it had been overwhelming, grand in a way that didn't belong in rooms built by human hands. Cashin struggled to describe it, even now. It felt like standing before something ancient and immense, like a mountain that knew your name. He'd read everything there was to read about the cup. Knew it wasn't just a glorified trophy. It had to bind the champions, and not just them, everyone in proximity. That was how it kept the tournament fair. It was a contract, tethered through ley line intersections, drawing power so dense it could warp time around it. No wonder even Dumbledore and other heads had hesitated to challenge it. But now? Now it looked dormant. Just small. The thing that had once pulsed with enough magic to make the castle creak was now just a gilded cup, overpolished and forgotten. So it's dead now? He asked, looking at the thing with a squint. Dumbledore chuckled softly behind him. More like sleeping. Cashin hummed, not convinced. His fingers twitched at his side. Moody stepped in between, boot scraping over cracked stone. Don't touch it. Cashin turned, already scowling. I wasn't going to. Behind him, Baths Haida made a noise that might have been a cough, but sounded far too amused. Exposing his lie. Cashin shot her a narrow look. Too much, he muttered. Moody didn't blink. His magical eye word, staying locked on Cashin's hand even as the other one glared dead ahead. Fine, Cashin snapped, stepping back a half pace. Not touching. For God's sake. It's not like it's going to break. The cup sparked. Cashin froze. Okay, he added, slowly backing away, maybe a little insecure. He let out a slow breath, crouched a little. With all that impossible power drained out of it, it really did look harmless. Almost sulky. He tilted his head at it, voice dropping into something light and coaxing, like he was speaking to a frightened toddler clutching a tantrum. Hey now, you're not going to take away my magic out of spite, are you? Moody walked over to Harry, clapping a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. Good job, Potter. Relieved. Harry nodded, still wide-eyed and rattled from the whole ordeal. From the moment his name came out of that cup, every stare, every accusation, every demand had been pressing on him. He hadn't understood half of what the tournament was about, only that he didn't want to be in it. Now, at least, it was over. Moody pointed toward the cup. See how its magic died down. He started walking, not dragging Harry, but nudging him along in that quiet, insistent way adults used when pretending something was still your choice. Harry glanced back at the cup. The difference was striking. Before, it had felt crushing. Like just looking at it made his skin buzz. Now? It just looked like a cup. A little too polished, but otherwise, normal. Still, something in it pulled at him. His feet started drifting forward without meaning to. A hand caught his shoulder. Careful there, Potter, Cashin said, voice cold. Don't touch magical artifacts. Might bite you. Harry blinked up at him. Then Cashin's gaze flicked past him. Hard. Directed straight at Moody. Moody scoffed, gaze flicking between Cashin, Dumbledore, G.A. Quincy, then Potter, then said, damn right. Once the old binding had clearly collapsed, they fed the 5 champions' names back into the goblet. Cashin didn't move from his spot until the final slips went in and came out again. 5. No more. He counted them aloud just to be annoying. And certain. When it was done, when the last flicker of the goblet died down and the thing stopped pretending it had sentience, he let out a slow breath. Now, he said, brushing imaginary dust off his sleeves. We can return to our regular boring lives. He gave a pointed look at Moody and Karkaroff. Neither looked thrilled. Potter. With me. Harry didn't argue. Just nodded and trailed after him and Bath's Haida, as they left. The hall was still buzzing. As they made their way through the crowd, heads turned. Students leaned in, whispers trailing after them. Did he put his name in? Was it really him? Is he still competing? Cashin raised his hand. It was a misunderstanding. Potter is not participating. 5 contestants will compete, end of story. The noise dipped. Hogwarts never shut up, but at least no one was yelling anymore. Cashin guided Harry out through the front doors, one hand on the boy's shoulder to keep him moving. Harry kept glancing back at the hall, cheeks pink from all the stares. When they reached the corridor, the doors closing behind them, Harry finally let out a breath. Sir, people think I did it on purpose. Cashin snorted. People think centaurs run an underground gambling ring in the Forbidden Forest. Students talk. Ignore them. Harry tried for a smile and didn't quite make it. He looked up at both of them, tired but grateful. Thank you, for helping me. Cashin let out a breath. Go and rest. Your name shouldn't have come out to begin with. Harry nodded and headed off, shoulders hunched, trying not to look like he was escaping. The moment he turned the corner, Bath's Haida grabbed Cashin's hand and hauled him down the corridor. Room. Now. Oh, romantic, Cashin muttered as she dragged him along. Mind the stairs. She didn't slow. The second his door shut behind them, she rounded on him. So, how long before they accuse me of sabotaging the tournament on purpose? He chuckled. I am surprised he didn't already. Would be perfect time when you suggested to change the tasks. He snorted. Probably too dumbstruck. Got it. Still doesn't explain who got Potter in, she muttered, ignoring the pun. I know, Cashin said. I just can't figure out why. She didn't argue. Do you know how it happened? Cashin rubbed at his brow. I don't know. But I've got 2 ideas. Since 4 schools were visiting Hogwarts that year, and the crowd of students had practically doubled overnight, it was decided the guests would have their own classes. Less chance of culture shock. Less chance of duels breaking out in the corridors. Cashin walked into his classroom, kicked the door shut behind him, and stopped dead. The space had been turned into a bloody weather map. The Beauxbatons students had staked out the sunlit side of the classroom, where the windows framed them like a painting. Their uniforms were all pale blues and silver pins. Fleur sat in the middle of her group, chin tilted slightly, one boot crossed over the other. Durmstrang took the opposite end. Their robes ran dark, trimmed in red, the whole lot of them surrounding Crumb, scowling at nothing. Feng Huang students sat in absolute silence. Their robes were layered in shades of copper and gold, detailed embroidery catching light when they moved. Minjio was in the middle of it all, scribbling in a small notebook. And Uagatu filled their part of the room. Browns and golds, loose sleeves rolled up. Amara sat near the front, chatting up with her friends, smiling brightly. 4 seasons. Same room. Not bad for a Monday morning. They all looked up as he stepped forward. Good morning, he said, sitting at the edge of the desk. I'm Professor Rosier. I teach history of magic here. Since not all schools follow the same curriculum, Cashin said, we'll skip the usual dead blokes and dates routine. I'm not here to bore you with British wizarding history unless someone specifically asks for it. A few students looked relieved. One Durmstrang boy muttered something under his breath. So, Cashin went on, instead we'll do something a bit more useful. His eyes scanned the room. Let's keep it simple, he said. You tell me. What do you lot want to learn? A few exchanged glances. Silence dragged. One Dumstrang boy finally snorted. This is history, isn't it? What is there to learn but stories? Cashin smiled brightly. Excellent. A volunteer. The boy blinked. You'll help with the demonstration later, Cashin added. Don't look so thrilled. He turned back to the room. Anyone else? Minjio lifted his hand. Headmaster G mentioned you teach spell history. I would, very much like to see that. A few Uagadu students nodded straight away. Clearly they heard the same thing. Cashin gave a small nod. All right. How about Protogo? You've all learned it in some form. Won't kill you to know where it came from. That woke the room up. Backs straightened. Quills paused mid-tap. Even the Dumstrang boy who'd mocked history sat up a little. Cashin grinned and flicked his wand. The air above the center aisle shimmered, then filled with moving shapes, figures in rough leathers, holding shields made of bone and wood. When the first clang rang out, the room jumped. Several gasped outright, they clearly hadn't expected sound. This is... Someone breathed. They stared like they'd never seen magic do anything except fire sparks. Cashin pointed lazily at the illusion. Contrary to popular belief, Protogo is ancient. Proper ancient. Same era as bone shields. He tapped the scene. A witch and a wizard braced behind crude slabs of enchanted bone as arrows bounced off them. The first shield charms weren't cast instead of shields. They were cast on shields. He flicked his wand, and the illusion shifted. Bone shields, crude, patchworked things, flared with runes, glowing faintly as stones clattered harmlessly off. Back then, battles weren't duels. They were fights for survival. You got close. You blocked. You bled. Adding magical reinforcement was a practical step, a layer of charm on top of your bit of bone. Not elegant, but it meant the shield didn't snap in half the first time someone lobbed fire at you. He paced slowly between the tables. The shift came later. As spell work evolved, so did distance. People started realizing it was better to dodge before the spell hit them. Not block them. That's when we got early Protogo, or the bits that would become it. He waved his wand again. The image changed. A figure raised their hands and a jagged barrier of magic flared out, a translucent dome, uneven and twitching at the edges. Look at that. Ugly, right? Patchy. Held together by sheer panic and spite. That version barely lasted 3 seconds. A few students chuckled. But it worked. Long enough to live. Which was the point. He turned back to the students. Do any of you know what evolution is? A good chunk of hands went up. Cashin nodded, pleased. Excellent. Your schools haven't entirely fluffed the basics then. Evolution and adaptation don't stop. They're happening all the time, just, slowly enough most people miss it. He gestured at the illusion of the old bone shield warriors still standing their grounds. That shift, from real shield to conjured one is a textbook magical adaptation. Most magics weren't built like warriors. Couldn't swing steel and cast spells at the same time without snapping something important. Heavy shields slowed them down. Drained stamina. So, they ditched the weight and conjured what they needed instead. Lighter, faster, left more energy for hexes. Trade-off that stuck around. The illusion flickered, fast-forwarding through eras. Shields turned from bone, to wood, to metal. Each version thinner, cleaner, sharper. Whereas magical conjurations got more refined, cleaner, harder. You see it? He asked. Bit by bit. Same instinct, new tools. Like fish growing legs, except here, the legs are light to keep distance for more hexes. Cashin flicked the scene away and leaned back on the desk. The reason for this shift, and why any spell takes such a route is about intention, not power. You want to block something? Fine. Magic listens. But the shape it takes, the strength it holds, that's all tied to how badly you mean it. He twirled a finger in the air. Another scene bloomed, this time, a modern duel. 2 witches, faces grim, wands out. One cast Protogo, clear, bright, held firm. The other hesitated. Her shield flickered and cracked on impact. Cashin nodded at it. One meant to survive. The other hoped to. This is the part people forget. Spells don't pop into existence because someone had a poetic moment by candlelight. They're born because someone needed something. Desperately. That's your constant, intent meets opportunity, and suddenly we have a shield charm. Amara leaned forward. So spells change like languages. Cashin pointed at her. Exactly. Same bones, different shapes over time. Several students scribbled notes. Cashin clapped his hands. Next question. Who can tell me why some spells outlive others? Silence. A few shuffled. Then Crumb raised a hand. Because they remain useful. Cashin snapped his fingers. Bingo. Utility wins. If a spell keeps you alive or helps you finish the fight or the job, it stays. If it's something daft like charm to warm your socks evenly while traveling through marshlands, it dies in a ditch somewhere. A wave of snorts rippled across the classroom. He flicked the wand once more. The illusion dissolved into a soft shimmer. Now that we've established the basics, let's get to the fun part. He raised his wand and a translucent shield slid into place in front of him, thin as glass, humming faintly. Dead easy to cast a shield when no one's charging at you with a sword, Cashin said. He gave the thing a tap, it rippled like water, then settled again. This is why your teachers nag you with essays, drills, dueling practice, the lot. The more you run it into your muscles, the less chance you've got of cocking it up when it matters. He let the shield dissolve and paced a slow line down the middle aisle. In a real fight, your legs shake, your stomach drops, and your brain can't decide if it wants to hide or scream. That's when the training shows. Not your talent or your wand. The practice. And the reason your protego works in a quiet classroom but fizzles when a hex is actually aimed at your face is intent. That's what we press on. Not because we like hearing ourselves talk. It's because magic only listens properly when you mean it. He stopped near Uagaduro, resting his arm along the back of an empty chair. Right. Cultural exchange time. How do your schools teach spells? I'm talking essentials. Intent, mental picturing, and whatever else you lot prioritize. Who's up? Amara raised her hand. At Uagadu, we're taught visualization first. Intent is built into the process, but we focus on seeing the spell's shape before it forms. Our instructors have us practice without wands for months before we're allowed to channel through one. Cashin nodded, interested. That tracks. You lot do wandless better than anyone. A Bosbaton student chimed in. We begin with the emotional connection. What the spell is meant to feel like. Our professors say that emotion powers the wand. Cashin gave a short hum. That's poetic. Risky, if you're angry. But I can see the point. From Demstrang, a tall boy folded his arms. We use repetition. Drill until you can do it in your sleep. Then pressure tests. Cashin turned his head. Pressure tests. You duel until it's instinct. If you get hit, you weren't fast enough. Cashin looked mildly impressed. Charming. Nothing says effective pedagogy like concussions. There were a few snickers from the Bosbaton's side. Minjiao looked up from his notes. At Feng Huang, we do the opposite of Bosbatons. We are taught to steady our emotions. Anger, fear, excitement, they all cloud spell work. No disrespect to them, he added with a small nod toward Fleur and others, emotion does fuel a spell, but it can also stop you casting it all. If we're like water, calm, not stirred up, we cast with clear intent. Then we practice. Basics, until the basics turn into habits. Cashin gave a thoughtful hum. Fair enough. You lot want clarity first, tidy mind, tidy spell. Makes sense. Bosbatons go the other direction, feel the spell before they shape it. Uagadu start with visualizing structure. Demstrang drills the mechanics until their arms fall off. Different routes. A few Bosbaton students bristled. One muttered something about cold methods. Cashin raised a hand. Relax. None of you are wrong. Magic's ancient, messy, and dramatic. It responds to whatever you feed it. Some schools teach you to grip that emotion and throw it like a brick. Others teach you not to let it smack you in the face first. Minjiao dipped his head again, already jotting something in his notebook. Cashin tapped the desk lightly. Here's the fun bit, you all meet in the same place. Same sea, different rivers. Some of you carve through the bedrock, some skim across the surface, some meander around every bloody tree root on the way. But you get there. He stepped away from the desk. All right, let's break down what we've got so far. Uagadu starts with vision. Bosbaton starts with feeling. Demstrang starts with bruises. Feng Huang starts with breathing. Hogwarts, he gestured vaguely toward himself, starts with me yelling at you until something sticks. A faint ripple of amusement passed across the room. He carried on. Point being, all of you are trained differently, but the core is the same. Picture it. Mean it. Cast it. Magic isn't picky about the order, it's picky about the commitment. He drummed his fingers lightly against the edge of a table, thinking. Right then, he said. Today's your lucky day. He strode toward the middle of the room. Let's say you're all aiming for this result, he said. Same charm, different path. So, Bosbatons. Show me the emotional spark. Doesn't matter what emotion, joy, panic, righteous fury over a stolen croissant, whatever works. Fleur raised her wand, narrowed her eyes, muttered under her breath, and cast. A small shield popped like a soap bubble. Cashin nodded. Good. It held strong. Next, Uagadu. Visual first. Amara stepped up. She inhaled, exhaled, then her shield flared into place, smooth and bright. Cashin gestured to it. Stable. Like she planned the whole thing a week ago. Demstrang went next. Crumb stomped forward, squared his shoulders, and barked the spell like he was ordering it to behave. His shield slammed out rough and thick, strong, but uneven. Cashin gave him a thumbs up. That one says don't you dare. Fits your aesthetic. Minjiao stepped forward for Feng Huang. He closed his eyes for a breath, settled quietly, then cast. His shield was neat and controlled. Cashin let out a hum. Calm, tidy, light. He turned back to the room. Now you've seen each other's methods. Try swapping. Bosbatons, steady your breathing like Feng Huang but hold onto the emotion that strengthens it. Feng Huang do the same. Demstrang, picture the shield before you shout at it. Picture all the training you had. Uagadu, grab hold of an emotion and see what happens, merge it with a perfect mental picture. Go on. A rustle of movement swept the classroom as students repositioned. The room filled with small bursts of magic. Shields flared up, shaky, lopsided, some surprisingly strong. A few Bosbaton students looked startled when their shields thickened. Adam Strang Boy actually laughed when his became smoother. Uagadu students tilted their heads, examining the way emotion shifted the color of their magic. Feng Huang students gasped at the response they got from their spells. Cashin folded his arms, grinning. There we are. That's why one spell can branch into 5 different shapes. Why one shield charm ends up a dome, another a slab, and someone else flings it sideways. Learn from each other. Don't chuck out someone else's method just because it's not the one your school drills into you. A few of the students were still staring at their shields. The bell rang. Cashin pushed off the desk and headed back toward his table. Right. Technically, I wasn't supposed to give you homework, he said, waving a hand. But I'm doing it anyway. Consider this more of a favor to your future selves. 1 foot each, he went on the other 4 schools' casting styles. Compare them to your own method. What they do better, where they fall apart, that sort of thing. A few groaned. Cashin raised an eyebrow. I haven't even got to the optional bit. More groaning. If you're feeling spicy, pick a spell, protego, or whatever else, and break it down across all 5 schools. How it's cast, taught, reinforced. Practical differences. The works. He clapped his hands. Dismissed. The chairs scraped. Robes swished. A dozen conversations lit up at once as students filtered out in small groups, still arguing over casting styles, some trying each other's again as they left. He shut his eyes, heat blooming across his chest. Teaching 4 schools at once improved my protego more in 2 hours than a year of dueling drills, he muttered. Every casting style, the visual drills, the emotional triggers, the obsessive repetition, the maddening stillness, it all clicked into place, feeding something deeper. He let out a breath, the grin already creeping up before he could stop it. This is going to be fun, he said to nobody in particular. He was close. He could feel it. Second variant was close to awakening. Cashin didn't bother showing up to the following tournament meetings. He'd cleared Potter out of the tournament, that was the bit that mattered. Everything else, ministry pageantry, gold trim on nothing, he couldn't be arsed with. He would have liked to help Cedric, sure. He liked the boy. But the goblet had bound staff hands tighter than a Gringotts vault. No assistance, no guidance, not even a raised eyebrow unless you wanted the enchantments to throw a fit. So when word slipped in that Karkaroff and Maxime had whispered hints to their own champions, Cashin didn't even bother looking surprised. Just sighed. Of course they had. There were always loopholes. A. Quincy and Dumbledore hadn't done the same. Morality, honor, that whole crowd. Admirable, but unhelpful. At this point, a nudge would be evening the pitch, not cheating. So, naturally, the next dueling club meeting came with guests. And Cashin gave a very serious talk about a completely unrelated spell that just could come handy pretty soon. Then he gave a talk about a completely hypothetical scenario involving directional control against volatile magical forces, stability while footing is compromised, and how to stop your wand arm shaking when a living storm tries to punt you across a field. Totally random. Nothing to do with an air strong enough to tear up a lawn. Or a fire that could melt stone. Pure coincidence. A few days later, when the wand weighing rolled around, he and Baths Haida were sent invitations. He sent regrets. Baths Haida went, for appearances. Cashin stayed behind and did nothing. Absolutely nothing. Baths Haida stood near A. Quincy. The two were deep in conversation about one thing or another, weather, goblet theory, Cashin. Ever since the summer, they'd just clicked. A. Quincy had that easy charm, always asking, never assuming, and Baths Haida found herself drawn into her easy wisdom. Even now, mid-event, they were still comparing thoughts. It is time, Dumbledore called from the front. Baths Haida gave A. Quincy a nod and stepped aside. Judges lined up. The champions stood in front of their respective heads. Cedric with Dumbledore, Minjaya with G, Amara beside A. Quincy, Fleur standing proud for Bosbatons with Maxime, and Crumb looming next to Karkaroff. Ollivander had already taken his seat, hands twitching like they wanted to weigh every wand in the room twice. Rita Skeeter hovered nearby, trying to look as if she wasn't eavesdropping. She was. She leaned in, Professor babbling. What a lineup, don't you think? Where's Professor Rosier hiding? Baths Haida didn't answer. Just smiled, the sort of smile you wore when someone was chewing with their mouth open and calling it conversation. Rita adjusted her glasses, the quill already scratching something onto the notepad hovering at her shoulder. Rumors he's been keeping Potter on a very short leash. Is it true the boy's name came out of the goblet too? And then, poof, removed. Her eyes glittered behind those awful spectacles. Strange magic, that. Hard to undo a binding enchantment, unless you're very clever, or very reckless. Bathsheda's smile widened a fraction. Skeeter clicked her tongue. And the threats? I heard Karkaroff had to be physically restrained. Is it true Rosier told him he'd cause a scandal? I mean, Merlin, international scandal was the phrase, wasn't it? Silence. Skeeter leaned in closer, clearly thinking she was onto something. Come on, Professor. Off the record. Bathsheda's gaze slid sideways. Skeeter's voice thinned. Is there, Anything you can comment on? Bathsheba gave a quiet breath through her nose, almost a laugh. No. The quill paused mid-stroke. She smiled. It's fine. Silence often is the answer. Bathsheba smiled back. Not bothered at all. Rita blinked, caught off guard. Then Bathsheba leaned in a touch. Do you know who you're talking to? Rita froze for a blink. Then the grin kicked in. Didn't know you'd already picked up rosier arrogance, my dear Bathsheba. Bathsheba's expression didn't shift. Oh, Rita. This has nothing to do with rosiers. I'm your boss. That's simple. Rita actually stepped back. You. Bathsheba laughed softly. It was a worthy investment. But looks like I'll need to do some cleanup. Rita opened her mouth, then shut it. Her eyes ticked to the side. Bathsheba didn't press. She just glanced toward the rest of the hall like she was already moving on to more important things. Rita cleared her throat. I wasn't aware you'd taken over the profits board. You weren't meant to be aware. That's sort of the point. Bathsheba adjusted her sleeve. I don't mind your flair, but twist another quote out of context, and you'll be writing obituaries for broomstick brands. Rita's smile had stiffened. Her quill dropped slightly. Good, Bathsheba said. We understand each other. Behind them, Bagman let out a laugh a bit too loud for no reason. The wand weighing went smoothly enough. Ollivander fussed, of course, stroking wand handles, humming to himself, muttering about grain and core alignment, flirting with every piece of wood on the table. But in the end, he cleared all 5 champions without any theatrics. Bathsheba didn't linger. The second the event wrapped, she slipped out with A. Quincy in tow. Rita's quill kept on writing somewhere behind them, but Bathsheba ignored all of it. Her room was warm when they stepped in. Aurora was spread out on armchair, one leg over the other, flipping through a thick book. Septima had claimed the corner sofa with a pile of parchment she definitely wasn't marking. Charity was perched on the windowsill, sipping tea. All 3 looked up as the door shut. Aurora grinned. About time. Charity held up a biscuit tin. We waited to open these. That's devotion. A. Quincy had only met the group properly a few weeks back, but this was the first time she'd been waved into a girls' night. Charity leaned over with the tin. Shortbread. A. Quincy accepted one, careful not to drop crumbs on her robes. The chatter flowed easily, lesson mishaps, Aurora threatening to hex her heating charms if the astronomy tower froze over again, Septima complaining about numbers. The usual. Then A. Quincy turned to Bathsheba. I've been meaning to ask, you're familiar. You mentioned it last summer, yes? I'd love to meet her. Aurora perked up immediately. Ash. We haven't seen her in ages. Charity clapped lightly. She'll be bigger now, won't she? Septima nodded. Bring her out. Bathsheba reached for her arm, halfway through the motion she'd done 1,000 times, then she stopped. Brows creased, she waved her hand. A small black beetle dropped into her palm as if plucked from mid-air. She held it up between 2 fingers. Tiny legs flailed, and the others leaned forward as one. Bathsheba squeezed, thumb and forefinger firm but not crushing. The beetle froze. What is that? Charity asked, already edging behind Septima. She hated insects and wasn't subtle about it. A visitor, Bathsheba said lightly. She tilted her hand so the others could see. Nice try. Though after last year, Cashin and I added animagus detection runes to the castle. Aurora let out a sharp breath. An animagus. Bathsheba nodded, clocking the telltale signs of an animagus. And we've both been wondering where Rita Skeeter gets her news. A. Quincy's brows drew together. Septima stared. Charity looked horrified. Bathsheba kept her eyes on the beetle. You followed me into my room. Bold. She tapped the insect gently with her thumb. And stupid. Aurora leaned in, peering at it like she expected it to explode. That's Rita. Most likely. Bathsheba lifted her free hand and pulled a slim glass vial from her sleeve. She uncorked it with her teeth, then dropped the beetle inside. The creature clattered against the glass, wings buzzing in panic. Bath. Charity squeaked. You're bottling her. She came in, Bathsheba said, corking the vial, so she can stay in. Septima folded her arms. Why would she sneak into your room? Bathsheba set the vial on the table. The beetle threw itself at the glass again. Ask her when she's human. She tried to get something out of me earlier. Couldn't manage it, so she tried this instead. A. Quincy glanced at the vial, then back at Bathsheba. What will you do with her? Bathsheba shrugged. Haven't decided. Depends how apologetic she is. Charity made a tiny, horrified noise. You're not going to step on her, are you? Aurora snorted. Please. Rita's too annoying to kill. Bathsheba waved her wand and the glass shimmered. Just a soft bend of space inside the vial. The beetle still rattled against the sides, but the glass neither cracked nor strained. Plenty of room in there now. Good. She flicked her wand again and cancelled the animagus form. Rita snapped back into herself, miniature from outside, cramped, and immediately furious. Release me. She barked, fists pressed against the glass. Bathsheba's smile sharpened. Not very apologetic then. Rita's eyes flicked from her to A. Quincy, who stepped closer. Her expression had gone cold. You spy on foreign delegates in Hogwarts staff? A. Quincy asked. Unregistered animagus. Do you know how many charges we can plaster on you? Rita's breath stuttered. She looked between them and clearly didn't like what she saw. Bathsheba lowered herself a little, elbows on her knees so she could look Rita in the eye. What was your purpose? Find dirt on us. A. Quincy lifted a hand. A soft sweep of magic brushed the air, and Rita's eyes clouded, glassy, her mouth going slack. I hate babbling and rosier. Rita burst out, voice shrill. I wanted to find dirt on them then go private. They don't know my artistic talent. Aurora let out a whistle. Charity backed up another step. Septima only pinched the bridge of her nose. Bathsheba blinked. Artistic talent, she repeated. Right. Rita stood stiff inside her glass prison, frozen mid-rant. A. Quincy folded her arms. She says it like it's a virtue. Charity whispered, she really came in here to snoop on you. Aurora leaned in, smirking. Cashin's going to lose his mind when he hears. Oh, he'll be thrilled, Bathsheba said with a chuckle. Bathsheba straightened and glanced at A. Quincy. You can end it. A. Quincy nodded, and the haze in Rita's eyes faded. Confusion snapped back in, then panic, then rage. You can't keep me here. Rita shouted. I'll. Bathsheba tapped the glass with a finger. The sound cut Rita off like someone had shut a door. Be grateful this is all that's happening. Septima clicked her tongue. Imagine risking your career for eavesdropping on a biscuit night. Charity shuddered, eyeing the vial. I still can't believe she followed you in. We've had our suspicions, Bathsheba said. She picked up the vial, turning it slowly so Rita tumbled around in the created space like a very angry snow globe ornament. Cashin wanted to trace her weeks ago. A. Quincy smirked. He'll be disappointed he missed this. Bathsheba looked at Rita, who had stopped shouting and was now gripping the invisible wall inside the vial, breathing hard. We'll deal with you properly later, she said. Right now, you're staying here. Quietly. Rita's glare could have cut glass, if she were normal-sized and not stuck in a magically enlarged jar. Bathsheba set the vial on the table beside the biscuits, as if Rita were nothing more than a centerpiece. Aurora nudged Charity. Do we, put a blanket over it. A. Quincy flicked her hand and the glass went pitch black in an instant. Bathsheba reached out, gave the tattoo on her arm a light squeeze. The air shifted. Then a burst of heat cut through the room as a crimson golden blur shot out across the floor. Ash landed with all the weight of a very excited, very overgrown magical lizard. She was bigger now, longer, sleeker, black bronze scales catching every light in the room. Her tail whipped, and the girls barely had time to brace before she bounced onto the sofa, chirping like an overeager puppy trapped in a dragon's body. Aurora barely had time to shriek before the dragon was in her lap, tail curled around one leg, licking her chin. A. Quincy just stared. You, actually did it. Bathsheba smiled. Well, Cashin found the rune and did the binding. I just, took over once we understood it. Whoa. What on earth are you feeding her? Aurora said, ducking a tail to the face. A. Quincy crouched beside the dragon, reaching out. She chose you. Bathsheba nodded. Yet. Something like that. Ash gave another warble and nosed at her sleeve. Bathsheba stroked her jaw absently. She's clever, A. Quincy said, watching the creature. She's a nightmare, Septima muttered, flipping over a parchment. I once caught her chewing on a compass. Still points wrong. Bathsheba leaned back against the armrest. She gets bored easy. Follows Cashin like a shadow when he lets her. She's attached to him. A. Quincy asked, eyes still tracking Ash. Imprinted on me, but she leans his way when he's pacing or muttering about idiot aristocrats. Ash let out a small huff and curled up at Bathsheba's feet. Cashin was slouching on his desk, sipping a tea that had gone cold, wondering why, when the knock came. Come in, he called, not looking up, already bracing for a Weasley twin, or Luna with a new conspiracy, or Hermione trying to schedule another law rewrite before breakfast. Instead, when the door creaked open, it was Fleur and Gabrielle. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Miss and Miss Delacour. What a surprise. What can I do for you? Gabrielle bounced in first, all sunbeam and charm. Fleur followed behind with more grace. We brought greetings from home, Fleur said. Gabrielle beamed, hands clasped behind her back. Uncle and Auntie said we must visit you and say hi. And if we need anything, we can visit you. Cashin blinked. Uncle and Auntie. Then it clicked. Ah. The Flamels. Fleur nodded. Yes. Well then. That explains a few things, he said, setting the pen aside. He waved his hand to set the kettle on. How are they? Very well. They were wondering if you are planning anything this summer. Fleur said as they settled in. Cashin raised his cup, glanced into the cold tea, and sighed. No. I will rest. Preferably somewhere where I won't need my wand. Gabrielle looked at him, worry creasing between her brows as she leaned in. Are you ill? She asked softly. Before he could answer, Fleur bumped her sharply with an elbow. He means normal rest, she said with an exaggerated eye roll. Repose normal, par repose olet. Gabrielle blinked, the tension melting off her face. She nodded, then her mouth curled into a sly grin. So you're just lazy? Cashin gave her a look. His expression stayed flat, unimpressed, utterly unbothered. No. Snorting through his nose. I prefer strategically conserving energy. Gabrielle blinked, unpersuaded. Lazy, she repeated. Fleur bit her lip, fighting a smile. Cashin tapped the desk. One day, when you're older and wiser, you'll understand the ancient art of doing absolutely nothing. I already understand it, Gabrielle said proudly. I just do it better. Cashin grumbled, she was too sharp-tongued for her own good. She giggled, adding. Mama said you are a troublemaker. Fleur's hand flew up, trying, and failing, to smother the little devil's laugh. Cashin's eye twitched. Did she now? Gabrielle nodded far too innocently. She said you make people nervous when you smile. Cashin leaned back in his chair, eyebrows up. And what did she say about your Baths Haida? She said she's the clever one. Cashin sighed theatrically. Your mother has excellent judgment. Gabrielle swung her legs a little under the chair. Daddy wanted to meet you too, but he was busy. Cashin gave a hum, setting 2 mugs of hot chocolate on the desk between them. What does he do? Gabrielle puffed up a little, like she'd just been asked to explain why the sun was important. He's head of the DMLE. Well, that's mildly terrifying. Fleur smiled faintly into her drink. He's very good at his job. I should hope so. Otherwise I've been dodging French lawmen without knowing it. Gabrielle giggled. He said if you ever come to Paris, he wants to see what kind of wizard Mama keeps praising so much. I'll take your word for it. He eyed them both. So, the Flamels sent you to say hello, your father wants to shake my hand, and your mother thinks I make people nervous when I smile. What are you lot planning, exactly? Fleur's gaze didn't shift. Nothing, official. That doesn't seem like nothing, Cashin said. You say it like someone who's very good at meaning something else. Gabrielle grinned. They just said you helped. A lot. And that if we needed anything, we could trust you. Cashin rubbed his temples. Wonderful. That means trouble's coming, and I'm going to have to put on a nicer robe. Alright then. Tell your parents I'm not running any summer programs, don't plan on cursing any libraries, and I absolutely haven't stolen any ministry artifacts in at least a month. Fleur looked over the rim of her cup. Should I lie, or redact? Pick whichever sounds less likely to cause an international summit. When Baths Haida stepped through the door, a slim black vial swinging between her fingers, the Delacour sisters were already gathering their cloaks. Fleur turned at once. Professor babbling. Gabrielle beamed. We were just leaving. Nonsense. She said, inviting them back in. They chatted for another hour. Gabrielle told a dramatic tale about a cursed violinist in Marseille. Fleur tried to explain the politics of Beauxbatons' new potion guild. Candles had burned low by the time the sisters finally stood to go. Cashin watched the door shut behind them, then flopped sideways across Bathsheda's leg. Where were you? She said nothing. Just lifted the vial. Cashin squinted. The glass shimmered, color pulling back. Inside, curled like a stray, was miniature Rita Skeeter, fast asleep. He blinked. Is that? Baths Haida said. She's an animagus. Beetle. Thought she'd spy on me and the girls. Cashin squinted at the vial. You don't say. She got bold. Followed me all the way into my room. The nerve. She set the vial on the table. Rita stirred, legs twitching faintly in her sleep. I caught her before the biscuits. Thought about stepping on her, but Charity might have cried. She would have, Cashin agreed. Also, it's a bit public. What do you want to do with her? Cashin tilted his head, considering. So many things. Beetle fights. Trap her with a mouse. Release her into the Olori. Baths Haida smacked his shoulder. Be serious. I am, he said, deadpan. Educational value. Live exhibit invasive species and their natural consequences. She gave him a look. He sighed. Fine. Magical contract. We get her to sign it, tie it to her magic, and let her crawl back to whatever hole she came from. She'll squeal about it. Let her. He lifted the vial, peered through the shimmered glass. Everyone already thinks she's a snake. We're only adding horns. She reached for her bag and started rifling through parchment. I'll draft the first version. You can add the paranoid clauses. Cashin lifted his mug. Finally. My moment. Rita stirred in the vial again. Cashin tapped the glass. You hear that? Contract or owl food? The twitching paused. Good girl, he muttered. She slid a half-filled parchment across the table. Here. Add your bits. He glanced down. Read the first few lines, then reached for a quill. Let's make it idiot-proof. She's persistent, not clever. She's both. The worst kind. If she weren't such a gossip gremlin, she'd probably be running a department. She huffed. She is running a department. It's called Problem. Ah. The ministry's fastest growing sector. Cashin leaned back when the page filled. He gave it a once-over, blew on the ink, then popped the vial open and tipped it low to the ground like he was shaking sugar from a packet. Rita hit the floor with a yelp, expanded mid-fall, and skidded straight into the bookshelf at the far wall. How dare you? She snapped, untangling her robes. Cashin raised one eyebrow. She faltered. Our Rosier. He snorted. Come here and sign this. Then you can get lost. Rita pushed herself upright and stalked over. She leaned in to read. Her lips moved silently as she schemed. Her eyes narrowed halfway through, then narrowed more. Gasping, she pointed at the clauses. No false statements unless approved by the contract holders, no misquoting, no unsourced speculation in any publication domestic or international, magical or otherwise. Her eyes darted further down. No animagus form for covered observation unless specifically ordered by. She stopped. Her gaze shot up to Cashin. She looked up, horrified. You can't be serious. Deadly, Cashin said with a raised brow. Rita's fingers twitched. This is a violation of free press. Cashin gestured lazily towards the paper. Not press. You. It's very targeted. It even says so in paragraph 6. She schemed lower. No contact with Hogwarts students under the age of 17 without a chaperone. Oh, that one's for me, Bathsheba added, flipping her own page. I don't like your face near children. Cashin set his quill down and leaned forward. You're welcome to decline. I'll just inform the board you were an unregistered animagus stalking underage students and foreign diplomats in a school setting. Rita paled. You'd never. Do I look like someone bluffing? He tilted his head. Rita hesitated, staring down at the last lines. Her shoulders stiffened. Cashin glanced at Bathsheba. What was the last clause? She tapped it with her quill. Any breach results in forfeit of magic and will. Right. We like that one. Cashin looked at Rita. Means if you cross us, your days are over. For good. Rita opened her mouth, then shut it again. Her jaw clicked. This is extortion. No, Bathsheba said mildly. This is paperwork. We're being very civil, all things considered. You bottled me, she snapped. Alone. Pray that it wasn't me. I would have put a spider in there too, Cashin said. Rita glared. You're out of your mind. Thank you, he said dryly. He passed her a quill. Either sign, or leave. I'm told your old editor's brother works in records. He'd be thrilled to find out how long you've been skittering around under the radar. She snatched the quill. The moment the tip hit the parchment, a thin band of gold lit across the page. The signature settled, burned faintly into the contract with a sound like a lock sliding shut. Cashin took the paper back, gave it a look over, and passed it to Bathsheba. Do your magic, love. She tapped the page. The gold line flared, then sank. Rita stepped back, fuming. Well done, Cashin said. You're now officially housebroken. You two think you're clever, Rita snapped. No, Bathsheba replied. We know we are. Now get lost.